Book synopsis: The juvenile evil dragon, Bai Youyou, transmigrates to the realm of cultivation, becoming the cherished little junior sister of Xuantian. Not only is her sect impoverished, but their cultivation levels have also been rendered null. Yet, Youyou clings to her fortune system, declaring, "No worries." Brave Youyou fears not the hardships. And so, in due course, the first immortal master exclaims, "Who dares to bully my disciple?" The unparalleled elixir master, senior sister, warns, "One pill from me, and you shall perish." The astonishing sword cultivator, second sister, proclaims, "Those who bully my junior sister shall be cleaved asunder." The physical cultivator, third brother, asserts, "Offend my junior sister, and you shall receive my fist." The reclusive talisman master, fourth brother, states, "With your blood, I shall inscribe a talisman, lest my junior sister deem it filthy." The enigmatic ghost cultivator, fifth brother, declares, "I shall only eliminate those who displease my junior sister." Faced with their protection, Youyou anxiously expels a breath of flame. Youyou is the great evil dragon. She does not require protection. Though Youyou aids the entire sect, there are still limitations to her abilities. She gazes at Fengze, who has been by her side, her eyes filled with guilt. It matters not. Even if Xiaohe is a mere mudfish, you shall not mind. The one and only black dragon, Fengze. Well, as long as you do not disdain me. Chapter 1. The evil dragon cub possesses a secret weapon master. Woe is me. Third brother, he called me fat. The door to the meditation chamber swung open, and the half-grown child, eyes red, rushed in, diving into her master's embrace to accuse her brother of his misdeeds. Having finally received comfort, the little girl could no longer hold back her tears, and a wail erupted from her lips. With that cry, Xuanyuan felt a weight in his arms. The once small infant had vanished, replaced by a short-limbed creature adorned with two tiny pink horns. Even more peculiar, tiny wings dangled from its back, quivering with each sob, resembling a mere mascot rather than a being capable of flight. The little creature, with its round, plump belly, energetically pointed with stubby arms, its dark eyes glistening with accusation as it gazed up at Xuanyuan. "Master, tell me, is Youyou fat or not?" Xuanyuan could not resist and reached out to rub her undeniably soft belly. "Of course not. Our Youyou is merely growing. Where's the fat?" Finally receiving affirmation, Bai Youyou nodded vigorously. She puffed her cheeks, her stubby fists clenched in defiance. Third brother is talking nonsense. The great evil dragon is furious. The great dragon shall punish him. Indeed, she is the most magnificent great dragon, the kind that breathes fire. However, Bai Youyou wrinkled her nose. It is simply that master is too poor. He cannot even provide her with her beloved shiny treasures. With an air of childlike maturity, Bai Youyou sighed dramatically. But fear not. She possesses a secret weapon. At that moment, a voice echoed in her mind. "Fortune system detected. A chance lies to the northwest. Please hasten. Host." Bai Youyou's eyes sparkled with excitement, disregarding the grievances caused by third brother, and began to struggle to get down. Xuanyuan quickly shielded her, his reluctance nearly overflowing. "Is Youyou leaving already?" Xuanyuan's expression faltered, then he gritted his teeth. Such talk of independence was merely the eldest deceitful ploy to monopolize Youyou. If Youyou had matters to attend to, even her father could not intervene. As soon as Xuanyuan loosened his grip, Bai Youyou dashed away like a gust of wind. Xuanyuan gazed after her retreating figure, filled with profound sorrow. He must find a way to drive out those incompetent disciples from home. Unbeknownst to Bai Youyou, her master harbored such malicious thoughts. She was busily pursuing her opportunity, running while constantly inquiring within her mind. System, is the northwest this way?" The system, weary of its burdens, lamented that it had been tasked with guiding such an immature host from another realm. It could only dutifully explain, "Yes, host." Bai Youyou's enthusiasm surged. She knew it. She had a secret weapon. This entity, known as the system, had inexplicably taken residence in her mind, but it assured her that by following its guidance, she would soon possess countless shiny treasures. Imagining her beloved sparkling gems, Bai Youyou felt invigorated for the journey ahead. Before long, she arrived at the location indicated by the system, where two factions appeared to be engaged in a heated dispute. You disciples of Xuantian Sect actually dare to commit such a despicable act of treasure snatching? What do you mean despicable? Natural treasures belong to the victor, it is destiny. Bai Youyou stood atop the hill, listening to the clamor of the two groups, her head spinning. System, what are they saying? The system resignedly explained, they're vying for opportunities. Which are your shiny treasures? What? Bai Youyou's eyes widened in shock as she leapt forward. Stop. The shiny treasures belong to me. The choral paused momentarily at her arrival, all eyes drawn to the exquisitely crafted girl before them, leaving everyone momentarily dumbfounded. Such an adorable girl exists in this world. Perhaps a bit offended, the little girl's cheeks flushed, and her round eyes glared fiercely at them upon sensing their attention. She puffed out her chest for courage. Seeing their silence, Bai Youyou assumed they had not heard, took a deep breath, and shouted louder, "Do not argue. The treasures you speak of, the heavenly something, belong to Youyou." Had anyone else shouted such a remark, they would have been chased away, but facing such an adorable child, even raising their voices felt daunting, lest they frighten her. Humph! Bai Youyou placed her hands on her hips, her head held high with fierce determination. You are disrespecting the great dragon. The great dragon is angered. Not only do you seek to steal from the great dragon, but you also dare to lay hands on her. You shall be punished. Her proclamation elicited laughter from the onlookers, the leader smirking in jest. And how do you intend to punish us? Do not speak. The Yin Hua is about to bloom. Someone behind reminded, causing those who were about to respond to Bai Youyou to swiftly turn. Bai Youyou was momentarily taken aback. Yin Hua? What is that? Is it her shiny treasure? Seeing that no one paid her mind, Bai Youyou inhaled deeply, her cheeks round and puffed. The great dragon is furious. Ah, who? Bai Youyou exhaled, and a torrent of flames erupted from her mouth. The group caught off guard was instantly scorched, and the flame showed no signs of extinguishing. As fire spewed forth, Bai Youyou let out a burp, and wisps of smoke emanated from her lips. Humph! The great dragon would indeed punish them. With the villains driven away, Bai Youyou could finally search for her shiny treasures in peace. Following the system's guidance, she searched and eventually found a budding white flower in the corner. Host, this is it. This. Bai Youyou tilted her head in confusion. But this is not a shiny treasure. Is it as simple as picking it? Bai Youyou hesitantly plucked the flower, yet it remained a flower, transforming into nothing else. Disappointment washed over her. Just then, a voice called from behind. Youyou, brother was wrong, you were here to pick. Yin Hua. Bai Youyou turned to see a burly man standing before her, tears glistening in his eyes. It was third brother. Why is he crying? She's the one who wants to cry. Third brother trembled, nearly choking on his words. Youyou, you came here to pick the Yin Hua for your brother? Chapter 2. The soft and fluffy evil dragon cub Youyou still remembers when he mentioned her plumpness, turning her small head away, somewhat reluctant to engage with him. However, the third senior brother seemed oblivious to her indifference, approaching her with a choked voice and enveloping her in a tight embrace. Youyou felt as though her new clothes were becoming damp. Was the third senior brother crying again? Master's words rang true despite his robust stature. The third senior brother was, in essence, composed of tears. Imitating her master, Youyou awkwardly extended her hand, tiptoeing as she gently patted the third senior brother's head. Do not cry, do not cry. The pain will fly away. Youyou felt a twinge of melancholy, realizing that the responsibility of comforting the third senior brother had unexpectedly fallen upon her shoulders. At last, the third senior brother lifted his head, swiftly wiping away his tears, transforming his sorrow into a smile. Clutching at Inshu, his eyes glistened with tears, yet his lips curled upwards. His large hands made the delicate flower appear even more fragile. He carefully cradled the blossom before placing it into the chinquin bag. Unable to contain her curiosity, Youyou inquired, third senior brother, what is this flower for? The system was indeed perplexing, instructing her to gather flowers without revealing their purpose. Youyou was well aware that everyone in the sect had poor health, although the third senior brother appeared strong. He frequently fell ill. Upon learning that this flower held such significance, Youyou couldn't help but feel a spark of joy. Yet, once he regained his composure, the third senior brother's expression turned sorrowful again. Alas, it is a pity that the senior sister is not here even with this flower. We lack the funds to procure elixirs. Picking up on keywords, Yu's ears perked up. Do not worry, third senior brother. Once Yu saves enough shiny coins, we shall no longer be poor. The notion of not being poor felt a distant dream for them. Presently, the Xuantian Sect, counting Yu, had merely 7 members, guarding a barren mountaintop, lacking in every resource and occasionally having to evade provocations from rival sections. Alas, it was a pity for Yu, at such a tender age, that they could not provide her with the best, and thus, they could only shower her with double the affection. Yu was puzzled as to why the third senior brother's demeanor changed so dishearteningly in such a short span of time. She tilted her head, extending her little hand to poke him. Yu accomplished something great tonight. Senior brother shall make you braised pork. Yay! Yu exclaimed with exuberance. Upon seeing them, a woman hurriedly approached, her lovely face adorned with warmth, swiftly snatching Yu from the third senior brother's grasp. Yu, my precious, I miss you dearly. She incessantly rubbed her face against Yu's neck, causing her to giggle and squirm. Senior sister, Yu missed you too. Upon hearing Yu express her longing, the second senior sister's eyes immediately reddened. I knew it, our Yu loves her senior sister the most. Come, let me have a look. She scrutinized Yu from every angle, her eyes filled with concern. Look at you. How have you lost weight? Yu proudly lifted her chin. It's because Yu has been exercising. With no capable individuals within the sect, they relied on Yu should any danger arise. Yu is truly impressive, the second senior sister said, her gaze brimming with hope. Yu recognized this look and sighed, already anticipating what would transpire next. With a gentle pop, a tiny western young dragon appeared in the second senior sister's embrace. She covered her face, inhaling sharply, nearly fainting. Yu, with her soft, plump belly, was simply irresistible. She uncontrollably reached out, placing her hand on Yu's squishy belly, her expression turning blissful. This sensation, alas, Yu shook her head. This home could not exist without Yu, nor without the second senior sister. Both Yu and the second senior sister had endured much hardship. By the way, second senior sister. The third senior brother suddenly recalled something, his expression turning slightly animated. The second senior sister, lost in the joy of holding Yu, merely emitted a faint without raising her gaze. The third senior brother, filled with pride, declared, Yu picked the issue for me. Having traveled extensively, she naturally possessed more discernment than others. Yu, where did you gather this flower? The northwest seemed rather unsettled. The second senior sister's expression grew serious. Did anyone see you while you were picking the flower? Yes, Yu replied, counting on her fingers. 1, 2, 3, quite a few people saw. The more she counted, the tenser the second senior sister became, hastily examining Yu from head to toe. Did they harm you? No. Yu shook her head, proudly adding a cheeky hee-hee. Yu is quite capable. I drove them all away. Chapter 3. No one is allowed to snatch away Yu's belongings. In the astonished gaze of the second senior sister, Yu recounted the entire story clearly. Unable to contain herself, the second senior sister embraced Yu and nuzzled her. How impressive Yu is. However, after speaking, the smile on her face faded slightly. Junior brother, stay with Yu. I will go inform master. It is easy to seize treasures, yet difficult to protect them. Whether this matter brings fortune or misfortune remains uncertain. Such a grave issue need not be disclosed to Yu. Yet during mealtime, she still sensed something amiss. Qian Yuan's brow bore a faint crease. When he was not smiling, he exuded an inexplicable solemnity. But whenever he encountered Yu, the ice within him melted away. Only at this moment did that furrow remain. Yu inquired, what is wrong, master? Qian Yuan hesitated for a moment, and then smiled. It's nothing. He remained reticent, but Yu scrunched her nose in response. Is master perhaps worried about someone trying to snatch the treasure? Qian Yuan and the others were taken aback. They had not anticipated Yu's keen insight. Yu is truly remarkable. She confidently asserted that she would chase away the bad people, but Qian Yuan merely regarded it as a jest, smiling but not taking it seriously. The atmosphere of melancholy persisted until dinner. The third senior brother kept his word. Despite feeling uncertain about the future, he promised Yu he would prepare braised pork, and he was determined to fulfill that promise. However, the braised pork Yu referred to was not merely a simple dish. Yu, taste your senior brother's culinary skills. Has he regressed? During dinner, The four of them were seated at two tables. Master and Senior Sister's table was adorned with light congee and simple side dishes, while Youyou's table was graced with a whole roasted pig. Wow! Youyou gazed in awe, nearly drooling. Seeing the sparkle in Youyou's eyes, the worries of the others dissipated significantly. Xuantian Sect, centuries ago, was among the foremost sects, and to claim it was the first among the Immortal Gates would not be an exaggeration. However, after waging war against the demonic clan, Xuantian Sect, as the vanguard, suffered the loss of its entire main gate, and a few of them narrowly escaped. Though they escaped, they were all gravely injured. In their heyday, they were figures of considerable renown, yet now they could only remain hidden on this obscure little peak, living off meager spiritual energy. Just when they were about to succumb to despair, Qian Yuan discovered Youyou. Her arrival seemed to cast a ray of sunlight into their gloomy existence. Simply looking at her filled their hearts with joy, making them feel they could endure for several more centuries with their battered bodies and sect. Youyou, treated like a little son, was presently joyfully gnawing on the roasted pig, and within a short while, the large pig was reduced to mere bones. Youyou sighed contentedly. At her current small size, she could not consume much, merely a little, which felt rather unimpressive. However, when she grows a bit larger, it will be different. She had heard that her ancestors could devour an entire mountain in one bite. Had they known what Youyou was thinking, the third senior brother and the others would have been even more disheartened. Feeding a young one is immensely satisfying, but Youyou's appetite was growing. The second senior sister pondered for a moment, realizing she must work even harder at forging. Otherwise, how could she afford to support Youyou? After feasting, Youyou patted her round little belly, joyfully burping. Youyou is full now. It's time for bed. Good night, Master, Senior Sister, and Senior Brother. Young dragons must eat and sleep while to grow tall quickly. The next day, just as Qian Yuan and the others had anticipated, at the break of dawn, a tremendous noise suddenly reverberated across the back mountain. Youyou was jolted awake, sitting up abruptly, her little horns startled out. She wiped her drool and tugged at the second senior sister beside her. Senior Sister, what happened? What was that loud noise? Cultivators do not require sleep. Yet the members of the sect were all injured to varying degrees. The second senior sister, Mulan, was also deep in slumber, suddenly awakened by the noise. Her expression darkened. However, upon seeing Youyou's frightened appearance, she knew the little one had been startled and quickly gathered her in her arms to comfort her. Do not fear. Youyou, I will go take a look. Mulan contemplated in her heart that it must be those troublemakers from yesterday. As she rose to leave, Bai Youyou followed closely behind. Unbeknownst to Mulan, a little tail was trailing her. Youyou was thus able to witness the source of the loud noise. Dozens of people were gathered there, led by a bearded old man, beside whom stood one of the individuals Youyou had met the day before. Upon seeing them, Youyou knew her guess was correct. Indeed, they had come to snatch things again. The old man spoke first. Yesterday, my disciple informed me that you few rascals not only seized my sect's treasures, but also harmed my disciple. Is this true? Behind him was a large charred pit. Bai Youyou peered into it, gaining some understanding. It was they who had created the pit, waking her up with the noise. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures rightfully belong to those capable of obtaining them. To call it stealing is somewhat petty, Mulan responded calmly, with third senior brother Luo in displaying a solemn demeanor behind her. Even without their former cultivation, they were unwilling to bow down so easily. Just then, a crisp voice piped up from the side. That's right. Youyou's belongings are solely Youyou's. Youyou, filled with joy, jumped out amidst the astonished gazes of the others. Chapter 4. Is lightning all you can do? Youyou, Mulan exclaimed, her face filled with alarm, immediately wanting to shield Youyou behind her. However, the old man was unwilling. Waving his hand, and a bolt of lightning struck down right in front of Mulan. I have heard that this little child used wicked arts to harm my disciple yesterday. Is that not so? Mulan retreated several steps, just in time to avoid the full brunt of the lightning. Hearing his words, she immediately retorted. Adult matters have nothing to do with a child. Do not slander. The old man scoffed, looking at Mulan with disdain. If you were still the frost sword that could sweep across the 9 provinces, or the formidable leader of the Qi cultivators that could conquer mountains and rivers, perhaps I would still hold some respect for you. But now you, and that one behind you, are but worthless husks. What right do you have to challenge me? What sword, what cultivation? Bai Youyou grasped part of his words, but one thing was clear to her. This wicked old man meant harm to her senior sister. He even insulted her. Bai Youyou shook off the dust that had accidentally clung to her and felt a surge of anger. Stinky old man. Is lightning all you can do? Youyou was irate, her cheeks, still chubby with baby fat, puffing up. The disciple from yesterday, noticing this, quickly leaned closer to the old man. Master, be careful. This is how that strange fire erupts. Child's play. The old man sneered, then with a flick of his finger, a bolt of lightning even thicker than before struck down. Youyou, Mulan, and Luo Yan's eyes widened in horror. However, they were bound and could only watch helplessly as the tribulation lightning descended upon Youyou. Youyou. The smoke and dust from the lightning enveloped the area, and the old man lightly waved his hand. What a pity, such a lovely girl. I am reluctant to strike. I will kill you. Mulan's eyes turned red as she recklessly channeled her spiritual energy, but the old man's expression changed in an instant, and the next moment, Mulan was seen coughing up blood as she fell to the ground, utterly exhausted. Tears streamed down her face. Youyou, it is sister's fault. She gazed longingly at the spot where Youyou had been, then her eyes widened in astonishment. As the smoke cleared, the tiny figure gradually came into focus. Surely this time, she would be utterly devastated? The old man thought so too, but when he turned his head, he was left dumbfounded. Amidst the swirling dust, the little girl with her hair in tiny pigtails revealed herself. Though covered in dust and appearing somewhat disheveled, it was evident she seemed entirely unscathed. Not only that, but she even opened her mouth and let out a small burp. Bai Youyou contentedly patted her little belly. Although the roasted suckling pig is delightful, it is clear that only such thunder and lightning can truly satiate one's hunger. Bai Youyou eagerly gazed at the elder, saying, Old man, summon that thunder once more. Impossible. The white-bearded elder, incredulous, gritted his teeth and unleashed a series of thunderous strikes. In an instant, the heavens and earth roared, drowning out all sound. He let out a sigh of relief, believing the danger had passed, but before he could fully relax, a voice interrupted him abruptly. That's enough, I'm full now. As the smoke cleared, a familiar scene unfolded once again. Bai Youyou burped, releasing a puff of gray smoke from her mouth. Luo Yin and Mulan were filled with delight, exclaiming, Youyou! Bai Youyou turned at the sound, thumping her chest in assurance. Don't worry, senior brothers and sisters. Leave it to Youyou. Previously, the elder's lightning had merely emanated from talismans, but now, the sky darkened as ominous clouds gathered, shaking the very foundations of the world. Bai Youyou extended her 5 fingers and lightly exhaled towards the elder. Subsequently, to the elder's astonishment, a lightning dragon surged forth from the clouds, striking directly towards them. The power of this thunder was far beyond the meager lightning talismans he had previously conjured. Youyou. Amidst the thunderous roar, Bai Youyou heard a familiar call. She looked up, her serious demeanor dissipating, replaced by a joyful expression upon seeing the newcomer. Master. The one approaching was indeed Xuantian, who, upon hearing the commotion, hurried over, disregarding the disarray of the others, and scrutinized Bai Youyou from head to toe. How did you get here? Are you hurt? Bai Youyou, indignant, clenched her fist. After all, she was the esteemed Thunderfire Evil Dragon, possessing the toughest skin and the most malevolent lightning fire. How could she be injured? Yet, Xuantian's expression remained grim as he pointed at Bai Youyou's somewhat soiled clothes. But your clothing is dirty. As he turned his gaze towards the unexpected guests, the elder, terrified by the formidable lightning, had resorted to a life-saving talisman to avoid losing his own life. Seeing Xuantian's gaze, the elder sneered. Xuantian, you truly are becoming more and more. Before he could finish, he was abruptly yanked into the air by an overwhelming force. The pressure was so great that he found it difficult to breathe. Bai Youyou clapped her hands, exclaiming, Master is amazing. Luo Yin and Mulan seized the opportunity to break free from their restraints. Yet upon witnessing the scene, their expressions were not filled with joy, but rather concern. Master, you? After landing, the elder spat out a mouthful of blood. Impossible. You are no longer a loose immortal. How can you possess such power? Xuantian smirked disdainfully. To kill you, do I need to rely on loose immortal strength? Wow. Bai Youyou gazed at the cold-faced Xuantian, instantly filled with admiration. Master is so powerful. Mimicking Xuantian, Bai Youyou placed her hands on her hips, cutely huffing exactly. As Xuantian spoke, his expression darkened. Get lost. Bai Youyou looked up at him, then at the group of people, and imitated him, get lost. After they departed, Xuantian could no longer maintain his composure. A trickle of light blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, and then his vision darkened as he fainted. Luo Yin hurriedly caught him. Master! Mulan, anxious, added. Master has forced his technique and is suffering a backlash. What shall we do? Backlash? Bai Youyou blinked. Master is injured. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Bai Youyou began to feel anxious. At that moment, the system chimed in again. Fortune detected, in the southeast direction. Bai Youyou was momentarily stunned, her eyes brightening. Fortune means shiny things, and shiny things can heal Master. Stealthily, Bai Youyou dashed away, her little legs pattering as she ran. Mulan turned to see Bai Youyou's retreating figure and hurriedly called out, Youyou, you will definitely heal Master. Chapter 5. What dragon are you? Bai Youyou stood, dazed upon arriving at the location indicated by the system. The entire area was overgrown with weeds. Where could she find shiny things? However, this did not stump the clever Bai Youyou. She puffed up her cheeks, and, with a small pu, a tiny flame erupted from her mouth. Burping again, she felt a hint of regret. She had nearly forgotten that the lightning she had summoned earlier had drained her energy. Nevertheless, this small flame was sufficient. It landed on the chest-high grass, and with a whoosh, a large clearing was created. Bai Youyou chuckled in delight, preparing to repeat the process when she heard a rustling sound from the scorched grass, followed by a figure rolling out. Curious, Bai Youyou approached. Who are you? What are you doing here? The figure turned around, and Bai Youyou could see that this person was not much taller than her, and appeared to be a youngling too. His face was smeared with dirt, a patch of black and a patch of red obscuring his original features, but his pitch-black eyes were unfathomable. Upon hearing Bai Youyou's question, he raised his head, gritting his teeth. What are you doing setting fires? Bai Youyou was taken aback, not because of his accusation, but because she noticed the two horns atop his head. Could he be from the Dragon Clan? Oh no. The first rule of the Evil Dragon Code is to never harm one's kin. Bai Youyou had gotten herself into trouble. Moreover, his horns were different from hers. Hers were small, plump triangles that Bai Youyou adored, while his were considerably longer and forked. Oh dear, how had she burned and split his horns? Bai Youyou immediately felt conflicted. Are you also a young dragon? Bai Youyou, being considerate, refrained from revealing her own horns. If he saw her perfect horns, how heartbroken would he be? The boy before her coldly scrutinized her for a moment before finally uttering a single word. Thirsty. Thirsty? Well, that is easily remedied. If she had inadvertently harmed her kin, but could make amends in time, Bai Youyou would still be a good dragon. She wore a small chinquin pouch, specially crafted by her elder sister to hold her little treasures. Bai Youyou pulled out her charming little water flask, which gleamed like gold. Here you go, but you can only drink a little. The boy, however, disregarded her warning, grabbing the flask and gulping it down. Bai Youyou watched in horror as he drained the entire flask, nearly spewing fire in her panic. All right, don't drink anymore. After quenching his thirst, the unfamiliar young dragon finally regained his composure and looked at Bai Youyou, asking, You just asked me? Who else is of the Dragon Clan? That would be me. Bai Youyou proudly pointed to herself, completely oblivious to the sudden darkness in the boy's eyes. Oh, then what kind of dragon are you? What kind of dragon? Bai Youyou tilted her head. What else could I be? An evil dragon. What about you? A black dragon. The boy replied, though internally he was puzzled. Evil dragon? What kind of dragon is that? How have I never heard of it? Could it be that their dragon clan had branches that still survived? After exchanging identities, Bai Youyou joyfully revealed her horns. The boy in black looked at her and felt a pang of sympathy. It turned out she was a malformed young dragon. No wonder he had never heard of her. Each lost in their own thoughts. Bai Youyou suddenly noticed that the spot where the little black dragon had been sitting was soaked with blood. Bai Youyou was taken aback. Not only had she burned his horns, but she had also scorched his leg. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Youyou resolved to take responsibility. Her master had said that one must correct their mistakes. Bai Youyou's small face was earnest as she clenched her little fists. This is my fault. If you need help, just let me know. The little black dragon hesitated for a moment before realizing she was referring to the near mishap of burning him. He instinctively wanted to refuse her help, but after a moment's hesitation, he made a request. Could you please find me 2 pieces of wood and some clean water? His leg wound needed prompt attention. No problem. Leave it to Youyou. Youyou patted her chest with assurance. Upon her arrival, she spotted a small stream. With her short legs, Youyou hurriedly ran down the hill and filled a jug with water. Observing the trees by the lake, she found herself in a dilemma. 2 pieces of wood. Youyou pondered, tapping her fingers. Earlier, her master had mentioned that all things possess a spirit and should not be harmed casually. However, Youyou believed that her current act was for the purpose of saving someone, so it should be forgivable. Indeed, that must be it. With a resolute expression, Youyou secured the water jug and trotted over to the trees. She pressed her small hand against the trunk, and then, with a punch, the towering tree fell with a resounding crack. Youyou clapped her hands in satisfaction. Nothing could deter the clever Youyou. Next, she tore 2 planks from the fallen tree with her bare hands. If the little black dragon knew that the planks he requested came about in such a manner, he would likely be petrified in place. Never mind, the little black dragon resignedly shook his head, simply washing his wound with clean water before securing his leg with the wooden planks. Yet, why did the planks feel so peculiar? They seemed freshly hewn from the tree. Youyou had been watching him intently, and upon seeing him bind his leg, quickly inquired, "So, have you forgiven Youyou?" The little black dragon nodded. "I forgive you." Youyou felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Wonderful. I still need to find Liang Jingjing to save my master, so I must take my leave." The little black dragon was somewhat puzzled by the connection between Liang Jingjing and saving her master. However, upon hearing the word master, he appeared contemplative. To have the ability to come and go freely in this place, and also possess a master, he asked, "Is your master the Xuantian Sect?" "Huh." Youyou tilted her head. "Do you know my master?" "Indeed." The little black dragon was pleasantly surprised. "I came here specifically to find him, so hurry and take me to him." However, Youyou shook her head. "That's not possible. My master is injured, and I must find Liang Jingjing first." "Injured?" The little black dragon's expression darkened. Suddenly realizing something, he quickly produced a tender yellow flower. "This is a bone-mending flower. It can bring the dead back to life. Wouldn't the Immortal need this?" Youyou's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That's it." The little black dragon sighed in relief. "Yes," Youyou replied, turning to leave, but after a while, she realized he had not followed. She turned around to see the little black dragon limping behind her. "How long will this take?" "You're too slow. Let Youyou carry you." Without regard for the youth's weak protests, she exerted her strength and hoisted him onto her back. The boy was momentarily stunned. But I'm a black dragon. Though still underage, he was several meters long. This peculiar young dragon managed to lift him. Chapter 6. Where has my master gone? However, Youyou's voice gradually diminished until, in the end, only confusion remained. She could not be mistaken. This was indeed their dwelling. Yet, what lay before her now? The original wooden cabin had been reduced to rubble, the ground marred with charred marks. And the swing her senior brother had made for her was now merely a cold wooden plank. Where was her home? Where were her master and siblings? Youyou began to panic. Master? Senior brother? Senior sister? Where are you? Please don't scare Youyou. Her voice trembled with tears as she hastily set the little black dragon down and ran circles around the charred remains of the cabin, which was visible at a glance. Nothing. There was nothing at all. Youyou stood bewildered, unable to hold back her sobs. Master, senior sister, woo-woo. After arriving in this unfamiliar world, Youyou had indeed felt fear. But as long as her master and the others were with her, she gradually came to regard this place as her home. But now, her family was missing. Her shoulders shook with sorrow when suddenly she felt a gentle touch on her shoulder. Master, Youyou's heart sank. Upon witnessing this scene, the little black dragon felt a jolt, yet he remained calmer than Youyou, resting his hands on her shoulders in an attempt to console her. However, having likely never comforted anyone before, his hands felt stiff. After a long pause, he managed to squeeze out some words. Do not cry. There will be a way. First, tell me what happened earlier. Though the youth was only a few years older than Youyou, he exuded a maturity beyond his age. Youyou was influenced by him and finally managed to stifle her sobs. She recounted the events that had transpired, and the little black dragon listened thoughtfully. It appeared that those individuals had discovered that the Xuantian Sect was merely a shadow of his former self and had returned. What shadow? What ink? Youyou did not understand, but she grasped the last part. Those bad people capture my master. Wiping her tears, she stood determinedly. Youyou will save my master. Wait. The Xuantian Sect is not one to sit idly by. Let us search for clues he may have left behind. The little black dragon quickly restrained her. This was merely an excuse. He understood that if the Xuantian Sect had been unable to resolve the situation, then this girl was likely heading towards her demise. The Xuantian would certainly not wish for such a fate to befall her. After all, although Youyou possessed more strength than the average person or dragon, she was still just a child. You make a valid point. Youyou sniffled. Then let's split up and search. Seeing the little girl regain her spirit, the little black dragon felt a sense of relief. Though his excuse had been flimsy, it led him to discover something. The little black dragon held up a jade pendant, his eyes lighting up. Youyou, look at this. Is it not a piece of jewelry belonging to the Xuantian? Where? Youyou hurried over and, upon seeing the object in the little black dragon's hand, nodded emphatically. Yes, it is my master's jade pendant. It is engraved with an ugly loach. Loach. The little black dragon's injured leg buckled, nearly causing him to fall. It is clearly engraved with a dragon. Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself that this was not the time to dwell on such matters. There is something inside. If you infuse it with a bit of spiritual energy, you will be able to see it. After saying this, he handed the jade pendant to Youyou, who appeared even more perplexed. But I have no spiritual energy. The great dragon lord strengthens himself with elemental power. The little black dragon had not anticipated this situation. After a moment of shock, a flicker of pity crossed his face. It seemed that not only was she a malformed little dragon, but she also lacked spiritual energy. The little black dragon pursed his lips. Then I have overstepped my bounds. Generally, messages inscribed in personal items can only be activated by those close to the owner. However, this jade pendant was once a Dragon Clan artifact, so it should still hold some usefulness. The little black dragon's fingertip brushed against the jade pendant, and after infusing it with a strand of golden spiritual energy, the pendant emitted a glow, projecting an image into the air. I know, it's a map. Youyou has seen this. The little black dragon nodded and then pointed to the only marked location in the void. Here, this should be the Xuantian's instruction for us. Youyou stared at the two characters for quite some time before counting on her fingers and turning to ask, "Where is this?" The little black dragon hesitated. "You cannot read?" Youyou nodded unabashedly. Of course, the great dragon lord does not need to read. The little black dragon's gaze grew complex. It seemed that the Xuantian was not as omniscient as his parents had claimed. At the very least, he did not teach children well. The little black dragon patiently explained, "These two characters are Ling Ji, but I do not recall this place." The little black dragon was puzzled. Upon hearing that name, Youyou's eyes lit up, and she immediately raised her hand. "Youyou knows. That is the name of my senior sister." The little black dragon was astonished. "Does the Xuantian mean for you to seek out this Ling Ji?" Bai Youyou also pondered this matter, her delicate brows knitting together as she racked her brain. Indeed, her master had mentioned it. With a sense of urgency, Bai Youyou was eager to seek out DG, but upon glancing at the little black dragon and his injured leg, she hesitated for a moment and expressed her concern. "Bai Youyou is leaving now. You must take good care of yourself, dear dragon. Over there," she pointed to a pile of rubble, "is the apothecary left by DG. You should search there. Perhaps it can heal your leg. Remember to drink water if you're thirsty and eat if you're hungry. Don't make Bai Youyou worry." The little black dragon, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation at her chaotic concern, saw her about to dash away and quickly grabbed her. "I will accompany you. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Besides, I, too, need to find Xuantian's, and we are heading in the same direction." The little black dragon declared earnestly. "Really?" Bai Youyou exclaimed with excitement, shaking his hand. "That's wonderful. Although you are an ugly dragon, you are a good dragon." As she held his hand, the little black dragon's ears involuntarily turned a shade of red, but upon hearing her words, the color quickly faded. He gritted his teeth. In both the demon realm and the cultivation realm, no one had ever referred to him as ugly. Unbeknownst to Bai Youyou, she had inadvertently wounded the heart of a young dragon. Swiftly, she gathered several bottles of medicine from the ruins. After applying it to the little black dragon, she still felt a twinge of concern. This healing is too slow. The little black dragon felt warmth in his heart, ready to reassure her that dragons had strong recovery abilities and would heal within a few days. But he saw Bai Youyou's expression shift with determination, as if she had resolved something. "You cannot travel like this. Bai Youyou will carry you." The little black dragon was taken aback. Chapter 7. The poor little dragon. A few days later, an unusual sight appeared along the official road. A little girl, no taller than a person's waist, was scampering along, her small feet moving rapidly. More striking was the fact that she was carrying a boy on her back, who was only slightly larger than herself. Passers-by could not help but feel pity. How unfortunate! Such a sweet little girl. One can only wonder where she fled from. And her brother seems to be disabled. Feng lay expressionlessly on Yu's back. Over the past few days, he had transitioned from embarrassment and anger to a state of acceptance in response to the gazes directed at them. Fortunately, he had washed his face during this time, so no one could discern his thoughts. Little Black, we are almost there. Yuiga exclaimed. Feng sighed and grunted in response. Although he had told her his name, Yuyu insisted on calling him Little Black. He had tried to resist, but every time their eyes met, he found himself acquiescing without understanding why. As they approached N-U-H-N, Feng could not suppress his curiosity. Aren't you afraid? Having never descended the mountain, Yuyu shook her head. I used to patrol the territory regularly, so I'm not afraid. Feng assumed she meant a childish game of make-believe, only to hear her follow up with a downcast expression. Unfortunately, since coming here, my energy has diminished, and my wings have shrunk so much that I can no longer fly and patrol. Indeed, having small wings would indeed pose difficulties. Wings? Just as Feng was about to nod, he almost fell off Yuyu's back upon hearing that keyword. You have wings? Yuyu nodded, as if it were the most natural thing. Of course. Don't you? No. Feng exclaimed, feeling utterly crushed. He had never heard of a dragon without wings from birth. Yuyu felt a pang of sympathy. Oh, poor little dragon. Not only are your horns broken, but your wings are also missing. Yet, as Feng regained his composure, he too began to feel a sense of pity. He had long heard that humans envied the might of dragons, having once attempted to create false dragons. It seemed Yuyu was one of their unfortunate victims. For a moment, both remained silent, each feeling sympathy for the other. As they were about to enter N-U-N-Z-H-N, Feng struggled to get down. Yuyu disapproved and tightened her grip. We have important matters to attend to. Little Black must not cause trouble. Feng felt that even the mud on his face could not hide his embarrassment. There are many people in the town. We cannot behave like this. Fine. Little Black always had a plethora of wise words. Yuyu pouted, but eventually set him down. Feng's leg had only suffered superficial wounds, and since he hadn't been walking much these past few days, he had improved considerably, though he still walked with a slight limp. The two entered the town one after the other, and Yuyu could not help but exclaim, "This place is completely different from my former territory. What a vast area. But where shall we find DG?" Yuyu found herself at a loss until the long silent system suddenly chimed in. Fortune system detection. There is an opportunity here. Please prepare to confront the adversary. Adversary? This was the first time she had heard such a term. Was someone coming to steal her possessions? She grew alert, gripping Feng tightly. We must first find Li Ying. No one can take Li Ying from Yuyu. Following the system's guidance, Yuyu arrived at a small stall, but hesitated upon seeing the dilapidated goods. Where could she find Li Ying? The stall owner, initially pleased to have customers, quickly lost his smile upon seeing the two dirty-faced children, their hair in disheveled little tufts. They appeared to be two little beggars. He waved his hand impatiently. Go away. What are these little beggars doing here, causing a ruckus? Yuyu had never been treated with such disdain. And for a moment, she stood there in shock. Feng's expression turned cold as he suddenly realized the issue he had overlooked. They had no money for this journey. Hey, why aren't you leaving? Don't dirty my place. The stall owner was about to shoo them away when Feng swiftly pulled Yuyu aside. Yuyu had never suffered such indignities. In her past life as a fierce dragon, everyone adored her, offering her treats and toys. Even when she encountered her senior brothers and sisters, they had never spoken harshly to her. Now, being scolded like this brought tears to her eyes. Yuyu was led to a corner. Pointing angrily at the vendor, Yuyu is angry. Accompanying her outburst was a distinctly audible sob. Feng, flustered, wiped away her tears. Yuyu, don't be upset. I will help you deal with him. Yuyu pouted, desperately stifling her sobs, and nodded vigorously. Yuyu will wait for you here. Don't wander off, okay? Yuyu nodded through her sniffles. Where are you going, Little Black? Yuyu obediently sat on the steps as Feng turned his back to her, pressing his lips together and with a twist of his wrist. A piece of pitch-black dragon scale appeared in his hand. As the scales emerged, F. Ingzi's previously mud-stained face turned even paler. Bai Youyou rubbed her eyes and, while waiting for Little Black, couldn't help but glance around. I recognize one of the characters on that flag. It's the character for Ding. I have seen it before. What a strange name. Bai Youyou tilted her head, momentarily forgetting to cry. Let us go. F. Ingzi returned to the previous stall. I'll take all of this. After speaking, he tossed the items into the vendor's hands. The vendor was about to get angry, but instantly broke into a smile upon seeing the contents of his hands. So much silver. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, another sharp voice interrupted. This stall belongs to me. Bai Youyou turned her head and saw a girl who exuded arrogance. Alarm bells rang in her mind. For some reason, she instinctively felt that this girl was the adversary the system had mentioned. The haughty girl lifted her chin, clearly impatient. I'll pay double. Fengsha, maintaining a calm demeanor, subtly shielded Youyou behind him, remarking, it is unfortunate that we arrived first. Youyou peeked from behind him, nodding her small head. Indeed, Youyou came first. The overbearing woman clicked her tongue, and Youyou vaguely heard something about a pawn wanting to compete with the protagonist for opportunities. With a wave of her hand, a group of attendants immediately surrounded them, and she raised an eyebrow in triumph. It appears you two little beggars have chosen to forego hospitality in favor of punishment. Fengze nearly chuckled in disbelief. Offended twice in one day, did he really seem so good-natured? He forgot that in his current guise, no one could discern his expression. Even with a keen eye, as they found themselves surrounded, Youyou contemplated unleashing a dragon's breath, but after several days of hunger, all that came forth was a wisp of blue smoke. What the predicament? In her agitation, she noticed Fengze extending his hand, whispering softly. The wind began to stir. In an instant, a fierce gale swept through. Chapter 8. In the future, Youyou will take care of you. What on earth? Even the items from the stall vanished. The stall owner was aghast at the scene, repeatedly reassuring himself. It's all right, at least there is still money. But where is the money? How could it be swept away by the wind? The overbearing young lady, flustered and fuming, demanded, find them. I will not let them go unpunished. Meanwhile, the true instigator had already fled far from the scene. Youyou and Fengze hid in a nearby alley, Youyou chuckling as she watched the chaos unfold, tightly clutching the items she had purchased from the stall. Had the recent wind been conjured by Xiaohe? Fengze hesitated but ultimately nodded. His identity should not have been revealed in the mortal realm. He had acted impulsively. Yet, unexpectedly, Youyou's eyes sparkled even brighter as she tugged at his clothing, eagerly anticipating. Can Xiaohe summon thunder? If he can summon thunder, Youyou won't have to worry about going hungry. Fengze nodded, then shook his head. I am indeed adept in both wind and thunder, but I am currently injured and unable to conjure them. Youyou felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly rallied her spirits. It's all right, once we find Shiji, she will heal you. Then you can summon thunder for Youyou, all right? The hope in Youyou's eyes was nearly overflowing, and though Fengze was uncertain of her intentions, he could not resist such a gaze and nodded without a second thought. All right, finally. A satisfied smile spread across Youyou's face. She opened her collection of items, frowning in dismay. They were all worthless trinkets. Where was the sparkle? However, how could the money pouch be among these? Confused, she looked up. Wasn't this given to that vendor? After humiliating him, you still wish to take his money? Surely, that cannot be the case. How fortunate! Youyou exclaimed softly, taking it at face value. She began rummaging through her possessions until, upon uncovering an unassuming ring, the system chimed in. Fortuitous item has been activated. Youyou tilted her head, her eyes filled with confusion. Activated, what does that mean? The system explained, little host. Keep this safe. Only by holding it can you attain true fortune. What nonsense! Youyou pouted. It wasn't even sparkling. Yet, it seemed the system had never claimed that fortune was synonymous with sparkle. Youyou decided to hang the item around her neck, just as she was about to step outside when Fengze grasped her collar. Youyou looked up, bewildered. Fengze advised, that woman does not appear to be one to let things go easily. It would be prudent to change our appearances, especially since we have the means. That made sense. Youyou realized, generously lavishing praise upon him. Xiaohe, you are so clever. Fengze, his gaze shifting away, felt a warmth rise to his ears. He took Youyou to purchase 2 sets of elegant clothing, then reserved 2 rooms at an inn, preparing to freshen up. Yet, Youyou tugged at his sleeve. her eyes wide with concern. Xiao He won to vanish like Shifu. Will he? Feng Zhe's heart softened. No, when I emerge again, you will find me just as fragrant and soft. However, Yu was unable to style her hair, and with her damp locks cascading down. She hurriedly knocked on Feng Zhe's door. When he opened it, she was momentarily stunned. The figure before her appeared to have just bathed. With damp hair and features that resembled a celestial being. Yu instinctively swallowed hard and hesitantly asked, "Pretty brother, have you seen Xiao He?" The handsome visage darkened slightly, and with a hint of resignation, he replied, "I am Xiao He." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Yu's eyes widened in surprise. The pretty brother was Xiao He. Feng Zhe's lips curled into a smile, his expression animated, as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm. "What? Do you not recognize me? If so, I shall take my leave." Don't go, don't go," Yu exclaimed anxiously, urgently grasping Feng Zhe's arm. She looked up at his face and blurted out, "With all the dirt gone, your fair skin makes you look even more handsome." As Feng Zhe's face flushed with color, Yu, filled with curiosity, reached out to poke him. Feng Zhe instinctively stepped back, causing Yu to stumble and nearly fall. He did not even glance at her, saying, "Enough, we must prioritize finding your Shiji. Let us move." Yu, disoriented by his swift movements, managed to catch his sleeve, pointing at her hair. "Xiao He, help Yu style her hair." Feng Zhe, suddenly on high alert, thought, "What an inappropriate request. Men and women should not have such close physical contact." However, upon encountering Yu's puzzled gaze, his words twisted in his mouth. Very well. Feng Zhe had never styled a girl's hair before, and he looked at the top of Yu's head with a mix of determination and dread. After a lengthy session, 2 slightly crooked bunches finally appeared atop Yu's head. She sighed in relief, the weight lifting from her heart. That was terrifying. I thought my hair was going to be yanked out by Xiao He. Wiping the thin sheen of sweat from his forehead, Feng Zhe remarked, "Let us go." The effort of styling her hair had exhausted him more than 3 days of relentless training. At this moment, he remained unaware that this act would become a long-standing routine in their lives. Finally, they exited the inn, now transformed into the image of 2 affluent young masters and mistresses, drawing the attention of passers-by. Such exquisite children, one could only wonder which fortunate family they belonged to. However, as they stepped out, they were confronted by a group approaching them. Wasn't he that the overbearing woman from before? Yu remembered her intent to snatch her belongings and watched her warily as the woman approached with her entourage. Feng Zhe gently patted Yu's small hand, signaling her to remain calm. The woman scrutinized them from head to toe, asking, "Have you seen 2 little beggars of similar stature to yourselves?" Feng Zhe replied with a composed demeanor, "We have not encountered them," although the woman remained skeptical. The stark contrast between these 2 and the beggar she had seen earlier made it impossible for her to connect the dots. With no choice, she reluctantly departed with her subordinates. Yu watched their retreat, puzzled. Who were those little beggars she mentioned? "I don't know any little beggars." Chapter 9. Have you seen my Shiji? Having evaded the fortune snatcher, Yu began her quest to ask for directions. "Annie, do you know where my Shiji is?" Yu leaned on a low table, inquiring of a woman selling buns, her eyes fixated on the steaming buns, her stomach audibly rumbling. Seeing such a celestial-like little girl looking at her with longing, the woman's heart melted. Without a second thought, she handed a warm bun to Yu. "Little girl, who is your Shiji?" Yu hesitated at the sight of the bun, recalling Shifu's words about not taking things for free. Yet, she was truly famished. "Her name is Ling Ji." A melodious voice of a young boy resonated, as a piece of silver appeared before the proprietress. She was momentarily taken aback, intending to decline the offering, but upon noticing the eager gaze of a little girl, she felt compelled to accept the coin. The child, Yuan, jubilantly received the steamed bun and took a hearty bite. With the first mouthful, her already bright eyes sparkled even more. "Ah, Ling Sigunian, I know her. She is renowned as a divine physician." "A divine physician? She is my senior sister." Yuan, reluctant to part with her bun, hurriedly inquired about her sister's whereabouts, her eyes pleadingly blinking at the woman, who chuckled in amusement. However, it would not be easy to meet her, as she had been summoned to assist the Hor residence, which was heavily guarded and inaccessible to ordinary individuals. No worries, Yuan is not an ordinary person. With a clear direction in mind, Yuan bid farewell to the woman and made her way to the Hor residence, inquiring along the way. With one bun left in hand, Just as she was about to take another bite, she paused and offered it to Feng Zhe. Little He can have some too. You eat. I'm not hungry. Yuan admired Feng Zhe, marveling at his ability to go long periods without food, while she felt she might starve. Without further ado, she devoured the bun in a few bites, yet it did little to satisfy her hunger. Upon reaching the Hor residence, they indeed found it as heavily guarded as the woman had described. Yuan stepped forward and declared, I wish to see my sister Lingji. The guards, upon seeing such a soft and innocent child, instinctively smiled but quickly suppressed it, adhering to their duty. There are many who wish to see Lingji Gunyang. Little girl, perhaps you should give up. Taken aback, Yuan pouted. Why should she give up on seeing her sister? Feng Zhe surveyed the guards and the imposing walls of the Hor residence, devising a plan. If the conventional method would not suffice, then an unconventional approach was in order. Before he could act, a procession appeared, carrying a palanquin, grandly halting at the entrance. Yuan tilted her head, observing the elegantly dressed lady descending, adorned with shimmering jewels. The lady caught Yuan's eye. She, too, noticed Yuan and paused, gently inquiring, Whose little girl is this, and what brings you here? Staring in awe, Yuan blurted out, Auntie, you are so beautiful. The lady was taken aback and then laughed, covering her mouth. Meanwhile, Feng Zhe, standing behind Yuan, darkened in expression. Yuan's compliments seemed to flow too easily. The Hua matron, delighted by the child's exquisite features, crouched down to scrutinize her. You came here to tell me I'm beautiful? Of course not. Yuan shook her head. I came to find my sister, but they said I cannot meet her. Furrowing her brows in confusion, she asked, Why not? The Hua matron glanced at her guards. The one who met her gaze lowered his head. With a gentle smile, she brushed Yuan's tousled hair aside. And who is your sister? Lingji. Upon hearing the name, the Hua matron exhibited surprise, her smile deepening. Ah, the little divine physician's junior sister? Then come with me. She then turned to the young man beside Yuan. And who might this be? Hearing her question, Yuan eagerly pulled Feng Zhe forward to introduce him. This is little He. He came with me. Resigned, Feng Zhe could only clasp his hands together. I am Feng Zhe, here to visit with the young lady. I hope the matron will not take offense. The Hua matron nodded in acknowledgement. Follow me. Just as she spoke, a bright feminine voice interjected with displeasure. Mother, why didn't you call me to pay respects? The Hua matron's smile faded upon hearing this voice. Following the sound, Yuan gasped. Wasn't this the villain who had once tried to seize her fortune? The Hua matron coldly replied. It's merely a matter of paying respects. Such raucous behavior is inappropriate. With that, she turned back to Yuan, her face softening as she lifted the child into her arms. Yuan gasped in surprise, but obediently nestled against the Hua matron's shoulder. She rubbed her face against her shoulder, feeling a lump in her throat and tears welling in her eyes, unable to suppress a few sobs. Noticing her distress, the Hua matron comforted her. What's wrong, little one? As she asked, Yuan instinctively wiped her tears away with the back of her hand. She missed her master, who used to hold her just like this. Yet now, her master was nowhere to be found. It felt strange. Although her master occasionally left, this time, she missed them terribly. The more she spoke, the sadder she became, clinging to the Hua matron's neck and weeping softly. The Hua matron's heart melted. She didn't know why, but she felt a fondness for this little girl, and, seeing her so distressed, could not help but comfort her further, beckoning Feng Zhe as they entered the residence together. Meanwhile, her biological daughter, Hua Xiao, watched from a distance, her teeth nearly grinding in frustration. How could this be? Wasn't he the original owner of this body, the cherished gem of the Hua family, destined to marry the emperor next year? Why, after her arrival, had this Hua matron been so indifferent, even humiliating her in front of others? Hua Xiao clicked her tongue in annoyance, but soon regained her composure. She could understand her parents' coldness. After all, she had carelessly sold the original owner's cherished ring. Yes, it was all their fault. Hua Xiao's expression darkened. Once she captured them, they would have a reckoning. Chapter 10. Yuan will not hold back. The Hua matron entered the residence with Yuan in her arms. And Hua Leoi approached, momentarily taken aback upon seeing his wife with a small child. Madam, who is this? The matron, with a warm expression, gently patted Yuan's back. This is Lingji Gunyang's little junior sister. I found her delightful, so I brought her in. Upon hearing this, Hua Darren was taken aback. It had been a long time since the matron had shown such warmth. Ever since Xiao Xiao had fallen into the water, the matron had claimed the girl who awoke was not her daughter, living in gloom every day. Yet now, she was so affectionate towards this little one. Huo found it astonishing and softened his voice. Little girl, what is your name? I will have someone inform Lingji Gunyang. Rubbing her eyes, Yuanyuan lifted her head from the Hua matroness shoulder and sweetly replied, Hello, uncle. My name is Yuanyuan. Having just cried, her eyes were still red. Upon seeing this, Huo understood why the matron had changed so. Such a small child could not help but evoke compassion. Huo instinctively lowered his voice further. All right, I will go call for your sister. Thank you, uncle. Yuanyuan replied obediently. The Hua matron showed no intention of putting Yuanyuan down. She sat with her on a chair and then offered her some lotus seed cake. Try this, do you like it? Yuanyuan took a bite. It was perfectly sweet and melted in her mouth. She nodded vigorously, I like it. However, upon witnessing her reaction, the Hua matron's eyes glistened with tears. Her Xiao Xiao had once sat in her lap, eating lotus seed cake in the same manner. Noticing this, Yuanyuan looked to Feng Zhe for help. Did I say something wrong? No. The Hua matron quickly wiped her eyes. Auntie is simply happy to see you enjoy it. Is that so? Yuanyuan munched on the cake, blinking her eyes in confusion. Humans are strange. Can happiness also bring tears? Before long, a girl dressed in soft pink hurriedly arrived, her large eyes and petite face suggesting she was merely 15 or 16 years old. Yet, despite her beauty, her expression was devoid of emotion. She hurriedly entered and upon seeing Youyou, could not help but furrow her brows. What brings you here? If it were an ordinary person, they might assume she disliked this junior sister, but most present had known her for a long time. Beneath her seemingly indifferent demeanor, Madame Hua had keenly detected a flicker of excitement. Senior sister. Upon seeing her kin, Youyou's pent-up grievances from the past few days surged forth, and she finally let out a heart-wrenching cry. Lingji's face tightened, yet she adeptly lifted Youyou into her arms, gently swaying her. Do not cry. Who has bullied you? Her gaze fell upon the only other person in the room. Who are you? Noticing the need for a conversation, Madame Hua and Old Master Hua exchanged a glance and tacitly withdrew. Lingji's eyes were fixed intently on Feng Zhe. Youyou was sobbing so hard she could barely speak. No, Goop. It's not Xiaohei. Master is missing. Lingji's body tensed, immediately grasping the gravity of her words. Something has happened to the master. Seeing Youyou's incoherent state, Feng Zhe took a step forward to explain the situation. Lingji fell into deep thought. Their sect had been quiet for a long time. She had not anticipated that trouble would brew at this moment. However, she raised her head, still not letting Feng Zhe off the hook. You still have not told me who you are. Realizing he could not evade the question, Feng Zhe sighed. I am Feng Zhe of the Heilong. Lingji's posture stiffened, and she instinctively retreated 3 steps. What business does the Dragon Clan have in Immortal Realm? The mask of indifference could not conceal the fury brewing within Lingji. A century ago, during the battle between the Immortals and Mortals, had the Dragon Clan not turned traitor at a critical moment, the cultivation world would not have suffered such grievous losses. Their Xuantian would not have fallen to such despair. Feng Zhe's throat felt dry. Lingji's reaction was entirely understandable. He took a deep breath and bowed deeply. There are indeed hidden reasons for the events of that year. Qianyuan Xianzhe is the only one who knows the truth. Now, with the Dragon Clan suffering countless casualties, I alone have escaped. I have come to seek the assistance of Qianyuan Xianzhe. However, he had not anticipated that his sincere demeanor would evoke such wariness in Lingji. Finally recovering, Youyou tugged at Lingji. Senior sister, Xiaohei is a good dragon. He has always taken care of me. Youyou's innocent words could not be taken as reliable evidence. Yet Lingji could see that Feng Zhe's injuries were indeed severe. He did not appear to be one who would take risks to deceive others in the cultivation world. Very well. For Youyou's sake, I shall temporarily trust you. Having spoken, she allowed her expression to soften and nuzzled Youyou's small face. Our dear one has had a difficult journey. Indeed, it has been arduous. Youyou tightly pressed her lips together, striving to suppress her tears. She produced her master's jade pendant. Master summoned me here to find senior sister. The Longwen pendant. Lingji accepted it, her fingertips flickering over it, then closed her eyes. Youyou looked on curiously. What is wrong with senior sister? The Longwen pendant contains messages that only your Xuantian can decipher. Your senior sister is going to read the words left by your master. Is that so? For the first time, Youyou felt a twinge of regret for lacking spiritual power. She too wished to know what her master had said. Moments later, Lingji opened her eyes. Your master called you here because I am the one nearest to you, but I am prohibited from entering the cultivation world. The subsequent matters must be undertaken by Youyou. It must be Youyou. With such a heavy responsibility placed upon her, Youyou immediately adopted a serious expression. Leave it to Youyou. Although Lingji maintained a composed fa ade, a smile flickered in her eyes. There is no rush. Let's first fill Youyou's belly. But I'm starving. Indeed, Youyou nodded vigorously. Youyou is going to grow thin. Lingji intended to take Youyou out for a meal, but just as they stepped outside, a maid informed them that Madame Hua had already prepared the meal, awaiting Lingji and the two esteemed guests. Lingji hesitated slightly. It was not that she was unwilling. She merely worried there would not be enough food. However, upon hearing that there was delicious food, Youyou immediately skipped along with the maid, leaving Lingji no choice but to follow. Lingji and Fengze lagged a step behind. Lingji observed this young man. Though still aloof, the defensiveness in his words had considerably lessened. Master foresaw your arrival and briefly explained the situation. From now on, Youyou will require your care. Fengze's pupils constricted momentarily, astonished that this was indeed within Qian Yuan's foresight. He grew serious, as if making an oath, and responded, I will surely protect Youyou. Meanwhile, Youyou had already taken her seat. Madame Hua had arranged for her to sit beside herself, and upon seeing Youyou's expectant expression, she could not help but smile. You must be hungry, dear. Be sure to eat plenty. Eat plenty. Upon hearing this phrase, Youyou nodded earnestly. She would not disappoint the lovely aunt. In Chapter 11, Are You Not Living Well? Youyou did not fail to meet Madame Hua's expectations. After receiving her encouraging words to eat heartily, Youyou's small face lit up, and she began to feast. A whole chicken, a fish, a plate of braised pig's trotters vanished in an instant. Witnessing this scene, Fengze was somewhat taken aback, although he understood that dragons generally had larger appetites. Such voracity was indeed rare. In contrast, Madame Hua, after her initial surprise, maintained a tender expression, watching as Youyou's plate emptied, and even instructed the servants to prepare more food. If you are still hungry, there is more. Come and have some soup, do not choke. Madame was said. The sight of the two could be described as a harmonious mother and child, yet those nearby could not help but feel envious. Hua Xiaoxiao stared at this scene, her frown deepening. I wonder which family raised this little girl. Look at her. She seems as if she has never had a full meal. Frustrated, she seethed. Since her arrival, Madame Hua had never spoken to her with such kindness. Her words inadvertently implicated her master, and Lingji promptly set down her utensils. The crisp sound of clinking causing Hua Xiaoxiao to shiver. For reasons unknown, she instinctively felt intimidated by this healer who had treated her. Lingji's expression remained placid, yet an inexplicable chill emanated from her. Miss Hua, do you believe my junior sister's journey to be inappropriate? Hua Xiaoxiao's lips trembled slightly. Just as she was about to speak, Youyou raised her head from her bowl and, in a sweet voice, said, Senior sister, do not be anxious. Master once said that if someone inexplicably dislikes Youyou, that must mean they are not living well. The coldness in Lingji's eyes softened somewhat, even hinting at a smile. After Youyou finished speaking, she turned to Hua Xiaoxiao, her sincerity nearly overflowing. So you must be having a hard time, right? Youyou does not blame you. Youyou, the most understanding child, shared her thoughts before lowering her head to continue her battle with the shredded chicken. Upon witnessing this amusing spectacle, Madame Hua could not suppress her laughter and reached out to pat Youyou's little head. This clever child was indeed delightful to her. However, her demeanor towards Hua Xiaoxiao was entirely different. Enough, such coarse speech and lack of upbringing. Is this how I have taught you? The final sentence bore an emphasis, as if there were deeper meanings hidden within. Yet Hua Xiaoxiao failed to grasp the underlying message. Her pent-up frustration over Madame Hua favoring an outsider finally erupted, and she slammed her hand on the table, rising to her feet. Mother, get this straight. I am your daughter. The table trembled, and the soup bowl in Youyou's hands inadvertently spilled. Madame Hua hurriedly wiped her clothing. Youyou, are you burned? In the commotion, the ring hanging from Youyou's neck became visible. Madame Hua paused, her fingers trembling as she gently lifted the ring. What is this? Hua Xiaoxiao, still fuming, approached them, her anger simmering. I was talking to you. She caught sight of the object hanging around Youyou's neck. Hua Xiao was taken aback as the image of the little beggar gradually aligned with the exquisite little girl before her. Her eyes widened in disbelief. So it was you, little thief. Tears welled up in Lady Hua's eyes, and upon hearing Hua Xiao's clamor, she abruptly looked up. Her gaze icy. Did you not claim that this ring was lost? Hua Xiao faltered momentarily, a hint of panic crossing her face. Yes, it was lost, but this little thief has stolen it. You lie. You won't even eat your meal, your little fists clenched tightly. The master said that only bad children steal. You have not stolen anything. This ring was bought by Youyou and Xiaohe. Lady Hua disregarded Hua Xiao and wiped Youyou's face clean, gently touching the ring. I trust Youyou. Where did you acquire this? Youyou recounted the entire process of her purchase in detail. Hua Xiao shot Youyou a fierce glance and quickly exclaimed, then it is clear. Someone must have stolen my ring to sell it. However, Lady Hua was unconvinced by her retort. She turned her attention to Youyou. Youyou, I have this ring? Youyou hesitated. Annie had always treated her well. She ought not to refuse. Yet, the system indicated that this was a matter of fortune, and fortune cannot be given away. Lady Hua perceived Youyou's dilemma and, after a brief inquiry, said no more, instead directing her gaze at Hua Xiao. I am familiar with that stall. They only engage in resale. Speak the truth. Did you lose this ring, or did you sell it? She was acutely aware of the original owner's memories and would not let any inconsistencies slip through. The two were at an impasse, and Youyou glanced between them. Seeing her beautiful aunt getting angry, she extended her little hand to soothe her aunt. Annie was not angry. She suggested inquiring of the person who sold the item to Youyou, and the truth would be revealed. Indeed, Lady Hua, in a moment of frustration, cast a cold glance at Hua Xiao. You had better not be lying. As she turned to look at Youyou, her heart was filled with complexity. No wonder she felt an instant fondness for Youyou. It was because she bore the ring that belonged to her daughter. With this realization, Lady Hua's affection for Youyou deepened, and she became somewhat reluctant to part with her, only finally escorting her to Lingji's chamber in the evening. Youyou, if you're lacking anything, do not hesitate to tell your aunt. Do not stand on ceremony. Yes. Thank you, Auntie. Youyou nodded obediently. Finally, the two sisters were alone. Lingji, with a serious expression, embraced Youyou tightly. Today, Lady Hua had monopolized Youyou. Even the old man, Qin Yuan, dared not be so presumptuous before her. Youyou nestled in Lingji's arms and chuckled for a while. It had been such a long time since she had seen her senior sister. But after her satisfaction, a wave of worry washed over her. Senior sister, do you think master, second senior sister, and third senior brother are sleeping well? Are they eating? As she spoke, Youyou's expression dimmed as she patted her own belly. Youyou ought not to have eaten so much. She should have saved some, just in case they suddenly appeared later. Lingji maintained a stoic expression, but her heart ached as she tightened her embrace around Youyou. Do not fret, although they have lost much of their cultivation. They are all extraordinary talents and will not let themselves fall into dire straits. Especially Master, that old fox. He would never leave himself without an escape route. Chapter 12. Youyou's corners for you to touch the next day. Youyou slept until noon, awakened by the grumbling of her stomach. Rubbing her eyes, she ventured into the courtyard to find Xiaohe facing off against her senior sister, swords drawn. Startled, Youyou hurried over. Senior sister, Xiaohe, what are you doing? At her arrival, the two relaxed their stances, and Lingji softened her gaze. Do not be afraid. Youyou, I was merely assessing the remaining prowess of this black dragon. Must one use a sword to gauge? It was unclear what had transpired between them. The previous day had been tense, yet now they coexisted peacefully. Fengze stood beside Youyou, towering over her, having to bend down to converse. As she turned to leave, Lingji grasped her collar. Where are you rushing off to? The herbs I seek can only be found in the ancient secret realm, and in your current state, you would merely serve as fertilizer for it. Fertilizer? Youyou did not wish to be fertilizer. She looked at Lingji anxiously. What shall we do then? Lingji nearly succumbed to the urge to ruffle her hair, but quickly restrained herself. I will prepare some medicine first to solidify your foundation. This matter cannot be rushed. Youyou nodded nervously. She had heard Master mention that senior sister's cultivation had been sealed due to certain circumstances, preventing her from entering the realm of cultivation. The sect could only rely on Youyou. Youyou suddenly felt the weight of responsibility upon her shoulders. Lady Hua went to offer incense, while Lingji busied herself with concocting medicine, leaving only Youyou and Feng Zhe. Although Feng Zhe was young, he always wore a cold expression, which made Youyou feel a slight ache in her heart. Xiaohei, you are so handsome. You should smile more. Feng Zhe's lips pressed together. He had borne the weight of the Dragon Clan's fate since childhood. It was indeed unreasonable to expect him to smile without restraint. Youyou sighed softly. In truth, she worried for Master. Do you think they are also waiting for Youyou to rescue them? Feng Zhe hesitated, then nodded. The sage Qianyuan is exceptionally astute. He has likely prepared an escape route long ago, so you need not worry excessively. After saying this, he seemed uncomfortable and shifted his gaze away. Upon hearing this, Youyou appeared to recall something and looked up to ask, By the way, Xiaohei, what were you seeking Master for? Feng Zhe's gaze fell, his mind involuntarily conjuring images of a pitch-black sea beneath which chains stained with blood coursed, accompanied by the incessant wails of a giant dragon. My father and brothers are imprisoned. Only the esteemed Qianyuan can save them. Your family is also trapped? Youyou instantly felt a sense of shared suffering. Noticing Feng Zhe's mouth tightening further as he recalled his family, Youyou looked at him with pity and, in a moment of compassion, a small puff sound emerged, and two triangular dragon horns sprouted from her forehead. Generously, Youyou declared, In the past, when my senior brothers and sisters were unhappy, touching my horns would make them happy. Xiaohei is a good dragon, and can also touch my horns. Feng Zhe gazed at the two horns that were entirely uncharacteristic of a dragon, his eyes nearly betraying his compassion. How could such a small child have endured such experiences to become who she is now? Yi was also pondering. Xiaohei's dragon horns are so ugly. Upon seeing my beautiful horns, I hope he does not feel inferior. Both harbored their own thoughts, and as Feng Zhe reached out to touch the horns that were so unlike his own, he felt a slight warmth, which caught him off guard. Youyou squirmed slightly from the tickling sensation and then asked, By the way, Xiaohei, can you summon thunder? If you could summon thunder, Youyou would not go hungry. Although unsure why she asked, Feng Zhe honestly shook his head. My meridians are damaged. I must wait until they are repaired. Not only do I lack beautiful horns, but I cannot summon thunder either. Youyou felt an even heavier burden upon her shoulders. It does not matter. Then I will breathe fire for you to see. Master said that to cultivate, one must maintain a good mood. I have eaten well for these 2 meals, and I can still breathe fire. Youyou puffed out her cheeks, completely oblivious to the fact that her little tail had also emerged, while Feng Zhe, observing the oddly shaped tail, became even more determined to protect Youyou in the future. One was sorrowful, the other comforting, unaware that all of this was being witnessed by another. Hua Xiaoxiao tightly covered her mouth, astonished at the scene before her. That little girl, did she sprout something on her head? And a tail behind her? She can even breathe fire. Hua Xiaoxiao had originally intended to take advantage of Lady Hua's absence to reprimand these 2 little beggars, but she did not expect to stumble upon such a spectacle. Was she not in a typical ancient drama script? How could there be a monster? Hua Xiaoxiao, seizing the opportunity while the little monster was momentarily distracted, quietly retreated. Her heart raced like thunder, and her vision blurred intermittently, making it difficult to discern whether her feelings were predominantly excitement or fear. She pondered why Madame Hua, in all her maternal grace, chose to shower affection upon an enigmatic little beggar, neglecting her own flesh and blood. It became clear to her that she had been misled by this monster. Such a creature had no place in this narrative. The tips of Hua Xiaoxiao's fingers dug deeply into her palms as she inhaled deeply, gradually regaining her composure, a cryptic smile spreading across her face. If it was indeed a monster that ought not to exist in this tale, then expelling it would be the most logical course of action. Not to mention her peculiar senior sister. If her junior sister was a monster, then it was likely that she, too, was no paragon of virtue. Once they were banished, her story would surely align with its rightful path. Mere ancient beings stood no chance against her. With a newfound resolve, her eyes sparkled with determination. Meanwhile, the recently performed fire-breathing juvenile, Youyou, wiped her mouth and noticed her tail had inexplicably emerged. In a flurry, she quickly concealed her dragon horns and tail. Seeing her despondent over her horns, how much more heart-wrenching would it be for her to see her beautiful tail? Just as she tucked her tail away, a sudden heat surged from her chest. It was scorching. Youyou hastily retrieved the object from her bosom, and Feng Zhe, upon hearing her exclamation, furrowed his brow, and moved closer. What is it? Youyou lifted the ring and tilted her head in confusion. I don't know. This ring suddenly became so hot. Fengze narrowed his eyes as he observed the ring. He reached out to touch it, and a faint voice emerged. Who are you? Chapter 13. Someone inside the ring. Youyou exclaimed in surprise, looking up at Fengze. Xiaohei, did you hear that voice? Surely, Youyou isn't imagining things, right? Fengze focused intently on the ring. The dragon clan was known to be sensitive to malevolent energies. He found no trace of malice emanating from the ring, but for safety's sake, he carefully removed it from Youyou's grasp and held it himself. Youyou obediently relinquished the ring. Her curiosity piqued. Was it you speaking just now? Yes, it is I. Who are you? It was indeed the ring speaking. Youyou's eyes lit up with excitement. Ring, I am Youyou, and this is Xiaohei. After speaking, she tilted her head closer to the ring, eager not to miss a word. The voice resonated once more. Youyou, Xiaohei, I am Hua Xiao Xiao. Do you know why I am here? Huoxia. Youyou blinked in bewilderment. But Hua Xiao Xiao was just at home during lunch. How could she suddenly end up inside the ring? Youyou's small hands clenched into fists, her face taut with determination. Xiaohei, I suspect there is a conspiracy afoot. Fengze, initially furrowing his brow, found himself unable to suppress a faint smile at Youyou's earnest demeanor, though he quickly stifled it. Indeed, Youyou is correct. Youyou's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Earlier, my senior sister mentioned she came to help the eldest daughter of the Hua family with her health. Perhaps my senior sister knows something. We should seek out the eldest sister. Once Fengze confirmed the ring posed no danger, he returned it to Youyou's neck, and the two made their way to the apothecary, where they found Ling Ji, who was deeply engrossed in concocting a potion. Eldest sister, this ring can talk, Youyou exclaimed, her throat dry, as she gulped down a bowl of water before turning back to the soft-spoken ring. All right, it's your turn to speak. The voice from the ring hesitated before recounting the events. I am Hua Xiao Xiao, the sole daughter of the Hua family. A few months ago, I went with my mother to pay respects, but we became separated. I then fell off a cliff, and when I regained consciousness, I found myself here. Is that so? Ling Ji nodded in understanding, and upon noticing Youyou's questioning gaze, she finally revealed the truth. In this world, it is the parents who understand their children best. Although Hua Xiao Xiao was aware of everything concerning her daughter, even possessing the same birthmark, Madame Hua remained emotionally distant from her. As Youyou listened to this explanation, she rested her chin on her hands, saying nothing, yet internally conversing with the system. System, is this soul snatching the same as the fortune seizing you mentioned earlier? Upon realizing her epiphany, the usually stoic system could not help but express a hint of excitement. Indeed, host. Such individuals are the primary disruptors of the world's fortune. As long as the host can realign the fortune, the heavenly path will naturally favor you. Youyou nodded, albeit with a mix of understanding and confusion. Realigning the fortune means bringing the true Hua Xiao Xiao back to life. But how do I accomplish that? While Youyou contemplated these profound matters, she was suddenly jolted back to reality with a playful pinch to her cheeks. Ling Ji, her expression devoid of emotion yet brimming with excitement, exclaimed, I searched for months, but found no clues. Yet, Youyou arrived and brought the rightful owner here. Our Youyou is indeed a little lucky star. Youyou subtly puffed out her chest with pride. Of course, I'm the mightiest dragon lord. However, she pondered how to restore Hua Xiao Xiao to her former self. The dragon lord had never learned such a thing. Fengze speculated, this ring does not appear to be an ordinary one. It seems to be a rare, soul-nurturing material, which allows Hua Xiao Xiao's spirit to reside temporarily. Moreover, Fengze paused, looking toward the ring. When did you gain consciousness? Hua Xiao Xiao, somewhat intimidated by the black-haired boy, replied, Today. That settles it, Fengze affirmed. Her soul is weak and would not typically manifest consciousness. However, the nurturing properties of the ring, combined with Youyou's unique aura, which is stronger than others, have allowed her to awaken today. Now makes sense. Ling Ji's eyes began to sparkle with realization. This method is feasible. If the soul were to be forcibly exchanged, it might harm Hua Xiao Xiao's true essence. However, if Youyou nurtures this soul properly and allows it to reclaim its identity, there should be no issues. Ling Ji could not contain her excitement and showered Youyou with praise. Youyou is truly remarkable. Youyou, her small face scrunched up from the affection, could not help but chuckle. After all, it was usually her senior brothers and sisters who toiled to support the family. Finally, she could contribute. Ling Ji's joy, however, was short-lived as a strange odor wafted through the air, causing her expression to shift. "Oh no, my medicine!" Finally liberated, Youyou watched as Ling Ji hastily poured the concoction from a pot, its color and scent prompting Youyou to discreetly step back. Even Feng Zhe felt a pang of sympathy. The counterfeit eldest daughter was truly unfortunate. Drinking such a brew daily was hardly preferable to death. Youyou wholeheartedly agreed, watching sympathetically as Ling Ji approached with the medicine. Just as she was about to step aside, Ling Ji, her face impassive, stated, "Who said this medicine is for that impostor? It is for Xiaohe." Feng Zhe's expression froze, pointing at himself in confusion. "Me?" Ling Ji naturally extended the potion towards him. "Of course you are injured. Good medicine is often bitter. Do not refuse it." Youyou silently distanced herself from Feng Zhe. "Oh dear, if he drinks that medicine, will Xiaohe be overwhelmed by the taste?" Youyou was not being disdainful. She merely found it unpalatable. Feng Zhe's expression was a sight to behold. Though Ling Ji's medicine was bitter, as the saying goes, good medicine is often unpleasant. After a few days, while Feng Zhe's internal injuries could not be fully healed, he appeared to be in sound condition and able to move freely. Once his injuries were confirmed healed, Feng Zhe was eager to express his impatience. He had no desire to endure another day of that medicine. Chapter 14. Returning to the cultivation realm. Madame Hua trembled as she accepted the ring, still struggling to believe the reality before her, until a familiar voice echoed in her ears. "Mother!" Madame Hua covered her mouth, tears of joy welling up in her eyes. Though the voice was faint and ethereal, it was unmistakably familiar to Madame Hua. "Is it you, Xiao Xiao?" Madame Hua trembled as she inquired. "Mother, it is I." Tears streamed down Madame Hua's cheeks, landing on the ring on her finger. As the mother and daughter were separated by the ring, leaving only their shared sorrow. "I knew that haughty woman could not be my Xiao Xiao. My poor Xiao Xiao." Young Youyou, observing the scene, felt a pang of sadness in her heart. She sniffled and reached out her small hand, mimicking her master's comforting gesture, gently stroking Madame Hua's hair. "Aunt, do not cry. Sister Xiao Xiao will be saved." "Really?" Madame Hua blinked, another winding tear marking her face. But she had no time to wipe it away. She clung to her last hope, tightly embracing Youyou, filled with yearning. "Is what Youyou said truly the case?" "Yes." Youyou nodded earnestly. She recounted the events to Madame Hua, who listened with tears streaming down her face, eventually bringing the ring to her lips for a gentle kiss. "My Xiao Xiao has suffered. I knew my daily prayers and fasts were worthwhile. It must be that a deity heard my pleas and sent Youyou to me." Madame Hua was overwhelmed with emotion, holding Youyou close, clinging to her last shred of hope. "No, it has nothing to do with deities. It is Youyou who wishes to help her beautiful aunt." Youyou corrected her with a serious expression. "Deities do not concern themselves with such matters." Madame Hua couldn't help but chuckle through her tears. "All right, I must thank Youyou, not the deities." Youyou was finally satisfied. However, she needed to go to another place with Xiaohe to find something, and it was fraught with danger. If Sister Xiao Xiao accompanied them, Youyou feared there might be unforeseen events. A hint of worry crossed Youyou's youthful face, causing Madame Hua to grow anxious. "Danger? Will Youyou be harmed?" Youyou smiled at her reassuringly. "Aunt, do not worry. Youyou is quite capable, but Sister Xiao Xiao may need you to look after her for now. Although her recovery will be slower away from me, at least she will be safe." Upon hearing this, Madame Hua nodded fervently. "All right, you need not worry about Sister Xiao Xiao. Do tell me how you will face the dangers." Youyou quickly covered her mouth. "Oh no, I said too much. Aunt will worry." Thus, the plan was set, and Youyou and Feng Zhe were on the verge of heading to the realm of cultivation. Ling Ji's cultivation had waned, leaving her unable to use spiritual tools. The herbs she produced were merely mundane, of little use to them, yet they were better than nothing. Since the departure date was determined, she tirelessly concocted herbal remedies day and night, just in case. Although Madame Hua was unaware of their destination, she was extremely worried. Visiting their courtyard several times a day, always bringing food and supplies, fearful they might suffer while away. Youyou couldn't bear to see Madame Hua disappointed, so she accepted everything offered without complaint. After 3 days of preparation, Ling Ji calculated the time and realized it was time to depart. She packed the final pill into Yu's Chinquan bag. I have drawn the necessary items and compiled them into a booklet placed in the Chinquan bag. You simply need to follow the illustrations. 2 days later marked the opening of the Wuji Mountain Secret Realm, so you should head there first. Do you remember what I instructed you? I do. Yu nodded solemnly, reciting Ling Ji's words verbatim. Do not act recklessly. Herbal remedies are important, but life comes first. If the situation turns dire, flee immediately. Ling Ji sighed in relief, pleased with Yu's memory. She needed many herbs, including those to heal Feng Zhe and the Yin Shi flower that Yu had previously mentioned picking for her second junior brother. The Yin Shi flower was indeed a divine object, yet if not refined, it was merely an ordinary flower. To refine the Yin Shi flower, she would first need to restore her cultivation. Unable to hold back, she reiterated her instructions to Yu once more. Above all, prioritize your safety. Understand? Understood. Yu nodded vigorously. If a person dies, they lose everything. So Yu must live. Though she was but a young dragon, her cultivation was already beyond that of ordinary practitioners. And protecting Yu was well within her capabilities. Ling Ji realized she could no longer hesitate and let out a sigh. Off you go. Madame Hua also came to bid farewell, having held back her tears until now, which finally fell as she embraced Yu tightly, reluctant to let go. My dear Yu, I made your favorite almond pastries. They're all in your bag. My Yu must not suffer while away. Understanding Madame Hua's concerns, Yu was not at all impatient, nuzzling against Madame Hua as she responded sweetly. Aunt, do not worry. Yu is quite capable. Despite the reluctance, it was time to part ways. There was a clear boundary between the human realm and the realm of cultivation, invisible to ordinary people. The two dared not linger, quickening their pace until they reached the nearest entrance to the realm of cultivation. Let us go. MHM. As they passed through an imperceptible veil, the world around them transformed in an instant. Chapter 15. The Perilous Secret Realm. The mountain where their sect resided had also been part of the realm of cultivation, albeit a remote corner with significantly diluted spiritual energy. Now that they had entered the true realm of cultivation, they were immediately enveloped by the influx of pure spiritual energy. Yu inhaled deeply, surprised. It smells wonderful here. Feng Zhe nodded in agreement, having not encountered such pure spiritual energy in quite some time. Surrounding them were other cultivators traversing the realm. Feng Zhe approached someone to inquire about the location of Wuji Mountain, only to find the person looking at them oddly. Although cultivation in this realm was not age-restricted, were these two not a tad too young? He pondered for a moment before speaking delicately. Are you here for leisure? Or do you intend to enter the Wuji Mountain Secret Realm? Naturally, we aim for the Secret Realm. Feng Zhe did not comprehend the stranger's expression. The person hesitated, but eventually pointed out the location. As the two thanked him and began to leave, they were called back. He hesitated again, but could not resist speaking. You are quite young and will undoubtedly encounter many opportunities. Why risk your lives in such a perilous place? Perilous? Yu was taken aback. The senior sister had clearly stated that this secret realm was the most peaceful place with the least competition, which was why she had instructed them to come first. If it were dangerous, why would the senior sister have sent them? Observing their bewildered expressions, the man sighed. Every time the secret realm opens, 10 out of 10 cultivators enter, but fewer than 3 make it back out. Yu gasped. Isn't that terrifying? The man, well-meaning, noticed that these two young ones were not well informed about Wuji Mountain, so he patiently elaborated. Wuji Mountain was once a great place for training, low in difficulty with abundant spiritual stones, but since a seismic event a century ago, it has turned exceedingly perilous. Those who enter either perish or are gravely injured. You should reconsider. With that, he shook his head and walked away, leaving Yu and Feng Zhe exchanging glances. What shall we do now? Feng Zhe pondered, about to speak when he saw Yu clenching her small fists. We must venture forth. Feng Zhe was taken aback, but promptly nodded. All right. Yu understood that although she was the mighty dragon lord, she was only slightly formidable, and such a dangerous secret realm required truly powerful individuals to navigate. However, her master and their companions had treated her so well, it was worth the risk to venture for them. With determination, she declared resolutely, Let us go. Xiao He. Feng Zhe complied, twisting his wrist to conjure a black longsword. The realm of cultivation was unlike the mundane world. Revealing one's dragon form in the mundane realm might cause a stir, but being seen in true form in the realm of cultivation could lead to being hunted. Fortunately, Fengze had anticipated this situation and crafted a black longsword that was not too conspicuous. This was the first time Youyou had flown with a sword. Her curiosity piqued by everything around her. She would ask how the sword could fly, and then inquire if she could also possess a sword of her own. Fengze, while engaging in conversation with Youyou, maintained a steady pace, soaring through the skies and covering 1,000 miles in mere breaths. Although the Wuji Mountain secret realm was perilous, Youyou was astonished to observe that as they approached Wuji Mountain, the number of sword riders increased. Wasn't Wuji Mountain supposed to be dangerous? Why were there so many people heading there? Ha! Where are you from, little girl, that you are so oblivious yet determined to venture to Wuji Mountain? Youyou, taken aback, quickly turned her small head, only to exclaim in awe. Beside her flew a remarkably beautiful sister, adorned in a delicate lavender gown with exquisite hair ornaments. Youyou counted carefully. 1, 2, 3, 5. She had 5 golden hairpins. Youyou was astonished, realizing that there existed someone who adored sparkling things even more than she did. Upon noticing Youyou's gaze, the woman smiled brightly and, with a flick of her wrist, enveloped Youyou in a gentle aura. Fengze, wary, almost made a move, but hesitated. This energy seemed devoid of malice. On the contrary, it protected them from the fierce winds. The woman giggled. This is your first outing for training, isn't it? You don't even know how to activate a protective spirit aura, and you chose Wuji Mountain? Youyou blinked and nodded, asking, what about you, beautiful sister? The way she addressed her momentarily stunned Youyou, prompting an even brighter smile from the woman as she pointed behind her. Shall we discuss it inside? Inside? To their astonishment, behind them stood a magnificent palanquin adorned with golden wind chimes at each corner. Chapter 16. The wealthy and beautiful sister, the woman, said nothing further and stepped into the soft palanquin, beckoning Youyou to join her. Come on. Youyou took a small breath. This was no ordinary beautiful sister. She was clearly a dazzling being. Xiaohei, let's go. She grasped Xiaohei's hand, her eyes fixed on the palanquin. Fengze glanced over and understood Youyou's thoughts, turning around helplessly as they landed steadily on the palanquin. Youyou, trying her best to appear composed, bowed to the woman. Thank you, beautiful sister. The woman chuckled, pointing to the seat beside her. My name is Xiang Wanwan. Just call me Wanwan Jie Jie. It's a bit embarrassing to be called beautiful sister. Though she said this bashfully, her expression revealed her delight. Afterward, she casually removed a golden hairpin from her head, playfully arranging it atop Youyou's little bun. Girls should be adorned beautifully. Satisfied with her handiwork, she clapped her hands and asked, You haven't told me yet. How come you're here to train at such a young age? From afar, I thought you might have taken a wrong turn and was about to guide you. Youyou fidgeted with her hands, knowing she couldn't disclose the specifics of her sect. After a moment's thought, she timidly raised her eyes. Thank you, sister. My name is Youyou, and this is Xiaohei. Xiaohei is Fengze. Our senior sister is ill, and we need to gather herbs for her. The woman raised an eyebrow, nodding thoughtfully, but said nothing further. She rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window, seemingly lost in thought as she sighed softly. Indeed, everyone has their struggles. In the world of cultivation, there are many sects, some well-known and others obscure. For someone as young as Youyou to be out seeking a livelihood, it suggested her sect was not particularly prominent. Yet, Youyou found it hard to comprehend her words. Sister Wanwan, you seem to have so many sparkling things. How could you possibly have difficulties? Xiang Wanwan's moment of melancholy passed quickly, her spirits lifting once more. Let's not dwell on that. We probably have another 2 hours until we arrive. Do you have any interesting stories to share to pass the time? Interesting stories? Considering the golden hairpin, Youyou racked her brain and ultimately shared the tale of sister Xiao Xiao's body swap. Such a thing occurred. Upon hearing this, Xiang Wanwan's expression turned fierce. She glanced around, retrieved a talisman from a delicate redwood box, and solemnly handed it to Youyou. And this is far too precious. I cannot, just take it. I have plenty of these. She patted the redwood box. A whole box of them. Well, if you insist. Youyou could only accept the talisman gratefully, lowering her head to examine it. Upon closer inspection, confusion etched on her face grew deeper. The method for drawing talismans seemed so familiar to her. Fourth senior brother? She exclaimed. Chapter 17. Youyou from Xuantian Sect. Upon hearing Youyou's exclamation, Xiang Wanwan, who had been lazily seated, froze for a moment. The smile on her face faded, and she sat up straight, her demeanor becoming somewhat tense. Youyou, what did you just say? Fourth senior brother can no longer draw talismans. It must just be a coincidence. She quickly added, fearing she had spoken too much. Perhaps I made a mistake. It's just here. Youyou continued. Sister Wanwan, you don't understand. I have a senior brother who writes like that. So I must have mistaken it. Does your senior brother happen to have the surname Sang? Youyou's eyes widened in surprise. How does Sister Wanwan know? Xiang Wanwan wore a subtle smile, reminiscent yet not as bright as before, tinged with nostalgia. Ordinary talisman practitioners draw with precision, making no mistakes, but there was always that one person who could never adhere to the rules, writing only as his heart desired. She touched the redwood box. He gifted me all these. I was reluctant to use them before, but now I've decided to put them to good use. Youyou nodded seriously, but understood that unless Wanwan spoke of it herself, she should not inquire further. Wanwan seemed to sense this and quickly moved past her moment of sentiment. Since you are his junior sister, that makes you my junior sister as well. It seems we are indeed fated. Rest assured, once we enter Wuji Mountain, just follow me, and I shall take care of you. Such a delightful prospect. Youyou felt a surge of excitement, but shyly lowered her head, politely declining Wanwan's kindness. No, thank you. Vandan Yeye. Youyou wants to gather many herbs with Xiaohei, so we won't trouble you. Though young, Youyou was quite thoughtful. Wuji Mountain might hold dangers. And if Xiaohei accidentally revealed his true form, how would that be acceptable to Sister Wanwan? Seeing Youyou's refusal, Xiang Wanwan did not press the matter, but gently patted Youyou's hair. Very well, but if you require anything, just come and find me. Youyou nodded vigorously, grateful for Wanwan's kindness, already contemplating how she would share the story of the beautiful sister with her fourth senior brother when they met. As they spoke, the group reached the summit of Wuji Mountain. At that moment, the secret realm had yet to commence, and the plaza was bustling with people. Upon sighting Wanwan's palanquin, they parted to create a space. Youyou followed Wanwan down from the palanquin, and before she could utter a word, someone eagerly approached. Ah, is that not Taoist Wanwan? What brings you here? The formerly genial Xiang Wanwan offered no glance, focusing her attention entirely on Youyou. That must be the registration area. I will take you there. With that, she led Youyou away. The abandoned cultivator's face turned a myriad of colors, as the surrounding voices echoed in his ears. TSK, TSK, TSK. What an embarrassing situation, trying to cozy up to someone who clearly isn't interested. Indeed, did he really think that since Xiang Wanwan called off her engagement, she would suddenly fancy him? However, one cannot deny that Xiang Wanwan does not appear to be a virtuous individual. Her haughty demeanor suggests that, were it not for her wealth, few would pay her any heed. These words were clearly heard by Youyou, and certainly by Xiang Wanwan as well. Youyou glanced up at Xiang Wanwan, only to find her unwavering gaze, impervious to the surrounding noise. Little girl, this is not a place for frivolity. Have you considered this matter thoroughly? The path of cultivation relies heavily on fate, and perishing midway is not uncommon. It would be a great pity for such a finely crafted young girl to meet her end here. Youyou pursed her lips, her round face striving to adopt a serious expression. I have made up my mind. I shall participate. Seeing that persuasion had failed, the individual nodded. Very well. Sect and name? Xuantian Sect Bai Youyou. Youyou stood tall, boldly declaring her identity. The registrar paused, slowly lifting his head. It had been a long time since he had heard the name Xuantian Sect. Unbeknownst to Youyou, as she pronounced those three characters, the once boisterous surroundings fell into a momentary hush. Chapter 18. The beautiful sister turns out to be my sister-in-law. He scrutinized Youyou closely, confirming Xuantian Sect. Youyou blinked, perplexed by his reaction. Yes. The elder lowered his gaze, concealing his emotions, yet he wrote down the name Xuantian Sect with considerable force, as if imprinting it onto the paper. Fengzhe naturally followed Youyou's lead, adding his name to the Xuantian Sect column. Everything was prepared, awaiting the opening of the secret realm. Xiang Wanwan's palanquin had already departed. She took Youyou to a shaded area and sighed. Youyou, uncertain of how to alleviate her sudden discontent, quickly grasped her hand in an attempt to comfort her. Xiang Wanwan, feeling dejected, rubbed her hand harshly against Youyou's face. I did not wish to disclose such an embarrassing matter to you, yet it was uttered by these thoughtless individuals, and you overheard everything. Huh? Youyou was somewhat bewildered. What is it? Xiang Wanwan remained despondent, exhibiting a sense of self-pity. They spoke the truth. I have been jilted, and you likely guessed it was your senior brother. Youyou had not anticipated this revelation. She was genuinely shocked. So, she was not meant to call the person before her sister, but rather sister-in-law? Though Xiang Wanwan had feigned indifference earlier, she now glared at the idle cultivators with gritted teeth. Let them gossip. Once we enter, I will show them what for. Is Sister Wanwan very formidable? Not particularly. I am merely wealthy. That, in itself, is a different kind of prowess. Youyou was enjoying their conversation, oblivious to the registrar. Out of their sight, was intently observing them. He then gestured and whispered something, his expression betraying a malevolence unbefitting his station. Each sect's cultivators harbored ulterior motives. And amidst this unusual atmosphere, the sun reached its zenith. A bell tolled 12 times in perfect unison, and a transparent portal to another realm appeared in midair. The entrance to the Wujian's secret realm had opened. Xiang Wanwan glanced at the secret realm, retrieving an item from her bosom to hand to Youyou. This is for you. Should you encounter danger, ignite it, and I shall come to your aid. Thank you, Sister Wanwan. Youyou accepted the item, which resembled a fire starter, presumably a signaling device. Although Xiang Wanwan felt some concern, time was of the essence, and many were eager to enter the secret realm. With a final sigh, she ruffled Youyou's hair. I shall enter first. Be sure to stay safe. Yes, you too, Sister Wanwan. As Xiang Wanwan ascended on her sword, Youyou turned to Feng Zhe. Little Black, let's depart as well. The dark sword reappeared in Feng Zhe's hand, and Youyou clambered onto it. Before Feng Zhe could take flight, a sarcastic snicker echoed from behind. Oh, thinking of stealing the spotlight without even knowing how to ride a sword? How laughable. This was directed at Youyou, who turned to see it was the individual who had previously fawned over Sister Wanwan. Since Sister Wanwan disliked him, Youyou did as well. With a disdainful huff, she turned her back to him, while Feng Zhe cast a cold glance in his direction before seemingly disregarding him. With a thought, the dark sword soared into the air. The male cultivator attempted to retort, but was startled as the peculiar sword swept past him. A chill ran down his spine, and he quickly stepped back. Yet it was too late. A lock of hair was neatly severed from his forehead. The male cultivator broke out in a cold sweat. Had that sword's energy been even slightly stronger, Youyou and Feng Zhe had not intended to engage with him. Thus they remained focused on their goal as they passed through the ethereal portal, emerging into an entirely different world. Wow, Youyou could not help but exclaim. This is no secret realm. It resembles a paradise. Though everyone entered through the same portal, the secret realm transported them to various locations. Youyou and Feng Zhe found themselves in a place filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Having heard the previous descriptions of this place, Youyou had expected a scene of thunder and darkness, yet instead, she beheld deer gazing at her from a distance among the trees. She quickly tugged at Feng Zhe. Little Black, did we take a wrong turn? Feng Zhe, taken aback by the sight, was equally surprised, as this scenery was clearly beyond his expectations. However, regardless of the landscape, their objective remained unchanged. Youyou pulled out the handbook that her senior sister had illustrated for her, desperately comparing it. Little Black, look, should we search for this flower first? Chapter 19. Searching for flowers, but encountering a great snake. Ling Ji was well aware of her junior sister's capabilities. Although Youyou was intelligent, she was indeed illiterate. Therefore, beside the textual descriptions, she had thoughtfully included illustrations. The overlord flower thrives in moist environments, with dense teeth. Resembling the sunflowers at night, yet during the day, it becomes carnivorous upon encountering blood. It sounded rather unfriendly. Fortunately, Ling Ji had also noted the harvesting method and its weaknesses. It could only be picked at night. The challenge lay in distinguishing it. Feng Zhe fell into contemplation, then focused his senses. Youyou, unsure of his actions, could only watch him intently. After a while, Feng Zhe relaxed and pointed in a direction. I sense the wind here. That way seems to be the most humid area of the secret realm. Perhaps we can try there. Good. Youyou had no objections, and as they prepared to depart, a peculiar noise emerged from the jungle. Youyou and Feng Zhe exchanged wary glances, immediately on guard. In the secret realm, dangers are not limited to monsters, but also to those with nefarious intentions. Conflicts over treasures and opportunities often lead to bloodshed, so they could not afford to be careless. They stood ready, and the rustling in the foliage grew louder. Soon, a colossal head emerged. Youyou gasped and instinctively retreated several steps. Once she confirmed that the head posed no threat, she clutched her chest and sighed dramatically. Is this a great snake? That head could fit 5 Youyous. Indeed, it was the head of a snake. Just its head was already so immense that Youyou could hardly fathom its entire body. The great serpent was pitch black, cautiously extending its tongue toward them, causing Youyou to anxiously cling to Fengze, frozen in place. If it were to bite her, she would not even be enough to fill its gaps. Fengze hesitated for a moment, then reassuringly patted Youyou. It is nothing. He then released Youyou's hand and took a few steps forward. Youyou watched him approach the enormous snake, her heart racing. Little Black, what are you doing? She harbored the intention to dissuade, yet observing Fengze's demeanor, it was evident he was already aware of the situation. After a brief moment of internal conflict, Youyou chose to remain where she was. Nevertheless, she did not dare to be complacent. Her mouth had puffed up in anticipation, ready to transform the serpent into braised snake meat should it display any signs of hostility. Fengze halted before the colossal serpent, and a surprising scene unfolded. The giant serpent slowly lowered its head in a gesture of complete submission. Youyou, intrigued, gazed at Fengze, who, not one to keep her in suspense, promptly revealed the situation as the giant serpent vanished from view. This was no ordinary snake. It was on the verge of transforming into a jiao. A jiao? Youyou's mind flickered with recollection. There seemed to be a saying that a snake transforms into a jiao after 1,000 years, and into a dragon after 10,000. In retrospect, it was clear that an ordinary snake could not attain such a size. Fengze continued, stating that he had noticed 2 slight protrusions on the serpent's forehead, and he had felt the newly grown scales, which served as proof of its impending transformation. So that was it. You had been so startled before that she hadn't observed closely. It was only logical for it to show such reverence toward Xiaohe, considering Xiaohe was a dragon. However, Youyou was also a dragon, and this immense serpent only bowed to Xiaohe, which displeased her. Serpents are inherently cold-blooded and emotionless creatures. Thus, the giant serpent would not approach Fengze without a compelling reason. It sought something. It was about to undergo its transformation in a few days. And if a true dragon were nearby, the tribulation would be somewhat easier. Moreover, as a local overlord, it could assist them with whatever they desired. Local overlord. Youyou's eyes brightened. With its assistance, would they not traverse this perilous secret realm as if it were a deserted land? Youyou felt a surge of satisfaction and was about to voice her thoughts when others arrived first, eager to gauge the difficulty of the secret realm. You little waste. Hiding here made it easy for me to find you. In her brief years in this world, Youyou had been called a little monster, but had never been referred to as a little waste. Her lips curled in disdain as she cast a sideways glance. There were not just 1 or 2 individuals. Youyou quickly counted about 5 or 6, both male and female. Their expressions were evidently unfriendly, as they approached with the intent to provoke. However, after scrutinizing their appearances, Youyou could not recall any association with them. Who are you? Fengze stepped forward, shielding Youyou behind him, and inquired coldly. The leader sneered. A waste of the Xuantian Sect. Do you even deserve to know? Oh, Youyou tilted her head. It seemed they were not here for them, but rather for the sect. She looked at them in confusion, and one of the female cultivators, meeting Youyou's gaze, faltered momentarily, compelled to speak further. I know you are still young and entirely innocent, but what of us who lost our loved ones in that great battle? If you must blame someone, blame yourselves for not recognizing the situation and insisting on joining this sect. Youyou was still processing her words when Fengze's expression shifted. His face, rarely tense, showed signs of strain. You are the orphans from that battle? Stop wasting words with them. Killing for a life is only right. The male cultivator interjected, cutting off the female's forthcoming remarks, thus implying their acceptance of the accusation. Fengze lowered his head, concealing the emotions in his eyes. While the hand he had been carrying behind his back fell to his side, the previously gathered winds dissipating without a trace. Before anyone could react, he swiftly turned and, in the blink of an eye, vanished with Youyou. Even Youyou herself barely comprehended what had transpired. It felt as if she had merely taken a breath, and upon raising her eyes, they had arrived at a different location. They had not ventured far, merely hiding behind a dense tree trunk. Youyou peeked out at the group, who, realizing the sudden turn of events, became increasingly agitated. Once they had moved on, you could not help but ask Fengze, Xiaohe, are you afraid of them? Fengze shook his head. The dragon clan never fears battle. Then why? Faced with Youyou's bewildered gaze, Feng Zhe found himself at a loss for words. In the past, during the battle between immortals and demons, although the demon clan were the instigators, if not for the dragon clan and the failure of Qian Yuan's plans, countless innocent lives would not have been lost. Those people, though blinded by hatred, made it difficult for Feng Zhe to take action against them. However, this was irrelevant to Youyou. Since Qian Yuan did not disclose the truth to her, he felt it was his duty to protect her. The coldness that had marked Feng Zhe's previous demeanor softened considerably, returning to his usual gentleness. It is nothing. If a fight were to break out, it might expose our identities, so it is best to avoid confrontation. Youyou, however, remained puzzled. But didn't that giant snake say it could help? Feng Zhe paused, surprised by how quickly Youyou's mind was working. He vaguely replied that it was not yet time for the giant snake to make an appearance. Youyou regarded him with suspicion, unable to discern any clues, and could only pout, temporarily letting it go. Xiaohei truly did not lie at all. It was clear that he was simply afraid. Next time, Youyou would protect him first. The two remained in the tree for a while, confirming that the group had moved away, before Feng Zhe finally lifted Youyou down from the tree. Time in the secret realm seemed to flow differently from the outside world. Youyou distinctly remembered entering not long ago. Yet the sky had already darkened, and the faint outline of the moon was becoming visible. After walking through the forest for a moment, night had fully set in, and two round moons hung in the sky. Indeed, there were two. Youyou stared vacantly at the sky, rubbing her eyes, questioning if she was still dreaming, as she wondered why the moon seemed to cast a double shadow. Feng Zhe, observing her dazed expression, could not help but chuckle. No need to be alarmed. The secret realm is naturally different from the outside world. Such phenomena are to be expected. This secret realm is so much fun. I want to come back again. Feng Zhe was both amused and exasperated. However, with nightfall upon them, it was time to seek out the Baolanghua. Feng Zhe raised his hand, fingertips lightly tracing the air, and immediately the wind arose, carrying his command away into the distance. It was uncertain where the giant serpent had slithered off to in the meantime, but after a brief interval, Youyou once again heard the familiar rustling sound. By the time she saw the enormous serpent's head again, she was no longer as astonished. She took a deep breath. "Hello, snake. My name is Youyou. Why do you only bow to Xiaohei and not to me?" Youyou felt quite concerned about this matter and deemed it necessary to inquire. The giant serpent seemed to comprehend her words, tilting its head and leaning closer to Youyou. Thus, she was satisfied as she reached out to caress its scales. Noticing the two small protrusions on its head, Youyou instinctively touched her own forehead. Dragons are born with horns, and she had never seen such small bumps that grew afterward. "Snake, could you lead us to find the Baolanghua?" Youyou gazed eagerly at the giant serpent, which flicked its tongue before obediently lowering itself to the ground. Feng Zhe glanced at it and explained, "It wants us to climb on." "Yay!" Youyou could not contain her excitement. The giant serpent was enormous, even larger than the form Feng Zhe had previously transformed into. Youyou used both hands and feet, and with a little push from Feng Zhe, she finally managed to secure her position atop it. Wiping non-existent sweat from her brow, she called out to Feng Zhe, "Xiaohei, hurry up." The night was always quieter than the day, and as Youyou lay atop the giant serpent's head, her voice was notably subdued. "Thank you, Snake. Can you help me identify which one is the Baolanghua?" The colossal serpent hissed twice, eliciting a look of confusion from Feng Zhe. After a moment's hesitation, he translated the serpent's words, which conveyed its readiness. How does one prepare to discern the Baolanghua? Youyou shared his perplexity, exchanging a bewildered glance with him. The serpent, being the king of the jungle, was unmatched in speed, yet the whereabouts of the Baolanghua remained unknown. Youyou stifled two yawns, and the sky began to faintly brighten, while they still lingered atop the serpent's head. Just as Youyou wondered if they had strayed from their path, the serpent finally halted, hissing twice toward the front. Youyou perked up, hastily looking over, but before she could gain clarity, darkness engulfed her vision. Feng Zhe instinctively shielded her eyes. Upon witnessing the scene in the flower field, his expression darkened further than the night itself. Despite the murky twilight, he could see clearly. The tangled bodies sprawled across the flower field were unmistakably those of the cultivators. In the midst of it all, two flowers gaped wide, ravenously devouring several corpses. Chapter 22. The bodies buried beneath the flowers. What is this? Youyou was baffled by Feng Zhe's actions and attempted to pry his hand away, but he tightened his grip. Youyou's ears perked up, Xiao He. Feng Zhe remained silent, uncertain of how to explain the grim scene before them. But Youyou was not easily fooled. She slightly raised her face, inhaling deeply. Her brows furrowed tightly. Xiao He, why is there such a strong smell of blood? The members of the evil dragon clan possessed keen senses, and such a pungent odor could not escape her notice. Suddenly, Youyou recalled the introduction to the Ba Wang Hua recited by Xiao He. She gasped. Could it be that the flower devours humans? Now that dawn had broken, it was entirely plausible. Seeing that Youyou had come to this conclusion herself, Feng Zhe could only acquiesce. Do not be afraid, he clumsily reassured her, fearing she might break into tears. To his surprise, Youyou inhaled deeply twice and resolutely declared, "It's all right. Youyou will not fear such a scene. After all, she was the esteemed evil dragon. How could she be daunted by such trivial matters?" Youyou pressed her lips tightly together, anxious not to betray any other emotions. Feng Zhe hesitated but gradually released his hold. Youyou glanced once and quickly turned her head away. It was too horrific. This was blatant cruelty. Noticing Youyou's reluctance, Feng Zhe quickly said, "I will go and pluck the flowers. Once I am done, we shall leave immediately." As he spoke, he prepared to leap into action, only to be halted by Youyou gripping the corner of his garment. Her voice trembled, yet she remained remarkably composed. "Silly Xiao He, now that dawn has arrived. If you go now, aren't you just feeding the flowers? Since we are already here, let us wait until the moon rises." This was indeed a valid point. Feng Zhe shot Youyou a few worried glances. She promptly rubbed her face and clenched her fists, signaling her determination. "Youyou can do it. All right then. Safety is paramount. We shall wait until nightfall." However, before that, there was still a matter to address. Youyou directed the serpent to change course, ensuring they did not face that bloody scene head-on. With a serious expression, she pressed her small hand against the serpent's head, adopting a stance of firm judgment. "Bad serpent, you tell me, was it you who did this? Were you preparing us to discern which flower is the Ba Wang Hua by deliberately bringing the cultivators here?" Upon hearing her inquiry, the serpent hastily shook its head and hissed twice. This time, even without Feng Zhe's translation, she understood that the serpent was refuting her suspicion. The serpent then flicked its tongue, and Youyou looked pleadingly at Feng Zhe, who contemplated momentarily. It claims that it did indeed bring them here, but by the time it found them, these cultivators were already corpses. "Is that true?" Youyou asked skeptically, glancing at the seemingly docile serpent. She was reluctant to doubt it, but she proposed, "How about this? I will take a distant look at those corpses. If they were harmed by the serpent, there will surely be traces. I will observe from afar, and I won't get hurt." "Very well," Feng Zhe reluctantly agreed, while repeatedly cautioning her to ensure her safety. Naturally, he complied with utmost diligence, approaching the flower field to scrutinize the bodies. However, before he could discern anything, a sharp voice interrupted him. "Who are you?" Chapter 23. So many bad people. Feng Zhe sighed inwardly. This secret realm was splendid, but there were simply too many people. He turned to face the newcomer, momentarily taken aback. The individual wore attire identical to that of two of the corpses. Indeed, he noticed the horrific scene in the flower field, and his expression shifted drastically. "You vile youth, how could you be so malicious? To discern the Ba Wang Hua, you would use my junior brother as a living experiment." Feng Zhe frowned. He was not one to enjoy explanations, yet he felt compelled to defend himself at this moment. It was not, but before he could finish, the cultivator ignored him, drawing a long sword and lunging at Feng Zhe. Feng Zhe deftly dodged, and at the same time, Youyou heard the commotion behind her. Seeing Xiao He engaged in combat, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Xiao He, fight him!" Feng Zhe, despite his reservations, had not intended to strike too forcefully. However, upon hearing Youyou's voice, the assailant turned his gaze towards her, and his eyes lit up. "A 1,000-year-old giant python," he exclaimed, immediately redirecting his attack towards Youyou. Feng Zhe had intended to spare him. Instead, he was courting death. The chill in Feng Zhe's gaze intensified as he swiftly drew his obsidian sword, the cultivator barely catching a glimpse of his figure before the blade rested against his neck. "Do not seek death," Feng Zhe commanded coldly. The cultivator froze, panic washing over him as he stood rigid, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "We can talk." However, at that moment, the serpent turned towards Feng Zhe and hissed twice. Feng Zhe tightened his grip on the sword. "You conspired against your kin. Such a crime deserves execution." The man was taken aback, his face draining of color. "How do you know?" he instinctively asked, then realizing the gravity of the situation. He hastily attempted to retract his words, but it was too late. Feng Zhe exhaled sharply, then with a flick of his wrist. The sword struck the man's abdomen with the force of a dragon's tail, sending him flying into the flower field. The Bawang Hua, unaware of satiation, eagerly welcomed the blood-stained prey, and they were instantly agitated. Subsequently, Youyou turned her head away, unwilling to witness any further. Disgusting. Although Feng Zhe had just reprimanded a person, he remained unblemished, still exuding an ethereal aura. He stated, "The serpent just mentioned that it saw this very man slay that group. And I also observed that the chinquan bag at his waist bore the same pattern as the clothing of one of the bodies in the flower field. I merely tested him, and to my surprise, he admitted it. Truly foolish." The dragon clan was perhaps few in number. Hence, they were not only loyal but also exceptionally united. Such an act of harming one's kin was deemed an unforgivable sin in their eyes. Moreover, he had even attempted to harm Youyou. Upon hearing this, Youyou realized the truth and sheepishly patted the serpent's head. "I'm sorry, dear serpent, I wronged you just now. My master says one must acknowledge their mistakes." Time indeed flowed swiftly within the secret realm. After their actions, 2 full moons had already risen in the sky. Feng Zhe nodded at Youyou, then descended from the serpent, heading toward the foul-smelling flower field. However, before he could uncover anything, he heard another furious shout. "Monster, where do you think you're going?" Chapter 24. The unreasonable disturbance of a Buddhist practitioner. Feng Zhe fell into a sudden silence. He had come to realize just how alluring this secret realm could be, drawing countless individuals to its depths. One after another, the influx seemed endless. As he turned around, he was momentarily taken aback by the newcomer. The realm of cultivation was vast and varied, yet among the practitioners, there existed a rare breed, the Buddhist cultivator. Feng Zhe had only heard tales of such beings, but had never encountered one until now. The bald figure before him, if he was not mistaken, must indeed be a Buddhist practitioner. Feng Zhe furrowed his brow and inquired, "What brings you here?" The monk, however, remained silent, his expression fierce as he brandished his staff. Glaring at Feng Zhe, "You are neither human nor beast. What sort of demon are you? And you, the small one over there, why do you disrupt my realm of cultivation?" Youyou, who had been innocently standing to the side, was taken aback by his words. Feng Zhe's expression darkened as well. This monk was certainly not a benign presence. Before Youyou and Feng Zhe could decipher the situation, the monk's staff suddenly emitted a beam of light, ensnaring Feng Zhe in an instant. Youyou, startled, flared her nostrils in anger. "You vile monk, how many lives have been taken with that foul staff of yours?" "Kill." The monk scoffed, clearly disdainful. "I have only ever vanquished demons. I do not slay humans. Do not speak such nonsense." He raised his hand, intending to capture Youyou again, but she was not inclined to comply. Pouting, she prepared to unleash her flames. Yet Feng Zhe, trapped in the light, spoke in a low voice. "Are you from the Xuantian temple?" The monk was momentarily taken aback, then quickly masked his expression. The little demon seems to know quite a bit. Feng Zhe's face remained inscrutable as he calmly asked, "You claim I am a demon?" "Indeed," the monk asserted confidently. "The aura surrounding you is unmistakably inhuman." Feng Shen nodded. "So, if I am not human, I must be killed?" "Naturally," the monk replied, barely able to conceal his disdain. Youyou was puzzled by the sudden query from Xiao He, but anxiously gazed at him. After Feng Zhe's inquiry, he nodded as if he had grasped the situation. He slowly extended his hand, continuing to speak. "My father once told me that during his travels in the mortal realm, he received assistance from a venerable monk who disregarded slander and held no regard for ethnic distinctions, firmly believing in the equality of all beings. My father, grateful for his compassion, gifted him a strand of dragon breath, and subsequently, that monk established a temple, gathering like-minded monks to preach to the world." As he spoke, the beam of light enveloping him began to constrict, gradually coalescing into a point of light in his hand. Feng Zhe raised his head and queried, "What do you suppose the great monk, who built the temple, would think if he knew his descendant wielded this gift to slay his benefactor?" The monk's expression shifted dramatically. "You speak nonsense. For decades, I have vanquished demons and spirits. How could I possibly use a demon's gift? Today, I shall surely slay you." With a swift motion, Feng Zhe drew a dark sword into his hand. Holding the sword in one hand, he extended the other gently, and in an instant he was behind the monk, the blade resting against his neck. "How foolish of you to think yourself worthy of my dragon clan's protection." His voice was soft yet struck heavily upon the monk's heart. The monk, bewildered by the sudden surge of anxiety within him, was horrified to see a faint azure essence drifting from his staff towards Feng Zhe, only to vanish. Stop. Chapter 25. Little Hay's dream. The monk immediately lost the calm demeanor he previously maintained, disregarding the blade at his throat as he struggled to rise and stop Feng Zhe. However, Feng Zhe had no intention of yielding. His sword, initially wielded to maintain balance, now had to pierce forward. Crimson blood seeped from the monk's flesh. Yet he appeared oblivious, his eyes wide with rage as he watched the azure mist fly into Feng Zhe's grasp, then disappear. Youyou gaped, astonished by the unfolding scene. The monk spat a mouthful of blood. Others may not have understood, but he was acutely aware. Though he had not ascended to the position of abbot, his immense talent had ensured the legendary demon-slaying staff ultimately came to him after generations. After years of dedicated study, he finally grasped the staff's true nature. It possessed such power due to the divine essence within it, allowing him to reveal the true forms of demons and spirits. This was undeniably divine essence. How could it be a gift from a demon? Yet at that moment, this young boy had forcibly stripped away the ancestral divine essence, leaving him without the means to resist. Devoid of divine essence, the monk's fury intensified, yet even as he clenched his teeth, he could not budge the figure before him. Feng Zhe's gaze fell, observing the monk with an expression that betrayed no sorrow or joy. "You would use dragon breath against me. It seems you truly seek death." He had known his father had gifted a strand of dragon breath to Xuantian Temple, and upon nearing the monk, he sensed its presence, embedded within the demon-slaying staff. That strand of dragon breath had ultimately found its way to Feng Zhe, a notion both absurd and laughable. With that thought in mind, he articulated his disdain. "You, monk, are truly laughable." With that, he thrust his sword forward, determined to leave the monk no chance of survival. Yet in the next moment, Feng Zhe collapsed to the ground. "Xiaohei!" Youyou hurriedly descended from the serpent's body and rushed over, checking Feng Zhe's forehead, startled by its heat. "What shall we do?" Youyou bit her lip tightly and turned to the great serpent. "Snake, take me to find herbs to reduce his fever." The serpent, perhaps understanding, dove forward in a determined direction. Feng Zhe, meanwhile, felt an odd sensation. Though shrouded in darkness, his consciousness remained alert. This awareness did not imply a perception of the outside world, but rather he was dreaming and fully cognizant of it. Before him lay an exceedingly ordinary room, and he felt an overwhelming urge to push open the door. With that thought, he sat up, and with a creak, the door swung open, revealing the scene beyond. Yet Feng Zhe found himself unable to move. Inside, a woman appeared to be cooking. Upon hearing the noise, she looked up with a hint of reproach. "You child, how long have you been out playing? You must be hungry. Dinner will be ready shortly." Feng Zhe parted his lips, and a single word escaped his throat. "Mother." "Ah." The woman smiled gently at the sound of his voice. Feng Zhe was taken aback by his own tone, which sounded youthful and notably younger than his current self. Just then, another figure stepped into view. "You little rascal, how many times must I tell you to help your mother when she is cooking? How can you never remember?" Chapter 26. The father in the dream. Feng Zhe gazed at him, his eyes brimming with warmth, yet he struggled to control his body. The version of himself in his vision approached the table and tilted his head, the voice familiar, yet the tone utterly strange. "Father, don't scold me. You just came out too, didn't you?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, the man addressed his father cleared his throat and sat down across from him with a feigned seriousness. "Am I able to compare with you? Indeed, you are quite different." The woman cooking rolled her eyes in exasperation, pointing at his father. "You're lazier than little Zhe." The father laughed sheepishly, remaining silent. Consequently, Feng Zhe joined in the laughter, but deep down, he understood this was merely a dream. His childhood had never appeared in such a manner. "Why not come over for dinner? Mother is calling you again." At that moment, all sound abruptly ceased, as if someone had pressed the pause button on his parents, rendering them motionless. Feng Zhe observed the two before him, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy. "This is a dream." Once more, he spoke, "This is a dream." This time, the words flowed effortlessly. As those words were uttered, the surroundings suddenly faded like a mural, first losing color and then, with a thunderous sound, Both the house before him and his parents shattered and gradually dissipated. Fengze closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them again, a completely different scene lay before him. It was a pitch-black space. Taking a step forward, he noticed sparks of starlight illuminating around him, growing increasingly abundant, eventually coalescing into a colossal entity. The enormous being slowly raised its head, and Fengze finally discerned its true form. His lips trembled momentarily. Father. When he opened his eyes again, Youyou was staring at him with a worried expression. Fengze coughed, feeling a dryness in his throat. Youyou quickly handed him a water flask, and he felt significantly better. Xiaohei, are you okay? Youyou scrutinized him, not missing a single hint of discomfort on his face. Fengze shook his head. With that, Youyou sighed in relief, then quietly complained, "You scared me to death. No matter how I called you, you wouldn't wake up. I almost thought you wouldn't come back." Youyou noticed his unease and hesitated for a moment, asking, "What happened?" There was nothing for Fengze to conceal from Youyou. After contemplating briefly, he chose to convey his thoughts in the simplest terms. "I dreamt of my father. He seemed to have known I would come and even gave me this." Saying this, he extended his hand, and Youyou was astonished to see a mass of dark flame manifesting on his palm. Youyou gasped, "Is this fire?" Fengshen nodded. "My father said that the high monk who built the temple is truly powerful. He foresaw the troubles of the dragon clan, and this dragon flame is a glimmer of hope he left for us. As for that illusion, it was a test from my father. If I couldn't see through the illusion, this dragon flame would never come into my possession." While Youyou attempted to comprehend Fengze's words, she curiously gazed at the peculiar black flame. She tentatively reached out to touch it, but found that it felt nothing like her own dragon flame. In fact, it didn't even possess a heat sensation. Is Xiaohei going to become a fire dragon too? But this flame isn't hot at all. How are we supposed to use it? Youyou's string of curiosities dispersed some of Fengze's heavy thoughts, and he couldn't help but let a faint smile grace his lips. "It's not a fire dragon. It's merely a spark. My father said that when the time comes to use it, I will naturally know how." Okay. She had heard that those with great abilities tend to be enigmatic, and hearing what Xiaohei said, she was certain his father must be an incredibly formidable dragon. Youyou shook her head and patted her face. Now is not the time to think about this. Fengze, being a black dragon, possessed remarkable recovery abilities. The brief discomfort from the dark flame had already passed, and he was back to his former self. He took out the booklet made by Ling Ji and turned to the next page. Let us continue searching. This is the Ing Fenghua. Chapter 27. Searching for the fruit. The illustration on this page appeared simple, depicting a small fruit. However, upon glancing at the accompanying text, Fengze couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This item seemed to be even more elusive than the kingflower. The Ing Fenghua grows with the wind. Having no fixed location, it poses no danger, but is simply difficult to find. The wind, by nature, is unpredictable, intangible, and elusive. Thus, a fruit born of the wind is naturally challenging to seek. However, this was merely true for others. For Fengze, it was akin to having the fruit delivered right to him. Fengze, still embodying the youthful spirit, had initially exhibited a semblance of maturity upon arriving in this world. But as time passed, he regained some vitality. He involuntarily straightened his shoulders, a hint of brilliance flickering across his face. Youyou tilted her head, observing his demeanor. "What's wrong, Xiaohei?" Fengze modestly described the fruit's characteristics, and indeed, Youyou's eyes lit up as she clapped her hands in excitement. "Isn't this Xiaohei's specialty? Xiaohei is incredibly adept with the wind, so wouldn't it be easy to obtain this fruit?" He cleared his throat, forcing a serious expression. "I'll give it a try." Though he said try, he was quite confident. Closing his eyes to attune himself, he soon pointed in a direction. "Over there." "Hooray!" Youyou cheered, then patted the giant snake. "Since those people weren't harmed by the snake, it remains my good friend. Snake, take us over there." Fengze also awaited the giant snake's movement. However, strangely, the giant snake extended its tongue to probe that direction, then turned its head and retreated. "Huh?" Youyou blinked in confusion, unsure of what had occurred. Fengze was equally astonished. He sensed a wave of fear emanating from the giant snake. How could a 1,000-year-old giant python exhibit such an emotion? After communicating with the giant python, Fengze pondered thoughtfully. He explained to Youyou, "It said there is a formidable beast over there, and it dares not approach." "A fierce beast?" Youyou widened her eyes, straining to see that direction. But all she could perceive was tranquility, nothing appeared amiss. Feng Zhe inquired further about the specifics. That monster arrived a century ago, and they fought for a long time before defining their territories. When they faced it, all the creatures in the secret realm joined forces against it, but in the end, it was merely a stalemate. Youyou glanced at the giant python's massive form, then processed the meaning of all creatures in her mind, unable to suppress a gasp. If everyone couldn't defeat it, how powerful must it be? Remembering her senior sister's admonition, she couldn't help but ask Xiaohe, "Is that fruit found only in that place?" Feng Zhe nodded affirmatively. Youyou felt conflicted. She had promised her senior sister to prioritize safety. What should she do now? Seeing Youyou's distress, Feng Zhe conferred with the giant python again before reassuring her, "Don't worry, I have a general idea of what that thing is. There's indeed a way to counter it." Since the giant snake was unwilling to accompany them further, Feng Zhe did not insist. After agreeing on a meeting point, he set off with Youyou on their own. The secret realm operated under its own set of rules. One could not fly there, and the two could only rely on their own strength to traverse it. Fortunately, neither the black dragon nor the evil dragon was delicate. This journey posed no challenge for them. As they walked, Feng Zhe explained to Youyou, the giant snake mentioned that every time one approaches that beast, inexplicable hurricanes arise, and it suffers injuries because it cannot get close. That's why they struggled so much in their battles. To my knowledge, there is only one entity in the world capable of wielding wind to such an extent, the wind beast. Wind beast? Youyou lowered her head in thought and quickly pieced it together. If that's the case, the brother we met earlier said that this place has only become unstable in the past century. Could it also be because of the wind beast? Feng Zhe nodded in affirmation of Youyou's deduction. Most likely. The wind beast is unpredictable, and after that, it has been fighting with the creatures in the secret realm for an unknown duration. It seems those cultivators were innocently caught in the middle. I see, Youyou exclaimed in realization, but then wondered, but where did the wind beast come from? Feng Zhe too found this puzzling. Wind beasts were rare in the world, typically residing in frigid regions. How could one appear in the Wuji Mountain secret realm? However, despite racking their brains, they could not come to a conclusion, and it was best to set that aside for now, focusing on the pressing matter at hand. By the way, Xiaohe, what did you mean by a way to counter it? Feng Zhe smiled. Though the wind beast is difficult to approach, it has a fatal weakness. It is protected by relentless hurricanes, but its true form is exceedingly fragile. If one can get close, it could be easily defeated. This wind beast sounds both strong and weak, Youyou remarked, scrunching her nose. Uncertain of the distribution of this secret realms map, Youyou had just gazed upon an endless oasis. But after taking only a few steps, she was greeted by a vast expanse of white snow. Based on the habits of the wind beasts, as described by Xiaohe, Youyou surmised that this must be the wind beast's habitat. The fierce winds raged before her, and without needing to enter, she could already sense their power. She shivered slightly, then turned her gaze to Feng Zhe and inquired, "Xiaohe, are you planning to envelop us in wind to approach it?" Feng Zhe appeared taken aback, seemingly surprised that Youyou had so quickly deduced his intentions. He nodded, preparing to act, but Youyou, deep in thought, halted his movements. "If you can shield us as we enter, can you also protect that fruit and bring it back? Bring the fruit back?" Feng Shivush momentarily stund. Having never considered this approach, it seemed that if he could indeed control the winds, there was no need to get close to the wind beast. Youyou smiled enigmatically. "Xiaohe, you're still quite young." In Chapter 28, clever Youyou proposes a plan. The very young Xiaohe stood outside the wind barrier, cautiously conjuring a whirlwind to test within the confines of the wind wall. Finding it unsatisfactory, he dissipated it and began to gather the winds anew. Theoretically, Youyou's suggestion was highly feasible. If he could produce winds identical to those of the wind beast, they could blend in without being detected, thus retrieving the Yingfeng fruit without any danger. Youyou squatted on the ground, eagerly watching Feng Zhe as he reformed the whirlwind. Unable to contain her excitement, she clenched her fists and encouraged him. "Xiaohe, you can do it." To avoid disturbing the surrounding winds, she whispered softly, almost in a breath. Feng Zhe's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat as Youyou rose on her toes to wipe his brow. She quietly murmured another word of encouragement, and Feng Zhe pressed his lips together, his movements becoming even more meticulous. This time, the wind mass seemed to travel further than before. However, the greater the distance, the more precise the control required. Youyou dared not interrupt him, vigilantly scanning her surroundings. fearing any disturbances at this critical moment. Previously focused solely on Xiaohe, Yu had not noticed anything amiss, but now, as she looked around, she was struck by a realization. They had only observed the distinct separation between the snowfield and the oasis, and in their concentration on conjuring the winds, they had neglected to notice other aspects. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that not only the earth was divided, but the sky as well. While the sky above them had darkened, the snowfield remained bathed in brilliant sunlight. Yu wrinkled her nose, sensing the peculiar nature of this secret realm. Yet it was rather amusing. After all, outside, she could never witness both the sun and the moon simultaneously. I found it. Upon hearing this, Yu instantly held her breath, nodding vigorously and giving Feng Zhe a thumbs up. Xiaohe, you're amazing. Of course, the one proposing the idea, Yu, is even more remarkable. Our dragon is both strong and clever. Success. Feng Zhe held the bright red fruit in his hand and passed it to Yu. Wow. Yu cradled the fruit, examining it closely, only to feel a tinge of disappointment. This fruit seemed no different from an ordinary red berry. Could it be that Xiaohe had made a mistake? Just as she was about to ask him, she lost her grip on the fruit, and a miraculous scene unfolded. The fruit did not fall to the ground. Instead, it floated upward. Yu gasped, realizing the meaning of its name, ink foam. Quickly, she rose on her toes and grasped the ink foam fruit tightly, tossing it into her chinquan bag without delay, fearing that if she hesitated for even a moment, it would drift away. Let us move on to the next location, Yu exclaimed with excitement. They were progressing so smoothly. It was nothing like the terrifying tale she had heard. Just as she prepared to consult her small booklet to see what awaited them next, the world suddenly shifted. The ground trembled violently, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. Yu nearly lost her balance, clutching Feng Zhe's arm to steady herself. What is happening? She asked, uncertainty clouding her expression. Feng Zhe closed his eyes to sense the situation, and then his demeanor shifted. This is bad. The wind beast has awakened. In Chapter 29, The Wind Beast Awakens, the reason for their earlier ease became clear. The wind beast had been in slumber. Now that it was awake, who knew what chaos might ensue? The tremors intensified, and Feng Zhe, disregarding everything else, swiftly tossed Yu onto his back. With a surge of wind beneath him, he departed from their previous location in the blink of an eye. Yu was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the situation, but when she glanced back, she gasped in horror. Xiaohe, run! Behind them, the ground suddenly split open, and the fissure seemed to have a will of its own, relentlessly pursuing them. Feng Zhe remained silent, his lips pressed together, yet his feet never faltered. As a member of the dragon clan, he swiftly outpaced the crack, leaving it behind. Though the ground still quaked, they were at least moving further away from danger. The giant serpent, obedient to his command, awaited them at a distance. Feng Zhe, with Yu on his back, approached it. The serpent sensed the impending danger and flicked its tongue nervously before lying down, allowing them to climb onto its back once more. In this dense forest, its speed surpassed even Feng Zhe's. Yu found it difficult to discern direction, but she felt as if they had passed through an immensely tall patch of grass, after which their view opened up dramatically. Wow! Yu exclaimed in awe at the sight before her. She had thought the outside jungle was rare, but this place surpassed all expectations. Beyond the towering grass lay a crystalline lake, and at its center stood a striking tree with silvery leaves. The serpent glided through the water, taking them toward a small island in the lake center. This paradise seemed isolated from the world. Upon stepping onto the island, Yu felt no remnants of the earlier tremors. The giant serpent flicked its tongue at them, and Feng Zhe nodded, explaining, this is its training ground. Protected by the tree deity, the wind beast cannot reach here. Ah, I see. Yu nodded in understanding, placing her hand upon the ancient tree. This tree, having stood for who knows how many years, was sturdier than 4 Yuyus combined. She looked up at its silver leaves, unable to suppress a giggle. Xiaohe, doesn't this leaf resemble the white beard of an old tree uncle? Feng Zhe was amused by her analogy, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, which he accepted as agreement. Yu leaned against the tree, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, dear tree uncle, for keeping that vile beast at bay. To her astonishment, it seemed the tree responded to her. Feng Zhe glanced at the giant serpent and explained, this tree once harbored a tree spirit, but after battling the wind beast, its body was shattered, leaving only a fragment of its soul behind. Shattered? Youyou's eyes widened in realization as she noticed numerous wounds on the ancient tree. That wind beast is truly outrageous. It invades others' territories and harms the inhabitants here. And those cultivators from the immortal realm, it attacked them too. Youyou gently caressed the tree's wounds, her heart aching. It must have hurt so much when it was injured. Noticing her concern, Fengze pondered for a moment before speaking. Actually, I have a plan to defeat the wind beast. As soon as the words left his mouth, not only Youyou, but even the giant serpent raised its head in tension, eager to hear what he would say. Even the branches of the ancient tree stilled, as if afraid that any slight sound might cause them to miss Fengze's words. Fengze turned to the giant serpent. However, I will need your assistance. In Chapter 30, reuniting with Sister Wanwan, the giant serpent appeared momentarily stunned before vigorously swaying its tail. The serpent agrees. It is willing to help, right? Fengze smiled, about to share his plan, but before he could articulate any specifics, a deafening sound erupted, one that even the barrier could not contain. Youyou was startled and turned to look. A colossal mushroom cloud appeared in the sky, and faintly, characters could be discerned within it. Youyou and Fengze furrowed their brows, their expressions grave. Youyou then tugged at Fengze's sleeve, her face serious. Xiaohei, what does it say up there? Fengze paused. Seeing Youyou's earnestness, he shook his head to dispel the thought, then replied solemnly, It says one. Huh? Youyou tilted her head. Is it the wand from Wanwan Jiejia? Fengze nodded. Could it be? Youyou's realization dawned upon her, and she gasped. This is released by Wanwan Jiejia. Earlier, she told me to use the fire stick she gave me if there was danger. Now that she has released it herself, could something have happened to her? Without further contemplation, Youyou retrieved the fire stick Wanwan had given her and exchanged a glance with Fengze. He nodded in affirmation, and Youyou puffed her cheeks gently, a flame emerging from her mouth and landing on the fire stick. In an instant, the small fire stick emitted a blinding brilliance, shooting up into the sky and exploding. As expected, the character Wan appeared amidst the fireworks. Let us go, Fengze urged, patting the giant serpent. The serpent understood and immediately bent down, carrying the two towards the location of the fireworks. Once they exited the barrier, the tremors became more pronounced, prompting Youyou to exclaim in surprise. In just half an hour, the outside world had undergone a drastic transformation. The once lush trees were all snapped in half, and a fierce cold wind relentlessly battered their faces, with flying sand and stones making it difficult for Youyou to keep her eyes open. She pressed her lips tightly together, filled with concern. Please, Wanwan Jiejia, don't let anything happen to you. The fireworks were not merely a signal of her own peril, but rather a way to guide Wanwan Jiejia, ensuring they wouldn't miss her. Be careful, Youyou cried out, as a tree of considerable girth was blown towards them. Fortunately, the giant serpent reacted swiftly, veering aside just in time to avert disaster. Youyou anxiously inquired, how did it suddenly become like this? This is the chaos brought by the wind beast. It is likely that previous cultivators perished here. Fengze explained. Youyou nodded in understanding, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She had previously thought the secret realm was simple, but it seemed she had underestimated the situation. As they drew closer to the spot where Wanwan ignited the signal fire, Youyou didn't dare to blink, fearful of missing any sign of Wanwan Jiejia. At that moment, her ears perked up and she pointed in a direction. Over there, there's movement. Fengze quickly patted the serpent's back, and they changed course. The Dragon Clan's perception was always extraordinary. Not only Youyou, but Fengze also heard the sounds not far away. He directed the giant serpent to slow down, and soon they encountered a disheveled group of cultivators. Upon seeing the massive serpent's head, the grim-faced cultivators were taken aback, an overwhelming sense of despair washing over them. They had just encountered a monstrous creature, suffering numerous casualties, and now faced this serpent, fearing they might meet their end here. The leading woman frowned. Unlike the others, her demeanor resolute despite her disheveled appearance. What are we panicking for? If we find its weakness, we can surely survive. This woman was none other than Wanwan. Just as she was about to take a decisive risk, she suddenly heard a familiar call. Wanwan Jiejia. Chapter 31. The Decision to Slay the Wind Beast. Wanwan paused, her hand gripping the sword, then looked up in the direction of the voice. Sure enough, On top of the serpent's head, two small figures could be seen. Wanwan was taken aback. Youyou, seeing her respond. Bai Youyou quickly patted the serpent's head, prompting its body to lower, allowing both groups to finally face each other. It's really Wanwan Jiejia. Quickly come up. Wanwan immediately extended her hand, but the cultivators behind her exchanged glances and halted her movement. Being with this beast, we must be cautious. Without hesitation, Wanwan declared. I trust her. Turning back, she smiled at Bai Youyou. As their hands connected, in an instant, Wanwan found herself securely seated on the serpent's back. Their previous conversation, believed to be whispered, was not lost on Bai Youyou, who coldly remarked, Do you want to join us? The cultivators hesitated, but it was too late. The rumbling from afar grew closer, threatening to engulf them. Gritting their teeth, they prepared to leap up, but Bai Youyou, with a serious expression, pointed behind them with her little finger. You all sit in the back. Reluctantly, the cultivators realized they had to rely on this little girl to escape and complied. Wanwan smiled, unable to resist pinching Bai Youyou's cheek. Little girl. In the face of Wanwan, Bai Youyou's mood brightened instantly. At that moment, she also recognized the peculiar tremors approaching and hurriedly commanded the serpent to move. Wanwan, unfazed, even boldly reached out to pet the serpent's head upon hearing Bai Youyou declare it was a friend. Hello, friendly serpent. The giant serpent swayed its body, squinting its eyes as if expressing joy. Finally calm, Bai Youyou engaged in earnest discussion with Wanwan. Wanwan Jiejia, how did you end up in such a predicament? Upon hearing this, Wanwan's expression dimmed slightly as she shook her head. I have some wealth, so I hired many cultivators to protect me. However, something strange happened. Amidst a sudden tremor, many of those cultivators were lost. We barely escaped, only to encounter a monster. Wanwan, who is usually fearless, conveyed a sense of dread in her eyes as she recounted the encounter. We never clearly saw what the monster was. We didn't even get close before suffering heavy losses. FNGZ pondered. Was there a fear scale when it appeared? Yes. How did you know? Wanwan asked, surprised. FNGZ and Bai Youyou exchanged glances, then confirmed. Indeed, it is the wind beast. Wind beast? Wanwan questioned, having never heard of such a creature before. Bai Youyou recounted the tale of the wind beast, leading Wanwan to a moment of realization, followed by confusion. But how did you come to know this? For centuries, others have tried to investigate, yet no one knows why the secret realm has transformed into its current state. You arrive and know everything? Well, Bai Youyou scratched her face, her expression resolute. Wanwan Jiejia, my master is incredibly powerful. He taught me to speak with animals. Wanwan appeared puzzled. She was aware that Shi-Nu-N-Shi-N-Z-H was a renowned figure in the realm of immortals. But had his teachings truly extended this far? Wanwan found it hard to comprehend, prompting Bai Youyou to swiftly change the subject. All right, Wanwan Jiejia, let us not dwell on this now. What should we do next? Wanwan deliberated, and Bai Youyou rested her chin in thought. Finally, Wanwan spoke with conviction. I will slay that wind beast. Chapter 32. The secret of their relationship must not be revealed. Bai Youyou was momentarily stunned, then cheerfully agreed. All right, after all, I intended to eliminate that troublesome monster. However, as she said this, the surrounding cultivators were not pleased and gathered around. Let us be clear, we work for money, but this task is too perilous, and we will not participate. Wanwan frowned, her impatience evident as she regarded them. You want to work even for payment? Not even a little? Life is meant to be earned, not squandered. They are certainly not fools. Xiang Wanwan nodded slightly. Very well, you may leave. The group did not anticipate Xiang Wanwan would so easily grant them clemency, exchanging glances of hesitation before taking a step forward. Noticing her lack of reaction, they began to depart, nudging one another. Xiang Wanwan shrugged nonchalantly. Money is fleeting. It seems their aspirations lie elsewhere. Youyou found herself increasingly fond of her, unconsciously leaning closer. Sister Wanwan, why do you wish to slay the foam beast? Xiang Wanwan paused, a hint of sorrow flickering across her features. To be frank, I have come in search of a foam-type demon beast. My father is gravely ill, and only a foam-type inner core can cure him. Otherwise, as the esteemed eldest daughter of the Xiang family, I would not dare to undertake such a perilous venture. Youyou nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, if an inner core of the foam type was required, nothing could be more fitting than this foam beast. Yet, Xiang Wanwan suddenly tugged at her hair, disregarding her disheveled appearance. But how am I to slay it? she exclaimed in despair, having been so thoroughly bested before even encountering it. She feared for her very life upon their eventual meeting. Youyou smiled mysteriously. Do not worry. Xiaohei and I have a plan. Xiang Wanwan looked at her with skepticism. Whispering something in her ear, Youyou first elicited a look of astonishment from her, followed by a dawning realization. However, her concern lingered. Will this truly work? Rest assured. Youyou patted her chest confidently. Xiang Wanwan's gaze drifted among her companions before she sighed deeply. With no other options available, she resolved to place her trust in them for the time being. The foam beast was fierce, yet fortunately, it appeared swiftly and departed just as quickly. Youyou calculated that it had only lingered for half a day, and the outside world had already fallen silent. The unpredictable nature of foam-type demon beasts meant it would not remain dormant for long. Youyou nodded, got it. Seizing the moment while the foam beast slumbered once more, she hurriedly directed the giant serpent to navigate their surroundings, successfully locating most of the spiritual herbs listed in Ling Ji's booklet. Observing the booklet with curiosity, Xiang Wanwan inquired, "What is this?" Having learned of Xiang Wanwan's connection to her senior brother, Youyou felt a sense of camaraderie and proudly held up the booklet upon her question. "This was illustrated by my senior sister. I must find them all." "Youyou, you are truly remarkable." Xiang Wanwan praised her initially, but then her expression wavered with hesitation. "Is your senior sister Ling Ji?" "Yes." Youyou nodded affirmatively. Xiang Wanwan's expression shifted to one of contemplation. The entire Xuantian Sect was steeped in legends within the realm of cultivation, particularly regarding the former herbalist Ling Ji. Shaking her head, she placed a solemn hand on Youyou's shoulder, stating earnestly, "You must never reveal to anyone that you are still in contact with your senior sister. Understand?" "Huh?" Youyou tilted her head, puzzled by the meaning. Faced with her innocent gaze, Xiang Wanwan hesitated to elaborate, yet some truths needed to be conveyed. The reason the cultivation world could still accept Xuantian was the belief that you had severed ties with the old guard. If word got out that you still maintain contact, it could spell trouble for you. What does that mean? Youyou listened, gradually becoming perplexed. Xiang Wanwan only offered that brief warning and refused to divulge further, leaving Youyou grasping tightly to the booklet, her mind swirling with confusion. Time passed unnoticed, and as they gathered herbs, the familiar tremor of the earth returned. This time, they were seasoned enough to exchange knowing glances before swiftly mounting the serpent's back. Youyou anxiously tapped the serpent's body. "Serpent, what is wrong?" The giant serpent seemed oblivious, suddenly raising its head and hissing at the sky. Youyou nearly lost her balance, but fortunately, Feng Zhe caught her, and they landed safely. Youyou glanced anxiously at the giant serpent, and at that moment, she realized that the serpent had intentionally urged them to dismount. Once they touched the ground, the giant serpent collapsed and began to writhe on the ground. The tremors grew closer, and Youyou felt as if she could see a gaping chasm extending, threatening to consume them. "Serpent, what is happening?" she asked urgently, but the giant serpent continued to thrash, its skin appearing to tear. "Wait." It seemed it was not tearing, but rather. Youyou gasped in astonishment. "It is shedding its skin?" Indeed, a thin membrane began to form on the giant serpent's body, indicating it was shedding its old skin. "This is bad." Feng Zhe looked up at the sky, his heart sinking. The once clear sky had transformed, dark clouds swirling ominously. Within moments, a thick layer of black clouds gathered, with flashes of lightning crackling ominously within. Poised to strike. Its tribulation is upon us. Chapter 33. The Serpent's Tribulation Arrives. Tribulation, Youyou exclaimed, quickly looking up at the sky. The roiling storm clouds seemed almost within reach, and she glanced at the distant ground, where fissures were beginning to form. The arrival of a tribulation at this moment was far from fortuitous. Xiang Wanwan's expression was equally grave. She rummaged through her chinko pouch and produced a gourd. "This is a means of transportation I prepared earlier. Perhaps we should." Within the confines of a secret realm, one could not fly on swords. Yet she had the means to purchase alternative flying artifacts. After a moment's hesitation, she glanced at the giant serpent. Although this gourd could enlarge to accommodate several adults, it was utterly insufficient for the massive serpent. Youyou looked at the serpent, understanding Xiang Wanwan's implication, yet resolutely shook her head. "I cannot abandon it here." While the serpent had allied with them out of necessity, the assistance it had provided over the days had been genuine. In such a critical moment, to leave it to perish would be unconscionable. The tribulation required some time to gather strength. And Feng Zhe surveyed the sky and the distant horizon. There is still a chance. Youyou was taken aback. Xiao He, are you suggesting? Feng Zhe nodded. It is time to execute the plan. Indeed, their earlier strategy was to utilize the giant serpent's tribulation to vanquish the Feng beast. However, for reasons unknown, the tribulation had arrived prematurely, leaving them momentarily at a loss. This was the best course of action, and Youyou immediately agreed. All right, I will assist. I will join you. Feng Zhe began, but Youyou firmly rejected him. You promised the serpent that you would help during its tribulation. It would not be right for you to leave. Youyou insisted on going alone. Xiang Wanwan, already aware of the plan, felt uneasy about Youyou's safety and volunteered to accompany her, but Youyou adamantly refused. Sister Wanwan, your human body is too fragile. If the Feng beast injures you, it would not end well. But I am different. I will not be easily harmed. Youyou puffed out her chest, her expression resolute. At worst, she could revert to her dragon form, making her body impervious to harm. And the wind blades would surely not injure her. Youyou, Xiang Wanwan shouted urgently, but Feng Zhe intervened. Sister Wanwan, stay here and assist. At a loss for how to address her, he awkwardly managed to utter those words. Upon hearing this, Xiang Wanwan grew anxious. Are you not worried about Youyou? Feng Zhe glanced at her, his brow twitching slightly, yet he said nothing further. In that fleeting gaze, Xiang Wanwan calmed herself. Although her time with the two was brief, she could discern that in this entire secret realm, or rather the entire cultivation world, the one most concerned about Youyou's safety was the young man before her. Since he seemed assured, it was likely that Youyou indeed had a plan. Recalling Youyou's earlier exclamation, she began to form a conjecture. On the other side, Youyou's slender legs propelled her swiftly until she was out of Xiang Wanwan's sight. It was only then that she kicked off the ground, leaping into the air, and an astonishing scene unfolded behind her. Two delicate, rosy wings sprouted from her back. Though small, these wings flapped vigorously, enabling Youyou to glide effortlessly just above the ground. After gathering her strength for so long, the moment to unleash it had finally arrived. Flapping her tiny wings, Youyou soared forward and soon spotted an oncoming fisher that seemed alive, initially rushing towards her with ferocity, only to abruptly halt and turn its force directly at her. Youyou continued to glide, evading the fishers while anxiously scanning her surroundings. Before long, she caught sight of a vast expanse of glistening white snow, the home of the wind beast. It appeared that the fishers were aware that they were approaching their master's domain and dared not act recklessly, instead remaining stationary while glaring menacingly at Youyou. Such fierce fishers, they could frighten a dragon. As she turned away, Youyou's expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness. Taking a deep breath, she felt the initially icy air around her grow warmer with each exhale. Soon, a faint flicker of flame ignited around her, casting a protective glow that enveloped her. With this layer of fiery armor shielding her, Youyou felt a surge of confidence. Gritting her teeth, she murmured, "You wicked beast, Youyou has come to challenge you." Chapter 34. The Clever Youyou and the Foolish Wind Beast. Perhaps having overheard Youyou's declaration, the hurricane that had been trapped in the snowfield suddenly released a strand that surged towards her. Youyou squeezed her eyes shut, feeling a tightening sensation envelop her. When she cautiously opened one eye, she gasped in astonishment. Her once feeble flames had doubled in size. Indeed, Xiao He had been correct. Her flames thrived in the presence of wind. Elated, Youyou straightened her posture. "You foul wind beast, show yourself if you have the courage." Provoked by her taunt, the tempest before her began to churn, the winds intensifying as they surged towards Youyou. Clenching her teeth, she stood her ground, and as a gust swept past, she discreetly checked herself, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. With a haughty snort, she lifted her chin defiantly. "Is this all you've got?" Merely a trivial effort. Standing at the threshold between the snowfield and the oasis, the fishers behind her dared not approach, while the wind beast seemed hesitant as well. However, no beast could tolerate such provocation, and Youyou faintly perceived a roar echoing in the distance, followed by the snowstorm advancing 2 meters closer to her. This was promising. Youyou's eyes brightened. The wind beast was drawing near. This was the strategy Youyou and Xiao He had devised. One was to confront the wind beast directly, and the other was to provoke it until it was lured beneath the thunderstorm. Entering the snowfield was perilous, so their initial plan favored the latter. with Yoyo's fire attribute deemed most suitable for the role of instigator. Indeed, Yoyo had succeeded. Her provocation had finally borne fruit, and the wind beast could no longer remain still. Yoyo grew emboldened, remaining immobile. "Oh dear, I thought you were formidable, but you're merely tickling me." With an air of triumph, she noticed the wind beast drawing closer. Yet the winds became even more ferocious. Yoyo glanced at her flames, which seemed to flicker precariously as if they might extinguish. Exaggerating her surprise, she feigned panic. "Oh no, my flames are going out. Yoyo must retreat." Then, she took a step back. Indeed, upon witnessing her retreat, the wind beast grew exhilarated, taking a large step forward. Although Yoyo appeared distressed, inside she was secretly delighted. She had always known that the wind beast, despite its might, was nothing but a fool. Thus, Yoyo continued to feign regret while retreating, unwittingly traversing a significant portion of the oasis. However, just as she was about to reach the site where the colossal serpent would undergo its thunderstorm trial, the wind beast suddenly halted, refusing to advance despite Yoyo's taunts. Had it sensed danger? Yoyo anxiously glanced back at the dark clouds gathering behind her. The thunderstorm was about to strike. If it didn't come closer, it would be too late. Gritting her teeth, Yoyo immediately devised a plan, gathering all her strength and then thrusting forward vigorously. In an instant, the flames surrounding her burst forth, and a furious roar emanated from the center of the tempest. "Bullseye!" Yoyo's excitement peaked, but just as she was about to call out to Fengzi, that exclamation morphed into terror. The dark clouds could no longer withstand the power of the impending thunderstorm, and a thick bolt of lightning descended towards Fengzi. Xiaopei. Chapter 35. Thunder Strikes. Beneath the thunderstorm, the figure of the boy in black appeared diminutive. The thunder roared mightily, causing Yoyo to involuntarily shut her eyes momentarily. When she reopened them, she hurriedly searched for Fengzi. Fortunately, after a bolt of lightning dissipated, Fengzi remained unharmed, albeit with slightly soiled clothes. Startled by the sudden sound, Yoyo quickly dashed towards Fengzi. She had nearly forgotten that a wind beast was still behind her. "Xiaohei!" He swiftly darted towards Yoyo, and in perfect synchrony, she extended her arms, finding herself cradled in Fengzi's embrace. With Yoyo safely in his arms, Fengzi moved with remarkable speed, while the wind beast, now thoroughly enraged, stirred up even fiercer winds around them. Yoyo braced herself against the howling gale, burying her face in Fengzi's shoulder, ready to endure the storm's onslaught. However, to her surprise, not a single breeze brushed against her. Puzzled, she peeked out and glanced at Fengzi. Xiaohei had tenderly enveloped her in a protective barrier of wind. As Fengzi maneuvered through the chaos, he glanced skyward, calculating the time, and when he deemed it appropriate, he skillfully lured the wind beast towards the colossal serpent. Just as anticipated, the second bolt of lightning struck, plummeting directly into the heart of the tempest. The wind beast howled in pain, and Yoyo watched anxiously as the winds around it diminished significantly with its injury. However, this bolt of lightning was far from lethal. Though wounded, the wind beast remained active, quickly realizing that it did not belong in this perilous location. As it retreated while emitting threatening growls, Yoyo called out, "Sister Wanwan." Hearing Yoyo's plea, Xiang Wanwan emerged from behind a concealed tree, locking eyes with Yoyo, her gaze resolute. Subsequently, a yellow talisman materialized in her hand. She pinched it tightly between her fingers, murmuring incantations before casting it into the air with a commanding shout, "Go." In an instant, the talisman seemed to come alive, darting through the space and wherever it passed. Subtle runes began to illuminate the ground. These symbols connected end to end, ultimately forming a celestial confinement array, with the wind beast ensnared at its center. Success! After launching the talisman, Xiang Wanwan leaned against the tree, utterly spent, yet her eyes remained fixated on the seemingly fragile paper, which, to her relief, held firm, successfully trapping the wind beast. This was a crucial aspect of their plan. Though Xiang Wanwan was but a mortal, powerless against thunder or the wind beast, she possessed her own strengths. She was an exceptional cultivator. Confining the wind beast was an indispensable part of their strategy. As she gazed at the ensnared wind beast, a satisfied smile graced Xiang Wanwan's lips. Who would have thought that the talisman gifted to her would wield such formidable power? Regrettably, her cultivation level was still lacking. Merely activating the array nearly exhausted her. Youyou stood outside the formation, watching as the lightning precisely struck the wind beast, initially content, only to witness an even more astonishing spectacle unfold. Originally, these talismans were firmly affixed to the ground, but at this moment, they broke free from their constraints and steadily approached the wind beast in an orderly manner. The encirclement gradually shrank. Youyou, astonished, opened her mouth and stared blankly at Feng Zhe, asking, "Xiaohei, why is this formation moving?" Chapter 36. The wind beast is a white-haired gorilla. Feng Zhe, though lacking extensive knowledge of talismans, understood some fundamental principles. For instance, a typical formation created with talismans does not exhibit such movement. Feng Zhe lowered his head and inquired, "Did you say earlier that this talisman paper was drawn by your fourth senior brother?" Youyou nodded proudly, "Yes." Feng Zhe pondered. Earlier, Xuantian mentioned that Youyou's senior brother often modifies talismans, and this alteration must be part of his changes. The power of this formation could be altered so easily. It seemed that this fourth senior brother was no ordinary character. "Xiaohei, look!" Youyou exclaimed. The encirclement was not merely shrinking. It was compressing the wind beast's living space. The cyclone that once surrounded the wind beast across the entire snowy expanse was now gradually retreating as the confining formation tightened, allowing Youyou to see the wind beast's appearance more clearly. Ultimately, the encirclement shrank to the size of a person. The cyclones still swirled around the wind beast, but they could no longer shield it, exposing its form completely. Youyou gazed at the wind beast that had pursued her for quite some time, hesitating for a moment, unsure. Isn't it a white-haired gorilla? Is this what the wind beast looks like? Feng Zhe was momentarily taken aback by her description, nearly laughing out loud. However, remembering the seriousness of the situation, he quickly coughed to suppress his amusement, responding, "Indeed." Youyou's description was neither derogatory nor exaggerated. The wind beast truly resembled a white-haired gorilla. Realizing it could not escape the formation, Youyou patted her chest, and then, raising an eyebrow, made a face at the wind beast. "Come chase me again." Having nearly fallen while being chased by the wind beast moments ago, she felt a sense of revenge. Seeing that the situation was under control, Xuantian regained her strength and approached Youyou and Feng Zhe. "Is it done?" Feng Zhe nodded, noticing that the thunder tribulation was about to descend, leading everyone to retreat a few steps. 1 bolt, 2 bolts, 3 bolts, 8 bolts of thunder struck, and the giant serpent completed its final shedding of skin. The wind beast within the confinement formation was now on the brink of collapse, posing no further threat. Feng Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. The plan had proceeded relatively smoothly. The transformation from serpent to Jiao was indeed accomplished through the 8 bolts of heavenly thunder. Youyou, filled with excitement, quickly looked towards Xuantian. "Sister Wanwan, go and kill that wind beast." There were rules within the secret realm. The inner core would belong to whoever defeated it. This was crucial for Sister Wanwan, and naturally, she should retrieve it herself. Xuantian hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She hadn't contributed much to the wind beast's defeat and felt undeserving of such a reward. Yet, her father could not afford to wait. Resolutely, she clasped her fists in front of Youyou. "You know that I have nothing to repay you with except for wealth. I promise to become the richest person in the world, and you shall be the second." This assurance was far more valuable than others. Youyou's eyes sparkled, and she nodded eagerly. "Thank you, Sister Wanwan. You're my favorite." Feng Zhe nearly stumbled at her words. It was evident that she cherished wealth more than Xuantian. Having made her decision, Xuantian took a deep breath, summoned her life sword, and slowly approached the confinement formation. The heavenly thunder grew increasingly powerful, and the wind beast, having endured the previous strikes, was now barely hanging on and posed no threat. Nevertheless, Youyou remained fixated, anxious that something might go awry. Feng Zhe, however, sensed something amiss. He looked up and was taken aback. Why had the thunderclouds not dispersed? Youyou, startled by his words, followed suit and looked up. What she saw made her eyes widen in horror. The thunder tribulation rolled ominously in the sky, and just as she lifted her gaze, the 9th bolt of heavenly thunder crashed down, directly striking the confinement formation. Sister Wanwan, without a moment to think, Youyou dashed forward. Chapter 37. Youyou. Burp Youyou. Feng Zhe shouted in alarm, intending to follow her, but it was too late. The 9th bolt of heavenly thunder struck, blinding light engulfing him, leaving him momentarily disoriented. This was not the end. The power of the heavenly thunder escalated with the increase in cultivation, and the ninth bolt was incomparably more potent than the previous 8. With a resounding crash, Fengze experienced a brief ringing in his ears as he was thrown back by the force, crashing into a tree. His vision darkened, and he involuntarily spat blood, but had no time to assess his injuries, hastily stabilizing himself and stumbling toward the confinement formation. In the wake of the ninth bolt, the formation vanished without a trace, leaving only a dark pit, devoid of any signs of life. Fengze stood frozen, a wave of despair washing over him. Youyou? Reaching the edge of the pit, he could no longer hold himself up and sank to his knees. At that moment, a faint calling echoed from the pit's depths. Fengshe! Fengze, taken aback, swiftly jumped down, and indeed he saw someone struggling to rise. Yet the height was all wrong. His heart sank in disappointment. This person was not Youyou. It was Xiang. Ashen-faced, Xiang was momentarily bewildered by the situation, glancing around and feeling an ominous premonition. Where's Youyou? Fengze remained silent, continually searching the ashes below. If a mere mortal like Xiang could survive the thunder tribulation, surely Youyou was safe. He simply hadn't found her yet. Without time to inquire about Xiang injuries, he focused on searching every inch of the ground. Just then, he noticed something moving in the corner. His eyes lit up, and he rushed over. It was a small mound of dirt, stirring as if something alive was struggling to break free. Youyou! Fengze exclaimed, and without hesitation, he began to dig. At last, he uncovered a piece of clothing. Cough, cough. Once freed, the muddy little girl shook herself like a drenched puppy and coughed vigorously. It was Youyou. Fengze's hands trembled as he grasped her wrist. Youyou, still dazed from the thunder shock, could hardly comprehend her surroundings. Feeling the tremor in his grip, she tilted her head and opened her mouth. Momentarily speechless before clearing her throat and finally speaking normally, Xiaohe, what's wrong? Fengze gazed intently at her, ultimately shaking his head. Just glad you're okay. Xiang understood what had transpired and rushed over to embrace Youyou tightly. Silly child, why did you come here? Xiang, overwhelmed with emotions, laughed and cried at once. Youyou, held tight, struggled to breathe, quickly patting her back. Sister Wan, fine. Noticing her struggle, Xiang loosened her grip, wiped her tears, and looked at Youyou with a mix of affection and reproach. With her already soiled face, the tears made her resemble a little stray cat. Youyou couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the sight. Sister Wan, you're all dirty. Xiang playfully poked her forehead. And what about you? You're a little stray cat too. But what happened? With such a tremendous thunder, how are you both unscathed, apart from being a bit dirty? Well, Youyou straightened her back, eager to explain, because I burped. Before she could finish her sentence, Youyou let out a loud burp. Chapter 38. How the Serpent Bites Fengze stood in a daze as the concern in his eyes gradually transformed into confusion. Youyou hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand, revealing a bashful demeanor, her small white teeth glimmering brightly. Hic! She could only utter 2 words before another hiccup escaped her. Momentarily silencing herself, Youyou regretfully patted her belly. No wonder her master always admonished her about the importance of consistent meals. It was clear that inconsistency had led to this predicament. Youyou was even hiccuping now. Sister Wan. Xiaohe, hic, listen to Youyou, hic, Youyou just ate too much. Youyou explained while hiccuping. Fengze finally grasped her implication, his eyes widening in astonishment. Are you saying you ate? MHM. Youyou nodded proudly. Just as a massive thunderbolt was about to strike her, Youyou's stomach let out a rumble, and in a flash of inspiration, she opened her mouth without a second thought. That thunder was completely devoured by her. Satisfied, Youyou smacked her lips and rubbed her belly. Indeed, it was heavenly thunder, far tastier than any talisman she had consumed to summon lightning, and it was filling. Unfortunately, she had not anticipated the previous 8 bolts. Wasting precious food. Feeling well sated, Youyou looked at Fengze's complex expression and patted his shoulder in a mock-serious manner. Xiaohe, Youyou is full now. From now on, Youyou will protect you. Sister Wan, being quite perceptive, though initially unaware of the events, began to piece together the conversation. Could it be that Youyou had consumed the heavenly thunder? This was simply unheard of. As she gazed at Youyou, it was difficult to reconcile such an adorable exterior with the incredible feat she had accomplished. Luckily, thanks to Youyou's unique constitution, they had managed to turn peril into safety. By the way, Sister Wan, did you obtain the inner core? Yuyu asked anxiously. If the thunderstorm had frightened the wind beast to the point of losing its spirit, that would be dire. Upon hearing this, Wanwan quickly retrieved a verdant orb from her bosom. I got it. Yuyu had never seen a demon beast's inner core before and looked on with curiosity. Unlike the ferocious temperament of the wind beast, the emerald core emitted a gentle glow. And as Yuyu stared, she nearly succumbed to temptation and reached out to touch it. Wanwan, however, was not concerned about Yuyu snatching it. Don't look too much. Demon beast inner cores possess a bewitching power, and excessive gazing can affect your mood. Understanding dawned on Yuyu. The group sat at the bottom of the pit for a considerable time before Yuyu finally patted herself and said, All right, the wind beast is gone, but sister said we still need several more medicinal herbs. I must hurry to find them. One also stood up. I'll accompany you. Her sole interest lay with the inner core. As for anything else, she felt indifferent. Wait, where's the serpent? Yuyu suddenly remembered the giant serpent. Fengze too realized, having been preoccupied with finding Yuyu, he had forgotten about the colossal serpent. However, with their presence shielding the heavenly thunder, it should have safely weathered the storm. Just as they were contemplating this, something suddenly obscured the sunlight above their heads. Yuyu looked up in confusion and saw a massive serpent's head looming above them. Though it was called a serpent's head, it was not entirely accurate. Its eyes were adorned with scales, and 2 dragon horns faintly protruded from its forehead. Yuyu quickly realized. The serpent had transformed into a jiao. Fengze also recognized it. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, his expression changed dramatically. Not good. As his words fell, the giant serpent, now a colossal jiao, squinted its beastly eyes, and a massive fireball erupted from its mouth, hurtling towards them. In an instant, Fengze recalled a childhood legend. The transformation of a serpent into a jiao takes a century, while a jiao can directly consume a true dragon. Chapter 39. The malicious serpent. Yuyu could hardly believe it. The serpent, the one that had been so kind to her, the one she had ridden upon, was now launching fireballs at her. Although it was gravely wounded, it was still a true dragon. A mere false jiao could not intimidate it. However, just as Fengze was gathering his strength, a powerful force surged from behind, pushing him aside. Xiaohei, get out of the way. Yuyu's furious voice rang out. The fireball directly dispelled the jiao's flames, yet it did not change its trajectory. The flames, crackling with thunder, struck the giant jiao. The jiao let out a mournful cry and crashed to the ground, after which it became eerily silent. Wanwan was left dumbfounded, her jaw nearly unhinged. Why, Yuyu? Is this the soft, cuddly Yuyu I know? A being that could summon thunder and spew fire. What on earth was happening? Yuyu, completely oblivious to Wanwan's astonishment, wiped her mouth with determination, her fists clenched in anger. The wicked dragon lord despises deceit. Bad Jiao. Turning, she teared up slightly. Xiaohei, I can't climb up. This is too unfair. Next time, if I eat another heavenly thunder, I will definitely grow wings. Upon uttering this, the previously tense atmosphere came to a halt, and Wanwan could no longer suppress her disbelief, her face a mix of laughter and tears. She helplessly rubbed her forehead. Well, no matter what Yuyu is, she will always be Yuyu. Fengze, ever diligent and selfless, lifted Yuyu without a second thought. He was unsure what kind of fire Yuyu possessed, as the jiao should have been impervious after its transformation. Yet after being struck by Yuyu's flames, it writhed on the ground in agony, unable to escape the inferno. The more Yuyu watched, the angrier she became. How dare you? Yuyu and Xiaohei were trying to help you, and yet you treat us this way. With that, Yuyu puffed her cheeks and prepared to unleash another fiery blast, but Fengze swiftly covered her mouth. Wait, what? Yuyu felt the fire caught in her throat, and Fengze immediately realized he had acted hastily, quickly withdrawing his hand. Yuyu finally freed her mouth and let out a plume of black smoke. Hick, Xiaohei, what are you doing? Yuyu glared at Fengze, who wore an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, Yuyu. I just thought I should handle this. Yuyu was not genuinely angry with him. After all, Xiaohei was not a reckless individual. Since he had acted, there must have been a reason. She turned her head away with a huff. Fine then. Who told the wicked dragon lord to be so magnanimous? Fengze glanced down at Yuyu, smiling quietly without saying a word. He could clearly see that Yuyu had genuinely intended to eliminate the creature. Despite their close bond these past few days, the jiao's betrayal was undeniable. He had worried whether Youyou would hesitate, but it seemed he had overestimated her. She was more decisive than he had imagined. Little did he know that Youyou was not contemplating anything so complex. To her, those who treated her well would receive her kindness, while those who wronged her would simply be incinerated. Fengzai's intervention was not out of compassion, but rather an instinctive feeling that he should be the one to handle this matter. The giant Jiao seemed to sense the killing intent and writhed even more violently, perhaps pleading for mercy. Fengzai shook his head, unmoved. You harbor malice and engage in deceit. I cannot spare you. Chapter 40. Xiao Hei's black flames. With that, he gently closed his eyes. The black flames Youyou had seen before manifested in his hand within moments. Fengzai raised his palm, and the flames floated lightly, landing upon the black Jiao. Externally, Youyou's flames appeared more terrifying. However, once Fengzai's black flames made contact, the black Jiao first froze for a moment before struggling violently, ultimately falling silent. Wow, Xiao Hei's flames are truly formidable. It seems Youyou must work harder. Youyou clenched her fists, vowing in her heart that the wicked dragon lord could never lose to a mere flawed little mudfish. Fengzai gazed intently at his palm, a contemplative expression gracing his features. Youyou tilted her head, curious about his demeanor. What is it? Fengzai hesitated, uncertain if it was merely a figment of his imagination. His tone tinged with doubt. I seem to have grown slightly stronger. What? Youyou exclaimed, astonished. Little Hei was already formidable. How could she protect him now that he had become even more powerful? Could it be that strength begets strength? What should she consume then? Youyou furrowed her brow, diligently pondering. Meanwhile, Xiang Wanwan had observed the entire scene, her expression thoughtful as she slowly inquired, Are you the Dragon Clan? Fengzai's body stiffened. Had he been exposed? But why him? Even if Youyou were to be seen in her true form, no one would associate her with the Dragon Clan. She could easily claim to be a descendant of an ancient divine beast and evade suspicion. Despite her numerous flaws in disguise, he had refrained from intervening. However, he was different. He was a quintessential dragon, the most esteemed black dragon. Others could discern his identity with a mere glance, which is why he had always exercised utmost caution, ensuring that neither his spiritual power nor true form revealed any vulnerabilities. Fengzai's gaze instantly shifted to one of wariness. How did Xiang Wanwan come to this knowledge? Sensing his detachment, Xiang Wanwan rubbed her forehead. Rest assured, you have not shown any signs of weakness. It was merely that black flame. I have encountered it in ancient texts, which led me to speculate about your identity. Fengzai was taken aback. This flame had been bestowed upon him by his father, yet he had no understanding of its nature or how to wield it. How did Xiang Wanwan know? She glanced at Fengzai and then at Youyou, ultimately letting out a sigh. I should have eliminated you here. But I trust Qian Yuan Xianjia. Since he has chosen to spare you, there must be a reason. I will not disclose this matter to anyone else. Take care of yourself. She relinquished her pursuit, yet Youyou eagerly grasped her hand. Sister Wanwan, what is this black flame? In the presence of Youyou, Xiang Wanwan's demeanor softened considerably. She gently held Youyou's fluffy hand and replied in a subdued tone, I only saw it a long time ago. It seems that the current Dragon Clan are all descendants of the ancient Zhu Long, and that flame is a safeguard left behind by Zhu Long for his progeny. Youyou was eager to inquire further, but Xiang Wanwan shook her head. Unfortunately, I do not recall any more details. Youyou remembered that Little Hei had mentioned this could be the key to saving his kin. Now that Sister Wanwan was aware of its origin, Youyou felt an urgency surpassing even Little Hei's. She playfully tugged at Xiang Wanwan's arm. Sister Wanwan, where can I find this book? Can I see it? Youyou looked at Xiang Wanwan with hopeful eyes, who glanced at Fengzai, her hesitation apparent. Fengzai's identity was a secret, and she was uncertain whether this might lead to complications for them. However, she succumbed to Youyou's earnestness and ultimately relented. Youyou was momentarily troubled. However, she still had numerous herbs to gather. This was a matter of great importance to her sect, and she could not afford to be careless. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiang Wanwan asked, Could Youyou show me what you were looking for? Youyou nodded obediently, producing a manual from her small bag. As Xiang Wanwan turned the pages, her expression gradually lightened. Do you have them all? Youyou's mouth fell open in astonishment as she repeated the question. Do you really have one, Yin Shueshin? Indeed, we have so much at home that we cannot store it all. What about Ren Run Tone? It serves as a guard at my home. I can spare a vine for you. Zhuo He as well. We have a pond full of it. It cannot all be harvested. Youyou gasped, and, after careful consideration, turned to Feng Zhe with unwavering certainty. Feng Zhe, Chapter 41. Youyou conceals her talents and fame. This time, Youyou cannot be blamed. After all, even he had been momentarily swayed upon hearing such words. The herbs Ling Ji sought were both precious and rare. Feng Zhe had initially thought they would search the cultivation realm for several years, but to his surprise, he and Youyou, with solemnity, bowed respectfully to Xiang Wanwan. "Thank you. When shall we depart?" "All right," Youyou replied eagerly. Xiang Wanwan sighed inwardly. She understood the risks involved in this venture. Yet the individual with the surname Sang had been silent for many years. Now, encountering his junior sister might indeed be fate. With the greatest peril averted, they scoured the area twice more, and Youyou frequently encountered other cultivators. During these moments, she would quietly sneak over to eavesdrop. This secret realm was not so daunting after all. Apart from the recent tremors and inexplicable thunder, there was little to fear. She could not fathom why those in the past had been unable to escape. Hearing this, Youyou sighed with a maturity beyond her years, then shook her head, striding away confidently. Youth, so young. The reason for their tranquility was undoubtedly because Youyou had cleared the obstacles from behind the scenes. However, Youyou remained discreet and said nothing. With a cheerful smile, she waved her tiny hand. Master said to be helpful. Perhaps due to the relaxed atmosphere, time flew swiftly, and before long, it was time to leave the secret realm. The sky opened once more, unveiling the portal, and a multitude of cultivators immediately took to the skies on their swords. Youyou mounted Feng Zhe's black sword, and the three of them exited the secret realm together. Upon seeing this familiar world again, Youyou felt a momentary disorientation, as if the past 5 days had stretched into 5 months. The elderly registrar appeared to be momentarily stunned upon seeing Youyou, perplexed by her presence. After counting the number of survivors, a look of bewilderment crossed his face. 80% survived? Youyou tilted her head in confusion. But the giant gorillas and serpents have been vanquished. How could there still be 2 out of 10 dead? Xiang Wanwan was unperturbed by the scene. People die for wealth. Birds die for food. Where there are humans, there will naturally be conflict. Mutual slaughter? Youyou wrinkled her nose in disdain, glancing at the remaining survivors, who all seemed potential murderers. Unlike them, the dragons were different. Perhaps due to their scarcity, they looked out for one another. Unless it concerned a fated individual, they would not easily resort to conflict. Seeing there was nothing more to discuss, Xiang Wanwan stretched lazily. Then let us depart. With that, she produced a whistle and blew into it. In no time, a familiar palanquin appeared before Youyou. Xiang Wanwan gestured invitingly, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "Please." Youyou chuckled, straightening her back as if mimicking a grand gesture. But just as she was about to board, the old man's voice rang out behind her. The registrar, smiling, called to Youyou. "Little girl, may I ask you to stay a moment?" As the gazes of the group fell upon her, the old man's smile remained. Yet he sighed. "You must know about the previous events in the Wuji Mountain secret realm. I merely wish to understand why this time it has been so calm. Little girl, would you come over and share with this old man?" In truth, Youyou was well aware of the answer. Just as she was about to step forward, she suddenly halted, furrowing her brow in contemplation before resolutely shaking her head. Master said that if there are adults nearby, and someone asks Youyou for help, that person must be a bad person trying to abduct Youyou. "Grandpa, are you a bad person?" Youyou blinked innocently as she posed the question, causing the old man's expression to falter. How could a grandpa be a bad person? Feng Zhe silently positioned himself in front of Youyou, his dark eyes betraying no emotion as he fixed his gaze on the old man, wary of any sudden movements. Xiang Wanwan let out a laugh. "Oh dear, silly Youyou. How can a bad person ever admit to being one?" "That's true." Youyou scratched her head, giggling. "But Youyou is quite clever." Xiang Wanwan turned away, a smile playing on her lips that did not reach her eyes. "I understand your intentions, but what fault does Youyou bear? She is but a child." The expression of the elder suddenly turned cold. "According to the rules of the Shi-NMN, one is responsible for their own actions, and misfortune does not befall the sect. Given your behavior, should I not conclude that you regard the rules of the Shi-NMN as mere trifles?" Xing WNWN's voice gradually became frigid. The elder met her gaze for a long moment before finally shifting his eyes away, replying indifferently, "Fairy, you worry too much. I merely thought that children do not lie, hence I wish to inquire about her. If you are unwilling, then so be it. Chapter 42. A lifelong friendship with Sister WNWN. Seeing WNWN scoffed softly, inwardly cursing the old man. This elder, who once had some stature in his youth, had now, at this age, resorted to bullying the younger generation. She turned and led Youyou and Fengzi onto the sedan chair. As the chair ascended into the air, Youyou let out a small gasp of wonder. How far is Sister WNWN's home? Although it was not far to the entrance, the distance to the actual residence was considerable. Youyou, puzzled, did not quite comprehend this distinction. Seeing her confusion, Seeing WNWN smiled and said, "You'll understand soon enough." "All right, fine," Youyou replied, leaning against the window to gaze down. With wings of her own, she had once flown, so height did not frighten her. It had been quite some time since she had enjoyed the sights from such a height. She found even the smallest tree charming. This thunder tribulation was sufficient for Youyou to unleash her fireball. If only she could eat a few more, she would grow up to fly on her own. After several busy days, Seeing WNWN felt a bit fatigued. She stretched lazily and glanced at Fengzi, who nodded without hesitation before looking at Youyou, his expression softening. "I will accompany Youyou." "All right," Seeing WNWN shrugged. It was unclear what cultivation level the sedan bearers possessed, but the chair flew steadily and swiftly. Before long, Youyou spotted a majestic mountain gate in the distance. Seeing WNWN looked down and smiled, nodding, "Indeed, we have arrived at the mountain gate." At that moment, Youyou did not grasp the significance of arriving at the mountain gate. She was simply immersed in the joy of soon meeting Sister WNWN's father. Upon exiting the secret realm, Seeing WNWN had cast a refreshing spell on Youyou and found her beautiful clothes. Now, Youyou tugged at her little skirt, feeling somewhat anxious. "Sister WNWN, will Uncle like Youyou?" Given Sister WNWN's kindness, Youyou wished for Uncle to like her too. Unable to resist, Seeing WNWN hugged Youyou tightly, taking a deep breath. "Listen to me. There is no one in this world who would dislike Youyou." Youyou felt ticklish and burst into giggles, while Fengzi, observing the playful sisters, could not help but avert his gaze. In broad daylight, what a display! Just as Seeing WNWN thought they would soon disembark upon entering the mountain gate, the sedan's speed showed no sign of diminishing. After a while, Youyou began to find it strange. "Aren't we there yet?" Seeing WNWN replied, "Did I not inform you? The distance from the mountain gate to home is still quite far." At each location, Seeing WNWN explained, and Youyou's eyes gradually glazed over as she struggled to swallow. "Sister WNWN, is the entire mountain your home?" "Indeed," Seeing WNWN replied matter-of-factly, "not only this mountain, but the one beside it as well. I found the scenery delightful, so I purchased the whole lot." Youyou had nothing more to say, but tightened her grip around Seeing WNWN's waist. "Sister WNWN, I want to be your good friend for a lifetime." Even the young disciples of Su Nti Nzi could express such sentiments. Chapter 43. Sister WNWN's home is enormous. Seeing WNWN chuckled, repeatedly affirming Youyou's declaration. Time passed, and just as Youyou began to feel numb, the sedan finally began to descend gradually. Eagerly, Youyou leaned over the edge to look, unable to suppress her gasp, her expression one of innocent wonder. The mountain gate was already so extraordinary. She had prepared herself for the so-called inner residence. Yet upon seeing it, she could not help but rub her eyes. People in the mortal realm often spoke of palaces, but surely they had never been to Sister WNWN's home. Youyou's eyes widened as she gazed, unable to see the end of the buildings. And if she was not mistaken, the eaves seemed to be gilded. At the entrance, many people awaited their arrival, among them a lean middle-aged man, whose low brows gave him an imposing presence at first glance. However, when he spoke, the gravity of his demeanor dissipated entirely. "My dear WNWN, are you injured?" Seeing WNWN quickly shook her head, supporting her father while gently patting his back. "Father, I'm fine. How are you?" After a fit of violent coughing, Seeing always seemed to bend slightly, but once he managed to regain his composure, he straightened up. "Just an old ailment. It is nothing serious." "Who are these two?" He looked towards the two behind Seeing WNWN. Youyou immediately beamed a broad smile and chirped, "Hello, Uncle." I am Youyou, and this is Little Black. He is called Fing Z. We are both from Xuantian Sect. Xing El Oi had been smiling, but upon hearing the name Xuantian Sect, his expression froze momentarily. Hehestita, Suni en Zetne. As he glanced at Xing WNWN, comprehension dawned upon him, and he suddenly felt a mix of disappointment and concern. Xing WNWN, caught between laughter and tears, exclaimed, "Father, what are you saying? It is not as you think." She then recounted the events that transpired in the secret realm. And only then did Xing El Oi come to understand, his face once again brightening with a smile. "Ah, I see. It was my foolishness. Come now, let's not linger at the door. Let us enter." "Thank you, uncle." Youyou's sweet voice delighted Xing El Oi, though it also stirred a sense of melancholy within him. He mused that had it not been for the events of years past, his WNWN would likely have children of her own by now, perhaps of a similar age, calling him grandpa in such a sweet voice. With this thought, Xing El Oi felt a pang of nostalgia and could not help but retrieve a bracelet from his pocket. Youyou, I have not prepared anything grand, but please accept this." Youyou obediently extended her hand, unsure of what the bracelet was made of. It appeared to be of adult size. Yet upon reaching Youyou's hand, it magically shrank to fit her wrist perfectly. Youyou raised her hand and shook it. "Thank you, uncle. What a beautiful bracelet." Fing Z naturally received a gift as well. Observing his plain attire, Xing El Oi assumed he was not fond of gold and silver. So he took out a wooden hairpin from his chi encaying pouch. Fing Z was momentarily stunned, unable to process the gesture. "I have one too." He involuntarily took a step back, glancing at Xing El Oi, who firmly pressed the hairpin into his hand. "You must not refuse gifts from your elders." Fing Z stood frozen, the warmth of the hairpin still lingering in his palm. He was at a loss for what to do. Xing El Oi was so warm and welcoming, but what would happen later? If he were to reveal his identity, would the hairpin be seen as unworthy? Fing Z's bewildered expression was somewhat comical, causing Youyou to burst into laughter. Little Black has turned into a wooden hairpin. Chapter 44. Uncle recognizes Little Black as they exchanged playful banter. The group entered the house. Xing WNWN dismissed the others and became serious, explaining Fing Z's background. He stood motionless to one side, awaiting Xing El Oi's judgment. However, upon hearing the story, Xing El Oi merely sighed and beckoned Fing Z over. "Child, come here." Fing Z was taken aback, not expecting such a reaction. Hesitantly, he approached, and Xing El Oi examined him closely before coughing twice. "Good child, you have suffered. Are your parents still around?" Fing Z was utterly stunned. "What do you mean?" Xing El Oi took a sip of tea, finally regaining his composure. He took a deep breath and shook his head. "I was once a friend of your parents, and I believe they would never betray their principles." He was the first to assert that Fing Z's parents could not be traitors. Even a resilient youth like Fing Z could not contain the flood of emotions at that moment, his eyes brimming with uncontainable tears. Upon witnessing his reaction, Xiangyi realized that his suspicions were indeed correct. Feng Zhe performed a deep bow towards Xiangyi, reluctant to lift his head for an extended period. Seizing the opportunity while no one was watching, the young man allowed his grievances to swell unchecked. However, at that moment, his gaze fell upon a familiar little face. Youyou approached, looking up at Feng Zhe with a hint of surprise. "Xiaohei, did you drop some golden beans?" Feng Zhe hurriedly wiped his eyes, his movements somewhat awkward. After a considerable time, he composed himself once more, transforming back into the mature and composed youth he was. "Thank you, senior, for believing in my father and mother. However, this matter is of great significance, and I prefer not to elaborate further or involve you." Xiangyi understood his concerns and merely nodded. "Very well. Although I was unable to assist in the past, if you find yourself in need now, do not hesitate to ask. Your uncle will certainly do his utmost." After a brief exchange, Xiangyi appeared fatigued. Xiang Wanwan, noticing this, swiftly helped him to his feet. Xiangyi patted her hand gently. "All right, I shall take a rest. Let's go and play." Although Xiang Wanwan was still worried, Xiangyi waved her off and retreated to the back room, leaving them time to themselves. It was then that Youyou could no longer contain her curiosity. "Sister Wanwan, what is wrong with uncle? Why has he been coughing?" The furrow of worry on Xiang Wanwan's brow was now evident, and she led them outside while explaining, "This is why I sought the foam beast. A few years ago, I fell gravely ill, and in searching for medicine for me, my father was poisoned by the earth. Only the inner core of a wind-type beast can cure it completely. Youyou nodded, somewhat understanding, but then saw Xuantian grin mischievously and stick out her tongue. But my father has rarely attended to matters of the cultivation world these past years, so he is naturally unaware of the changes in Wuji Mountain. I told him I was merely going to broaden my horizons. Otherwise, he would never allow me to venture into such perilous places. Understanding dawned on Youyou. She remarked, "Look how dearly Uncle cherishes Sister Wanwan. How could he let her go to Wuji Mountain alone?" The journey through the Xiang family estate seemed endless. After walking for quite some time, they encountered numerous individuals clad in uniform attire who bowed to Xiang Wanwan, addressing her as Mississippi Wanwan. Intrigued, inquire Sister Wanwan, "Which sect do you belong to?" When entering the mystic realm of Wuji Mountain, there had been a registration of sects, and although Youyou could not read, she had seen Sister Wanwan write. Xiang Wanwan, stepping lightly, replied, "I belong to the Wan sect." "Oh, I see." It was as she had anticipated, Xiang Wanwan explained. "Upon reaching the appropriate age for joining a sect, my father, fearing I would face hardships, simply established a sect of his own, recruiting talented individuals from other sects to teach me. The people you saw earlier, including those carrying the palanquin, are, strictly speaking, my junior brothers and sisters." Chapter 45. The Traitorous Apothecary. Youyou felt her understanding broaden. Previously, she had only known to hoard treasures in a cave, never realizing that with enough shiny objects, one could accomplish so much. After a while, Xiang Wanwan finally arrived at her intended destination. Before even entering the courtyard, Youyou scrunched her little nose. "It's so bitter." "Good medicine is often bitter," Xiang Wanwan replied, seemingly accustomed to the scent as she stepped inside. There, Youyou beheld a courtyard filled with herbs and many medicinal jars. She quickly deduced the purpose of this place. It was indeed Uncle's medicinal garden. At that moment, she felt a pang of sympathy for him. Being ill was already challenging enough, and now he had to consume such distasteful medicines. Just then, a woman emerged from the apothecary, appearing to be around 28 years old. Youyou tilted her head, puzzled as to why Sister Wanwan referred to her as aunt. The newcomer seemed somewhat exasperated. "You little girl, I thought you were off playing and had forgotten all about us." Her youthful appearance belied the affectionate tone of a senior, leaving Youyou momentarily confused. Xiang Wanwan appeared quite familiar with her, chuckling softly. "I was just going to find something good. Look what I have." She mysteriously extended her hand, prompting the woman, initially nonchalant, to widen her eyes in astonishment upon seeing what it was. The inner core of a foam beast. "Where did you get this? Are you hurt?" She immediately grasped Xiang Wanwan's wrist to check her pulse, only relaxing once she confirmed there was no issue, before scolding her for her recklessness. Xiang Wanwan lowered her gaze. "I had no choice. I'm quite afraid my father may not be able to stay with me for much longer." Upon hearing this, concern crossed Aunt's face. She sighed, holding the beast's inner core with an inscrutable expression. Xiang Wanwan soon regained her vitality, but with this inner core, my father should recover quickly, right? Aunt remained silent. The joy in Xiang Wanwan's eyes gradually faded, leaving her speechless. Aunt's fingers tightened and then relaxed, her jaw clenched. Finally, she relented, though the inner core exists. Not everyone can refine it. To my knowledge, there is only one person in this world who can be assured of curing your uncle. She then gazed into the distance, her expression ambiguous, whether nostalgic or filled with disdain. "It is that traitor of the cultivation world, the former apothecary Ling Ji." Upon hearing this, Youyou froze in place. The traitorous apothecary who had been stripped of her powers? Could it be that she was referring to senior sister? Youyou looked up at Aunt with confusion, but Aunt seemed unwilling to elaborate further, merely averting her gaze, concealing her expression. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke softly, "But everyone knows that a traitor is not allowed to reappear in the cultivation world." This time, Youyou truly comprehended her implication. She held back her emotions, but eventually could no longer contain herself, clenching her small fists and taking a deep breath, declaring loudly, "Senior sister is not a traitor." Youyou fixed her gaze on Aunt, hoping to convey her conviction through her eyes. Aunt immediately reacted. "You are from Xuantian Sect?" Youyou nodded earnestly, although Aunt had not appeared overly familiar with her. There was a hint of friendliness in her demeanor. Upon hearing Youyou state her affiliation, Aunt's expression turned icy. So, she was the traitor's junior sister. Chapter 46. Senior Sister is not a traitor. After saying this, she glanced at Xiang Wanwan with evident disdain. Wanwan, how could you be with her? The tone implied that Youyou was akin to filth. Xiang Wanwan, suddenly realizing her misstep, felt a wave of regret wash over her. How could she have forgotten that Ant and Ling Ji were bitter enemies? Bringing Youyou before Ant was akin to leading her into a pit of fire. Xiang Wanwan quickly grasped Youyou's hand while attempting to placate Ant. However, Youyou for the first time pulled away. Fuming, she stood aside, refusing to look at anyone. Her eyes fixed on Ant. Why do you say my senior sister is a traitor? Her voice trembled with suppressed anger. She demanded an explanation. Ant, who ought to have dismissed the matter with a child, unexpectedly sneered, revealing her malice without restraint. The great battle of the past was caused by your good senior sister poisoning everyone, leading to the defeat of the cultivation world. Everyone knows that Apothecary Ling Ji was always the most cautious and would never err. She did it on purpose. Tell me, what else could this be but treachery? By the end of her words, Ant's eyes were already red, her voice quavering, filled with a deep-seated hatred. She straightened herself, forcefully wiping her face. In any case, I will think of another way regarding the inner core. As for you, countless individuals in the cultivation world harbor hatred towards your sect. If you wish to survive, it will be wise to keep a low profile. Youyou is nearly ready to leap up in distress. She knew nothing of that past battle or the medicinal injuries. But one thing was certain to her. My elder martial sister would never intentionally harm anyone. Youyou shouted loudly at Aunt Chen's retreating figure. This was Youyou's first encounter with the malice of others, and she was so enraged that her entire body trembled, tears welling in her eyes. Yet she ultimately held them back. She rubbed her face vigorously, pursed her lips for a while, and then raised her eyes, looking at Xiang Wanwan with hope. Sister Wanwan, what that aunt said is incorrect. My elder martial sister is not that kind of person. Xiang Wanwan hesitated for a moment, then knelt down to embrace Youyou, gently patting her back, though she could not bring herself to agree with her words. Having only met Lingji a few times, she did not believe Lingji could commit such an act. However, the facts were presented before her, making it impossible for her to argue otherwise. When Youyou noticed her silence, disappointment flickered in her eyes. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. People naturally trust their loved ones, just as Youyou believed in her elder martial sister. Sister Wanwan would surely believe Aunt Chun. With a serious expression, Youyou pushed Xiang Wanwan away, her lips tightly pressed together, and said earnestly, Sister Wanwan, can you tell me about that great battle? I want to help clear my elder martial sister's name. Xiang Wanwan was taken aback, not expecting Youyou to possess such ambition. After a moment of hesitation, she began to respond, but it was at that moment that Feng Zhe, who had been quietly observing, spoke up. If you can clear Lingji's name, she will owe you a favor, and she will certainly assist you. Xiang Wanwan's expression shifted. She was persuaded, in her heart, nothing was more valuable than her father's life. At the same time, she could not help but glance at the unassuming youth beside her. She had not anticipated that this young black dragon, who had spent little time outside the demon realm, would possess such insight into human emotions. Youyou chimed in, yes. If Sister Wanwan helps my elder martial sister will definitely help you. My elder martial sister is truly formidable. After contemplating for a while, Xiang Wanwan's concern for her father outweighed all else, and she gritted her teeth. All right, but are you both truly certain that Lingji is innocent? Youyou nodded vigorously. My elder martial sister would never commit wrongdoing. With a sigh, Xiang Wanwan led them away from that place. After arriving at the guest room and settling them in, she finally closed the doors and windows, beginning to recount the events of the past. Chapter 47. What happened back then? Through her narration, Youyou gradually learned some of the underlying truths. It was actually quite simple. The celestial beings and demons were sworn enemies, and the demon realm committed countless atrocities, leading to suffering among the living. The Celestial Sect, unable to bear this, organized a group to confront the demon realm in a battle to the death. What should have been a balanced confrontation, however, took an unexpected turn. The leader of the Dragon Clan, originally a war god of the cultivation world, betrayed them, resulting in substantial losses for the celestial beings. At that moment, there still remained a chance for retaliation. However, the unexpected occurred. The renowned alchemist Lingji, a genius of her time, had created pills capable of instantly enhancing cultivation levels or healing injuries within a day. All cultivators trusted her, and during that battle, she was the backbone for everyone. Yet this support faltered at a critical moment. Countless cultivators consumed Lingji's medicine, only to cough up blood and collapse in weakness. The morale of the demon clan soared, and they took advantage of the situation, leading to the catastrophic defeat of the celestial beings. After that, Lingji was stripped of her cultivation and cast out from the cultivation world, left to fend for herself. Her master, the once great Xianjue, was severely injured during the battle, rumored to be hiding in some mountain, and thereafter, little news of him surfaced. Since then, no one had heard of any activity from Xuantian until Youyou's appearance at Woodjishan. But could this truly be the doing of my elder martial sister? Did no one harbor doubts? Even Youyou understood that the possibility of the pills being tampered with was far too great. How could it be conclusively determined that it was her elder martial sister's fault? Yet Xiang Wanwan shook her head. All the herbs were personally gathered and refined by her before being distributed to the cultivators. Most importantly, Lingji did not refute the accusations at the time. Did not refute? Youyou exclaimed in surprise. Although her elder martial sister appeared taciturn, she was by no means someone who would passively accept blame. Why did she not defend herself? Unable to conceive a solution, Youyou anxiously picked at her nails. Xiang Wanwan sighed and took Youyou's small hand. So, after hearing all this, do you still believe your elder martial sister is innocent and wish to clear her name? Of course, Youyou replied without a second thought. Perhaps to others, her elder martial sister was an alchemist and a traitor, but in Youyou's heart, she was the best elder martial sister in the world. She had no reason to doubt her. If my elder martial sister did not refute, there must be a reason, Youyou declared with conviction. Xiang Wanwan was also moved by Youyou's determination. She sighed and conceded, all right, but this matter has been too long in the past. I'm not sure if we can uncover any clues. That's all right. Youyou was no fool. How could she investigate aimlessly? The person who knew the truth best was undoubtedly her elder martial sister. Youyou was quite clever. Xiang Wanwan was taken aback, then suddenly smacked her forehead. How had she momentarily overlooked the fact that they could directly ask Lingji? Without further ado, Youyou took out a small notebook, eagerly handing the pen to Xiang Wanwan. Sister Wanwan, see what you can help Youyou find. I'll search for the rest myself. Seeing Youyou so full of energy, Xiang Wanwan couldn't help but be influenced. Feeling invigorated as if she could restore Lingji's cultivation and save her father in the next moment. She glanced at the items listed in the notebook. Aside from a few items that were too cheap for them, most could be found. So, with a decisive clap, Xiang Wanwan closed the notebook. Why go through the trouble of searching? I'll have someone prepare everything. It will all be ready in just a few days. Ready? Although Youyou had long had some understanding of Sister Wanwan's financial capabilities, she couldn't help but gasp at this proclamation. She wondered how her once shiny treasures compared to what Sister Wanwan could provide. Youyou felt an increasing admiration for Xiang Wanwan. Xiang Wanwan handed the notebook to a servant, instructing them to gather everything within 3 days, then solemnly shook Youyou's hand. Now we have something more important to attend to. Chapter 48, Shiny Treasure's Joy. What is it? Youyou tilted her head in confusion. The next day, Youyou stood on a bustling street, gazing at the dazzling array of shops, overwhelmed by the vibrant displays. Xiang Wanwan held Youyou's hand, standing at a crossroads, pointing in different directions. Which street do you fancy? I'll treat you. Unable to contain herself, Youyou dug at her ears, foolishly looking up and making a noise of disbelief. Huh? Xiang Wanwan couldn't help but laugh at her antics, bending down to pinch her cheek. Did I not say? I intend to make you the second richest person in the world, so I shall treat you to a few streets. But what would Youyou do with a shop? Youyou, slightly flustered from being pinched, struggled to convey her confusion. Xiang Wanwan, still pinching Youyou's round cheeks, noticed that Youyou was beginning to feel dizzy and finally released her hand with reluctance. She had regretted not bringing her into Xuantian sooner. Such a delightful face had been missed for so many years. Silly child, what do you understand? Teaching someone to fish is better than giving them a fish. That is the essence of generating wealth. What fish? You like to eat fish, but this was not a fish market. Though Youyou did not comprehend what Xiang Wanwan was saying, she was quite self-aware. Rubbing her cheek, she plaintively remarked, but Youyou doesn't know how to sell things. Xiang Wanwan shook her head, reflecting on the situation. Although Youyou appeared intelligent, she was still but a child. Certainly, there is no need for you to worry, Yo-Yo. We possess sufficient wealth to employ someone adept at handling transactions on your behalf. In essence, You need only to inform Sister Wanwan of your preferences. Yet, Youyou seemed somewhat hesitant. Although she had a fondness for the sparkling treasures, her master had advised against accepting overly extravagant gifts from outsiders, as such debts of gratitude must eventually be repaid. Wanwan, ever the impatient one, noticed Youyou's indecisiveness, and, seeing her longing gaze, made a swift decision. Since you cannot choose, I shall gift you all these streets. Youyou nearly stumbled in disbelief. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Wanwan had already taken her into a nearby shop. The owner was instructed to transfer the businesses of these streets and establish a merchant account for Youyou, ensuring that future earnings would be deposited directly into her account. The shopkeeper, seemingly aware of Wanwan's intentions, displayed no surprise but promptly complied. Taken aback by the efficiency of the proceedings, Youyou tugged at Wanwan's sleeve, protesting, "Sister Wanwan, this is too valuable. I cannot accept it." "What is so valuable?" Wanwan replied nonchalantly, extending her hand and demonstrating with her fingers the minuscule size of the gift. "This little trinket is hardly significant. If you refuse it, dear sister, it would surely sadden me." As she spoke, Wanwan feigned a look of indignation. Upon witnessing this, Youyou quickly relented, exclaiming, "I shall accept it. Thank you, Sister Wanwan." At last, a smile graced Wanwan's face, and Youyou felt elated. Hooray! Youyou was now wealthy. Furthermore, her senior brothers and sisters would no longer have to toil so hard. Seeing Youyou's delight eased Wanwan's concerns. She had never been one to owe favors, and the only gift she could offer Youyou was her financial support. Fortunately, Youyou was not among the hypocritical adults. Otherwise, the ensuing back and forth would have been quite bothersome. "Very well, let us venture out and see what captures your fancy, Youyou." Youyou felt overwhelmed by the crowd, unaware that they were in one of the most renowned trading markets in the cultivation world. By entrusting these streets to her, Wanwan had essentially gifted her an inexhaustible treasury. Youyou had explored bustling human markets before, but this was her inaugural experience in the realm of cultivation, and everything piqued her curiosity, leaving her unsure of where to direct her gaze. Wanwan permitted her to indulge. Whenever Youyou lingered on an item for more than 3 seconds, she would swiftly wave her hand, and someone would emerge from the shadows to retrieve the item Youyou had been admiring. As they continued their exploration, Youyou's eyes widened with excitement. "So many sparkles. Sister Wanwan, what is that?" Wanwan glanced over and could not help but chuckle at Youyou's straightforward preferences. "Those are luminous pearls and gemstones. Do you fancy them?" "Yes." Youyou's gaze was fixed, mesmerized by the sparkling delights. She hopped over eagerly, ready to revel in the treasures, but suddenly wrinkled her nose and sniffed the air. Soon, her brow furrowed in confusion. Why do these sparkling gems smell so strongly of blood? Chapter 49. The stinky pearls. Youyou opened her mouth and sneezed softly, then covered her nose and stepped away from the stall, refusing to approach. Wanwan, intrigued, inquired, "What is the matter?" Youyou, pinching her nose, replied in a muffled voice, "It smells bad." "Bad?" Wanwan was perplexed. Youyou typically adored these sparkling jewels. How could she now find them unpleasant? Sensing something amiss, Wanwan pondered briefly before casually picking up a pearl. Indeed, Youyou's disdain became even more pronounced. Wanwan, connecting the dots, asked the vendor, "How much for this pearl?" The vendor beamed at her and replied, "You have a discerning eye. This is our latest stock, top-quality South Sea pearls. You are in luck today." Though Wanwan had been the chief proprietor of this place only a day prior, few recognized her, and the small vendors perceived her as just another customer, unaware of her true status. Wanwan arched an eyebrow. "Oh, but I find the pearls somewhat lacking." The vendor's expression soured. He was confident in his merchandise and assumed Wanwan was merely trying to haggle. "You jest, madam. Just look at its quality. It is a rare find." The vendor's enthusiasm began to wane. Wanwan, taken aback by his dismissiveness, was about to counter when a striking female cultivator approached, clearly familiar with the vendor. "Have you prepared the pearls I requested yesterday?" The vendor's face lit up at her arrival. "Of course. Here are the finest South Sea pearls. Take a look." He produced another pearl, which Wanwan examined and could not deny was indeed exquisite. The pearl shimmered with a radiant glow, subtly infused with blue light, something even she had seldom encountered. The female cultivator beamed, "Your pearls are unmatched. I inquired elsewhere, and they all claimed the South Sea was too treacherous to navigate, but that is merely an excuse for their incompetence." She handed the vendor a pouch of silver, and he grinned broadly, "Thank you." Come again if you need anything. After she departed and the vendor turned back to Wanwan and Youyou, his demeanor had cooled considerably. Just as he was about to speak, Wanwan casually revealed several superior-grade spiritual stones, drawing the vendor's attention. Superior grade, not to mention Youyou, whose mouth nearly watered at the sight. She had scarcely encountered upper-grade stones, let alone superior ones. Although Sister Wanwan had gifted her many treasures, the tangible allure of the spiritual stones captivated Youyou immensely. How could anyone resist such wonders? Realizing his misjudgment, the vendor quickly altered his approach. Dear friend, please feel free to browse as you wish. Wanwan scoffed lightly and encouraged Youyou with a glance. Youyou, which one do you fancy? As she spoke, she exchanged a knowing look with Youyou. Youyou understood immediately, clearing her throat theatrically, then walked back and forth in front of the stall with her hands behind her back. The vendor watched eagerly as Youyou, mimicking an adult, sighed dramatically. Oh dear, these are all so ordinary. Youyou does not like them. The vendor's smile faltered momentarily. Chapter 50. The Longevity Lock or the Pearl. Yet, the vendor quickly regained his composure. Such high standards for a young girl. No worries, I have more inside. Let us step in and discuss. His stall was merely a facade to attract customers. The true treasures lay within. Youyou and Wanwan exchanged glances before following the vendor into the shop. Once inside, he instructed them to browse while he ventured to the back, claiming he would fetch the store's prized possession. Once he was gone, Youyou whispered to Wanwan, her thoughts clear. Sister Wanwan, the lady just mentioned that the South Sea is off limits. How could he acquire South Sea pearls in a single day? Wanwan, surprised by Youyou's keen observation, glanced at her in astonishment. After a moment's reflection, she nodded and replied quietly. Indeed, I have also heard that the South Sea is currently unstable, and even if one could travel, the journey would take at least a week. There is something suspicious about this vendor. Youyou narrowed her eyes thoughtfully and nodded slowly. After a short while, the proprietor emerged holding a box, his face beaming with joy as he introduced it to the two. Dear guests, take a look. He opened the box, and Youyou leaned in for a closer inspection, unable to suppress her surprise. What is this? Although Youyou had seen pearls before, round and sizable, this particular one was unlike anything she had encountered. The proprietor, sensing her intrigue, grew proud and declared, These are pearls I gathered during my voyages at sea. I assure you, there are none like them within the 3 realms. Youyou remained skeptical. Are you trying to deceive me? How could there be a pearl shaped like a lock? Indeed, the items in the box, regardless of their texture or hue, appear to be pearls. Yet, intriguingly, they resembled a longevity lock. The value of pearls lies in their natural formation, and this lock was evidently artificial, which made Youyou regard the proprietor with disdain. I'm not a mere child. How can you attempt to fool me? Xiang Wanwan echoed her sentiments, asserting that even though Youyou was young, she was not alone in her reasoning. The proprietor was aware of the doubt cast upon him, yet he remained unfazed, exuding confidence. I understand your skepticism. If it weren't for the connection we share, I would not have presented this to you. We are all cultivators here. Why not take a closer look? I may have indeed tampered with this longevity lock. Upon hearing this, Xiang Wanwan's demeanor shifted. She focused intently. Her consciousness swept over the longevity lock crafted from pearls several times, and then her expression turned to one of confusion. There were indeed no signs of artificiality. Could it truly be natural? The proprietor beamed with pride. So, I have not deceived you, have I? This is a genuine treasure. Youyou nodded in agreement, recognizing its worth. It truly is a remarkable treasure. The proprietor felt a surge of excitement. He had encountered many cultivators accompanied by children. Once a child expressed interest, the adults rarely disagreed. Those superior-grade spirit stones were practically his. Just as he was about to elaborate further, Youyou piped up again. But I still prefer the pearls that the older sister took away. The proprietor's smile faltered for a moment, and he attempted to persuade her. But Youyou's displeasure was evident as she pouted and prepared to leave. As expected, the proprietor blocked her way. Not so fast. Come back tomorrow, and I will surely prepare an even finer Nanhai pearl for you. All right, Youyou replied eagerly. The words of her elder sister proved true. If one threatened to leave while shopping, they could obtain what they desired. Youyou was indeed the most formidable and cunning little dragon in the entire realm of cultivation. After this encounter, neither of them felt inclined to continue browsing. As they departed, Xiang Wanwan casually tossed a talisman into a corner. Once they were outside, Youyou could hardly contain her curiosity and asked about the talisman. With a mysterious smile, Xuantian replied. This was crafted by your senior brother. It allows for constant surveillance of others, but he warned me that it could be misused for nefarious purposes. You must keep this a secret. I see. Youyou's excitement bubbled forth. Did your senior brother create this himself? No one else can. Of course. Xuantian replied with pride. This was specially made for me by your senior brother. In the past, our two sects were far apart, and we seldom met. He created this so that we could see each other every day. After saying this, her expression turned wistful. But that was a long time ago. Youyou lowered her head, her mind racing. It was evident that Xuantian still harbored feelings for her senior brother. Why had they parted ways? Youyou could not comprehend it, but silently resolved that if an opportunity arose, she would ensure Xuantian became her sister-in-law once more. Fengze had come primarily to delve into the records of the library, and having received permission today, he immersed himself in its depths for an entire day. When Youyou found him, he appeared somewhat diminished, as if the once vibrant little black dragon was turning into a muted gray. Little Black, what's wrong? Youyou exclaimed in alarm. Fengze slapped his face, attempting to rouse himself. While I do not mind reading, there's simply too many books here. This is not a library, it is a mountain of tomes. He had spent the entire day searching and had not even finished one wall, leaving him dizzy and overwhelmed. Youyou's sympathy was palpable. If only I could help you read, but I do not know how. She shook her head, preparing to leave, but Fengze grasped her collar. Hearing her words reminded him of a matter he had long been preoccupied with. Perfect. This is a great opportunity to teach you how to read and write. Youyou's eyes widened in shock as she struggled to escape, her little legs kicking helplessly. Fengze was unyielding, firmly bringing her to the table and chairs. Youyou felt tears welling up. She had heard her second senior sister and third senior brother mention that they often received punishment from their master for neglecting their studies. Even such a gentle master resorted to discipline, indicating that studying was no trivial matter. Would Little Black also punish her? With tearful eyes, she implored Little Black. I am your savior. You cannot punish me. Fengze, who had been searching for beginner reading materials, paused, bewildered by how Youyou had linked studying with punishment. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. The rules of studying are strict. If you do not apply yourself diligently, you shall be punished. Punished? Youyou was so frightened that she could not even shed a tear. Her small hands instinctively shielded her bottom. No, I must retreat. She backed away hurriedly, pressing her body against the wall, fearful of imminent punishment. As Fengze struggled to contain his laughter, he maintained his serious facade and earnestly explained. You are the most formidable and esteemed little dragon. If everyone else can read, and you cannot, wouldn't that be a source of ridicule? Youyou's expression wavered for a moment. Fengze pressed on. Moreover, if they mock you for your inability to read and you do not comprehend their words, how would you know to feel anger? Youyou began to squirm in discomfort. Fengze delivered his final blow. Furthermore, disciples of the Qian Yuan Immortal are all literate. If you cannot read, how will others acknowledge you as a disciple of the Qian Yuan Immortal? Youyou's countenance shifted decisively. I will learn. She was the most cherished little disciple of her master. No one could deny her. Fengze achieved his objective, satisfaction radiating from him. The moment Youyou agreed, she immediately felt a pang of regret. Fengze, whether by design or mere coincidence, swiftly presented her with an impressive stack of books. Once you finish these, you will be well on your way. Youyou gulped nervously. Read? Read all of this? Fengze's expression remained unchanged, oblivious to the weight of his own words. Indeed, read them all. It is unfortunate that there are so few suitable books for you here. I, for one, read over 100 when I was your age. 100? Youyou stared blankly at the incomprehensible texts, then glanced at Fengze, filled with newfound respect. She had underestimated him before. Little Black truly could endure hardship. Fengze took up a brush and ink, instructing Youyou to copy the characters, promising to teach her how to read after she finished. This method would accelerate her learning. Youyou's gaze became vacant. She had no idea that the sequence in which Fengze was teaching her mirrored his own childhood education, which was far from the norm for typical children. His parents, having recognized that the lifespan of the Dragon Clan was exceedingly brief, had no choice but to teach him the essential skills of survival and responsibility as swiftly as possible, leaving no time for gradual progression. Had never before experienced practicing calligraphy, so she naturally followed every command given by Xiao He, holding the brush mechanically. Before long, her arms grew weary, and her eyes began to redden. With a sniffle, she resolved no. The great dragon must maintain its dignity. Trading a beating for not copying is beneath the great dragon. She wiped away her tears, inadvertently smudging ink across her face, transforming herself into a little floral dragon, completely unaware of her appearance, while stubbornly suppressing her tears, painstakingly rendering the crooked and peculiar characters. I could do this, she thought, determined to mock Xiao He once she completed her task. It's just copying a book. It's not that difficult. Though Xiao He said nothing, he secretly marveled at her tenacity. It seemed that was indeed extraordinary. He recalled that during his first foray into calligraphy, he had not persevered for so long, yet showed no signs of giving up. It appeared he had underestimated the number of books required. Both of them were testing each other's limits when suddenly arrived. The sky had darkened unbeknownst to them, and Xiang Wanwan hurried over. That boss is making a move. Felt as though she had been granted a reprieve. Not wasting a second, she swiftly set down her brush and rushed towards Xiang Wanwan with a serious expression. Oh my goodness, this is monumental. I must see it with my own eyes. Her reaction left Xiang Wanwan momentarily stunned, but suddenly recalled something and turned back to Feng Zhe, her eyes filled with regret, her lips curling into an involuntary smile. Oh dear Xiao He, what a pity. I'm so very busy right now, I must go. In chapter 53, the sneaky, villainous boss, Xiang Wanwan observed the gleeful, then glanced at the silent Feng Zhe, delicately suggesting, if has matters to attend to, then I shall know no, interjected, realizing the suspiciousness of the situation. How could she not go herself? With that, she didn't give Xiang Wanwan a chance to speak further and hurriedly urge her away. After they left, the once quiet library echoed with the suppressed laughter of the boy in black. Once they stepped onto the Xianjian and exited the mountain, finally exhaled in relief. Thankfully, Xiao He was indeed a good person and would not be so cruel to her. Xiang Wanwan chuckled. What's wrong? Did Feng Zhe bully you? Shook her head, then nodded, still apprehensive. Those books might eat people. Xiang Wanwan burst into laughter. The shopkeeper was of low cultivation, and Xiang Wanwan remained vigilant as they followed the direction in which the shopkeeper had vanished. Before long, they spotted his sneaky figure. Wasn't this a clear indication of guilt? And Xiang Wanwan hid in the shadows, exchanging knowing glances before stealthily following him. The shopkeeper walked for quite a distance, finally arriving at a desolate spot that felt shabby even in the mortal realm. It was uncertain how he had discovered it. Before entering, he glanced around, then swiftly slipped inside. Xiang Wanwan pointed toward the roof. Immediately understood. Xiang Wanwan lifted onto the rooftop and was about to caution her when patted her small chest and gave a thumbs up, her face radiating determination. Her message was clear. Rest assured, Sister Wanwan, I am quite familiar with this scene. Xiang Wanwan was both amused and exasperated. Carefully crept to a gap, and they peered down, gasping silently at the sight before them. There were numerous bloodstains visible. Some were bright red, others a deep brown, clearly accumulated over time. At that moment, through the small crack, caught a familiar scent of blood, identical to that which lingered on the jewels. She pointed below, frantically signaling to Xiang Wanwan. Xiang Wanwan's expression turned grave as she also beheld the eerie scene. Undoubtedly, this shopkeeper was engaged in nefarious activities. It was her negligence that allowed such occurrences to transpire in her domain. Just then, an angry voice echoed from within, "Cry for me." The voice seemed to belong to the shopkeeper, yet it lacked the flattery they had previously heard, replaced instead by an ominous tone that sent chills down arms. How could a person possess such duality? Adjusting their angle, the two finally discerned the events unfolding inside. They gasped in unison. In the center of the room lay a vast pool, within which floated a naked figure, as the shopkeeper wielded a whip, striking mercilessly while cursing incessantly. The person in the pool remained seemingly unaffected by the lashes, not even flinching. The shopkeeper, witnessing this, laughed with rage. "Oh, you choose silence, do you? Let us see who breaks first." He gestured toward another direction, then noticed several large cages in the corner, containing beings with tails. In chapter 54, the merfolk who disappeared for centuries had never encountered such creatures, her mouth agape as she glanced at Xiang Wanwan, whose expression was more serious than ever. She mouthed the words, merfolk, was confused, tilting her head in question. The torturous scene continued below, though did not recognize the half-human, half-fish beings. She could see that many of them were about her size. The shopkeeper brutally pulled one of the younglings from the cage, callously tossing it to the ground before brandishing a dagger. If you don't cry within a moment, I shall flay a scale from her. Let us see who cries first, you or her. The person in the pool's expression shifted, while the youngling on the ground could not restrain herself, bursting into tears. Her tears fell to the ground, transforming into pearls. Instantly understood why she had detected such a bloody scent on the jewels. It all made sense now. She felt a rush of anger welling up in her chest, her breathing quickening as she could only point at the shopkeeper, unable to articulate her fury. Xiang quickly patted its back to help her regain composure, gritted her teeth, finally able to speak again, uttering 2 words, "Damn it." The person in the pool finally reacted. He raised his head, his face smeared with grime, yet could still discern his strikingly pale and handsome features. His jaw was clenched, eyes rimmed with red, and eventually, a single tear fell from his eye. The shopkeeper eagerly moved forward to catch it. In that instant, the tear morphed into a beautiful pearl, glowing with a blue sheen. The shopkeeper greedily admired the prize in his hand, thoroughly pleased. If only it had been this easy from the start. Fish are, after all, simple-minded creatures, making me go through all this trouble. The shopkeeper, feeling triumphant yet cautious while polishing the pearl, was about to speak when a furious shout rang from above. "You vile creature!" He was startled, glancing up. However, before he could comprehend what was happening, a blinding flame descended upon him, filled with fury, hurled a fireball downward, then rolled gracefully to the ground. The shopkeeper recognized her, frantically patting out the flames while stammering, "Why you? How did you get here?" The more looked at him, the angrier she became, biting her lip in silence, her small hands forming fists, which crackled with an undercurrent of thunder. The shopkeeper, still oblivious to the unfolding situation, attempted to woo. "Little girl, if you help me, I'll give you beautiful pearls, all right?" However, before he could finish his sentence, a rumble echoed as azure lightning descended from the heavens, cleaving the dilapidated dwelling into splinters. As the tempest subsided, Youyou inhaled sharply, relieved that she had consumed a heavenly lightning bolt. She could personally enact retribution upon the wicked individual responsible. Otherwise, her fury would have been insurmountable. The extraordinary nature of Youyou's lightning rendered the entire structure a mere ruin, with the proprietor vanishing without a trace. Xiang had already taken refuge to the side. Prepared for the moment, Youyou resolved to punish the evildoer, biting her lip in anticipation. His consciousness had been captured by me, and in due course, there would be justice served upon him. The realm of cultivation had its own set of rules. His malevolence would not conclude merely with corporeal demise. Youyou nodded at her, took a deep breath, softened her expression, and crouched beside the earlier cub. "Are you all right?" After speaking, Youyou chastised herself for her naivety. "How could be fine? Look at this cub. Not a single part of its body or face was unscathed. Even the scales on its tail were sparse. If her own tail had been yanked off, Youyou would be in excruciating pain." Gently, she attempted to help the young merman rise, but the cub recoiled in terror, its countenance filled with dread. A pang of sorrow struck Youyou's heart. Her lips pursed, and her eyes involuntarily glistened with tears. This little fish had clearly endured immense suffering. Chapter 55. Rescue the Merman. Youyou turned her gaze towards the cage, where the largest occupant was no bigger than Xiaohe. Yet Xiaohe could effortlessly lift Youyou with one hand. Collectively, these captives might not even match Youyou's weight. Xiang focused her attention on the center of the pool, lowering her voice. "Are you unhurt?" Even upon witnessing the proprietor's corporeal demise, the man exhibited no reaction. Only when Xiang spoke did he stir, indicating that he was still alive. "Alive is good." Xiang sighed in relief. She then realized that he was bound by thick iron chains, which explained his earlier immobility. With a flick of her mind, she summoned her sword to swiftly sever the chains, then extended her hand, asking, "Can you stand?" The man hesitated for a moment before slowly rising. As he stood, Xiang quickly turned her head, inadvertently covering Youyou's eyes, feeling her face flush with warmth. Her voice stammering, "Why you're not wearing pants?" The moment the words escaped her lips, she recognized the impropriety. Given the circumstances, she surmised that this man was also a merman, likely of a higher status than those confined in the cage. Higher mermen naturally possess the ability to transform their lower halves into legs, albeit without garments post-transformation. Youyou, oblivious to the situation, found her vision obscured and shook her head. Sister Wanwan? Xiang Wanwan shielded her face tightly. Youyou, dear, it could lead to eye discomfort. Youyou felt even more bewildered. Eventually, Xiang Wanwan rummaged through her Chinquan bag, managing to find a cloak to drape over him, finally allowing for a direct interaction. Only then did Xiang Wanwan breathe a sigh of relief. Before she could grasp his intentions, Youyou had already understood. They will accompany us, big brother. Can you not speak? The merman nodded, opening his mouth for them to see. Youyou stepped back in fright. This big brother doesn't have a tongue. Xiang Wanwan was equally startled, but soon pieced it together. Is it true that mermen can bewitch hearts with their voices? Did this man take your tongue? The proprietor was indeed deranged. However, surprisingly, the merman slowly shook his head. Xiang Wanwan held her breath, then exhaled. It made sense. If this merman could still speak, he would not have been captured by such a lowly skilled proprietor. The Xian family always had attendants on standby, and while she initially intended to have someone lead them for a bath, Youyou tugged at her sleeve, shaking her head. Evil dragons are known to cherish their young. Youyou felt a pang of sympathy for these cubs, who were of a similar age to her. Sister Wanwan, let's prepare some food first. They must be famished. Upon hearing the mention of food, several young cubs immediately turned their attention to her. Xiang Wanwan suddenly realized the importance of nourishment over cleanliness. She ordered the staff to prepare a feast with utmost urgency, and for the first time, Youyou sat at the dining table without touching her chopsticks. The table was soon cleared as if swept away by the wind. Noticing their lingering appetite, Xiang Wanwan instructed for a second table to be brought forth. And only after 2 feasts were consumed did they feel somewhat satisfied. Youyou observed that while this big brother was also hungry, he displayed an admirable grace while dining. Once the meal concluded, the big brother stood with his kin, bowing courteously to the two. Youyou quickly shook her head. No need for thanks. Xiang Wanwan glanced at the sky. It is getting late. You should wash up and rest well. We can discuss matters further tomorrow. Feng Zhe, residing at a distance, furrowed his brow upon seeing Youyou, perplexed by her apparent reluctance to study. Youyou, feeling listless, recounted the events to Feng Zhe, who was left in shock. Mermen? Did they not become extinct hundreds of years ago? Unbeknownst to him, Youyou was equally clueless, and they exchanged bewildered glances. Lord Xiang learned of the situation, his reaction mirroring that of Feng Zhe's. How could mermen appear here? The answers eluded them, leaving only the option to inquire directly with the merman. Having cleaned himself, the merman appeared transformed upon entering the council chamber, causing Youyou's eyes to widen in astonishment. How can there be such a beautiful person in the world? His hair was golden, his eyes blue, and his skin fair. So captivating. Youyou was unaware that, besides their enchanting voices, mermen were renowned for their striking beauty. Regardless of gender, Lord Xiang hastily invited him to sit, providing him with paper and writing instruments, recognizing his inability to speak. Forgive my boldness. Are you truly of the merman lineage? The merman nodded, contemplating for a moment before delicate blue scales adorned his cheeks. This was a testament to his identity. Lord Xiang nodded vigorously. Indeed, but how did this come to be? He had too many questions, unsure how to articulate them. Observing the merman's current state, it was evident he had endured significant hardships. He worried that pressing too hastily could reopen old wounds. After some contemplation, the merman inscribed 2 characters on paper and pointed to himself. His handwriting was crooked, reminiscent of a child's first attempts at writing, yet the contours were discernible. Youyou strained to decipher it before nodding in understanding. Very good, but I cannot comprehend. Feng Zhe cast her a sidelong glance, inquiring discreetly. Qianming, is that your name? The merman's eyes brightened. Chapter 56. The Beautiful Merman, Yet Mute. It seems so. Youyou could not help but clap her hands, generously offering her praise. Brother, you are exceptionally handsome, and your name is delightful. Her compliments were heartfelt. However, the others present reacted differently. 2 voices chimed in unison. Is my name not pleasant? Youyou looked around, bewildered by the source of the voices. Xiang Wanwan and Feng Zhe exchanged glances, silently communicating before nodding. Youyou inquired, Huh? I have heard that the merman vanished hundreds of years ago. What transpired? Could you write it down for us? Youyou gazed earnestly at Qianming, but he hesitated, pointing to the pen and ink, then shook his head. The others failed to comprehend, yet Youyou understood immediately. Big brother, you cannot read, either? Qianming nodded. Youyou felt elated, proudly lifting her chin. Yo-Yo understood that those of us who are pleasing to the eye are often illiterate. Fengze glanced at her helplessly, and as soon as Yo-Yo met his gaze, she recalled the agony of being forced to read the day before, hastily averting her eyes. The revival of the Jiaozu is a significant matter, and Xiang Laoyi contemplated reporting it to the celestial sect that governs the realm of cultivation. However, Quan Ming, upon hearing this, shook his head repeatedly, his expression growing urgent. He gestured towards himself, and then to the outside, his hands moving so rapidly that they nearly blurred, struggling to convey his meaning. Perhaps it was the unspoken bond between those who cannot read, but Yo-Yo quickly grasped his intent. Quan Ming was suggesting that it should not be revealed to others. Quan Ming nodded vigorously in affirmation. He then attempted to illustrate something more complex, but Yo-Yo found it perplexing. On the other hand, Xiang Laoyi, being of an older age, discerned some implications from the exchange. Are you implying that if I conceal this matter, it is because the destruction of the Jiaozu is related to the celestial sect? Xiang Wanwan gasped, Father, do not speak recklessly. If that were the case, it would be an unspeakable crime. Xiang Laoyi cast a reassuring glance at Xiang Wanwan before turning his attention back to Quan Ming. Surprisingly, upon hearing Xiang Laoyi's words, the previously anxious Quan Ming suddenly fell silent, nodding slightly after a moment, seemingly in agreement with Xiang Laoyi's assertion. The destruction of the Jiaozu is indeed linked to the celestial sect. The expression on Xiang Laoyi's face darkened. This matter is of great gravity, and he was at a loss regarding how to proceed. At that moment, Xiang Wanwan suddenly recalled something and took out a spirit-gathering bottle from her chinquin pouch. Yesterday, it was too late, and I had yet to hand over the soul of that boss to anyone. Why not ask him? This was indeed a clever idea. Xiang Wanwan released the boss's soul to inquire about the Jiaozu, but the boss shook his head frantically, refusing to admit anything. I was merely greedy for wealth. I saw them producing pearls, and no one knew they were still alive, so I exploited the situation. I discovered them by the sea. They were already like this. It was not my doing. The boss was taken aback, completely unable to comprehend his own words. Quan Ming stubbornly extended his hand, exhibiting a determination to not give up until he reached his goal. Yo-Yo, watching, was puzzled. She hopped down from her seat and scampered over to Quan Ming's side. Chapter 57. The Reverse Scale Brother. Are you asking him for something? Quan Ming nodded and pointed his neck, then to the boss. This left everyone bewildered, and Yo-Yo anxiously urged, Bad boss, what did you take from my brother? Quickly return it. The boss was instantly a loss for words. I swear by heaven and earth, I took nothing. His current predicament left him no room for deceit, and the atmosphere became tense. Meanwhile, Fengze observed Quan Ming's actions, seemingly deep in thought. Are you suggesting he took your reverse scale? Quan Ming's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously. Yo-Yo, however, was bewildered. Reverse scale? What is that? As a dragon without scales, she had no knowledge of the reverse scale's origin. Yet Fengze was well aware. It is said that the dragon possesses a reverse scale. To touch it is to invite death, a statement not without foundation. The reverse scale is the hardest scale on a dragon, protecting its most vulnerable neck. Moreover, it is worth noting that the Jiaozu and the dragon are of the same origin, and thus, they too possess reverse scales. However, Fengze's reverse scale remained intact on his neck, while that of the Jiaozu had inexplicably fallen off. Although Yo-Yo did not understand what a reverse scale was, she believed in the words of Xiao He and her brother Quan Ming. Yo-Yo immediately fixed an intense glare on the soul contained within the small bottle. You claim you took nothing? Hand it over. Otherwise, I shall roast you on a skewer. The boss, having already been reduced to a mere soul by Yo-Yo's flames, trembled at her words, yet he still wore a troubled expression, adamantly denying he had taken any reverse scale. Yo-Yo racked her brain. Her brother Quan Ming would not accuse someone without reason, but the boss did not appear to be lying. Could it be that the boss took it without realizing? Eureka! Yo-Yo's eyes sparkled as she raised her small hand in excitement. I know, it's the longevity lock. She leaped with joy, and Xiang Wanwan was briefly taken aback, feeling a twinge of confusion. She was the only one who had seen a longevity lock, but is that a reverse scale? Yo-Yo looked eagerly at Xiang Wanwan, softening at her enthusiasm, promptly agreed. Very well, I shall fetch it. As Yo-Yo listened, she marveled at the revelation. So your hard bodies rely on scales? Yo-Yo proudly proclaimed. My skin is tough too. Saying this, she flexed her arm, attempting to showcase her strength. However, Fengze's gaze fell upon her soft little belly. unable to resist giving it a poke. Quite firm indeed. Youyou, caught off guard by the poke, widened her eyes in surprise. Xiaohei. Surprise attack. Faced with Youyou's fiery glare, Fengze calmly averted his gaze. In doing so, he unexpectedly locked eyes with Quan Ming. Fengze was momentarily stunned. Was the gaze of this Jiaozu too fervent? Before he could ponder whether this was merely an illusion, he suddenly saw Quan Ming rise abruptly and kneel before him. Youyou was so startled that she nearly toppled from her chair. What is happening? Is he thanking him for poking Youyou's belly? Chapter 58. The bloodline suppression. Fengze was equally startled, but he quickly regained his composure, gripping the armrest tightly to conceal his surprise. He feigned calmness and said, "Rise. Do not reveal our identities in public." Quan Ming obediently stood, yet continued to gaze at Fengze with fervor. Fengze could not help but cover his face in exasperation. Youyou looked from one to the other, still unable to comprehend. Although Youyou had remained right here, it felt as though they had suddenly exchanged something beyond her understanding. Once Fengze had regained his composure, he took a deep breath to explain to Youyou. The Jiaozu, in ancient times, were formidable warriors, originally serving under the Dragon Clan. However, as their strength gradually waned, they became independent. In a sense, the Dragon Clan remains the Jiaozu's leader. So that is the case. Youyou felt enlightened and simultaneously racked her brain for a term. She knew this scenario. There are 4 characters that can summarize it. It is called bloodline suppression. Fengze seemed taken aback to hear this from Youyou, unable to suppress a chuckle, and then nodded in agreement with her assertion. Youyou beamed with delight. Bai Youyou, a clever and cultured young dragon. Is this it? Upon seeing the longevity lock resembling a pearl, Quan Ming trembled all over, cautiously taking it from Xuantian's hands, and soon his eyes grew red-rimmed. Subsequently, Quan Ming reverently clutched the longevity lock, and a miraculous scene unfolded. The longevity lock gradually vanished in his grasp, as if it were being absorbed into his very being. Youyou hurriedly looked around, and indeed, the longevity lock had disappeared without a trace, and she could not help but admire Quan Ming's skill. Her brother Quan Ming possesses such remarkable abilities. With the reverse scale restored, Quan Ming's complexion improved significantly, still pale, but no longer as ghostly. Fengze, seeing he had fully absorbed it, then asked, "The reverse scale does not easily leave the body. What transpired? Perhaps it is indeed as Youyou suggested, a matter of bloodline suppression." Hearing Fengze's inquiry, Quan Ming grew anxious to reveal the truth. Yet, as he stared blankly at the blank sheet of paper, he could not conceive of a suitable explanation. Finally, he gritted his teeth and approached the center of the discussion hall, pulling Youyou along with him. Youyou was taken aback, unsure of his intentions, yet she complied and stood there. Then, Quan Ming took a deep breath, forcing a fierce expression upon his face, as if he were wielding a weapon ready to strike at Youyou. However, before Youyou could respond, his expression suddenly changed, transforming into one of acute urgency. He swiftly positioned himself in front of Youyou, seemingly confronting some unseen force. In a final act, he grasped something around his neck and threw it upon Youyou, then darted away, his eyes closing as he took flight. This unforeseen occurrence left Youyou momentarily stunned, while Xuantian and Fengze fell into silence. After completing his dramatic display, Quan Ming shook off the dust from his clothes and stood up, gazing hopefully at Fengze. "Are you suggesting that when faced with danger, you tore off your reverse scale to use as a shield to protect the Jiao tribe's offspring?" Quan Ming nodded frantically, simultaneously pointing to himself and forming a circle with his hands. "What does this signify?" Fengze pondered for a while, slowly coming to a realization. "This is not merely a reverse scale. It also encompasses your Jiao pearl." Quan Ming nodded sorrowfully. Chapter 59. Did the Celestial Clan slay the Jiao tribe? It appears that Quan Ming has endured considerable hardship. For the Jiao people, aside from the reverse scale, the Jiao pearl is paramount. It seems he was left with no choice but to combine these two, thereby preventing anyone from exploiting his Jiao pearl for their own ends. Youyou counted on her fingers, deep in thought. Previously, Anhua had offered to gift Youyou a longevity lock, claiming it would ensure a child's long and worry-free life. However, Youyou found the prospect of merely living to 100 years too brief, and thus declined. Could it be that brother Quan Ming's reverse scale would transform into a longevity lock? "Brother, do you wish for those little ones to grow up healthy and free of worries?" Youyou asked innocently. True to expectation, Quan Ming nodded once more. It turns out this is not just a reverse scale, but also a shield embodying his purest wish. Youyou sighed and stamped her foot. Who could be so wicked as to harm even the young ones? At this moment, Quan Ming appeared to have fully grasped the use of his limbs. No longer as stiff as before. Upon hearing Youyou's indignant question, he shook his clothes and took a few steps, then shook his head while pointing at his face. The three of them guessed for quite some time before finally arriving in understanding. You mean it was a member of the Celestial clan? But you do not recognize them? Quan Ming nodded repeatedly. Xiang Wanwan smacked her forehead, her face filled with existential despair. In order to uncover the truth, you must convey the original events to us. How about this? Youyou needs to practice her writing, so you may join her. Youyou's eyes widened in terror at Xiang Wanwan's suggestion, and Quan Ming's expression mirrored her own. Xiang Wanwan assumed Youyou was merely concerned about Ling Ji, and quickly bent down, gently saying, Youyou, dear, you can wait until you learn some characters to ask your senior sister for more information. Youyou involuntarily took a step back, only to turn around and discover Quan Ming stealthily sneaking towards the door. Instantly, her sense of justice surged forth as she shouted, Brother Quan Ming, where are you going? Quan Ming froze, his handsome face betraying an unattractive expression. At that moment, Xiang Wanwan was still unaware of the implications of his behavior, believing Quan Ming was merely unaccustomed to his current life after being confined for so long. However, after personally teaching them how to read and write for 3 days, Xiang Wanwan was utterly exasperated. 3 days? You have only learned 3 characters? Youyou can even write letters to Ling Ji. Youyou straightened her back, maintaining her composure. Learning to write is not such a big deal. Surely, the clever Lord Dragon can learn it with ease. As for Brother Quan Ming, Youyou cast him a sympathetic glance. Despite his draconic lineage, not every dragon is called Youyou. At her remark, Quan Ming immediately felt a wave of shame wash over him. He raised the book to cover his face, revealing only his innocent eyes as he cautiously glanced at Xiang Wanwan, awaiting her to calm down. This tactic had softened Xiang Wanwan's heart on the first day, but by the 3rd day, it had completely lost its effect. She waved her hand in resignation, entirely giving up. Very well, this path is unfeasible. While they practiced their writing, Fengze was not idle either. He finally sifted through the sea of books and located the ancient text detailing the black dragon flames. Indeed, as Xiang Wanwan had previously stated, it was a legacy of the Zhulong. However, perhaps due to bloodline reasons, there was a blank page at the back of the book. At first glance, it seemed inconspicuous, but upon closer inspection, a few lines of small text appeared. The flames of the Zhulong, if completely refined by the Dragon Clan, can grant life and death to their kin. Fengze's hands trembled uncontrollably as an overwhelming joy crashed over him. It can grant life. His father had spoken a truth. What he held in his hands was the last breath of the Dragon Clan. Chapter 60, returning to find the senior sister. The wealth of information in this book was overwhelming, and it took Fengze a while to digest it all. When he finally turned around, he found Youyou gazing at him with eager eyes. Fengze hesitated for a moment before smiling. Hooray! Youyou cheered, raising her arms in triumph. We are going back to the mortal realm to find aunt and senior sister. Youyou counted on her fingers. Before her lay a bright future. However, she felt a twinge of reluctance to part from Sister Wanwan. Once her excitement subsided, Youyou grasped Xiang Wanwan's hand, unwilling to let go. Sister Wanwan, will you come with Youyou? Youyou looked at Xiang Wanwan with hopeful eyes, who sighed and squatted down to embrace Youyou. You cannot go with Youyou. Youyou momentarily felt disappointed and conflicted. However, Sister Wanwan was right. Uncle Xiang needed someone to take care of him, and there were many streets and shops that required Sister Wanwan's management. Very well, Youyou is a sensible little dragon and will understand Sister Wanwan. Youyou nodded, reluctantly agreeing while not forgetting to impart a piece of advice. Youyou has heard that in the cultivation realm, age cannot be judged by appearance. Sister Wanwan has lived many years, and the month or so she has spent with Youyou is but a fleeting moment in her life. Yet, Youyou likes Sister Wanwan and does not wish for her to forget her. Meeting the senior sister? Who is that? Youyou tilted her head, and the bewildered Quan Ming mirrored her gesture. The next day, Xiang Wanwan arranged for someone to escort them. The journey to the boundary between the cultivation realm and the mortal world was notably quicker than their arrival. Upon disembarking from the Xiang family's flying vessel, Youyou politely bid farewell to the servants, then turned to the person standing aside, her small face serious as she admonished. Brother Quanming, the customs of the mortal realm and the cultivation realm are quite different. You must remember not to reveal your true form. Understand? Seeing Youyou's grave demeanor, Quanming also solemnly nodded. Only then was Youyou satisfied. Having been to the mortal realm before, Youyou naturally felt it her duty to teach brother Quanming the rules of the human world. Indeed, Quanming was to accompany her to the mortal realm. However, at this moment, Quanming had altered his appearance. His hair had turned black and his eyes were now the common shade of brown. Though his face remained exquisite, he now appeared no different from an ordinary person. Fengze cast a fleeting glance at him. Youyou is correct. Remember to take the transformation pill and do not allow anyone to discover your true identity. Hearing Fengze's admonition, Quanming's expression grew even more serious, as if he wished to perform a grand bow to express his determination. Fengze averted his gaze. Let us proceed. Chapter 61. Encountering an imposter again with that. He stepped into the barrier first, and Youyou confidently followed suit, while Quanming cautiously tested the waters, stepping forward with care. Youyou closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, inhaled the familiar air of the mortal realm. Whether Ling Ji missed her or not was momentarily set aside. It was undeniable that Lady Hu was indeed concerned for her. Upon entering the city gate, the incessant calls of the vendors greeted her, filling Youyou with warmth and nostalgia. Just as she was about to excitedly introduce the myriad wonders of the human world to Quanming, someone approached her with evident delight before she could speak. Youyou paused, perplexed at the sight. The individual appeared to be dressed in the attire of the Hua household. In the next instant, her suspicion was confirmed. Youyou glanced up at Fengze, who nodded reassuringly, affirming her assumption. Thus, Youyou felt at ease. Little Hay had a good memory, and his nod indicated that this person was indeed from Aunt Hua's household. However, Yu was still a bit curious. She missed her aunt. Anxious yet too shy to urge them on, she could only glance around the carriage to disguise her eagerness. Her heart was racing with anticipation, yet fate seemed to conspire against her. Alas, who are you? Why do you obstruct the carriage of the Hua family? The angry shout of a servant resounded from outside. The carriage came to an abrupt halt, nearly sending Youyou tumbling forward. But thankfully, Fengze reached out to catch her, preventing her from appearing too embarrassed. On the other hand, Quanming was not so fortunate. He was already uncomfortable with the dry air, and the sudden jolt of the carriage caused him to tumble head over heels, narrowly avoiding a nasty bump on his forehead thanks to the soft cushions. After finally regaining his balance, Youyou hastily lifted the curtain of the carriage. What is going on? Blocking the carriage? Peering ahead, she indeed saw another carriage blocking their path. As if sensing her gaze, the curtain of that carriage slowly parted, revealing a figure. With a charming smile, she elegantly covered her lips, appearing somewhat surprised. Ah, is that you, Youyou? When I heard someone mention the young lady of the Hua family, I thought it was an imposter. Youyou pouted. ISNT, she just an imposter? This fake Hua Xiao, why is she still so persistent and annoying? Had the servants of the Hua family ever treated her with such respect? Yet, she had elevated herself beyond that trivial matter now, and naturally, would not dwell on such small grievances. The imposter giggled behind her hand, her voice brimming with pride, tinged with a barely perceptible anticipation. She was eagerly awaiting to see how this Bai Youyou would react upon hearing the news of her impending marriage. Indeed, upon hearing the words wedding wine, Youyou froze. She understood the significance of wedding wine, which was only served during someone else's wedding. The imposter was getting married? Chapter 62. Youyou is back. While she was lost in thought, Fengze and Quanming curiously alighted from the carriage. Fengze frowned slightly upon seeing the imposter, while Quanming, noticing their reactions, instinctively averted his gaze from her, unwilling to look any longer. While they averted their eyes, the imposter became flustered. She had worked hard to reach this point, but what was that little brat doing? Who was that person beside her? Although Fengze was handsome in her eyes, he was merely a half-grown child, and she had no particular interest in him. But the person beside him was different. Standing tall and strikingly handsome, with deep-set eyes, he made the imposter's heart race. How could this be? Wasn't she supposed to be the center of attention in this world? Such a figure should be her supporting character, not revolving around a little brat. The imposter's face twisted momentarily, but she quickly inhaled deeply to compose herself. Youyou, who is this? Why don't you introduce her to your sister? Youyou was too preoccupied to pay her any mind. Her thoughts consumed by the fact that the imposter was getting married and what that meant for her sister Xiao Xiao. She could hardly hear the imposter's incessant chatter. Clenching her fists, she turned and hurried back into the carriage. As she turned, Quan Ming and Feng Zhe quickly followed. While the Hua family driver didn't even spare a glance at the Hua family's young lady, bypassing her to rush Youyou towards the Hua residence. At this moment, Youyou's urgency was not only to see Aunt Hua as soon as possible, but also for another reason. Once the carriage came to a stop, Youyou practically leaped out, her voice preceding her into the house. Inside, Madame Hua was sipping tea when she caught a faint sound, instinctively straining to listen. Upon confirming that it was indeed Youyou's voice, she hurriedly set down her teacup and rushed out to greet her. Youyou! Madame Hua's face lit up with delight. Youyou, like a firecracker, dashed into Madame Hua's embrace, laughing as she asked, "Aunt, did you miss me?" Madame Hua beamed widely, saying, "Of course I did. Someone, quickly prepare the dishes. Stew a large chicken." She led Youyou to a seat, her gaze still assessing her. Realizing that not only had Youyou not lost weight, but had even gained a bit, which eased her worries. Understanding her concern, Youyou obediently let her scrutinize her until Madame Hua's face returned to a smile. Then she couldn't help but ask, "Aunt, I saw the imposter on the street." And she mentioned she's getting married? Upon mentioning the imposter, Madame Hua's expression turned slightly subdued. She was just about to respond when Feng Zhe and Quan Ming entered. "Madame Hua." Feng Zhe greeted her, with Quan Ming following suit, appropriately bowing. Upon seeing Quan Ming, Madame Hua looked somewhat puzzled. "Who is this?" "This is my distant cousin. He has come for a visit and may be staying for a while." Chapter 63. Does you want fish? Fou's distant cousin? Madame Hua contemplated, nodding thoughtfully. It was merely a matter of adding another pair of chopsticks, hardly a disturbance. Youyou patted her chest, casting a commendatory glance at Feng Zhe. Little He is quite the liar. Feng Zhe's ears turned red, and he shifted his gaze away. Claiming that merfolk are distant relatives of dragons hardly qualifies as a lie. Just then, Ling Ji, having received the news, rushed in energetically. Ignoring the two living beings in front of her, she focused solely on Youyou, her expression unreadable as she asked, "Are you hurt?" Her hands trembled slightly, but her face remained impassive. "No." Youyou elongated her response, emphasizing the word all. After saying this, she looked at Ling Ji with sparkling eyes, and indeed, upon hearing the word all, Ling Ji paused for a moment. "Youyou is amazing." Ling Ji, with her usual stoicism, praised Youyou, then hugged her tightly, taking a deep breath. Energy was running low, desperately needing to absorb some vitality. Youyou had grown accustomed to her senior sister's peculiar habit, and soon enough, when Ling Ji lifted her head again, although her expression remained unchanged, her complexion had noticeably brightened. Youyou handed Ling Ji the Chinquan bag filled with herbs, but Ling Ji didn't open it right away, instead furrowing her brow at the array of pouches hanging from Youyou's waist. "What are these?" Youyou looked down. "This? It was a gift from Sister Wanwan." "Sister Wanwan?" Ling Ji's brow twitched as she searched her memory for that name. Could it be the one with such exquisite craftsmanship, Xiang Wanwan? She accurately named Xiang Wanwan, which surprised Youyou. "Does the senior sister know Sister Wanwan?" Ling Ji nodded, then shook her head. "I've met her a couple of times, but not extensively. She almost became my sister-in-law, so we inevitably crossed paths. My impression is that she's a cheerful girl, and it seems she hasn't changed. It's a pity that such a girl is destined to be incompatible with my foolish junior brother." Madame Hua, sensing that their forthcoming conversation was beyond her ears, excused herself early, leaving the few of them to discuss everything that had transpired in the cultivation world. Upon hearing that there had been such dangerous occurrences in the Wuji Mountain secret realm, Ling Ji's brow furrowed deeply. "It's my negligence. Thankfully, nothing went wrong. Otherwise, it was clear she felt some guilt, and Youyou quickly reassured her. "I'm perfectly fine. In fact, it was a blessing in disguise. If it weren't for the dangers of Wuji Mountain, how could I have met Sister Wanwan so quickly, gather the herbs, and helped little He uncover the secrets of the Black Flame?" Seeing that Ling Ji was still troubled, Youyou promptly changed the subject, pointing to Quan Ming, who was standing to the side. "By the way, Sister Wanwan also sent you a fish." "A fish?" Quan Ming stepped forward, tilting his head as he looked at Ling Ji, a wave of confusion washing over his eyes as he gestured between Ling Ji and himself, unsure of what he was trying to convey. At that moment, Ling Ji raised her head and meticulously scrutinized him. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, and Ling Ji slowly began to speak. Quan Ming's eyes brightened with hope as he gazed at Ling Ji. She continued to inquire, "Does you wish to eat the mutated fish? Would you prefer it steamed or braised?" The matter of consuming the mutated fish, of course, came to nothing. Under Youyou's insistence, Quan Ming managed to preserve his life. Ling Ji observed Quan Ming, her brow furrowed deeply. "A merman?" Quan Ming nodded, a lingering fear evident in his expression. Youyou, terrified that she might harbor murderous intent again, clutched her hand tightly, her mouth racing with explanations, nearly wishing to condense her thoughts into mere two-character phrases. "Senior sister, can you help him regain his voice? Brother Quan Ming is too foolish. He cannot even write, and thus cannot clearly articulate what has transpired. To a merman, voice is as vital as life itself." Ling Ji understood the gravity of the situation and leaned closer to Quan Ming, prying his mouth open. Quan Ming attempted to evade, but Ling Ji shot him a glare, prompting him to shiver and obediently part his lips. After a brief inspection, Ling Ji felt a sense of understanding. Mermen possess an astonishing regenerative ability. Theoretically, even if their tongues were severed, they would quickly regenerate. This was the first time Youyou had heard such a notion, and her already round eyes widened even further. "It can grow back? How's that sound? So much like a lizard. But why hasn't Brother Quan Ming's grown back? Could it be that the regenerative ability is linked to intellect?" Youyou contemplated this thought silently, while casting a furtive glance at Quan Ming, ultimately refraining from voicing her musings. There was no other option. Adults are simply too concerned with their pride. Feng Zhe, however, surmised the reason. Did someone deliberately cast a binding spell? Ling Ji nodded. With a binding spell in place, even a merman would find it difficult to heal. Youyou turned to Quan Ming, intent on asking if he was aware of this matter, only to find his expression more perplexed than hers. Her face fell, and doubt crept in. Even if Brother Quan Ming were to be healed, would he truly know who had inflicted such harm upon the merman? Ling Ji's interest in mermen was minimal. After observing, she averted her gaze. "In the past, perhaps I could have found a solution. Alas, I am powerless now. Senior sister, Sister Wan is willing to help you uncover the truth of the past." Ling Ji was taken aback. The incident surrounding her expulsion from the realm of cultivation was not a proud moment, and she had not disclosed it to Youyou. How could she possibly know? However, Wan's willingness to assist was unexpected, especially considering the unfortunate conclusion between her and her junior brother. Ling Ji felt a stir in her heart, but ultimately shook her head. "Never mind. If I do not even know the truth myself, how could anyone else provide aid?" Ling Ji's eyes betrayed a profound sense of disappointment, lacking any intention of striving for change. This prompted Youyou to grow anxious. "You haven't even tried, senior sister. Why give up?" Youyou glared at Ling Ji, her lips pursed tightly, clearly determined to remain angry until Ling Ji relented. Feng Zhe, too, silently nodded in agreement. "What you said is correct. Regardless of what transpired in the past, it should be revealed so that we may resolve it together. After all, if he had not given up on bringing the truth to light, how could Ling Ji do so?" Though unspoken, the two had conveyed their stance through actions. Even in the absence of evidence, they were willing to place their trust in Ling Ji. Ling Ji's hand involuntarily twitched before she sighed. "If there were a method, would I have wandered the mortal realm for a century? Very well, I shall recount the events of that time." This was the first time Ling Ji had shown willingness to speak of her past, prompting Youyou to quickly climb onto a stool, sitting up straight with ears perked, fearful of missing a single word. Seeing this, Ling Ji shook her head in resignation. Chapter 65. Ling Ji's past tale began similarly to what she had recounted to Xiang Wan, merely recounting the turmoil of war. Ling Ji was responsible for preparing medicinal herbs, yet during this very task, she had made a grievous error. Her hands unconsciously fidgeted. "I cannot refute it, for it was indeed I who made the mistake. I replaced several herbs, transforming a divine medicine into a poison." "What?" Youyou gasped, nearly tumbling off her stool, while Feng Zhe's eyes widened in shock. Only Quan Ming remained oblivious, glancing around with a perplexed expression. Their reactions were anticipated by Ling Ji, who knew that her subsequent words might not be met with belief. Ling Ji's gaze fell, yet I cannot explain how it occurred. At that time, I felt inexplicably compelled to act in such a manner. If I were to claim I was controlled, my thoughts and body were within my dominion. Yet Ling Ji's eyes clouded with confusion. She had switched to herbs while fully conscious, but could not articulate the rationale behind her actions. The devastation wrought was immense, and the cultivation realm's decision to expel her was already a lenient response, given their past connections. Youyou, rendered speechless by shock, could not help but glance at Fengze. Xiaohe, do you know of anything that could control a person? The master sister must have been under some form of control. Fengze's initial reaction aligned with this thought, yet after consideration, he shook his head. Many things within the cultivation realm could manipulate one's mind, but none had ever manifested in such a manner. Either one awakens believing it was merely a dream and forgets the incident, or they cannot control their actions. Yet none would exhibit behaviors Ling Ji had, where all actions stem from her own will. Youyou found herself in a state of bewilderment. Naturally, she believed in her senior sister. Yet how could she convince others that this was not the work of Ling Ji? The trio found themselves enveloped in an atmosphere of gloom, which only exacerbated Quan Ming's agitation. He had attempted to speak several times, finally resorting to slapping the table to garner attention. Youyou, observing, turned her head at the sound, responding weakly, "Brother Quan Ming, Youyou is not happy right now. We will play later." He had no desire for her to play with him. Quan Ming struggled to articulate his thoughts, his frustration nearly compelling him to speak. He stood, pointing at Ling Ji, then at himself, and finally at his head, his efforts causing a thin sheen of sweat to form on his brow. Unfortunately, whether due to Youyou's newfound literacy or not, there was no understanding between them this time. She failed to comprehend his gestures. Quan Ming covered his eyes, appearing both anxious and helpless. Ling Ji stared at him in confusion, uncertain of what he meant. In a sudden moment of inspiration, Quan Ming began to sketch on the table with the tea water. He first drew a small figure and pointed at Ling Ji. She guessed, "Is this me?" Quan Ming nodded enthusiastically, then drew another figure, contemplating before altering its legs to resemble a fishtail. Ling Ji continued to guess, "Is this you?" Yet Quan Ming shook his head. Ling Ji understood. It represented another merman. As their understanding grew, Quan Ming became increasingly adept at drawing. He illustrated an unknown object beside the merman, connecting it with a line to Ling Ji's head, and ultimately erased the depiction of her head. Upon completion, he eagerly looked towards Ling Ji. Ling Ji's expression darkened as she chose her words carefully. "Are you suggesting that there's a merman who used something to control me?" Quan Ming nodded vigorously. Chapter 66. Can the senior sister's spiritual power be restored? The atmosphere grew tense, silence enveloping the group. During the time the merman tribe existed, they maintained a neutral stance, neither aiding the demonic faction nor favoring the cultivation realm. If this matter indeed involved the merman tribe, the implications were profound. Ling Ji reaffirmed the gravity of the situation. "How do you know?" This time, Quan Ming gestured with more clarity, puffing out his chest and pointing at his eyes. Ling Ji's voice faltered in shock. "You saw it." Quan Ming proudly lifted his chin. You could not contain herself and slapped her forehead. Often finds it difficult to comprehend the actions of Quan Engage, pondering what there is to be proud of. After a century of maturation, Ling's demeanor has become considerably more composed. The initial shock has faded, allowing her to swiftly assess the situation's intricacies. In essence, if she wishes to uncover the truth of the past, she must first heal this fish, who may very well be the sole witness. However, to heal him, she must first restore her own cultivation. Has also come to a realization, counting on her fingers as she speaks. If I wish to restore my cultivation, I must first clear my suspicions, but to clear my suspicions, I must first heal Quan Engage. Find herself lost in her own thoughts. Quan Ming, more straightforward, was initially attentive, but upon hearing's words, his expression became blank. The confusion evident in both their eyes was almost overwhelming, and even Ling's, usually stoic, struggled to maintain her composure. She pinched his cheek, reassuring her, "Rest assured, senior sister will certainly leave herself a way out." Tilted her head in curiosity. Ling's reflected and succinctly articulated her situation. Fearing unforeseen events back then, she had instructed Lao Wu to seal a portion of her spiritual power in advance. Provided she operates with care, she can restore this portion herself, sufficient to concoct some spiritual medicine. Though she spoke simply, was left astounded. Is that even possible? Though lacks spiritual power, Is it conceivable to secretly conceal a portion? Ling's expression grew nostalgic as she gazed into the unknown distance. Ordinary individuals cannot achieve this. But with Lao Si and Lao Wu together, there is little that can hinder them. Had met her fourth senior brother, yet her curiosity about the fifth senior brother, who only exists in legends, piqued. Ling's, however, was unwilling to elaborate further, only stating that perhaps one day in the future, she might meet her fifth senior brother. What day could that possibly be? Shook her head to dismiss the thought for now and refocused her energy. Do not worry. Your late sister has already prepared everything. Ling's feigned indifference as she glanced at Quan Ming, thinking perhaps this is the proverbial luck of the foolish. You too. She pointed at FNGZ and Quan Ming. My restoration will still take some time, but until then, remember to take your medicine before each meal. FNGZ's previously fair complexion turned paler, while Quan Ming simply smiled foolishly, perceiving Ling's as a kind-hearted healer. The chef at the late household is naturally among the finest in the cultivation world, yet found a unique taste in the meals prepared at the Hoare residence. She indulged for 2 days, transforming herself into a round little fat dragon, before patting her belly in satisfaction. Mrs. Hoa, delighted by her state, could not resist serving her more, but waved her hands. Auntie, cannot eat anymore, is full. I must practice martial arts later. Who would dare question the master's sister then? Will throw a left punch and a right kick. However, despite her full stomach, felt an emptiness in her strength. She clenched her little fists in worry, uncertain when she might again taste the thunder tribulation. Her curiosity was palpable as she fixed her gaze upon Mrs. Hua, hoping for enlightenment. Mrs. Hua, noticing his eager expression, could not help but laugh. Curious, are we? Yes, is almost dying of curiosity. Mrs. Hua shook her head in exasperation as she recounted the events. Meanwhile, Ling's observed that during the days when Zheng Yuji was attached, Hua Xiaoxiao's spiritual form was growing at an astonishing rate, soon gaining the strength to compete for her body. Hua Xiaoxiao bashfully confided in Mrs. Hua that in just a few days, she had found a deep connection with Zheng Yuji and unexpectedly learned of his true identity. He was the current crown prince. The impostor remained unaware of this revelation, perplexed by her frequent visits to the Zheng residence. Zheng Yuji and Ling's devised a plan to align with the impostor's interests, arranging for her to marry him. This was for the sake of Ling's true daughter, as outsiders would perceive the union as genuine. Should the impostor commit any wrongdoing, the blame would fall solely upon Xiao Xiao. Listened intently, nodding in sudden understanding. No wonder the impostor appeared so smug that day. She must have believed her plan succeeded. Suddenly, had a bright idea and eagerly rummaged through a Qianquan bag, presenting it to Ling's. Senior sister, late sister packed many talismans for, saying they were from fourth senior brother. Please see if any can assist Sister Xiao Xiao. Talismans from the fourth junior brother? Ling's eyes lit up as she swiftly accepted the Qianquan bag. She knew her junior brother was typically strict, yet he deviated from tradition in talisman making, prioritizing efficacy over morality. After rummaging through, she indeed found the most suitable talisman. With joy shining in her eyes, she revealed it, the soul-driving talisman, a malevolent charm capable of forcibly expelling a person's soul from their body. Upon hearing Ling's explanation, discreetly pulled her hand back, subtly leaning against the chair's backrest, and averted her gaze. Must keep her distance. She cherishes her body and cannot allow it to be cast aside. Ling's, noticing her actions, understood her concerns and stifled a laugh. Had never witnessed her fourth junior brother's talismans and was understandably apprehensive. Ling's gently reassured her. This talisman requires spiritual power to activate. Need not fear, it cannot harm you. As Ling's words lingered, visibly relaxed, puffing out her chest and clenching her tiny fists. Is not afraid. The mighty dragon lord could never fear a mere slip of paper. The others at the table could not help but chuckle, yet they tacitly chose not to expose misunderstanding, merely nodding in agreement. With this talisman in hand, facilitating the soul exchange between the impostor and Hua Xiao Xiao became significantly easier, though it was imperative to inform Zheng Yuji. The group convened, determining the time, the witching hour 3 days hence. This plan was simple in theory, yet fraught with challenges. The straightforward part involved summoning the impostor to the designated location at the appointed time, marking the halfway point of their endeavor. The complication lay in persuading the impostor to attend. Although Zhang Yuji had promised to marry Hua Xiaoxiao, he was acutely aware of his true intentions. His feelings toward the impostor were one of distaste, and he seldom interacted with her. Suddenly inviting her for a moon viewing might raise her suspicions. The group pondered their options while observed them with genuine confusion. Why must she be the one to initiate? Voiced her bewilderment, inadvertently awakening Zhang Yuji to the flaw in their plan. He paused, momentarily taken aback, as he opened his mouth to respond, realizing that something indeed felt amiss. His previous tolerance of the impostor stemmed from the lack of a suitable soul exchange method, fearing she might resort to extreme measures out of desperation. However, now that the matter was settled, there seemed little reason for further caution. A single remark shattered the impasse, prompting Zhang Yuji to chuckle, shaking his head as he tapped his forehead. "Look at me being so foolish." Seeing his understanding, nodded in satisfaction. The Dragon Lord indeed acted with such decisiveness. Furthermore, when the impostor entered Xiao Xiao's body, she had not inquired whether Xiao Xiao consented, had she? Thus the plan was set, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The day dawned bright and clear, with Mrs. Hua instructing the impostor to remain indoors under the pretense of measuring for a wedding gown. Meanwhile, Lings had prepared the necessary potions for the evening's soul exchange. The impostor, oblivious to the impending danger, reveled in her self-satisfaction. Regardless of how much Lady Hua and Master Hua may dislike her, at this moment, they're still treating her as their own daughter in arranging her marriage. As for that little brat, what of her knowing the truth? Who would believe the words of a mere 3-year-old child? Once she is wed to the crown prince, she shall become the most esteemed person in the realm, and at that time, the impostor will bow her head, concealing the malicious smile that lingers at the corner of her lips. Yet, before that smile could fully manifest, a sharp pain struck the nape of her neck, and her vision darkened before she collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Youyou emerged from a short distance away, looking at Quan Ming with admiration. And Fengzi's perception of Quan Ming changed significantly. Quan Ming stood innocently with a flower pot in hand, tilting his head in confusion at their gazes. Fengzi nodded at him, expressing that the rumors of the Nanhai Jiaren's immense strength were indeed substantiated. It seemed he had merely been undernourished previously, but after a few days of care, he had recovered considerably. Although Youyou had initially volunteered to deal with the impostor, Lingji, upon glancing at Youyou's height, silently turned her head away. Youyou felt belittled, but had no proof to substantiate her feelings. Ultimately, after much deliberation, the task fell to Quan Ming, who did not disappoint. Youyou poked Fengzi, urging him to transform. Fengzi was somewhat reluctant, yet, given the circumstances, his thoughts were inconsequential. He could only nod in silence, and with a turn, the colossal black dragon manifested in the backyard. In Chapter 69, Imposter Retreat, Quan Ming witnessed the true form of the Dragon Clan for the first time. Although he could not speak, confusion was evident in his eyes. According to the records of the Jiaren, the Dragon Clan was noble and untouchable, the embodiment of all power. How could it be so casually transformed into a steed? Quan Ming found himself at a loss for words. Once everything was prepared, Youyou turned to Quan Ming, saying, "Brother Quan Ming, come." Thus, Quan Ming silently climbed onto the dragon's back. They soared through the clouds, arriving at the outskirts where Zhang Yuji awaited, accompanied by a woman who bore a striking resemblance to the unconscious figure atop the dragon. Xiao Xiao. Lingji had been preoccupied with Xuanming's voice, Fengzi's physical condition, and her own cultivation, and had not seen Hua Xiao Xiao for some time. Upon this encounter, her expression turned grave. There was no time to waste. The auspicious hour for the soul exchange on the wedding day had been calculated, and now, seeing the situation, she feared complications might arise if they waited any longer. Hua Xiao Xiao's body had already become substantial. If left unattended, it would truly transcend the realm of humanity. An array had been meticulously drawn by Lingji, and although her cultivation had yet to be fully restored, she found preparing these matters to be quite manageable. The impostor and Hua Xiao Xiao were positioned at the center of the array, and Lingji affixed talismans onto the impostor. Among those present, aside from Zhang Yuji, the others were non-human, yet the only one capable of wielding spiritual power was Fengzi. With everything set, the collective gaze turned towards Fengzi, clad in his dark attire. He was nearly indistinguishable in the dim light of night, had it not been for Youyou's keen eyesight. As a dragon, Fengzi's spiritual power differed from that of others. He focused on controlling it to take the most conducive form for activating the array. He placed his hand upon the array, and shortly, a soft glow emanated, enveloping the two young women at its center. Zheng Yuji had anticipated the extraordinary identities of the others and showed little surprise at this development. Hua Xiaoxiao appeared somewhat anxious, glancing at Zheng Yuji, who nodded in reassurance while tightly gripping a ring. Seeing this, Hua Xiaoxiao felt somewhat calmed, summoning her courage to fix her gaze upon her own body. As the array illuminated, the talismans on the impostor began to vibrate, growing increasingly warm, causing the impostor to furrow her brow in discomfort. You could not help but rub her eyes. Was it her imagination? Or did a phantom begin to materialize around the impostor? Fengzi was wholly engrossed in controlling his spiritual power and could not spare mental energy to clarify things for Youyou. Seeing this, Lingji whispered, "That is the impostor's own soul. The talismans are taking effect." Oh, Youyou understood, nodding intently, eager to see who it was that had been vying for Sister Xiaoxiao's body. The impostor's soul gradually detached from Hua Xiaoxiao's body, her features becoming clearer. It was unclear just how potent Xuanming's earlier strike had been, for even as the impostor's soul floated out, she remained in a deep slumber. Her features were not particularly striking, yet she was fairly lovely, albeit entirely different from Hua Xiaoxiao. Everything proceeded smoothly until suddenly, a turn of events transpired. The slumbering soul abruptly opened her eyes, and in an instant, the impostor rejoined her physical form. In Chapter 70, Sister Xiaoxiao has returned, Youyou exclaimed in surprise, prompting Hua Xiaoxiao to gasp. With no time to ponder further, she struck out, forcing the impostor's soul to separate once more from her body. Half of her soul remained within Hua Xiaoxiao, while the other half floated outside, her face contorted with malice. "You are defying the heavens." The impostor realized what was happening. Her heart filled with rage. She was a chosen transmigrator of the heavenly way, the protagonist of this world. Did Bai Youyou not fear retribution for her actions? Unaware of the impostor's thoughts, Youyou saw Hua Xiaoxiao struggling for her body and, disregarding everything else, clenched her small fist and anxiously asked Fengzi, "Little Black, can you keep this impostor in this state? I'll help you with lightning." Fengzi instantly grasped her intent and nodded, honing his control over the spiritual power with even greater precision. In an instant, the talismans affixed to the impostor grew even hotter, and the impostor's expression twisted in pain as her soul began to drift further away. Now was the moment. Youyou pointed towards the sky, exclaiming, "Lightning." As the words left her lips, a bolt of lightning descended, deftly altering its trajectory and striking the impostor's soul. "Ah!" The impostor cried out in agony as her soul's color visibly faded. Fengzi maintained his focus on the array's spiritual energy, refusing to relent for even a moment, intently urging, "Once more." "Okay." Youyou unleashed another bolt of lightning, and this time, the impostor's soul finally vanished with a pained cry. "Sister Xiaoxiao, hurry!" Without a moment to spare, Youyou urged, and Hua Xiaoxiao did not need further prompting. She seized the chance and dashed towards her own body. The talismans on Hua Xiaoxiao's body gradually faded, and the array on the ground began to dissipate as well. Fengzi wiped the sweat from his brow. Controlling spiritual energy so precisely was far more challenging than summoning a thunder tribulation. With no time to rest, Youyou rushed to the center of the array, where only Hua Xiaoxiao's pale body lay, devoid of any soul. Youyou fixed her gaze on Hua Xiaoxiao, and after a moment, those eyes fluttered open. Youyou swallowed hard, watching intently. Hua Xiaoxiao opened her eyes briefly before closing them again, seemingly adjusting to her surroundings. When she finally opened her eyes once more, a spark of awareness returned to them, and she turned her head to face the others, a smile gracing her lips. Youyou breathed a sigh of relief. They had succeeded. Sister Xiaoxiao. Youyou dashed into Hua Xiaoxiao's embrace, and Hua Xiaoxiao chuckled, holding her tightly. Lingji stepped forward, resting a hand on Hua Xiaoxiao's wrist for a moment, then nodded to the others, assuring them her body is unharmed. Hua Xiaoxiao exhaled in relief, and then turned to the man who had remained silent beside her. "Yulong." Zheng Yuji finally released the breath he had been holding, his mouth opening as he realized he was trembling slightly. "Xiaoxiao." As the two exchanged smiles, an unspoken understanding lingered in the air. Youyou wiped the sweat from her brow. While Fengzi gradually composed himself, casting a glance at Youyou, he couldn't help but commend her. Your control over the heavenly thunder was remarkable. The heavenly thunder, intricately linked to the laws of nature, is a rare phenomenon. The ability to summon it is already an exceptional feat, yet Youyou managed to regulate its magnitude. It seems he had underestimated her in the past. Listening to his praise, Youyou felt a surge of pride mixed with lingering trepidation. Indeed, had it not been for the fact that she had nearly digested the tribulation lightning earlier, even Sister Xiao Xiao might have faced a dire fate. Fengzi stumbled momentarily, his expression a mixture of incredulity and an urge to speak. He finally managed to ask, "So, is it because you were hungry that the lightning was diminished?" "Yes." Chapter 71. Fortunes delivered. Fengzi fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, the outcome was favorable, so it seemed Youyou was indeed quite impressive. Although Hua Xiao Xiao and Xing Yuji had countless thoughts to express, the hour was late, and Madame Hua awaited news, prompting the two to reluctantly part ways. Upon returning to the Hua residence, Madame Hua was still awake, her gaze fixed on Hua Xiao Xiao, filled with both anticipation and fear. Was this truly her daughter returning? As Hua Xiao Xiao looked at Madame Hua, tears streamed down her face before she could utter a word. "Mother!" Madame Hua trembled, unable to contain her own tears any longer. "Xiao Xiao." The reunion of mother and daughter brought tears to Youyou's eyes as well. When she found her master, she too would need to embrace him and weep. Thinking of her master, Youyou's spirits dampened. Although there were many disciples, only the four of them resided on the mountain for years. With her master and two senior brothers missing, Youyou felt a heavy stone lodged in her heart, making even meals unappealing. After the mother and daughter had shared their long-awaited reunion, Madame Hua wiped the tears from her face and presented Youyou with the ring that had nurtured Hua Xiao Xiao's soul for so long. "Good child, this is for you." The glimmer in Madame Hua's eyes made her appear even gentler. Indeed, it had been purchased by Youyou. They had borrowed it for long enough, and it was time to return it to its rightful owner. While it was true that Youyou had acquired it, it had belonged to Sister Xiao Xiao before. Just as Youyou was about to decline the gift, Madame Hua shook her head. Perhaps this ring was meant for Xiao Xiao during her tribulations. Now that the ordeal had passed, it was only fitting to bestow it upon one deemed worthy. Furthermore, with the ring present, Madame Hua was always anxious that this might all be a dream, as if upon waking, Hua Xiao Xiao would still be trapped within the ring. Although uncertain of her inner thoughts, Youyou gently caressed the smooth ring, glanced at Lingji, and ultimately nodded obediently. "All right, thank you, Aunt." At the moment she accepted the ring, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. "Fortune system congratulates you. Your traversing fortune has been credited. Please continue your efforts." The sudden voice startled Youyou, prompting Fengzi to quickly inquire, "What's wrong?" Youyou shook her head, refraining from elaborating. The system had previously stated that its existence should remain a secret. Moreover, she had not received any reminders to collect the sparkling crystals. Perhaps sensing her confusion, the long-silent system finally resumed its explanation. Youyou nodded, albeit with a hint of bewilderment. However, wasn't the reward supposed to be the sparkling crystals? Why had it transformed into fortune instead? Youyou couldn't quite grasp what this invisible and intangible fortune entailed, and the system remained as silent as a spring, leaving her feeling a mixture of victory and dissatisfaction. It felt as though she was laboring without reward. Nevertheless, witnessing Aunt and Sister Xiao Xiao's joy, Youyou shrugged. "Oh well, let the magnanimous dragon be generous just this once." With a tinge of melancholy, Youyou observed the scene before her. Qianming and Fengzi were seated, each facing a bowl of dark medicinal soup that looked unappetizing, their expressions reflecting deep-seated grievances. With a sigh, Youyou recalled that upon learning of her literacy, Lingji, adhering to the principle that education should not be neglected even in poverty, had purchased numerous books for her. Yet, the archaic language made Youyou's head throb, prompting her to sneak out and secretly procure other novels. Among them, The Charming Princess and the Flirtatious Crown Prince piqued Youyou's innocent curiosity. Chapter 72. The Wedding and Farewell. Although she did not fully comprehend its meaning, Youyou vaguely remembered that the Crown Prince was none other than Brother Yuji. Moreover, the tale mirrored the relationship between Brother Yuji and Sister Xiao Xiao. Youyou nearly ground her teeth in frustration. Had it not been for Fengzi's intervention, she would have stormed into the Zeng residence to demand an explanation from Zeng Yuji. Fengze was at his wit's end, realizing that he had inadvertently allowed Youyou to glimpse such chaotic stories, and he struggled to convey that these were mere tales, not to be taken seriously. Youyou reluctantly accepted this. Yet, as the wedding approached, her anxiety resurfaced. Why did Brother Yuji show no inclination to reveal his identity? Was he not akin to the villainous crown prince in the story? With a determined thump on the table, she startled Qianming, who had just resolved to take a sip of the bitter soup, nearly spitting it out in surprise, leaving him momentarily green. Fengze, seasoned by life's tempests, approached the bowl of soup with the resolve of a conqueror, wiping his mouth slightly before asking, "What's the matter?" Youyou voiced her concerns, but Fengze dismissed them as trifles. The world had its own rhythms. Zheng Yuji must have his own considerations. He understood their unique identities and would not abandon Hua Xiaoxiao in such a manner. Youyou's worries stemmed from the fictional narrative, and although she was left half convinced by Fengze's words, she chose not to press further. Yet, the following day, Zheng Yuji himself provided clarity. Spending his days in close companionship with Hua Xiaoxiao, he naturally found himself partaking in tea at the Hua residence, his demeanor composed enough to raise no suspicion. Hua Xiaoxiao was instantly moved to tears, her eyes glistening, and as they held hands, she affectionately declared, "I do not care for titles. As long as I am with you, I am content." Youyou shivered at the thought. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was the day of Hua Xiaoxiao and Zheng Yuji's grand wedding. Before dawn, Youyou was roused from her slumber. With half-closed eyes, she allowed them to fuss over her, her head bobbing as her dragon horns threatened to manifest uncontrollably. Why was she up so early for Sister Xiaoxiao's wedding? Youyou yawned, her eyes still glistening. It was because Sister Xiaoxiao insisted that on such a joyous occasion, Youyou must be the flower girl. Had it not been for Sister Xiaoxiao, Youyou would have never risen at this hour. After much preparation, the sound of traditional music filled the air, and her little maid excitedly announced, "They're here. The groom has arrived." Youyou followed in curiosity, her drowsiness fading as she chatted animatedly. So this was what a grand wedding looked like. They say weddings are the liveliest of events. And indeed, it was no exaggeration. There were so many people. Fengze, pressured by Qianming, changed out his black attire and donned a blue robe for the occasion. Youyou observed him from the outside and thought he resembled the handsome scholar from the tales. Fengze glanced down at his attire, perhaps influenced by the vibrant atmosphere, and the coldness in his eyes softened considerably. "What's wrong?" Youyou shook her head. "Little black looks good." Fengze, taken aback by such straightforward praise, paused momentarily, a hint of crimson creeping onto his cheeks, before quickly averting his gaze and managing a shy M. Amidst the clamor, a soft chuckle cut through the noise, drawing Youyou's attention to a figure leaning nearby, an enchanting merman. He had been taking medicine for many days, and his throat had noticeably improved. He could now articulate some breathy sounds. The laughter that had just escaped his lips was a testament to this progress. He had been hiding in the shadows, and when Yao Yao inquired why he did not join them in the front hall, he gestured with labored breaths, managing to convey his thoughts with difficulty. The presence of a merman always drew attention, and he preferred not to steal the spotlight by going forward. Perhaps it was better to act as if he had not understood. Quan Ming approached the two, watching the newlyweds bow to each other. His gaze softened considerably. His tongue and throat had just begun to show signs of recovery, allowing him to utter only a few words. Ling Ji also joined them, notably carrying a bundle on her back. "Let's go," Yao Yao said, reluctantly casting one last glance at her sister Xiao Xiao, adorned in red, and then at Aunt Hua, whose face was alight with smiles. She sniffled, pouting slightly before nodding. Indeed, today was a momentous occasion for Hua Xiao, a day of celebration. Yet it also marked their departure. Had they not awaited this day, they could have left several days prior. However, both Ling Ji and Yao Yao felt a deep fondness for the Hua family. Missing their wedding would surely leave a lingering regret. Ling Ji had concluded that leaving without a word was the best way to bid farewell. Mortals have brief lifespans, and her stay had already been sufficiently long. Prolonged goodbyes would only lead to reluctance. As for Yao Yao, she had yet to learn how to face true separation. The group departed quietly, the atmosphere growing somber. With this realization, Yao Yao regained her spirits. Chapter 73. The senior sister confronts the past. Ling Ji responded affirmatively. Her cultivation had recently improved enough for her to masquerade as an ordinary practitioner. I have evaded for many years. Now it is time to confront the truth directly. However, if the senior sister was unwilling, it meant that she was merely a junior disciple. In that secret realm, she had encountered significant malice. What if the senior sister were recognized? Yao Yao's small face involuntarily bore a hint of sorrow. Lingji gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her. Do not worry. Those who recognize my appearance are unlikely to wander about carelessly, and the transformation pill I crafted for your senior sister is not so easily discerned by mere trifles. Well then, Yao Yao reluctantly nodded. Since her senior sister had said so, she ought to trust her. In a flash, they arrived at the entrance to the cultivation realm. Ling Ji produced a pill and swallowed it, causing a mist to envelop her face. As the fog dissipated, a stranger, plain visage appeared before Yao Yao. She was momentarily taken aback. Who are you? Where has my senior sister gone? Ling Ji's eyes moved slightly, seemingly amused, yet her facial muscles remained still, betraying no emotion. Upon witnessing this familiar yet contradictory expression of impassivity, Yao Yao finally believed. Senior sister, I can hardly recognize you. Ling Ji patted Yao Yao's head, her tone soft. Let's go. Then we shall seek Sister Wan Wan first. This was their tentative plan, as they needed Wan Wan's assistance to clear Ling Ji's name. Fengshe, employing his familiar skills, conjured a flying sword. Ling Ji extended her palm and, albeit awkwardly, summoned her spiritual energy, manifesting a pure white spirit sword in her grasp. Mu Shuejian. Ling Ji caressed the sword's body, a wave of nostalgia washing over her. Let's depart. Just as she was about to ascend on her sword, she noticed someone lingering behind, eyes filled with longing. Ling Ji paused. Quan Ming pointed at himself, his eyes brimming with hope. Yao Yao slapped her forehead in frustration. Oh dear, senior sister, Quan Ming Gij has not regained his spiritual energy and cannot fly on the sword. You must take him along. Ling Ji's expression visibly darkened. Her Mu Shuejian was pristine and ethereal. How could it carry a foul man? Without uttering a word, she turned her gaze to Feng Zhe. Momins latte. Feng Zhe helped Quan Ming, while Ling Ji held Yao Yao, and the four ascended on their swords, heading homeward. Upon seeing Yao Yao, Wan Wan hastily disembarked from her sedan, pulling Yao Yao close to inspect her, relieved to find that she had not grown thin during her absence. Thank goodness. Yao Yao chuckled as she acknowledged Wan Wan's scrutiny, then turned to point behind her. Sister Wan Wan, this is my senior sister. Naturally, Wan Wan had met Ling Ji before. Upon seeing this somewhat unfamiliar face, she paused for a moment, then quickly realized that Ling Ji had used a transformation pill. Wan Wan smiled. Senior sister Ling Ji. Chapter 74. The senior sister and the unpleasant one. When she had been with Sang Jin, she had called him that. Now that they were separated, she found it hard to change her habit. Ling Ji maintained a neutral expression, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Wan Wan. Wan Wan smiled softly, the familiar address bringing a sense of nostalgia. Yao Yao sat between her two sisters in the sedan, an awkward silence enveloping them as she glanced around, her curiosity piqued. Sister Wan Wan, how did you know that senior sister would come? Yao Yao recalled that she had said nothing of it when she left. It seemed Wan Wan was not particularly surprised upon seeing Ling Ji. Yao Yao, half understanding, nodded. It sounded as if Sister Wan Wan was quite familiar with senior sister. As they spoke, they arrived at the Xiong residence, but this time, the elder Xiong was not waiting at the door, and Wan Wan showed no inclination to make introductions. Ling Ji was not surprised. Given her status, the elder likely held reservations. However, Wan Wan's subsequent words revealed that it was not for that reason. Wan Wan's smile faded as she led them into a room, exhaling deeply. Since you left, my father's condition has worsened. Aunt Chun prescribed a medicine, yet he remains in a deep slumber, awakening only for a few hours. Senior sister Ling Ji, please do not take offense. My father has previously expressed that he would never believe you betrayed the cultivation realm. Ling Ji paused, astonished by the elder Xiong's deterioration and the mention of Aunt Chun. Who is this Aunt Chun you speak of? Wan Wan appeared taken aback by the question, momentarily stunned. Then awkwardness crossed her features. It is Chen Han. Ling Ji's aura instantly turned frigid. She spoke slowly, each word laden with significance. Oh, she has tracked me down here? Quite persistent. Yao Yao recalled that this Aunt Chun had spoken ill of her senior sister previously and could not help but tug at Ling Ji's sleeve, her tone serious yet mysterious. Senior sister, do you know this aunt? She is not a good person. Yao Yao felt compelled to warn her senior sister to be cautious. Although Ling Ji was unaware of the events between Yao Yao and Chen Han, she snorted coldly, her eyes filled with inscrutable intent. For the first time, Yao Yao perceived a flicker of emotion on her senior sister's face, albeit one of disdain. To call her aunt? That is truly flattering. Yao Yao felt somewhat bewildered. It seemed that not only did the senior sister know Aunt Shun, but she also harbored a deep dislike for her. Both Yao Yao and Wan Wan found themselves at a loss for words. And just then, a mocking laugh echoed from behind them. Chapter 75. The clash of adversaries isn't that the insufferable young Aunt Shun? Ling Ji, however, showed no signs of surprise. With an impassive expression, she turned around. Her words laced with sarcasm. You are terribly mistaken. Not only do I speak ill of others behind their backs, but I also do so right before their eyes. Chen Han, I see you are as annoying as ever. Chen Han let out a cold laugh. Likewise, the two locked eyes, sparks flying between them. Yao Yao instinctively shrank back, fearing she might be caught in the crossfire. Was only aware that these two were sworn enemies. Yet she had never anticipated that their confrontation would yield such a dramatic outcome. For a brief moment, she exchanged bewildered glances. And then she forced a smile as she stood between them to ease the tension. Ah, everyone here is fated to be together, so let us remain calm, she said. However, neither party seemed inclined to back down. Scoffed, let me see. Have you consumed a face-changing elixir? It's hard to tell you've changed your appearance. After a century apart, your skills seem to have diminished significantly. Not to be outdone, retorted, oh, if you can't even recognize a face-changing elixir, it seems you've done nothing but languish in this for the past century. A bead of cold sweat began to form On's forehead as she glanced from side to side, ultimately seeking help from. Save me, upon receiving this imploring look, took a deep breath, realizing that at this juncture, she had no choice but to rely on her. Stealing her resolve, clung to's leg. Senior sister is gravely ill. Do you have a solution? Her eyes twinkled with determination as she decided to approach the matter through. Surely, a kind-hearted senior sister would not allow someone to suffer without assistance. Little did she know that had indeed come with a mindset of negotiation. With a personal stake in the matter concerning, she was prepared to show sincerity. If it could help clear her name and restore her spiritual powers, she would undoubtedly heal. However, in the presence of, was reluctant to voice this intention. A subtle shift occurred at the corners of his mouth, revealing the most animated expression she had ever displayed. Isn't there a genius in pill refinement? I've labored for a century without success. How can a mere novice like me achieve it? Even could discern that senior sister was speaking out of frustration. Shook her head. Senior sister, I want to believe you are being sarcastic. Raised an eyebrow. S cheeks puffed up in indignation, her teeth clenched. Ultimately, she seemed to come to a realization, her shoulders relaxing somewhat, albeit reluctantly. If you can heal, I shall allow you to command me. The name was unfamiliar too, but she guessed it might be his name. As expected, S' expression shifted upon hearing this. Her gaze filled with hope as she looked at, yet was not swayed, or rather, she became even more irate. She rolled her eyes. How novel. What business do I have that requires your assistance? You, exclaimed in frustration, shooting her a glare. Harsh words, likening her to a stray dog of the cultivation world, lingered on her tongue, but ultimately went unspoken. While she could criticize for her senior sister's inadequacies, she was unwilling to expose such wounds in front of. In the end, merely scoffed and turned her gaze away. Enough idle talk. Since you've chosen not to be a coward, show some sincerity. Did it even require her to say that? Looked at her with confusion. Upon witnessing his expression, she realized she had overstepped, feeling a twinge of guilt. She was the one in need, yet she was behaving in such a lowly manner. Mentioned that you had obtained the inner elixir of the wind beast. If I can restore my cultivation, I can surely cure. S' eyes brightened. Wonderful. Earlier, I merely speculated that might have a solution. But now that I've heard her guarantee, I can finally relax. However, she cautiously glanced at, unsure whether to voice her thoughts. Noticing her senior sister's recovery, sighed in relief, and without much thought, posed a question. What if senior sister collaborates with this wicked aunt? Would that not enhance the chances of curing? Don't even think about it. Two voices exclaimed in unison, startling into a shiver, and shot each other a knowing glare. How could you address this young villain as aunt? She should be called sister. Huh? Opened her mouth, bewildered at how the conversation had shifted to this topic, while appeared flustered, as if pricked by a thorn. What is wrong with calling her aunt? I merely look youthful. What is inappropriate about being called Anne at my age? Is this what you're quarreling about? Scratched her cheek, feeling utterly perplexed. Was it possible that this senior sister, who seemed so composed, had poisoned herself with her own pills? Typically, one would desire to be called sister. Why was she reacting this way? Coldly smirked at. Who do you think is unaware of your little schemes? Do you believe that being called aunt will somehow make you a match for? Match, gasped in astonishment. Did senior sister truly utter those words? Surely, she and team misinterpreted. Quickly, she turned to for assistance, only to find her equally shocked. Aunt, what does this mean as stated by? S complexion shifted between hues of red and pale as she glared fiercely at. Frowned. Didn't you tell her? Dare not look at, no. I truly appreciate your help. S interest was piqued, as if she had transformed, her aura becoming lighter. Leaning against a wall, she gestured to, no need for courtesy. Please explain. Was on the verge of exploding with anger, yet fleeing would only provide with a source of amusement. Thus, she gritted her teeth, attempting to maintain her composure. It's like this. I have harbored feelings for your father for quite some time. My arrival here is also for your father. Each word resonated with, yet the entire statement left her utterly bewildered. Her own father? S' mind was in turmoil. Observing her confusion, kindly reminded her, in other words. She doesn't actually wish for you to call her aunt. She desires for you to call her mother. What nonsense! Was nearly beside herself with rage. Her fingers trembling as she pointed at, while, astonished by this proclamation, instinctively took a step back, appeared furious. If she were to act upon her anger, she must ensure that remained unharmed, for was innocent in this matter. The expressions of the others varied, but the one with the most complex emotions was undoubtedly. Although she addressed as aunt, she had always regarded her as a close friend. With a deep breath, resolved, let us not dwell on this matter for now. The progression of events was beyond her control. Since resolution was unattainable, it was best to set it aside temporarily, sparing herself from additional worries. Fearing further complications, quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, let us discuss something else. Had never felt such tension before. Additionally, was it true that senior sister was so eloquent? She had never noticed before. Could no longer endure the situation. She decisively turned on her heel. The herbs in the courtyard aren't dried yet. I must take my leave. Opened her mouth, hesitating over how to address her, missing the opportunity to detain her, and thus watched her depart with a complicated expression. Once she was gone, S' demeanor returned to normal, her face devoid of that peculiar vivacity. The group settled down to genuinely strategize. The immediate priority was to Heel's voice. Had attempted to teach him to read and write, yet the poor lad merely gazed at her innocently, his writing resembling nothing but scribbles. Ultimately, had no choice but to abandon the effort. Only when could speak would she be able to clear her name, unseal her cultivation, and treat ailment. Xuantian understood the reasoning behind it and nodded eagerly, stating, whatever you need, just tell me. Anything that exists in this world, above or below, I can surely procure for you. Youyou seemed to affirm her words, nodding repeatedly. Youyou vouched for her, declaring that Sister Wanwan was not boasting. She could indeed accomplish it. Ling Ji was well aware that with Xiang Wanwan's financial resources, acquiring rare herbs was merely a trivial matter, and this was one of her reasons for coming here. With Xiang Wanwan's assistance, everything would become significantly simpler. Another reason was that the realm of cultivation was far richer in spiritual energy than the mortal world, making it the optimal choice for both Quan Ming and herself. After a few days of treatment, although Quan Ming could barely function, a complete recovery remained a distant dream. Were he an ordinary person, Ling Ji's current abilities would suffice for his restoration, but he was a Jiaoran whose pearl had been tainted. The Jiaozhu was not only directly related to a Jiaoran's spiritual power, but also their vitality and recuperative abilities. Quan Ming's prolonged condition was indeed due to the Jiaozhu. Youyou listened with a half-understanding, then nodded. Is the Jiaozhu that longevity lock? Ling Ji affirmed. Youyou became conflicted. She had seen the longevity lock, but failed to discern its impurity. It truly required the insight of a senior sister. Ling Ji continued. As for the immediate course of action, we must go to the South Sea to locate the remnants of the Jiaoran and find the Jiaoran spring in order to cleanse the Jiaozhu, allowing Quan Ming to recover. Youyou promptly raised her hand, exclaiming, I will go. I can venture into the secret realm, so finding a spring is no challenge for me. Xiang Wanwan contemplated the situation, feeling the inherent danger but lacking a viable solution. Both Ling Ji and Quan Ming were individuals who should remain concealed, while her identity was too conspicuous. Any actions taken would undoubtedly attract attention. In this regard, Youyou was indeed the most suitable choice. Ling Ji shared this sentiment, but remained unconvinced. Youyou patted her chest, saying, "Don't worry, senior sister. Besides, Xiao He will accompany me. We have nothing to fear." Despite her words, Feng Zhe's identity was also a concern. Although she had learned from her master that there was more to the truth of the past, others remained unaware. If discovered, it would undoubtedly stir chaos. At that moment, Xiang Wanwan encouraged Sister Ling Ji, "Rest assured, I have seen Feng Zhe and Youyou act in the secret realm. There is certainly no issue." As she spoke, Xiang Wanwan winked at Youyou. "You are the most formidable, aren't you?" Youyou nodded vigorously. With matters reaching this point, there was no alternative. Ling Ji had no choice but to agree, albeit with the caveat that Youyou's small bag must be filled beforehand. In the evening, Ling Ji and Xiang Wanwan prepared for Youyou's excursion, while Youyou, having nothing else to do, wandered around and soon encountered Chenhan. Youyou wrinkled her nose, momentarily unsure how to address her, especially after hearing her speak ill of her senior sister. She turned to leave, but was suddenly called back. "Hey, little one." Youyou froze, her tail nearly bristling with irritation. She turned around angrily. "Who are you calling little one?" Chenhan chuckled, pointing at Youyou's height. "What else would you be if not a little one? You're a fearsome dragon. In any case, I am not a little one." All right. Chenhan had no intention of debating with her, and nonchalantly acquiesced. She glanced at the sky and then at the ground, muttering something under her breath. "Wait, I have something to ask you." Youyou was displeased by her attitude, leaving her with an annoyed back. Seemingly hesitant to speak, Chenhan took 2 deep breaths before finally voicing her concern. "How is your senior sister Ling Ji faring in the mortal realm?" Youyou perked up her ears and tilted her head slightly. "Are you asking about my senior sister? Is there some ulterior motive?" Chenhan clicked tongue. "Don't misunderstand. I merely wish to understand how she is doing. If she is not well, I shall be at ease." Youyou exclaimed, "Such a wicked person. You are mistaken. Senior sister is doing splendidly in the mortal realm. We even encountered a delightful auntie, unlike you." Youyou hastily countered, embellishing her account of life in the mortal realm, painting a picture where it seemed as if Ling Ji had not been exiled, but rather was on a vacation. Chenhan, aware of the exaggeration, was momentarily taken aback, emitting a sound of disbelief. "She seems to be living quite leisurely." Youyou, with her small chest puffed up in indignation, eventually realized that something was amiss. She squinted her eyes, scrutinizing Chenhan's expression with profound depth. "You seem off. Are you actually concerned about my senior sister?" Chapter 78. Youyou and the disliked ant chat at night. Chenhan, originally lost in her own thoughts, immediately changed her demeanor upon Youyou's accusation. "Nonsense." She turned to leave, but her retreat was marked by a noticeable awkwardness. Youyou's lips curled into a sly smile as she raised an eyebrow and bounced after her. "Oh, don't try to deceive me. Youyou can see through it. Master says that lying is not the behavior of a good child." Youyou dashed in front of Chenhan, blocking her path. Chenhan, visibly flustered, appeared cornered by the young girl. She vehemently protested, unsure if she was speaking to Youyou or to herself. "You're talking nonsense. I am her sworn enemy. Why would I care about her? Move aside, don't block the way." Yet Youyou was not one to relent easily. She tugged at Chenhan's clothing and refused to budge. "You say untruths, but Youyou does not believe you." Chenhan, left with no option, finally succumbed to Youyou's persistence. Recognizing her youth and trusting she wouldn't spread rumors, the two settled onto the steps, with Youyou gazing at Chenhan with bright eyes. Chenhan prepared to tell a story, which ordinarily would take some time, but glancing at the small figure beside her, she repressed that thought and delivered a dry account. "There is not much to say. Your senior sister and I learned medicine together from a young age and entered the realm of cultivation at the same time. However, her comprehension has always surpassed mine. Regardless of whether others praised or criticized her, she maintained that same demeanor, which irked me, and I never liked her." "Dislike? That is quite different from hatred." Youyou observed Chenhan's unwilling expression and quickly deduced, "So, what exactly made you dislike my senior sister?" Chenhan hesitated, unwilling to divulge the reasons. Youyou propped her little head on her hand, her thoughts racing, and suddenly connected it to something her senior sister had said earlier. "Could it be that you like Uncle Xiang and my senior sister disapproves?" Youyou probed tentatively. Chenhan reacted as though she had been stepped on, jumping up immediately. "Exactly. That cold-hearted woman insists that romantic feelings hinder the speed of cultivation. Such a blockhead. A stone-hearted person. Chen Han unleashed a tirade against Ling Ji, and Youyou looked on with a twinge of pity. Was she really referring to the senior sister she knew? Senior sister was not a blockhead. She treated her quite well. However, Youyou felt it was inappropriate to voice such thoughts, as it would not be fair to Aunt Chen Han. After Chen Han had vented her frustrations, she suddenly fell silent, her expression darkening. But what infuriates me the most is that she is a coward, only knowing how to evade. Youyou had heard her mention this before and, now rekindled, felt curious. Why do you say that? Chen Han's face soured. When the news of her betrayal of the cultivation world emerged, the Celestial Sect intended to use the soul-searching forbidden technique to examine her memories and clear her name. But she refused to comply and accepted the accusation without protest. Soul-searching forbidden technique. Youyou tilted her head. The name alone suggested it was not a benign practice. Yet Ling Ji's refusal likely stemmed from reasons beyond mere pain. Nevertheless, there was one thing Youyou was curious about. What is the Celestial Sect? Before, Youyou had heard Xuantian mention similar things about the rules of the Immortal Sect. At that time, Youyou thought it was a universally accepted norm in the world of cultivation, but now it sounded quite different. Chen Han was taken aback, not expecting Youyou to pose such a question. She cast a disdainful glance at Youyou, wondering how someone who was a disciple of Xuantian Sect could be so ignorant. There is a royal family governing the mortal realm, and naturally, the realm of cultivation also requires management. Otherwise, it would descend into chaos. The Immortal Sect serves as the overseers of the cultivation world. Understanding dawned on Youyou as she nodded her head, realizing that she had assumed the cultivation realm was more liberated and unrestrained, not realizing it too was under governance. Fortunately, Youyou did not have to cultivate. Otherwise, it would surely be a bothersome ordeal. Chen Han had likely not shared these stories with anyone for many years, and now she found herself unable to stop, recounting an abundance of tales about herself and Ling Ji. In the end, she still felt a lingering desire to share more. She recalled how the Immortal Sect had once held Ling Ji in high regard. The soul-searching technique was forbidden, yet they made an exception for Ling Ji to clear her name. However, that rascal Ling Ji Chen Han clenched her teeth again. Youyou nodded along while stifling a small yawn. In truth, she had already heard all the stories about her senior sister and herself. For the remaining hours, Youyou listened as Chen Han vented her frustrations, and in that moment, she truly understood her senior sister. If the timing had been right, Youyou would have considered silencing Aunt Chen with force. However, it was fortunate that her senior sister had initially rejected the Immortal Sect as exception. Otherwise, if they discovered that it was her sister who had orchestrated the events, being exiled would be the least of her troubles. Perhaps Youyou would not even have the chance to see her senior sister now. Chen Han clearly still had more to say and was about to recount events from their time in the mortal realm when Youyou quickly interrupted. Aunt Chen, I'm feeling quite sleepy. I'll take my leave now. Good night. After this evening's conversation, Youyou had already shed most of her animosity towards Chen Han, and her farewell was remarkably polite. On the other hand, Chen Han felt a twinge of reluctance. Is it time to sleep already? I still have so much more to share. Yet, she could not halt Youyou's departure, watching helplessly as Youyou scampered away. Once Youyou was out of Chen Han's sight, she let out a sigh of relief. It was terrifying. Had she stayed any longer, Aunt Chen could have gone on for a lifetime. Senior sister? Youyou exclaimed in surprise. Is our conversation over? After a moment of confusion, realization struck her. So, senior sister had observed her chatting with Aunt Chen. Youyou immediately straightened her posture, as if swearing an oath to the heavens. Rest assured, senior sister, Youyou is merely infiltrating the enemy's ranks and has no intention of being swayed. After all, no matter how vivid Aunt Chen's tales were, Youyou remained loyal to her senior sister. Ling Ji, of course, held no resentment towards her. In fact, she had never truly harbored any hatred for Chen Han. Shaking her head, Ling Ji said, Senior sister would never blame you for coming to find me. It's for another matter. She pulled Youyou closer, looking at her with a serious demeanor. The atmosphere grew tense as Ling Ji asked, Youyou, do you truly believe you can only enhance your cultivation through the heavenly thunder? Chapter 79. Youyou discovers an opportunity. Youyou was taken aback by Ling Ji's sudden question, but she would never hide the truth from her senior sister, so she obediently nodded. Yes, Sister Wanwan saw it too. Ling Ji appeared deep in thought. Youyou tilted her head in confusion. What do you mean, senior sister? I've always said I could consume thunder. I just never had the chance to show you. Although Lingji maintained a stoic expression, Youyou sensed a mysterious smile in her gaze as they locked eyes. Lingji spoke earnestly. Youyou, do you know how many people fail during their tribulations each year, causing their cultivation to stagnate? Youyou shook her head honestly. How could she possibly know such things? Lingji continued, I don't know either. What does that mean? Youyou felt perplexed, yet she knew her senior sister would eventually provide an explanation. As expected, Lingji, in her excitement, forced a smile. I discussed this with Xiang and believe it to be a business opportunity. At an appropriate time, you could assist cultivators in overcoming their tribulations, which would also enhance your own cultivation. What do you think? Youyou's eyes lit up upon hearing this. How wonderful! I was just lamenting how scarce tribulation thunder is. Consuming it once only sustains me for a few months. If I could have more tribulation thunder, wouldn't I be able to feast and sparkle? Seeing Youyou's expression, Lingji affirmed her guess with a nod. Tribulations are challenging to overcome, so the rewards will certainly be substantial. I can do it. Youyou raised her hand high, eager to begin consuming tribulation thunder immediately. Lingji couldn't help but marvel at this. Xiang truly was a visionary. She had conceived this plan early on, and if it could be executed, it would undoubtedly be profitable. Lingji confirmed once more that Youyou would not be harmed by the tribulation thunder before finalizing their plan. According to Xiang, a senior elder from the Immortal Sect would soon undergo tribulation next month. However, Youyou had already tuned out Lingji's following words. Her mind filled with thoughts of the Immortal Sect. The Immortal Sect, the very ones Xuantian had just mentioned. They are the overseers. There are so many sparkling treasures. All of them belong to Youyou. In an instant, Youyou connected the dots, and without waiting for Lingji to finish, she grasped Lingji's hand tightly. Senior sister, rest assured, I will definitely assist with this task. The two exchanged glances, filled with anticipation, united as fellow disciples. Xiang merely had a preliminary idea. To implement it, there were many matters to address first, starting with Youyou's identity. It wouldn't do to simply announce, I have a thunder-devouring beast at home. Speaking of the South Sea, Xiang presented Youyou with a luminous pearl larger than her fist. Youyou swallowed hard, her eyes glued to the pearl, reluctant to blink. Sister Wanwan, what is this? Xiang chuckled at Youyou's eager expression and solemnly placed the pearl in her hands. Youyou cradled it in both hands, holding it close to her chest, fearing that a gust of wind might whisk it away. Xiang playfully tapped Youyou's nose. This is a sea pearl. It will guide you when you reach the South Sea. The remnants of the Mare folk were not easily found. Without guidance, one could search for eons without success. This sea pearl had been painstakingly obtained by Quan Ming, and it was perfect for Youyou's use. Feeling the weight of responsibility, Youyou instinctively straightened her posture, her expression grave. After making a solemn vow, Youyou glanced around, feeling slightly embarrassed, and quietly asked, So, do I need to return this sea pearl? Youyou had heard that losing something after having possessed it was the most painful experience, and she wished to avoid such suffering. Xiang burst into laughter. Youyou's worries were clearly written on her face. Don't worry. Once I give this to you, it's yours. Yay. Youyou twirled around, but her concern resurfaced. She retrieved a delicate Qinquan pouch from the lining of her clothing and carefully placed the sea pearl inside, alongside the treasures gifted by Xianyu. Youyou possessed many Qinquan pouches, but those hanging outside contained the life-saving items given by Sister Wanwan and her senior sister, along with some less appealing treasures. Her true treasure trove was kept close to her, hidden from prying eyes. However, once she acquired a cave dwelling, she would pour out all the sparkling treasures and sleep atop them. At this moment, Youyou had strapped on all her Qinquan pouches and was ready to officially accompany Feng Zhe to the South Sea. Feng Zhe consciously embraced the task of wielding the sword, standing firmly atop it, awaiting the farewells from Youyou and the concerned elders. Although everything was in place, and the presence of Haizhu ensured that the remnants of the Jiao people would pose no threat to Youyou, Jia was still apprehensive. Ling Ji and Xiang clutched her, reiterating their admonitions time and again. Youyou, prioritize your own safety. Do you understand? Youyou obediently nodded. I understand, senior sister. Xiang continued her reminders. I cannot overtly send someone to accompany you, but the Xiang family's enterprises span the world. I have already instructed that any business bearing the wand character will ensure your safety. Should you encounter any difficulties, remember to seek help. Youyou continued to nod obediently. All right, Sister Wanwan. These words had been reiterated numerous times the previous night, yet Youyou understood that it was an expression of their care for her. Thus, even though she could recite them from memory, she still listened intently. After Ling Ji and Xiang Wanwan had reiterated their concerns one last time, they reluctantly watched as Youyou ascended the spirit sword, before shifting their focus to Feng Zhe. You are entrusted with her protection, Feng Zhe. Should anything go awry, Feng Shi instantly stiffened. Do not worry. He spoke with utmost seriousness, nearly swearing an oath. Once they finally released him, Feng Zhe felt as though his back was drenched in sweat. He contemplated fashioning a protective wind cover for Youyou's head. Youyou shook her head, bewildered by his actions. After being instructed for an entire hour, Feng Zhe's expression turned grave. Do not allow the wind to disturb your hair. After all, those two were formidable individuals. Feng Zhe even felt that if Youyou lost a single strand of hair, they might indeed notice. Though the South Sea was quite distant due to long-standing trade, the various sects had cooperatively established a teleportation array in a town beyond the mountain. Once they reached there, they could teleport directly. Upon landing, they retrieved the identity tokens that Xiang Wanwan had prepared in advance and were about to inquire about the location of the teleportation array when someone abruptly seized Youyou by her collar. Who are you? Chapter 80. I shall seize her system and give it to you. Oh dear. Youyou stumbled, turning around in anger to find a scholarly-looking individual gripping her tightly, his expression stern. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in Youyou's mind. Ding! The system had issued a new task. What do you want? Youyou exclaimed in indignation. However, perhaps due to her youthful voice, even her anger sounded sweet and lacked any intimidation. The man appeared unfazed, even raising an eyebrow as if contemplating lifting her off the ground. Interesting. He was about to act when suddenly a chilling gust of wind struck. Startled, the man released Youyou and stepped back, his demeanor shifting to one of vigilance. Feng Zhe, with a frigid countenance, positioned himself protectively in front of Youyou. She brushed off the dust from her clothes, equally infuriated. You are quite rude. The man disregarded her, focusing intently on Feng Zhe, as if confirming something, before finally exhaling a sigh of relief. A mere child, hardly a threat. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, but to Youyou, it felt entirely sinister. He continued to press his earlier question. Little girl, you still haven't revealed your identity. Youyou stuck out her tongue at him. She was not foolish enough to divulge that information. The man showed no sign of anger, yet his grip remained unyielding. With a flick of his wrist, Youyou felt an overwhelming force pulling her toward him. Feng Zhe's expression hardened, ready to act. But in the blink of an eye, he noticed Youyou frantically blinking at him. Xiaohei, hold steady. Feng Zhe hesitated, remaining still. The man, with an unsettling interest, scrutinized Youyou. Where do you hail from? Expecting Youyou to wail, he was taken aback when she merely lifted her small face and chuckled. His heart sank, sensing something amiss. And in the next moment, the world spun. With a loud crash, he was thrown to the ground. Youyou clapped her hands, lifting her head and humming softly. That's what you get for bullying others. Did he think her an easy target? She could carry Xiaohei effortlessly. How could she be intimidated by such a frail human? The man lay on the ground, momentarily stunned. What just happened? Had he been thrown by a girl who appeared to be only 3 or 4 years old? As he stood there in a daze, more onlookers gathered. Feng Zhe swiftly stepped forward to scoop Youyou into his arms. We must go. For them, attracting attention was hardly a favorable situation. Youyou nestled against Feng Zhe's shoulder. Did not forget to make a face at the man. This time I'll let you off, but next time we meet, just wait. Feng Zhe moved with extraordinary speed, and before Youyou could finish her fierce proclamation, he had whisked her away to safety. Youyou's expression was complex. The feeling of leaving words unspoken was truly uncomfortable. Yet, faced with Feng Zhe's puzzled gaze, she could only sigh and say nothing further. Xiaohei truly understood so little. Meanwhile, the man, clearly abnormal, witnessed the crowd dispersing in disdain, and he removed his hands from his face, revealing a countenance brimming with excitement. He murmured to the air, seemingly conversing with someone. Did you hear? She has a system too. Don't worry, I'll seize her system and deliver it to you. He tilted his head as if listening for a response, before finally rising from the ground and calmly adjusting his clothing, then departing without a clear destination. Once the crowd had dissipated, Youyou and Feng Zhe re-emerged onto the street with a sense of confidence. Youyou sought out someone to inquire about the teleportation array, which was hardly a secret, and the individual quickly pointed her towards the town's direction. In stark contrast to Youyou's carefree demeanor, Feng Zhe appeared remarkably tense. It was not his first time walking through a bustling street, nor his first visit to the realm of cultivation. But traversing a street filled with cultivators was indeed a novel experience. The thought of anyone discovering his true identity lingered in his mind, causing him to remain taut, ready to retaliate at any moment. Sensing his anxiety, Youyou could not help but shake his hand playfully. "Xiaohei, you need to be more natural. Master said that the more anxious you are, the more suspicious you appear, and the easier you are to detect." Feng Zhe nodded in acknowledgement as he listened, but then questioned, "Did the Qian Yuan Xian teach you this as well?" Youyou's body stiffened momentarily. Then she sheepishly touched her nose and averted her gaze, mumbling an affirmative. In truth, it was not Master who taught her, but rather, her third senior brother was too honest. Master believed that his demeanor would lead to disadvantages in the outside world, so he relentlessly instructed him daily on the art of deception. Youyou had merely passed by and overheard. Moreover, although it was not a lesson directed at her, it was indeed something Master had said. Therefore, Youyou was not lying. Having thought it through, Youyou regained her confidence and straightened her posture. The teleportation array consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy, and there were only a few throughout the realm of cultivation. Naturally, Youyou had never encountered one before. Upon nearing the vicinity, she discovered a lengthy queue before the array. Youyou gasped. Were all these people heading to the South Sea? Of course. Little sister, is this your first time at a teleportation array? Youyou nodded obediently. Feng Zhe, however, remained cautious, shifting slightly to shield her from the gaze of a nearby youth. The young man paid no mind, merely smiling and waving his hand. "No need to be nervous. I noticed it was your first time, so I wanted to ensure you understood the rules." He gestured toward the individuals stationed beside the teleportation array. "Do you see those two cultivators? They are sent by the sect to prevent any disturbances." Youyou followed his pointing finger and indeed saw two cultivators clad in identical robes. Each person passing by would present something to them before being granted passage. Bai Youyou was just about to scrutinize what was happening when the youth leaned slightly, obstructing her line of sight. He smiled, revealing his sharp tiger teeth. "Oh dear, what can you possibly see here? If you have any questions, just ask me. To be honest, I have a nickname. I am known in the Jianghu as Odt Ying. If you need answers, come to me, and be prepared for a twist." He eagerly promoted himself, fearing that Youyou and Feng Zhe might doubt him. Thus he provided information in advance. "Do you truly think the Xian men are foolish enough to engage in such unprofitable dealings? They charge for everything. It costs several spirit stones for a single transaction. However, if you're a familiar face, they might be a bit lenient and demand fewer spirit stones. Even to use the teleportation array, spirit stones are required." Bai Youyou had never heard of this and quickly clutched her Chinquan bag tightly. "Any other words are fine, but taking spirit stones from me is absolutely out of the question." The youth nimbly circled around Feng Zhe and crouched before Bai Youyou. "But today, Big Brother is in a good mood. Little sister, I know them well. Just say you are with me, and they will charge us fewer spirit stones." Fewer spirit stones. Bai Youyou's eyes lit up, ready to agree, but she noticed Feng Zhe's expression darken as he resolutely rejected the idea. "No need. We have plenty of spirit stones." Saying this, he shook a Chinquan bag brimming with spirit stones. Bai Youyou was momentarily blinded by the sight. "Xiaohei, this extravagant dragon won't save any spirit stones." Chapter 81. They are all in cahoots. Not a single one should be spared. Bai Youyou, quick-witted and swift, snatched Feng Zhe's money bag, clutching it tightly while shooting him a glare. She genuinely wished to expel this spendthrift dragon from the dragon clan. Every spirit stone was hard-earned. How could Xiaohei not understand that? Feng Zhe, bewildered by her glare, looked at his empty hands, unsure of where he had gone wrong. He hadn't spoken incorrectly. Before they left, he had ensured their money bag was stuffed full, fearing they would suffer grievances outside. However, he had indeed underestimated Bai Youyou's love for money. After securing the money bag, Bai Youyou cleared her throat and turned her gaze to the youth. "Can we really save spirit stones?" "Of course." The youth, as if oblivious to the undercurrents between them, confidently patted his chest. Perhaps we won't even need spirit stones. My reputation is quite substantial. Wow. Yu's eyes brimmed with admiration. That's wonderful. Then you should say you're with us. My name is Yuyu. What's yours? I'm CHNGFing. So, you'll say you're my little sister. All right, big brother. The two exchanged words eagerly, on the verge of forming a brother-sister bond right there. Z hesitated, searching for an opportunity to interject, but found none. Forget it. He sighed, helplessly averting his gaze. After all, he truly had no means of prying spirit stones from Yuyu's grasp. Yuyu and CHNGF chatted merrily, and soon they reached the front of the line. CHNGF greeted the two guardians of the formation. Hey, I came with my sister. Yuyu felt reassured upon witnessing this scene. They indeed knew each other. Yuyu could save spirit stones. The guard still harbored some doubts, glancing at Yuyu before turning to Z for confirmation. Is she really with you? Z sensed a subtle shift in the guard's demeanor. However, Yuyu fixed her gaze on him unwaveringly, and after a moment's hesitation, Z slowly nodded. Yes, she is with us. The guard scrutinized them several times, and CHNGF and Yuyu stood tall, exuding confidence. The guard ultimately found no discrepancies and waved them through. Go on, just walk through. We truly don't need spirit stones? Yuyu felt a flicker of joy, cautiously moving forward while keeping an eye on them, fearing they might change their minds. Before they had taken 2 steps, they indeed heard the guard's voice. Wait. The trio froze, turning to see the guard pulling a piece of paper from his pocket. Sign here. Sign? No one else signed before. Just as Yuyu was about to inquire, CHNGF hurriedly leaned closer to her ear. Oh, since they're not charging spirit stones, of course. We need to sign a guarantee. Oh, all right. Yuyu awkwardly scribbled her name on the paper and then handed it to Z. The paper contained a lengthy passage, and just as Z was about to read it carefully, CHNGF urged him. Hurry up, hurry up. There are so many people behind us. Thus, Z had no time to ponder and simply wrote his name. After returning the paper to the guard, Yuyu obediently thanked him. Thank you, brother, for not charging us spirit stones. The two guards exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to make of her words. What spirit stones? Odait? Iyu. The formation is opening. Let us hurry. CHNGF interrupted, pulling Yuyu along and pointing to the glowing formation ahead. Upon seeing this, Yuyu immediately grew excited, forgetting to ask anything further, and quickly grabbed Z's hand, the 3 of them stepping onto the platform together. CHNGF appeared quite exhilarated as he tightly shut his eyes. Close your eyes, and we'll arrive soon. Yuyu obediently followed suit, while Z cast a perplexed glance at him before closing his eyes as well. Yuyu felt her body lighten, as though gently lifted, her feet no longer touching the ground, inducing a drowsy sensation. Moments later, it seemed her feet had touched down again, and she heard someone calling her name. Yuyu, we've arrived. Cautiously, Yuyu opened one eye and couldn't help but exclaim. They had arrived at NHI. All around her were bustling crowds, with various kinds of fish displayed along the streets, both for eating and viewing. It was truly a paradise for fish. Yuyu's eyes were wide with wonder. Is this really an NHI? She asked excitedly. Z was also visiting for the first time, and he, too, found himself captivated by the sights, responding with a murmur. Yuyu took a deep breath. The air carried a salty, damp scent, reminiscent of Chu Nm Ngij. This was indeed Chu Nm Ngij's home. Suddenly, the teleportation array they had just exited exploded. A large hole was left in the ground, with black smoke billowing out, and the original array platform lay in ruins. What on earth happened? Z had instinctively shielded Yuyu at the moment of the explosion, and as the dust settled, he remained silent, taking in the scene before them. Before they could comprehend what had transpired, Yuyu saw a figure emerge from the wreckage, followed by a dozen cultivators. It was him who blew up the array. Capture him. Thief, don't run. The group drew closer, and Yuyu recognized the fleeing figure. It was CHNGF-ing. No wonder Yuyu had felt something was amiss. CHNGF-ing had come down with them. He had destroyed the teleportation array. Z quickly recognized the situation and, wishing to avoid trouble, swiftly pulled Yuyu aside, fearful of being caught in the chaos. However, Chngf-ing still ran towards them. Bai Youyou could only see his lips moving from a distance, and as he approached, she finally heard him shout, "Run! Run? Who's running?" Youyou blinked, and in a heartbeat, Chngf-ing had reached her side, grabbing her without hesitation. Bai Youyou was naturally holding on to Fing Z, and, unexpectedly, the three of them took off together. Bai Youyou was jostled, struggling to catch her breath, and quickly asked, "Why are we running?" Chngf-ing, however, replied confidently, "If we don't run, we'll get caught." But they're not after Bai Youyou. At this, Bai Youyou felt her conscience prickle. "If we keep running, one tea that make me seem guilty. Actually, they're after you too." Before Bai Youyou could grasp the meaning of this, she heard the voices of the pursuing cultivators grow louder behind them. Those two signed a dangerous personnel escort agreement. They are in cahoots. Not a single one should be spared. Bai Youyou stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Chapter 82. The Master of Deceit. Youyou, boy, what is that? The young dragon is utterly perplexed. This wicked creature still dares to stick out its tongue. The pursuers behind are closing in, and Feng Zhe realizes that this matter cannot be clarified in a short span. He decides to turn the tables, swiftly grabbing one in each hand and leaping into the air, evading his pursuers in an instant. Cheng Feng gasps in surprise, then comprehends that Feng Zhe is rescuing them. Calming himself while clinging to Feng Zhe and directing him. Turn left at the alley ahead. Now right. Descend, descend. The temple, seemingly abandoned for ages, is cloaked in cobwebs, and the deity's statue atop the altar is so dilapidated that it is barely recognizable. Cheng Feng breathes a sigh of relief. All right, they cannot catch up to us. He relaxes, but Feng Zhe appears intent on making him breathless. In a flash, Feng Zhe unsheathes his dark sword, resting it ominously on Cheng Feng's shoulder. Cheng Feng stiffens, sensing the icy aura emanating from Feng Zhe. Speak. Cheng Feng retreats a step, but Feng Zhe's sword follows suit, offering no chance of escape. Feeling the sharp blade graze his throat, Cheng Feng dares not swallow, stammering, "Let us discuss this amicably." Youyou, hands on her hips, furiously points at him. "Wicked creature. Speak quickly." Cheng Feng awkwardly chuckles. Deceiving children is indeed somewhat disgraceful. In truth, the teleportation array requires no payment. I merely wished for you to take me along. Youyou inhales sharply. "You great liar. What else?" she demands angrily. "There's more." Cheng Feng's gaze begins to wander. "I previously detonated a teleportation array, but I claimed it was unintentional, and they believed me. However, they still regarded me as a dangerous individual, restricting my use of the teleportation array. If I must leave, someone needs to vouch for me. The truth cannot be concealed, and Cheng Feng opts for honesty, hoping that the two might take pity on him. Youyou, bewildered, points at him with trembling hands. You're a master of lies." She repeatedly chastises him. Cheng Feng, aware of his guilt, can only accept it meekly. Yet, he maintains his playful demeanor. "There is no remedy. I have wronged you. However, we are now like grasshoppers tied to the same rope. We cannot escape." Youyou, infuriated and breathless, searches her mind for an appropriate description and finally settles on one. This is known as a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. Feng Shi, who despises being outsmarted, has already grasped the situation, a cold light flashing in his eyes. His murderous intent is palpable, causing Cheng Feng to freeze, his smile faltering. Meeting Feng Zhe's gaze, he realizes that this youth, not much younger than himself, is not jesting. As Feng Zhe's murderous aura intensifies, Cheng Feng hastily exclaims, "You cannot kill me. If you do, you cannot save yourself." "What do you mean?" Feng Zhe dismisses his words as desperate flailing, remaining silent as he flips his wrist to sever Cheng Feng's head. Cheng Feng feels the breeze of the blade and shuts his eyes tightly, quickly uttering, "You are not from the cultivation realm." Realizing he has been discovered, he knows he faces death either way. The air stills. Feng Zhe's sword has already grazed his neck, blood beginning to flow, yet Cheng Feng dares not touch it. His heart pounds like thunder as he opens his eyes, locking onto Feng Zhe's. His throat tightening as he repeats, "You are not from the cultivation realm." Youyou gasps in astonishment. How does he know? Yet, neither Youyou nor Feng Zhe speaks, merely gazing intently at Cheng Feng, awaiting his further explanation. Cheng Feng swallows hard and continues. "Are you not curious why those who pursued us earlier did not employ sword techniques?" At his mention, Youyou recalls that those individuals seem to have merely run without flying. Observing their expressions, Chung Feng realizes he has made the right gamble. He does not dare to be too brazen and continues, "What are you? Demons? Ghosts? Or perhaps devils? I have no interest." Since Nanhai was designated as part of the cultivation realm, there has been little interaction with other factions. Now that you have appeared so suddenly, the Celestial Sect will undoubtedly pursue you. Feng Shui Wei Fu slightly. Although Chung Feng is cunning, his intellect proves useful. Noticing this, Chung Feng hastily offers an olive branch. Now that the teleportation portal has been destroyed, you cannot leave this place. Moreover, as it is your first time in Nanhai, escaping pursuit will be challenging. However, with my assistance, it will be different. No one knows this area better than I do. Hence, let's make a deal. You do not kill me, and I will help you escape. Youyou is thoroughly bewildered by his convoluted reasoning, unable to discern the truth from lies, and can only look to Feng Zhe for guidance. Her voice is hoarse. "I'm terrified. Brother, you're truly fierce." Though Youyou has yet to forgive him, upon hearing him speak of Xiaohong like that, she becomes even more enraged. "You dare call Xiaohong fierce? Xiaohong spares you because of her kindness. If not for you, we would not have been pursued, nor exposed." Chung Feng, possessing some sense of conscience, glances at them before bowing his head in apology, then states earnestly, "Since we are all in the same boat, let us discuss our future plans." Meanwhile, the man previously thrown by Youyou stands before the extinguished teleportation array, his expression dark, gripping the guard's collar tightly. "What do you mean? It is broken?" The guard, nearly choked, uses his spiritual power in desperation to free himself. "Cough, cough, it is broken. Plain and simple." The man gazes at him with a heavy, penetrating stare for a moment before turning to leave. Once in a secluded area, he punches the wall, muttering to himself, "No matter. The child of destiny must endure certain trials." Chapitre 83. Youyou's secret technique. Invisibility. Youyou remains blissfully unaware of the turmoil Chung Feng's destruction of the teleportation array will incite. Having established a cooperative relationship, the group finds themselves in a relatively calm situation. Nevertheless, given Chung Feng's past, Feng Zhe, though temporarily sheathing his sword, continues to watch him closely, ready to strike should he misstep. In contrast, Youyou is entirely unrestrained. Nonsense. The great dragon lord possesses the toughest skin and the sharpest claws. How could a mere human harm me? Yet, Youyou is still curious about Chung Feng. "Why did you blow up the teleportation array? It was so convenient. With a whoosh, I could have crossed over from the cultivation realm to here." Though Chung Feng had anticipated Youyou would inquire about this, hearing the question still causes his expression to stiffen slightly. He pauses, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. "I simply found it displeasing." Youyou purses her lips. Chung Feng, this deceiver, is merely trying to placate her as a child. With their identities already exposed, Youyou feels it is time to assert herself. Narrowing her eyes slightly, she takes a deep breath. In an instant, a burst of flames erupts from Youyou's mouth, singeing several large holes in Chung Feng's clothing. Chung Feng, startled, rolls on the ground, disregarding his current disheveled state, his face filled with fear. "What are you doing? This temple is dry and full of kindling. Had I not reacted quickly, I would have been reduced to ashes." Youyou merely intends to issue a warning. She does not genuinely mean harm. However, she adopts a mysterious demeanor, contemplating before tilting her head and glancing sideways. Are you frightened now? If you do not speak the truth, you shall face dire consequences." Youyou lowers her voice, striving to embody the menacing persona she remembers. Yet, given her round and chubby appearance, her attempts only serve to dispel any fear, causing Chung Feng's earlier tension to dissipate entirely. He nearly bursts into laughter, quickly stifling it. Enough is enough. If I were to laugh at this moment, I fear my hair might truly catch fire. Moreover, CHNGF indiscreetly glanced at the SHSH and standing behind Youyou, unable to suppress a sneer in his heart. 2 against 1. How embarrassing. He cleared his throat and assumed a somewhat serious demeanor. Well, the story is rather lengthy. Again, with the lengthiness? Youyou recalled the night-long tales shared by CHNHN, her expression heavy with genuine sentiment. To make a long story short, just as CHNGF was about to create a certain atmosphere, Youyou's words caught him off guard, nearly choking him. He swallowed hard and awkwardly replied, "It's simply that I am a resident of NNHI. ever since the teleportation array was established. The air in NNH has been filled with foul smoke, which I cannot tolerate. Thus, I intend to destroy it. Resident of NNHI. Youyou cast a skeptical glance at him. Aren't all residents of NNHI beautiful mermen? Just like QANM, GG. CHNGF chuckled lightly. Birds still soar in the skies of the cultivation realm. Why can't ordinary people reside along the shores of NNHI? Youyou, in her innocence, nodded slightly. That seems somewhat reasonable. However, since he claims to be a resident of NNHI, Youyou exchanged glances with FNGZ, who nodded in agreement, prompting Youyou to inquire, "Do you know where the merman ruins are?" It is rumored that the merman ruins are filled with countless treasures, and many cultivators are eager to seek them. Their question was not entirely unexpected. Yet, CHNGF seemed taken aback that these two little ones were also in search of the ruins. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes, revealing his genuine curiosity. "You too wish to find the ruins?" "Yes." Youyou nodded without hesitation. "I heard the ruins contain many treasures, and I wish to see them. Is that not permissible?" Youyou is no fool. The existence of QANM GG is a secret, and she cannot divulge it to others. Initially, CHNGF harbored some affection for the two before him, but upon hearing this, his expression turned completely cold. The world is bustling, all for profit. It is surprising that these two youngsters cannot escape the norm. "I do not know." He turned his head away, refusing to look at them any longer. Nevertheless, FNGZ once again placed his sword at his throat. "Speak." CHNGF felt a jolt of alarm. He had not even noticed when this person had drawn his sword. CHNGF forced a sheepish smile. So many people are searching for the merman ruins, yet they return empty-handed. How could an ordinary person like me possibly know? FNGZ had originally drawn his sword merely to test him upon noticing his unusual demeanor. But now, seeing that he was clearly under threat, yet still unwilling to yield, he hesitated slightly. What he said seemed somewhat reasonable. The two fell into a stalemate once more, when suddenly, voices echoed from outside. "Search! Dig 3 feet in the ground to find them." The expressions of those inside the temple immediately stiffened. "Have they found us so quickly?" CHNGF straightened up and suggested. "After all, you possess cultivation, they do not. Why not eliminate them directly?" FNGZ dismissed his mad ramblings. They were being hunted under a misunderstanding and could clarify things later. As for spiritual power, once they exit, he would discuss it with Shi WNWN, merely stating that they carried certain talismans that obstructed restraints. With Shi family's extensive background, no one would doubt the existence of such special talismans. However, if he acted at this moment, it would be different. If they were to solidify the crime, even Shi WNWN would be unable to protect them. CHNGF continued to scrutinize them, while FNGZ narrowed his eyes and promptly guided the two into a corner. "Youyou." "Yes." Youyou instantly understood his meaning and hurriedly rummaged through her small backpack containing talismans. Moments later, she produced a talisman and swiftly affixed it to the 3 individuals. CHNGF bewildered inquired, "What is this?" "Shoo." Youyou covered his mouth. There was no time for explanations, and FNGZ also signaled him to be quiet. CHNGF felt somewhat uncomfortable. With people searching for them outside, were these two merely going to remain here? Sure enough, moments later, a group of cultivators burst through the door. CHNGF froze, his mind racing with strategies, as the leader quickly shifted his gaze toward their location. Just as CHNG was about to take a desperate gamble, he observed that the person calmly averted his gaze, as if he had seen nothing. CHNGF was left bewildered. Not only had he looked, but he had also watched someone pass right before him, yet he did not cast a sideways glance in their direction. After a brief moment, several cultivators gathered at the entrance. "No one here. Let us check elsewhere." Once they had departed, CHNGF still couldn't compose himself. "Is this invisibility? This is unheard of. Such a talisman is simply extraordinary." FNGZ listened attentively, confirming they had moved far away before nodding in acknowledgement. Youyou finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The talisman provided by the 4th senior brother is indeed effective. Chapter 84. Shi-OHI. Do you also wish to don female attire? Once the crisis was confirmed to be averted, CHNGF eagerly inquired. "Was that just now?" An invisibility talisman? How come I have never heard of it? Where did you obtain it? If I could have such a talisman. Then, CHNGF's mind raced with countless possibilities, only to be doused with cold water by FNGZ. What are you thinking? It's merely an illusion technique. CHNGF emitted a bewildered sound. FNGZ pointed towards the outside. Before coming here, I placed a talisman. The person inside, affixed with the talisman, will temporarily have their presence obscured, and as long as they are not touched, they will not be discovered. I see. Upon understanding, CHNGF was momentarily taken aback. When did you place the talisman? How did I not notice? FNGZ shot him a glance, his disdain evident. He deemed his inquiry unnecessary. The illusion technique was merely a temporary measure. To conceal their presence while searching for the ruins is indeed no easy task. CHNGF's eyes darted as a thought struck him. Follow me. FNGZ, unsure of CHNGF's intentions, cast him a suspicious glance, but ultimately had no better alternative than to comply. CHNGF weaved through the crowd, leading them to a back door of a building. He cautiously knocked, and an elderly voice inquired from within. Who is it? It's me, CHNGF. A rustling sound followed, and soon, footsteps approached, revealing an aged face through the crack of the door. Oh, it's an old woman? Bai Youyou tilted her head. The old woman did not look at them when she asked this question, but rather tilted her ear. And Bai Youyou then realized that the elder's eyes were clouded and likely unable to see. CHNGF appeared very familiar with this place upon entering. He did not require any hospitality and immediately began rummaging. He spoke as he searched. Yes, these are my new friend from the past few days. Ani, where did you put the old clothes? I wish to try them on. In the west cabinet. Little one, it's your first time here. I hope you won't find my care lacking. The latter part was directed at Bai Youyou and FNGZ. And upon hearing this, Bai Youyou, although aware that the elder could not see, still waved her hand in response. Quite all right, thank you, Ani. The principle of respecting the elderly and loving the young was taught to her by her master long ago. Respect the elderly and cherish the young. The old woman took Bai Youyou's hand, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Little girl, what is your name? How do you know little phone? My name is Bai Youyou. He tricked me. Before she could finish her sentence, CHNGF hurriedly set down what he was holding and interrupted. I told her there was delicious food at home. He deceiving her again. Bai Youyou huffed in annoyance. Yet, CHNGF pointed at the elder, clasped his hands together, and displayed a pleading expression. All right. Bai Youyou pouted, but did not argue, merely accepting his plea. CHNGF sighed in relief and continued his fabrication. His words brought laughter from the elder. You child, always making up stories. Seeing that she no longer pursued the matter, CHNGF felt reassured and continued searching for the old clothes. After a short while, he had gathered several garments and pulled the two of them out the door. What more does the old lady have to say? With trembling hands reaching into her embrace, Chung Feng quickly grasped Youyou and Feng Zhe, ushering them away. It remains uncertain how long Chung Feng has resided in the South China Sea. The streets and alleys are practically second nature to him. After navigating several turns, he led the two to a new location. It was yet another dilapidated house, its interior thick with dust, but it was evident that it had once been inhabited. Upon entering, Chung Feng waved his hand, sweeping aside the cobwebs, and tossed some clothing to the two. Appa once had a granddaughter around Youyou's age. You should wear this. Youyou. As for you, Feng Zhe, I must regrettably ask you to join me in a little disguise. Disguise? Feng Zhe raised an eyebrow, silently observing him. Chung Feng dreaded that silent demeanor, shivering involuntarily, and then clicked his tongue. Do you think I want to? But we stand out too much. If we don't make a change, how can we possibly deceive them? Feng Zhe silently agreed with this notion. Yet his mistrust of Chung Feng led him to remain silent, merely watching to see what he would do. All right, Chung Feng relented, pulling out an old garment. I'll change first. That should suffice, right? Why are you so suspicious at your young age? This is caution, not suspicion, Youyou retorted, her youthful innocence evident. Chung Feng, being mindful of her age, did not hesitate to remove his clothing, but Feng Zhe shot him a warning glance and promptly covered Youyou's eyes. Don't look, it's filthy. Chung Feng's forehead twitched as he summoned all his willpower to suppress his impulses. Calm down, you can't fight this. Chung Feng, remain composed. After a moment of mental fortitude, he managed to smile. It's all right, I understand. But Youyou, why do you call Feng Zhe Xiaohe? Ah, trying to pry into Youyou's words again. She exclaimed. That's my nickname. Youyou nodded, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Xiaohe is also a nickname. She would never disclose that Xiaohe referred to a little black loach. Feng Zhe, now reluctantly bearing a nickname, felt a flush of embarrassment creep across his face. Cheng Feng couldn't help but chuckle, just as he was about to suggest that they all use their nicknames. He turned and caught sight of Feng Zhe's darkened expression. After some time, he finally finished changing. All right, Youyou, you can turn around now. Feng Zhe inspected him thoroughly, ensuring there was nothing amiss before giving Youyou a gentle pat. Youyou rubbed her eyes and turned. Wow, you changed so slowly, she said, gazing at Feng Zhe in confusion. She recognized him, yet the attire he wore caused her to gasp in shock. Why are you wearing girls' clothes? You're just like that pervert the senior sister spoke of. Cheng Feng froze at her description. That's not it. This is merely a foolproof way to ensure we won't be caught. After all, who would suspect two grown men disguised as women? Youyou appeared quite disapproving, ready to voice her objections. But Cheng Feng reassured himself that children speak without restraint. So he let it go. He composed himself and handed another dress to Feng Zhe. Surely you understand how dire the situation is. For your safety, this is not unreasonable. Feng Zhe stepped back a pace. You're right. We indeed need to change our appearances. Cheng Feng's eyes brightened. Then hurry and don the women's attire. Feng Zhe remained silent, slowly reaching into his chinquan bag and retrieving a pill. His tone was calm, yet resolute as he gently declined. Perhaps there is another option. I could take a transformation pill. Cheng Feng turned to stone, pointing at Feng Zhe, his casual demeanor faltering as his fingers trembled. Why didn't you say so earlier? Feng Zhe raised an eyebrow. Isn't that common knowledge? Your enthusiasm led me to believe it was your own desire. Cheng Feng was infuriated, tugging at his own clothing. What common knowledge? How was I to know? He began to undress again, prompting Cheng Feng to quickly turn Youyou's head away, clearly displeased by his actions. But I only have two, Feng Zhe interjected. One for you and one for Youyou. There are no extras. Youyou, still having her eyes covered, felt a stir of curiosity at this revelation. Two, but Sister Wanwan and the senior sister prepared plenty for me. They are abundant. Cheng Feng, unaware of the full context, paused in his actions, harboring a flicker of doubt. Is that true? Feng Zhe, with a serious expression that indicated he was not one to jest, nodded. Cheng Feng, despite his lingering skepticism, found himself unable to resist believing. He had a clear understanding of his position. Feng Zhe's murderous intent was not feigned, and he was grateful to be alive. The notion that he would give away the only two transformation pills he possessed was beyond contemplation. As Feng Zhe adjusted his attire, he still harbored concerns. Let us communicate openly. Please do not remove your clothing carelessly again. The way he said it made it seem as though Cheng Feng had some peculiar proclivity. Cheng Feng swallowed his indignation, nodding in reluctant agreement. Satisfied, Feng Zhe turned to rummage through his chinquan bag, producing two new garments. Cheng Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. You have changeable clothing? He had risked much to find old clothes to avoid detection. Yet if they had spare attire, his efforts would have been in vain. Angered, he exclaimed, Why didn't you say so sooner? Feng Zhe regarded him with a puzzled look. You never asked. Cheng Feng found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, this matter was left unresolved. Ling Ji, being exceedingly cautious, had anticipated many possibilities and even packed several sets of clothing, some luxurious enough to denote status, others disguised as ordinary South China Sea attire. Youyou, now adorned in a blue dress, twirled her skirt, feeling as though she belonged to the same clan as Quan Mingge. This dress looks just like a fishtail. It's so beautiful. Feng Shi's attire was plain, resembling that of an ordinary South China Sea resident. Cheng Feng looked on enviously. Why not let me have one too? Feng Zhe glanced at him. There are no women's clothes available. Humph. Cheng Feng rolled his eyes in response. Seizing the moment when Cheng Feng was distracted, Feng Zhe poured two transformation pills from a vial. Simply consume them and focus on what you wish to become. Youyou, having never tried this before, was curious. She took the tiny pill and examined it closely. She had witnessed the senior sister's transformation after consuming one, completely altering her appearance. Could she do the same? Tentatively, she placed the pill in her mouth. It may be a pill, but it's sweet. Youyou delighted in the flavor. closing her eyes as she recalled Feng Zai's words. I want to change my appearance. Chung Feng watched intently as the two swallowed their pills, and soon, a miraculous transformation unfolded before his eyes. The two changed their appearances right under his gaze. Chung Feng marveled, gaining a deeper understanding of the wonders of the cultivation world. Feng Zai was the first to open his eyes, while Youyou was still undergoing her transformation. Concerned, Feng Zai watched her closely, fearing any mishap. Youyou's features had already begun to shift significantly. Those subtle details remained unchanged. Observing her almost transformed visage, Feng Zai felt a flicker of familiarity. Had he seen this face somewhere before? How could it seem so recognizable? After a moment, Youyou finally opened her eyes, excitement radiating from her. How do I look? Has my face changed? Feng Zai nodded, albeit hesitantly. Yes, it has changed, but Youyou eagerly produced a mirror. Gazing at her new face with a mix of satisfaction and awe, Youyou merely pondered for a moment, yet it truly seemed feasible. Feng Zai appeared somewhat hesitant, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts, while Chung Feng observed everything around him, making startling remarks. Is this how you looked as a child, Feng Zai? At this, Feng Zai suddenly experienced an epiphany. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity. Youyou's visage bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. Indeed, they were 80% alike. With a beaming smile, Youyou set down the mirror, chest puffed with pride. Do I look like him? I was just guessing how Xiaohei looked as a child. This caused Feng Zai to feel somewhat awkward. Why? Youyou, noticing Feng Zai's confusion, felt a twinge of shyness, scratching her cheek and fidgeting with her small hands. Because Xiaohei mentioned that he never left the water's depths as a child. So, I thought if I transformed to resemble Xiaohei and played here, he would be happy, right? After speaking, Youyou cautiously scrutinized Feng Zai's expression. This was a sudden whim of hers. Xiaohei rarely spoke of his past, and whenever he did, he seemed rather melancholic. Youyou felt pity for Xiaohei. While she had roamed freely in her childhood, Xiaohei seemed to have been confined. Feng Zai stood still for a moment, lost in thought, unsure of how to respond. After a while, he finally attempted to speak, his voice a bit hoarse. Thank you, Youyou. His fingers unconsciously curled inward. Indeed, he had never witnessed such a scene in his own childhood. Upon hearing Feng Zai's gratitude, Youyou felt a slight sense of relief. She had acted without Xiaohei's consent, worrying that he might be upset. But why didn't Xiaohei smile? Xiaohei, are you not happy? Youyou inquired cautiously. Feng Zai shook his head, lowering his gaze to meet hers, his eyes softening. No, I'm very happy. Truly. He simply struggled to express his emotions. If possible, he would have loved to lift Youyou and twirl her around. At that moment, Youyou's heart was completely at ease. As long as Xiaohei was happy. She then turned to Chung Feng. Big liar. Aren't you going to change your face a bit? She refused to call him brother. He was a trickster. What use was it for a liar to merely change his clothes? He would still be recognized. His brows furrowed, eyes darting between Youyou and Feng Zai. Seeing his expression, Youyou immediately grew vigilant. Was the big liar concocting some nefarious scheme? Finally, Chung Feng could not resist asking, what did you mean when you said he never left the water's depths? Youyou froze in place. Chapter 86. Are you merfolk? She had let slip a secret. Now, it was Youyou's turn to shift her gaze. And no, it's nothing. You misheard. Youyou insisted she had said nothing. Chung Feng fixed his gaze on her, unyielding. You definitely said something. Youyou immediately turned to grab Feng Zai's sleeve, pretending as if nothing had occurred. In her fluster, the precious Jiaozhu longevity lock fell to the ground. She hurriedly picked it up and tucked it back in her bosom. The senior sister had mentioned that this longevity lock could guide them to the ruins, so Youyou had always kept it on her person, never placing it in the Chinquan bag. That was a close call. Feng Zai also jumped in surprise, stepping in front of Youyou and asking Chung Feng, what do you mean? Chung Feng's reaction was not quite right. Noticing Feng Zai's sudden wariness, Chung Feng realized he had overstepped. However, his mind quickly raced through the memories of his interactions with Feng Zai. You are not from the cultivation realm. You live beneath the water. Chung Feng observed him carefully. If Youyou had not misheard, there seemed to be a hint of hope in his tone. Youyou was uncertain, exchanging a glance with Feng Zai. Chung Feng gritted his teeth. Are you merfolk? Youyou was taken aback and quickly waved her hands. I don't understand what you're saying. Merfolk have long since vanished. How could Xiaohei be merfolk? Brother Quan Ming had said that the existence of merfolk should not be revealed to others. Chung Feng, however, persisted. How could not be? Non-human, living in water, seeking the ruins of the merfolk. Surely it must be true. He seemed to be convincing himself, growing more convinced with each word, his eyes sparkling with excitement. His sudden change in demeanor caught Youyou off guard, and she instinctively took a step back. Surely he wasn't possessed? Fengze, however, remained calm. What does it matter whether it is true or not? He neither confirmed nor denied, leaving room for imagination. Upon hearing this, Changfeng became even more animated. I have awaited this day for so long. His excitement appeared genuine, prompting Fengze to signal him to calm down. Who are you? Changfeng had almost concluded Fengze's identity, pointing to Youyou. What you dropped earlier was the Jiaozhu, wasn't it? Youyou froze once more. Despite having picked it up so quickly, how did this big liar still notice? Yet, as long as Youyou resolutely denied it, he likely had no recourse. Fengze remained silent, merely observing him. Changfeng, under the weight of that cold gaze, gradually regained his composure. He took a deep breath. Please do not misunderstand. I am a follower of the merfolk. A follower? Youyou tilted her head, puzzled by the meaning of this. Changfeng turned to reveal the back of his neck. Youyou stood on her tiptoes, barely catching a glimpse of what appeared to be a patch of skin that was distinct. It seemed to be shaped like a fish scale. Changfeng pointed to his mark, unable to contain his excitement. This is proof of a follower. Fengze and Youyou were bewildered by his words. They were not true merfolk. However, Youyou quickly contemplated what the big liar could be after. If he were fabricating lies to harm them, she could simply set him ablaze. Changfeng, observing the impassive expressions on their faces, paused as if struck by a thought. That's right. The merfolk perished long ago, given your ages. You likely do not know of the events of that time. Let me tell you about it. Another story? Youyou's face scrunched up. She disliked listening to tales. Changfeng, having grasped Youyou's temperament, began to summarize. Once, the royal family of the merfolk could choose certain humans from the South Sea as their apostles. They would ensure safe voyages for humans in exchange for tributes. At this point, Fengze appeared puzzled. But the merfolk have been extinct for so long. How can you still be alive? If one were a powerful cultivator, they could maintain their youth. But Fengze was fully aware of Changfeng's cultivation level. Living a mere 100 years would be considered longevity. If he had existed before the extinction of the merfolk, he should not appear as he did now. Youyou nodded vigorously. Big liar, are you trying to deceive us again? She would not fall for his tricks a second time. Changfeng let out a bitter laugh, his voice hoarse. I consumed merfolk flesh. What? Youyou gasped, instantly retreating a step, her small hands tightly clenched, prepared to unleash her wrath. What did you eat? Changfeng lowered his head. Fengze's eyes narrowed. Continue. Since Changfeng dared to say such a thing, there must be more to the story. Changfeng's fists clenched tightly. His words flowed with coherence, causing Youyou's murderous intent to wane slightly. That is why I say you're merfolk. I learned from the prophecy that the merfolk still have descendants. Changfeng nodded. In that moment, he suddenly recalled something and began rummaging through his belongings. I know you do not believe me, but the princess left something for me. Look. He hurriedly searched and finally produced a pearl. Changfeng looked at Fengze with hope, carefully presenting it before him. Youyou also rose on her toes to take a look, then exclaimed in surprise. This pearl, is it called the Luingzhu? Fengze inquired. Yes. Is the Luingzhu? Youyou exclaimed with excitement. In the past, I had seen it from my senior brothers and sisters, and within it, one could witness numerous scenes. Upon meeting Fengze, Changfeng appeared even more exhilarated. This pearl requires spiritual energy to manifest. It is implied that, at present, only Fengze in the entire Nanhai can perceive it. After a moment of contemplation, Fengze, unwilling to deceive, acknowledged that it was indeed a time to enlist help. If Changfeng was willing to assist them, that would be splendid. Furthermore, the Jiaozhu, being a subordinate of the Longzhu, commanded respect. Even Quanming bowed before him. Thus, utilizing his identity momentarily did not constitute deceit. Realizing this, Fengze maintained a composed demeanor as he took the projection pearl, infusing it with a trace of spiritual energy. Subsequently, a beam of light emanated from the pearl, revealing an image in the air. Youyou could not help but exclaim in awe. The projection unveiled a woman. Although Youyou had long known that Quanming was handsome and had heard that the Jiren were all beautiful, this sister was far more stunning than Quanming. Youyou gazed at the ethereal figure in a daze, nearly drooling. At that moment, the figure spoke. Chapter 87. Changfeng transforms into a sister. I have awaited you for a long time. As the beautiful Jiaren spoke, Youyou's eyes filled with confusion, lost in the enchanting voice. How could there exist such a melodious sound in the world? Fengzi, witnessing her reaction, could not suppress a chuckle and gently patted Youyou. The voice of the Jiaren was the most beguiling. Even a casual remark could ensnare one's heart. Youyou was jolted back to reality by the gentle pat, shaking her head and smoothing her chest. That was close. Had she just fallen under a spell? However, upon reflection, she felt a twinge of fear. Thankfully, Quanming was currently mute. Otherwise, her senior sisters would be in great peril. The projection pearl merely captured an image. The figure in the air could not truly see their actions, her beautiful eyes gazing into the void, filled with compassion. I do not know who you are, but you must be one of my kin. Surely, you are aware of the events that have transpired. Changfeng is the one I have chosen to assist us. You may trust him. She imparted some instructions regarding the Jiaren, of which Youyou understood little, except for one thing. This great deceiver had not lied. He was indeed trustworthy. Fengzi nodded. Changfeng's eyes were about to brighten, but Fengzi doused the enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. Since you trust him, I need not deceive you. I am not a Jiaren. Changfeng's countenance changed. If he was not a Jiaren, then his previous words would surely expose him. Despite the disparity between them, he was determined to keep this individual here at all costs. It was his own carelessness, but the secrets of a Jiaren must not be disclosed. Fortunately, Fengzi quickly added, however, I am indeed here at the behest of the Jiaren to search for relics in the Nanhai. Under Changfeng's skeptical gaze, Fengzi extended his hand towards Youyou. Though she was somewhat reluctant, there was no alternative. She retrieved the longevity lock and placed it in Fengzi's palm. Fengzi continued, since you discern what this is, I need not elaborate further. This Jiaozhu is tainted and urgently requires cleansing at a spring. Fengzi was still somewhat reserved, refraining from directly disclosing Quanming's identity. Fortunately, Changfeng had his own calculations and did not press for further details. He had only caught a distant glimpse, only realizing it was a Jiaozhu, yet he had not seen the contamination. Changfeng's expression shifted slightly, growing solemn. Contamination? Fengzi nodded, as Changfeng was the Jiaren's chosen messenger. He certainly understood the implications of a tainted Jiaozhu. Firstly, it indicated that the Jiaozhu had been separated from its source. Secondly, the Jiaren themselves must have endured inhumane torment. To express his sincerity, Changfeng nodded. I indeed possess some knowledge regarding the relics. You must have brought the Haizhu with you, correct? Since they held the Jiaozhu. Changfeng did not believe they would be unprepared. The Haizhu could guide them towards the approximate location of the Jiaren relics, and Changfeng was certain they possessed it. Youyou could not help but raise her eyebrows. This great deceiver was ignorant of the transformation elixir, yet knowledgeable about this pearl and that pearl. Seeing their tacit agreement, Changfeng sighed, discarded. The Haizhu is of no use here. What do you mean? Youyou clutched the bag containing the Haizhu tightly, looking at him in confusion. Changfeng explained. In the past, to protect the relics, the princess single-handedly created a false illusion to deceive those attempting to seize treasure, causing the Haizhu to point there, while the true relics lie thousands of miles away, known only to me. Yi was taken aback. She had not informed Xiaohong about the Haizhu precisely to keep a fallback. But this deceiver now claimed the Haizhu was useless? Yi felt skeptical, yet lacked a rebuttal. Changfeng understood that convincing others of this was a formidable task. He chuckled and returned to his nonchalant demeanor. If you do not believe me, I shall lead you according to the Haizhu's guidance. Once we arrive, you can see for yourselves whether there are relics, and you will know if my words bear truth. Youyou and Fengzi exchanged glances. This seemed a reasonable plan. Thus, the matter was settled. Although Changfeng had made his stance clear, Youyou still harbored resentment over his deception, secretly hiding the transformation elixir deep within her Qinquan bag. Even if it became unnecessary to discard it, she would not offer it to this great deceiver. Changfeng harbored doubts, yet they were now bound together in this venture. He glanced at Youyou, contemplating that she was merely a child. Surely she would not hold a grudge. He assumed she truly lacked the transformation elixir. As Youyou watched with curiosity, he opened a collection of bottles and jars, applying various concoctions to his face. In a short while, the contours of his face softened. Though it was difficult to pinpoint the changes, he transformed into a rather attractive older sister. Youyou gasped in amazement. You are truly skilled at deceiving. How did you transform from a man into a woman without any magic? Chengfeng raised an eyebrow, basking in his triumph. So what if he lacked the transformation elixir? This was his prized disguise technique, learned long ago in the human realm from a master. However, that was not the end, since he needed to disguise himself thoroughly. He donned a shell necklace and coughed lightly. So how do I look, sister? Chengfeng's expression of pride could no longer be concealed, and the anger for being toyed with earlier had entirely dissipated. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Fengzi pointing at the shell necklace around his neck. It is this, isn't it? Youyou gazed at it with curiosity. Chengfeng, realizing his scheme had been uncovered, could not help but click his tongue. This young lad truly lacked an understanding of romance. Youyou looked at him eagerly, her curiosity piqued, and refrained from calling him a great deceiver, instead directly addressing him as sister. Chengfeng merely donned the guise of a girl. He possessed no peculiar tendencies, yet being called sister sent shivers down his spine, though he quickly suppressed it. Very well, the act must be complete. From this moment on, he was a sister. Chengfeng took a deep breath. This was once the most ordinary treasure of the Jiaran, containing their voices. Wearing it allows one to speak with the voice of a Jiaran. Youyou nodded, partially understanding. So, this voice did not originate from the great deceiver Chengfeng, but rather from a Jiaran sister of yours? Seeing that Youyou comprehended, Chengfeng nodded in satisfaction, reaching out to smooth his long hair. Once commonplace, the Jiaran used to craft such trinkets, but now, these items had become rare treasures. Chapter 88. Only fools would be deceived by Youyou with the downfall of the Jiaran. No one would create such things anymore. Youyou felt a pang of sadness at this realization. Indeed, in times of yore when malevolent dragons roamed freely, volcanic eruptions and thunderous roars were commonplace. Youyou never knew hunger then, yet now, even a single mouthful of thunder requires a lengthy wait. Although Fengzi was unaware of Youyou's contemplations, he placed a comforting hand upon her shoulder. Youyou, reinvigorated, declared, "All right, then Youyou shall call you Sister Xiaofeng. Let's embark." After unanimous agreement, Youyou cautiously stepped out with one foot, and upon noticing the absence of onlookers, she tentatively placed her other foot down. Feng found her demeanor amusing, assuring her, "Fear not. This place is desolate. There are no people around. However, we must traverse the main street, where crowds gather, and we must exercise caution." As Youyou ingested the transformation elixir for the first time, a sense of disquiet enveloped her, and she felt as if something were amiss with her visage. Every rustle of leaves sent her shoulders quaking, alert for the possibility of someone pinching her cheek and declaring her face a facade. Thus, she remained vigilant until they reached the bustling thoroughfare, where Youyou felt the weight of responsibility for the malevolent dragon lord. She halted, her expression grave as she addressed her companions. "Youyou shall go first. If you see that no one is coming to apprehend me, you may follow." Fengzi chuckled softly. "Very well, go ahead. We shall wait for you here." Fengzi's consent was not born of indifference, but stemmed from his complete trust in the efficacy of the transformation elixir. As Lingji had expressed, even in her diminished state, she would easily handle any adversities posed by lesser foes. Indeed, Youyou emerged from the alley with utmost caution. The street bustled with activity, and occasionally, curious glances fell upon her small figure, devoid of any ill intent. Just as Youyou began to relax, a regiment of neatly attired cultivators approached in haste. Youyou froze. They were the same individuals who had previously searched the dilapidated temple. Yet her master had taught her that in moments of tension, one must stand firm and assertive. Otherwise, one risks being detected. Recalling her master's words, Youyou puffed up with bravado and turned to a nearby fruit stall. "Uncle, are these fruits delicious?" she inquired, her voice sweet and melodious, softening even the heart of the vendor, who promptly handed her 2 fruits. "Just try them, little one. You'll find out." "Excuse me, young lady, is there something you need?" The leading cultivator began to ask, but was abruptly nudged aside by a companion. "Don't frighten the child." Youyou took a slow bite of the fruit, while the cultivator who had been pushed aside donned a congenial smile, unfurling a wanted poster. "Little one, have you seen any of these individuals?" Gripping the fruit tightly, Youyou's heart raced. The poster depicted her, along with the little black creature and the grand deceiver. She obediently shook her head. "I have not seen them." This marked her first lie in front of so many, causing her voice to tremble slightly. Fortunately, despite her resemblance to Fengzi, Youyou retained an innocent demeanor, leading the cultivator to perceive, nothing amiss, causing his tone to soften. Do not be afraid. I harbor no ill intentions. These individuals are nefarious. And if you happen to see them, would you inform me at once? Youyou, while gnawing on her fruit, internally grumbled, You are the bad ones. Your whole family is bad. Yet outwardly, she acquiesced, all right. With a clever glint in her eyes, she suggested, Perhaps I should ask if my brother and sister have seen them. With that, she turned and scampered back into the alley, the gazes of the cultivators trailing her. Soon, a man and woman emerged, seemingly locals from Nanhai. The leading cultivator's gaze lingered on the woman, his expression laden with meaning. What's the matter, brother? Is there something amiss with her? Inquired the cultivator who had earlier been jostled. The leading cultivator's fingers absently toyed with his own. She is rather attractive. With a smirk of self-satisfaction, he continued, Children love to run about, and ordinary folks seldom regard them with suspicion. They are the most adept at uncovering flaws. Once I locate these individuals, his demeanor darkened, teeth clenched, they shall face consequences. Any disturbances occurring under my watch will undoubtedly draw scrutiny from above. What news? Youyou shook her head, replying, Brother and sister said they have not seen them. It seems they have not passed this way. The cultivator, unfazed, merely smiled. I suspected as much. Had they traversed this area, they would have encountered me. If they did, even in a transformed state, I would recognize them. As he spoke, a fierce glint crossed his features, and noticing Youyou's growing fear, he quickly masked it. In any case, should you see them, do come find me, understood? Yes. Youyou nodded earnestly. As they resumed their patrol, Youyou could no longer contain herself and made a face at them. Youyou is quite clever. Why can they play tricks on Youyou, yet not allow Youyou to test them? They boast of recognizing them even in disguise, yet they failed to see through her ruse. Such empty bravado. Rest assured, with Youyou around, all shall proceed smoothly. Youyou patted her chest with confidence. Fengzi chuckled. Indeed, quite impressive. However, it is still somewhat perilous. What if you were to be recognized? He had genuinely felt a wave of anxiety when he saw those cultivators searching for Youyou. Youyou laughed heartily, dismissing the severity of the matter. If I am discovered, I shall set fire to their behinds. After all, they possess no spiritual power at present. They will be at my mercy. Chengfeng could not help but laugh, her voice sweet as she teased. Where did you come from, little girl, with such a bandit-like demeanor? Would a typical child entertain such thoughts? Youyou huffed. What do you mean where I come from? I am the lord of the malevolent dragon. Haven't you heard of me? Having confirmed that those cultivators could not see through their disguises, Youyou, clutching the sea pearl, led her companions to the seaside. Chengfeng pointed towards the horizon. It is over there. Chapter 89. A dangerous encounter. Yet Youyou is fortunate. Youyou squinted, narrowing her eyes to peer into the distance. She squeezed her eyelids into a tiny slit, barely able to discern a form, which remained indistinct. Is that the little mountain-like thing? She inquired. Fengzi, taken aback, responded. What I see is a ship. A ship? Youyou tilted her head, disbelieving. Could it be due to the difference in altitude? She tugged at Fengzi, signaling him to lift her. Perched upon his shoulder, she peered again. No, it still looks like a little mountain. Perplexed, Youyou wondered if her eyesight was failing her. Chengfeng, observing their confusion, could not help but chuckle. No more guessing. Do not forget where you are. This is Nanhai. Why is the grand deceiver stating such nonsense? Youyou retorted, somewhat disgruntled, while Fengzi soon grasped the implication. You mean this is an illusion? The merfolk are known for their ability to beguile the heart and are masters of illusions. Chengfeng nodded approvingly. Precisely. This is a mirage. What you envision in your heart will manifest before your eyes. Understanding dawned upon Youyou, and she inquired, What do you see? What he saw was the day of the merfolk's annihilation, a scene littered with white bones. All right, since we are here, do you wish to proceed? Having come this far, Youyou declared, Of course we must go. Just as she was about to say more, a sudden chill crept up her spine from behind. Youyou's pupils constricted instinctively, causing her to instinctively retreat slightly alongside. She OHI. Be careful. CHNGF Ing reacted swiftly, leaping forward the moment Youyou responded, and the group warily glanced behind them. It appeared that Youyou had sensed the sword's wind. She studied him, feeling a sense of familiarity. After a moment of confusion, realization struck her. It's you, the person I knocked down before. Upon recognizing him, the man raised an eyebrow and smiled. Good memory. He appeared as a refined scholar, yet his grip on the sword was steady, unmistakably indicating that he was not someone to be trifled with. He wiped his sword, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. I wondered why I arrived a bit late. It turns out it was to meet you. Heaven truly favors me. What nonsense was that? Why you despised such vague individuals and directly asked, what do you mean? If you don't clarify, I might just knock you down again. Why you is not to be underestimated. The man stiffened momentarily, recalling his previous dismal experience. However, he quickly regained his composure. I happened to encounter you all rushing here and heard about some ruins. I must thank you for leading me. Such a coincidence? Why you regarded him with suspicion. He raised an eyebrow, quite pleased with himself. Are you wondering how I can see through your disguise? Surely, if others don't know, you should. He questioned Why you. Why would she know? His words left her in a fog, and just then, a notification echoed in her mind. The Lux system warns. The individual before you is exceedingly dangerous. The host must exercise caution. Dangerous? The system had never issued such a warning before. Why you immediately grew vigilant. The man, upon seeing her expression, chuckled. It seemed to have grasped my identity. Why you certainly did not understand. She merely found him exceedingly annoying. She ceased the banter, took a deep breath, and in an instant, a fireball erupted from her mouth. This fireball was the culmination of her efforts, fierce in its trajectory. Yet the man did not even flinch, merely smiling slightly and shaking his head. Naive. Then, with a flick of his finger, a wave of seawater rapidly rose from the surface, shielding him, while Yu's fireball was dissipated effortlessly. He looked at Yu with pity. If your golden finger were something else, I might have feared you a little. However, I can manipulate living water, and here by the sea, you are destined to lose. But your fire-based golden finger is not without its merits. Once he seized this little girl-esque system, he was eager to see what kind of system would choose such a naive child to contend for the resources of the world. Seeing her attack neutralized, Yu was unfazed. She simply waved her small hand. Yedanashche o-ha-i, go. As her command fell, the man felt an invisible force grip his throat, nearly choking him. His face turned crimson, yet he showed no sign of panic, his fingers moving as the seawater split into two streams. One surged toward FNGZ, while the other encircled him, battling against the invisible gusts around him. FNGZ, witnessing this, attempted to retreat, only to find two streams of seawater had gathered behind him, effectively sealing off his escape route. CHNGF-ing observed the scene with urgency. This level of combat was far beyond his capabilities as a mere foundational cultivator. In a moment of clarity, he exclaimed, Yu, breathe fire. If the flames are sufficiently large, they can counter the seawater. Yu, entangled by the water, nodded in agreement. All right. A much larger fireball erupted from her mouth. Although CHNGF-ing lacked spiritual power, he was clever, and as Yu followed his instructions, the water binding FNGZ was significantly reduced. Hope sparked within Yu's eyes, but at that moment, the man had already freed himself from the wind as restraints. Looking at them with a cold smile. It's your fault for blocking my path. The system had informed him of great fortunes within the Merman ruins, guiding him to the South Sea. However, encountering this little girl, he surmised she too was directed by the system. What could a mere child do to compete with him? He desired not only the treasures of the ruins, but also to claim this little girl-esque system. A sinister grin spread across his face as the waters surged. And Yu, unable to evade in time, found herself ensnared once more. Infuriatingly, the man's words rang true. Her flames were indeed suppressed. He sneered. Let me clarify your fate. Did you not anticipate my prowess? You possess only a single system, while I have many. Allow me to demonstrate. Before Yu could comprehend what he meant by many systems, he slowly raised his hand. In an instant, a tempest roared. An enormous lightning rumbled ominously in the clouds. The man licked his lips, excitement overwhelming him. This strike rivals heavenly thunder. I have yet to test it. To perish beneath this thunder tribulation would be quite fortunate for you. Initially struggling fiercely, Yu, upon hearing his words, gradually ceased her resistance, her expression shifting subtly. Indeed, Yu was quite fortunate. The person of unknown identity failed to grasp Yu's thoughts, mistakenly believing she had resigned to her fate as he observed her give up the fight. The scholarly demeanor he once possessed vanished, replaced by an unyielding ferocity. He sighed in satisfaction. You have some sense. With that, his gaze sharpened, and in an instant, heavenly thunder descended, striking directly at Youyou. He watched the unfolding scene with exhilaration. The youth beside him appeared no ordinary individual, yet to him, Youyou, who bore a system, warranted greater caution. If he could subdue her first, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips as he envisioned the splendid future ahead. Moments later, as the smoke from the heavenly thunder dissipated, the man's eyes widened in excitement, soon shifting to disbelief. Impossible. This heavenly thunder curse was a power from another system, comparable to a powerful being in the tribulation phase, and he had exerted great effort to obtain it. Why? As the smoke cleared, was the little girl still standing there? Youyou was indeed standing there. If one were to discern any difference from before, it was that her clothing bore some mud, giving her a disheveled appearance. Another change was noted when the man's gaze fell upon her abdomen, momentarily pausing. Youyou's belly had swollen, resembling a small watermelon. Burp. Youyou could not suppress a burp, patting her round belly, still savoring the aftertaste. Delicious. I'm full. Her burp echoed, and feeling a tad embarrassed, she shyly touched her nose, then looked at the man with hope. How about you strike another thunderbolt? Youyou was not averse to eating. The man's vision darkened, retreating several steps. No, it's impossible. Defying disbelief, he concentrated his energy, summoning thunderbolt after thunderbolt to rain down. Perhaps it was the lightning imprinting itself upon Youyou's eyes, but he felt as if her gaze had grown even brighter. Youyou had no time to observe his reaction. Her mouth was watering. So many thunderbolts, so many. Youyou had not felt this full in ages. 3 bolts of heavenly thunder fell, and the man leaned on his knee, panting, yet the scene he had anticipated never materialized. Youyou remained steadfastly in place, cradling her belly and licking her lips in delight. Youyou was utterly thrilled. This was the most satisfying meal she had enjoyed since arriving here. Beads of sweat, as large as beans, rolled down the man's forehead. Exhausted, his voice grew hoarse. Your golden finger, what exactly is it? His devouring system has become notorious. Yet this young girl before him appears even more formidable. No, that cannot be right. The man suddenly realizes. This little girl is not invincible. She is afraid of water. Convinced he has figured it out, he flicks his fingers, and an endless surge of seawater rushes forth from behind Youyou. Alas, what naivety! Youyou pouts and gently exhales. The beach is instantly transformed into a sea of flames. Now, that is more like it. It resembles a fraction of the peak power of the mighty Dragon Lord. Chengfeng watches in astonishment. Initially, he had thought Youyou might merely be the pampered young lady protected by Fengzi, and even if she was a merman, she would still be a delicate human. But what is happening now? The only one present who remains unfazed is Fengzi. Witnessing Youyou resolve the situation unscathed, his expression darkens, and he breaks free from the water prison that bound him. Thunder and the water prison are this mysterious man's 2 trump cards. Seeing them both dissolve, he immediately comprehends his predicament. With a swift movement, he applies a talisman and prepares to escape at lightning speed. He is fast, but someone is faster. No one in the world can outrun the wind dragon. In the blink of an eye, Fengzi steps in front of him, summoning a whirlwind that traps the man in place. The ominous clouds above disperse, and the sea regains its tranquil state, leaving only this man struggling helplessly in Fengzi's grasp. Youyou jumps out, pointing her small hand with utmost seriousness. Speak. Who are you? Why are you obstructing us? The man, bound yet still unwilling to yield, struggles with all his might. However, his strength is no match for the Black Dragon. Fengzi does not even need to move, yet the man is firmly held down, unable to budge. Suddenly, he grits his teeth. He is destined by fate. How could he be defeated here? He abruptly raises his head, locking eyes with Youyou. Youyou is taken aback, her gaze momentarily clouded. It seems as if something is drifting out from the depths of his eyes. Youyou blinks. The man scoffs coldly, remaining silent. Yet his voice resounds clearly in Youyou's ears. Useless. Only those of us with systems can see you being devoured by me. Indeed, what is drifting out is his system. He has faced defeat before, but in the moment of his opponent's triumph, he would unleash his system to confuse their minds, allowing his system to invade their host's brain and directly consume her system. So what if this little girl has one? He has set his sights on her system. Observing Yuyo's expression gradually fade into confusion, his smile widens. Yet, in an instant that smile freezes. Yuyo tilts her head, extending her small hand, and seizes the drifting system. What is this? The man's eyes widen in disbelief. How could this be possible? Why are you not being bewitched? Although Fengzi cannot see the system, he senses something is amiss and urgently asks, "What is happening?" Yuyo shakes the object in her hand. Something strange floated out from his head, and I caught it. As she speaks, Yuyo inadvertently applies a bit of force. Then, with a snap, Yuyo innocently blinks. She accidentally crushed it. The man's vision darkens, and he collapses. His once invincible devouring system has been shattered by this mere child. Yuyo, witnessing his immense shock, innocently retracts her hand. It was not her intention. The thing was wriggling about, and she merely crushed it by accident. It cannot be blamed on Yuyo. She gives the man a gentle kick, realizing he has truly fainted. Chun Gafong, seeing the situation is secure, approaches. Should we kill him? No. Yuyo firmly rejects his proposal. Chung Feng pauses, contemplating that she is still a child, possessing a certain foolish innocence and kindness. However, before he could decide how to persuade Yuyo, she pulls out a piece of rope from her bag, binding the man tightly, while sternly warning Chung Feng, "This is Yuyo's meal ticket. Do not touch it. We can enjoy a nice meal anytime." Chapter 91. The villain dies from excessive talking. A fog rises over the sea, obscuring the direction. Within the mist, 3 figures can be vaguely discerned, or perhaps 4. 2 taller individuals walk ahead, while a smaller one hops behind them, seemingly holding onto a rope, the other end tethering a staggering figure trying to keep up. Bai Youyou grits his teeth, nearly biting them to the point of bleeding. He has never faced such humiliation in his life. "If you wish to kill me, then do so. Why subject me to this ridicule?" He is not only bound at the wrists, but also has ropes wrapped around his feet, forced to hop like a kangaroo under the relentless tugging of this girl. This is too much. Yuyo harbors no ill intent. It seems his system has indeed been shattered by her slap. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Bai Youyou takes a deep breath, attempting to pull Yuyo over to his side. A mere child, he doubts she possesses such cunning. "Little friend, I was hasty before. I acted rashly. Please stop, and let us talk nicely, shall we?" "Not a chance." Yuyo scrunches her nose. "Have you ever heard the saying that the more a villain speaks, the sooner they meet their demise? The villain dies from excessive talking." Bai Youyou is well aware of this. Yet how could he be the villain? "How can you not know my identity? I am just like you, a chosen traveler. We both possess systems and are the future rulers of this world. We should be on the same side. Those indigenous people are merely stepping stones for our advancement." He passionately articulates his case, and finally, Yuyo reacts. Yuyo suddenly halts, catching him off guard, nearly causing him to collide with her, stumbling clumsily to regain his balance. However, it does not matter. As long as this girl hears him out, there is hope for his resurgence. He is about to speak again when she suddenly drops the rope, forcing him to bend down, and before he can react, his mouth is stuffed with a pile of something. He struggles, only to discover that the contents are indeed chewable. Seeing him swallow, Yuyo breathes a sigh of relief, earnestly patting his shoulder. "These are excellent herbs for restoring spiritual energy, made by senior sister. Be good and don't waste any. Eat it all." Herbs for restoring spiritual energy? Bai Youyou's eyes light up as he hurriedly chews and swallows, eagerly asking, "So you believe what I said and are helping me? But you are being too obvious. It would not be good if the 2 ahead see." He refers to Chung Feng and Fengzi, who are not far away, and Bai Youyou is unsure if they can hear their conversation. "No, it's just that little black said you're currently depleted of spiritual energy and cannot summon thunder. So, Yuyo is just giving you a little boost." Yuyo ponders for a moment before adding, "Hurry and eat. Hurry and digest. You must unleash a thunderstorm as formidable as before. You cannot let down Yuyo's good intentions." Bai Youyou thinks, is it really so dismissive of me? Is she not afraid that once he regains his spiritual energy, he will escape from the ropes? Just as Bai Youyou is about to get angry, he senses 2 gazes upon him. One is small, and the other belongs to the composed, less talkative youth. A suffocating sensation washes over him, and he quickly lowers his head. Fine. Their arrogance seems to stem from somewhere. Seeing he has finally fallen silent, Yuyo feels relieved and quickly catches up with Fengzi, forcing Bai Youyou to hop even faster. Little Black, is Haiju's direction this way?" Why does it seem further from that previous illusion? Youyou has not forgotten the ultimate purpose of this visit, which is to locate the ruins and cleanse the qi in him in Gija's Jiaz. However, why do their paths diverge completely from that of the Haiju? Fengzi has already explored the H9 in who New Jersey Ing and shook his head, stating that there are indeed no spiritual fluctuations belonging to the Jiaz within. It seems that Chengfeng's words may hold truth. The ruins might lie elsewhere. Due to the connection between the Dragon Clan and the Jiaz, he possesses a faint sense of awareness. Since Fengzi has said this, Youyou has no choice but to comply. Their conversation is not concealed from Bai, who listens while gasping in trepidation, preparing for the possibility of a hasty retreat. How could these individuals speak so openly? Are they entirely unconcerned about his presence, or do they plan to silence him once the opportunity arises? Unable to fathom the consequences, Bai hastily interjects, asserting the necessity of his existence. To be candid, I too am here for the Jiaz ruins, but I possess a clue. Would you like to hear it? You? Chengfeng casts a disdainful glance at him, an air of contempt nearly spilling from his eyes. What could an outsider like him possibly know? Bai recognizes the disdain directed at him, and with a click of his tongue, he retorts, "Of course, I have my own reliable sources of information, which the little girl can attest to. His information is relayed by the system, which undoubtedly reflects the will of TNDO, ensuring its accuracy." He desperately signals to Youyou, hoping that she, as a fellow system host, would corroborate his claims. However, Youyou looks at him in confusion. What on earth is he talking about? Bai falls silent once more. Forget it. He takes a deep breath, suppressing the throbbing vein on his forehead. In any case, I do not know what your intentions are regarding the ruins, but I have credible intelligence. The ruins and the spring do not occupy the same location. The footsteps of the others abruptly halt. While the world knows of treasures within the ruins, few are aware that the spring is also among them. This individual's words seem to lack the intent to deceive them entirely. Seeing them pause, Bai feels a sense of triumph. Look, they still wish to hear him speak. Yet, this moment of elation is swiftly interrupted by Fengzi's inquiry. Then where are they located? Bai has hinted multiple times about his connection with Youyou, and although she remains oblivious, Fengzi has taken note. Recalling that Youyou often speaks of fate and occasionally possesses an uncanny foresight regarding opportunities, Fengzi speculates that this may be an unspoken secret. Thus he conceals his belief in Bai. Upon hearing this question, the smile on Bai's face falters, replaced by an awkward expression. I do not know. If he were aware, he would not have to follow these individuals. Chapter 92, What a Waste of Food. Youyou, upon hearing this, could not help but roll her eyes. What nonsense is he spouting? Fengzi, equally speechless, glances at Bai before turning coldly away. Let's go. Indeed, there should be no expectations placed upon him. As he feels himself being dragged forward once more, Bai attempts to rectify the situation. Wait, is it not this little girl who shattered my golden finger? Otherwise, I could have inquired much more. The existence of the system is a secret, and it seems that TNDO has placed a curse, forbidding these words from being heard by outsiders. Thus, he resorts to referring to it simply as the golden finger. However, Fengzi knows nothing of this golden finger and finds his chatter to be bothersome. Even Youyou begins rummaging through her belongings, seeking to silence him with another handful of spiritual medicine. Upon noticing Youyou's actions, Bai quickly falls silent. While spiritual medicine is beneficial, consuming too much could also be harmful. Youyou and her two brothers walk in silence, while Bai hops along behind them. Eventually, Chengfeng halts, pointing towards the empty expanse of water before them. It is right here. Youyou widens her eyes, straining to see. There is nothing here, just water. Nothing but water. Surely, the ruins cannot simply be water? Chengfeng chuckles, pointing at Youyou. Aren't you carrying the token? That is the true key. The Ji or N ruins cannot be opened by just anyone. The Jiaz exist to prevent those with ulterior motives from accessing it. Hearing this, Youyou quickly retrieves the CHNGM Ing Su. Though Bai has remained silent, his curiosity has compelled him to eavesdrop. Upon seeing Youyou produce the CHNGM Ing Su, he can no longer contain himself. This is the Jiaz? Surely you have not been deceived. This is clearly just a CHNGM Ing Su. Youyou huffs, casting a disdainful glance his way. From her eyes, 3 words are unmistakably clear: uninformed. CNY Oi is momentarily at a loss for words. Has he been looked down upon by a mere 3-year-old child? Just as he is about to retort, he notices Youyou turning away, disregarding him. Youyou cautiously raises the CHNGM ing Su closer to the water. Chengfeng is equally tense. He knows only the address and method. Yet for centuries, no one has brought a Jiaz here. He watches intently, fearing he might miss witnessing something extraordinary. Swallowing hard, he urges, Youyou, place it in the water. Youyou nods and carefully complies. The moment the CHNGM Ingsu approaches the water, a tingling sensation spreads through her fingertips. Subsequently, a splash of blue begins to radiate from the CHNGM Ingsu, expanding rapidly and gradually enveloping the entire sea. The outline of a castle slowly emerges within this blue hue. Youyou's mouth involuntarily drops open. Wow, is this the Jia's ruins? Youyou steps back a few paces, momentarily speechless from the shock. The castle is merely a silhouette, its borders indistinct, and its true size remains unknown. Yet, a faint glow emanates from within, hinting at the extraordinary nature of what lies inside. As the dust settles, Youyou swallows hard. Is this truly the Jia's ruins? Chengfeng gazes at the scene before him in astonishment, affirming, yes, this is it. The essence of the Ji or N lingers here. Although centuries have passed, the essence has nearly faded. It is unmistakably of the Ji or N. Shall we enter? Youyou inquires cautiously. Wait. Chengfeng regains his composure, holding Youyou back. She looks at him in confusion, prompting Chengfeng to explain. The princess previously mentioned that while the ruins have emerged, dangers abound within. We must proceed with caution. Dangers abound? Youyou nods. If she possessed such a grand house, she would not only embrace danger, but would even build the house amidst thunder. However, as they prepare to enter, they are met with difficulty. CNY Oi witnesses their astonishment at the castle and secretly works to untie his bonds. Thanks to the little girl's medicine, his spiritual energy has significantly recovered. As for the opportunities and treasures, his life is paramount. While he struggles, he feels a gaze fixed upon him. Soon, a second and third gaze follow. CNY Oi stiffens, slowly raising his head. CNY Oi, why are you all staring at me? Moments later, CNY Oi swears that when he rises again, he will bind all these individuals to serve as his pathfinders. Honor can be killed, but not insulted. He maintains a fierce countenance, while behind him, Youyou curiously inquires, what lies ahead? Indeed, he has been released to serve as a guide for this group. Moreover, the earlier action of untying his bonds has been noticed by the little girl. He wonders where she procured all those treasures, as she has even provided him with a new rope, which remains steadfast regardless of his attempts to struggle, showing no signs of wear. Such disgrace. He, a proud son of heaven, has fallen to such depths, such a state. Upon hearing the assurance of safety, Youyou finally breathes a sigh of relief. With a serious expression, she waves her small hand. Safety. Forward. Thus, the group cautiously follows in CNY Oi's footsteps, leaving not a single footprint amiss. After standing still, Youyou tugged on the rope once more, urging for another exploration. Yaoyu felt a pulse of tension in his forehead, yet he resignedly pressed onward. The castle appeared splendid from the outside, but upon entering, an inexplicable chill pervaded the air, making one feel uneasy. Although Yaoyu possessed considerable courage, he treaded carefully, pausing as he approached a corner. He cautiously kicked a small stone forward. When no response ensued, he continued his advance. However, at that moment, an unforeseen calamity struck. Unbeknownst to him, his step triggered a mechanism, causing the ground to tremble as a massive boulder plummeted from above. Youyou inhaled sharply and instinctively stepped back, her worry for herself palpable. Yaoyu's eyes widened in shock. With no time to ponder, he waved his hand, summoning a small cloud overhead, followed by a thunderous crack as lightning shattered the boulder into fragments. He exhaled in relief, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Fortunately, he had regained much of his power, and the golden finger he had seized had become his own, not vanishing with the system's disappearance. Just as he felt grateful, a sharp intake of breath emerged from behind him, followed by Youyou's furious shout. You wicked fellow! What a waste of food! Chapter 93. Youyou pushed the door. Oh, it's a piece of cake. Otherwise, I would have been crushed. Hearing this, Yu merely huffed in response. Fine. At worst, she would feed him some elixirs later. Yu's food could not be compromised. Although Yu had been subdued by their group, his innate spiritual power was not to be underestimated. With him leading the way, their journey progressed smoothly, and soon they found themselves inside the palace. Before them stood a colossal closed door. Yu examined it and pushed, but remained steadfastly shut. Fengze extended a finger to probe. The scent of the merman is strong here. This must be the place they were searching for. Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, ready to push it open with all her might, but she was halted by Cheng Feng's warning. Wait, look here. He pointed to a small circular hole on the door. Cheng Feng explained, this should be where the jiaozhu is placed. Once inserted, the door should open. Mid-sentence, he appeared momentarily lost in thought. They indeed possessed a jiaozhu, but its shape seemed rather off. While Cheng Feng was momentarily distracted, Yu had already taken action. She grabbed her Changming Suo and forcefully attempted to insert it into the small hole. Cheng Feng gasped in horror. No, what if you damage the jiaozhu? Realizing it wouldn't fit, Yu felt a twinge of disappointment. However, she understood the significance of the jiaozhu to her brother Quanming and knew it must not be harmed. Sighing in frustration, Yu obediently put away the Changming saw, staring at the enormous stone door, contemplating her next move. Cheng Feng also wore a troubled expression. The stone door appeared to weigh several thousand pounds. It seemed only a mechanism could yield it. Before he could finish, a sound of friction interrupted him. Cheng Feng was taken aback, glancing down to find Yu had placed her small hands upon the door and was mustering all her strength to push. Cheng Feng swallowed hard. Impossible. This door is too heavy for such a little girl. Just as his thoughts trailed off, he witnessed Yu, with unparalleled strength, gradually moving the immense door. Cheng Feng was utterly stunned, as was Yu, which he'd been battling to possess such extraordinary might. The only one maintaining composure was Fengze. He observed the scene with an air of nonchalance, seemingly prepared for any eventuality that might arise once the stone door was opened. Cheng Feng, still in shock, asked him, "Aren't you going to help?" Before Fengze could respond, Yu took a deep breath and struck the door with all her might. Hiya! Boom! With a resounding crash, the door swung wide open, not merely pushed ajar, but entirely toppled over. Dust billowed into the air, enveloping the two stunned onlookers. Yu sighed in relief, wiping her forehead. Fengze stepped forward, offering her a handkerchief. Are you all right? Yu took it, brushing the dust from her face and flashing a bright smile. Iem fine. Yu is strong. Fengze nodded appreciatively. Yu clapped her hands and turned to call out to them, only to find Cheng Feng and Yu huddled together, visibly trembling. What's wrong? The two exchanged glances, hesitating, before ultimately shaking their heads in silence. As long as you're fine. Yu smiled contentedly, waving her small hand. Let us go. As she was about to cautiously step inside, she tightened her grip on the rope. With a cheerful grin, she said, I'm counting on you, big brother. Yu nearly rolled his eyes at her remark. Now, she remembers to call him brother? Yet, under the circumstances, he could only acquiesce and cautiously extended a foot inside. The moment he crossed the threshold into the palace, he could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Indeed, the interior was opulent, yet it also emanated an aura of dread. Yu peered in curiously, unable to discern the specifics from the steps outside, and softly inquired, What's wrong? Is there danger inside? Yu's voice was peculiar. There's no danger. Just come in and see for yourselves. The mermen likely believed that the traps outside would deter all intruders and assumed that only a member of their kind could unlock the door. Thus, inside was a stark contrast to the outside, devoid of any semblance of traps. Upon hearing his words, Yu exchanged cautious glances with Fengze and stepped inside. The moment her foot touched the steps, Fengze instinctively moved to shield Yu's eyes, but she paused, shaking her head defiantly. I'm not a child anymore. Yu can handle this. Her small face was resolute. As she drew nearer, Yu began to comprehend why Yu's tone had sounded so strange. A scent gradually wafted through the air, one that bore the stench of blood from centuries past. Yu inhaled deeply, stepping up the stairs with unwavering determination. Although she had steeled herself for this moment, upon witnessing the scene before her, she instinctively gasped in horror. What had transpired here? The ground was strewn with treasures of gold and silver, as well as gems that Yu adored, which had not dulled despite the passage of time. Rather, they gleamed with brilliance, welcoming these intruders. Yet, what shocked you was not this. Scattered across the floor, upon the chests, and even on the walls, lay the remains of the mermen. Every corner was drenched in their blood. Youyou's small hands trembled, and her mouth, opened in shock, rendered speechless. Regaining her composure, she quickly turned to Chungfeng, who had been following behind and had also witnessed the horrifying sight. His eyes reddened as he trembled, his lips parting and closing without uttering a word. Feeling Yu's gaze upon him, he attempted to muster a smile, but ultimately failed, merely closing his mouth as tears streamed down his face. His voice was hoarse. This is the disaster foretold by the princess, the calamity of the merman. Fengze was equally a loss for words. He was accustomed to witnessing his kin suffer. Yet seeing the merman in such a state rendered him unable to discern which tragedy was more harrowing. Bai Youyou had initially come with the intent of treasure hunting, but this scene profoundly affected him, leaving him silent. Even the jewels failed to capture his attention. His system had never alluded to such matters. Youyou's eyes glistened with tears. She understood how difficult it had been for her brother Quanming to survive. However, she never anticipated that it would turn out to be this situation. Chapter 94. The Remains of the Jiaozu. Youyou initially had no concept of everything that Quanming had experienced, but upon witnessing this scene, she began to grasp its reality. Their chests had been hollowed out, the very places where the Jiaozu should have been. No wonder Quanming would rather fuse the reverse scale and the Jiaozu and expel them from his body. It was all because of this. With reddened eyes, Youyou turned her head away, unable to bear the sight. Her voice was thick with tears. "Xiaohei, let us bury them. They must all be relatives of Brother Quanming. Yet they died such a painful death." Fengze nodded slightly upon hearing this. Bai Youyou, unusually silent and devoid of any talk of fate, did not even harbor the thought of fleeing, merely following Fengze and Changfeng to collect the bodies. Meanwhile, Youyou busied herself with a handkerchief, meticulously wiping each treasure clean and placing them into her chinquan bag. However, this time, her intentions were not for herself. The group worked swiftly, and soon they had buried the Jiaran. Youyou followed them to pay respects, then patted her cheeks, urging herself to be more alert. "All right, let us quickly search for the spring eye. Only when Brother Chuaming's voice is healed can the truth be revealed." Fengze and Changfeng nodded in agreement, but Bai Youyou appeared quite despondent. "As I told you before, it is not a lie. The spring eye is not here. You should understand. That entity does not deceive us. That entity referred to the system, and giving up without searching was not Youyou's style." Thus, she disregarded his words and busied herself with Fengze. However, as Bai Youyou had predicted, Youyou nearly turned the place upside down without finding a single drop of water. This was peculiar. Youyou stroked her chin in contemplation. Senior sister and Sister Wanwan clearly said the spring I should be here. Seeing her furrowed brow, it was not Fengze who first spoke, but Bai Youyou. He sighed. "I told you it is not here. You did not believe me. But what exactly are you? You are unlike anyone I have encountered before." Youyou lifted her head, seemingly struck by a thought. "Then tell me, where's the spring eye?" Bai Youyou was suddenly a loss. "That would require asking the golden finger, but you have crushed my golden finger, leaving me with no means to inquire. Will your golden finger not inform you?" Youyou cast him a skeptical glance, feigning disbelief while secretly lowering her head to summon the system in her heart. System, are you there? Host, please speak." Hearing its voice, Youyou felt considerably relieved. "You mentioned before that this person is dangerous. Is it because of his system?" In response to Youyou's inquiry, it answered without reservation. "Yes, host. His system is a rare devouring type. If I were to be discovered, I would likely cease to exist." "Then, do you know where the spring eye is?" It was unreasonable for another system to know, while hers did not. As expected, after Youyou's question, the system fell silent for a moment, seemingly deep in thought, before finally responding. "Please forgive me for not being able to provide you with a specific location. However, due to the existence of opposing systems, I am unable to issue tasks to you. I can, however, give you a new task. There are new opportunities within the teleportation array." After saying this, it ceased to respond to any of Youyou's further inquiries. "A teleportation array?" Youyou scratched her head. Then, as if a light bulb had gone off in her mind, she brightened. "Wait, perhaps the system had certain rules preventing it from divulging specific information, but it had just mentioned the teleportation array. Could this be a hint?" Realizing this, Youyou suddenly sprang to her feet, internally thanking the system repeatedly. Fengze and the others were startled by her sudden action, And without mincing words, Youyou directly shared her speculation. The teleportation array. Perhaps there is something within it. Xianyaoyu, who had once possessed a system, immediately grasped the situation. He had already suspected something when he saw Youyou silent and looking down, and now, seeing her suddenly stand, it only confirmed his thoughts. She must have just communicated with her system. Her system was also a high-level one capable of communication. Enlightened, Xianyaoyu's eyes sparkled with hope as he gazed at Youyou. Her firm assurance, however, did not elicit a glance from Youyou. She promptly leaped down the steps, taking Fengzi by the hand, while Xianyaoyu, bound by his ropes, could only follow passively. His expression darkened momentarily. This girl, though Fengzi did not understand why Youyou had suddenly thought of the teleportation array, he recognized that her words held merit, so he did not hesitate to call for Qingfeng, and the group set off. Along the way, Fengzi pondered. The tragic demise of the Jiaran, yet their treasures remained untouched, suggested that the assailants were not solely motivated by greed. Moreover, the Jiaran who had enticed Lingji was of their kind, and the subsequent extermination of the Jiaran had the hallmarks of the Xinzu. Could there be a connection? As they contemplated, the group soon arrived near the teleportation array. The efficiency of the Xianmen was indeed impressive. It had not been long since Qingfeng had destroyed the array. It was already repaired. Qingfeng clicked his tongue at the sight. Earlier, he had suspected their identities, but now it was confirmed, and there was no longer any reason to conceal anything. Youyou felt a sudden clarity. So that was the reason. As a devotee of the Jiaran, it was no wonder he was so anxious. Now what? Due to Qingfeng's previous actions, coupled with Xiaohei's non-human identity now exposed, the area around the array was heavily guarded. Even more so than when they had first arrived. This would be challenging to infiltrate. Unless... Youyou turned her gaze to Xianyaoyu, who was struggling against his ropes, slowly revealing a smile. Unless someone could distract their attention. Chapter 95. This is the Jiaozhu. The calm South Sea was abruptly shattered by cacophony. Water is flooding. Water is flooding. Upon hearing this, the cultivators guarding the teleportation array exchanged glances, and someone immediately stepped forward to investigate. However, that was not the end of it. Suddenly, the sky darkened, clouds rolling in, and thunder crackled ominously. The cultivators looked up in confusion. The South Sea was typically fair. What was happening today? Yet, before they could comprehend, a massive bolt of lightning struck down. Upon seeing where the lightning had landed, they exchanged alarmed looks, their hearts sinking. This was bad. Without a second thought, they rushed towards the site of the lightning strike, which was now ablaze with roaring flames. Only 2 cultivators remained to guard the teleportation array. Youyou peeked in and gestured to Fengzi. Fengzi nodded, then extended his hands. Gently pointing, the 2 cultivators were caught off guard by an invisible gust and fainted instantly. At that moment, the previously missing Xianyaoyu reappeared. His complexion was somewhat pale, clearly showing signs of exhaustion, but he was still alert. How'd I do? Pretty good, right? Youyou nodded, offering him a reluctant, approving glance. Xianyaoyu forced a smile, but appeared strained. He grasped his rope. So, does this mean I should be untied? Do you really think I'm a dog? The other end of the rope was held by Qingfeng, who ignored Xianyaoyu's words and merely flashed a grin at Youyou. Want to know why they left so easily? Why? Youyou's interest peaked. Their original objective was to create a commotion to draw the tiger from its mountain lair. However, the teleportation array was of utmost importance, and Youyou had not anticipated this method would prove so effective, causing many to leave. Qingfeng's enigmatic smile revealed a profound strategy. I targeted the very core of their restrictions. And prior to this, I had taken certain measures. Soon they will realize that your spiritual powers are not a result of being non-native, but rather due to the flaws in their prohibitions. This move not only absolves Youyou and Fengzi of suspicion, but also distracts the tiger from its mountain den, achieving 2 goals with a single stroke. However, Youyou remained somewhat curious. Since you knew that destroying the restrictions would protect us, why did you not mention it earlier? Qingfeng appeared slightly embarrassed at this inquiry, stammering. Previously, I was uncertain whether you were truly on our side, now that your identities are confirmed. I know where my loyalties lie. Very well, Youyou nodded, refraining from further questions. Time was of the essence. Amidst the chaos, the group swiftly entered the teleportation array. Fengzi efficiently retrieved 2 talismans and affixed them outside. Qingfeng observed with intrigue. What is this? Youyou puffed out her chest proudly. This is the talisman of my 4th senior brother. Feng suddenly understood. Was this the same method used to escape from pursuers before? Fengza nodded. The same technique can still obscure our presence. Upon entering the teleportation array, Fengza produced another talisman. The array was not particularly large. From their vantage point, nothing appeared out of the ordinary. Just as Youyou began to ponder, Feng pointed to the ground. Do you not see any anomalies in this formation? Youyou looked down as instructed. The formation was drawn on the ground, seemingly unremarkable at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, she noticed that each stroke appeared to be in motion. No, it was not merely an appearance. It was indeed flowing. Startled, Youyou hurriedly followed the direction of the flowing strokes. Upon doing so, she discerned a clue. These strokes seemed to converge at a single point. Youyou pointed to the center of the formation. It appears they all gather here. Fengza examined the area closely and immediately reached down to touch it. This is the core of the formation. The ability for the formation to circulate must stem from this core. However, Fengza raised his head. If we dismantle this, the formation will be utterly destroyed, and we will be exposed. Youyou frowned at this revelation. Indeed, none among them possessed the skill to draw talismans. It would be impossible to restore this formation. Youyou instinctively glanced at Xianyaoyu, who promptly took a step back, hastily clarifying. Just to be clear, I cannot do this. At least, he had yet to encounter anyone with such a golden touch, leaving him no time to absorb it. Youyou's expression turned somewhat disappointed. Very well, this rogue has already been quite helpful. It is unreasonable to expect more from him. Nevertheless, steeling herself, Youyou declared, we must dismantle it. Having pursued them this far, how could they abandon the task halfway? Though it was to be dismantled, precautions were necessary, as this was the core of the formation. The moment Fengza touched it, he was jolted by a surge of electricity coursing through his hand, and at that instant, the formation turned red. This is bad. Fengza's heart sank. This must be an alarm. Undoubtedly, the Xianmen have realized that someone intends to tamper with the array. He had been careless, never anticipating that the Xianmen would have preparations in place here. Yet, the nature of that electric current was unknown. Even he could not approach it. It seems we have no choice but to retreat and reconsider our approach. Before he could finish speaking, his eyes widened in shock. Youyou had suddenly crouched down, her chubby little hands prying open the floorboards of the core. Fengza's attempt to halt her was caught in his throat. He stammered, Do you not sense that something is amiss? Youyou, engrossed in her task, replied without looking up, Not at all. What could possibly be wrong? After pondering for a while, she decisively set aside her doubts. Fengza fell silent, bewildered. Little did he know that despite Youyou's plump appearance, her true form was that of an evil dragon, renowned in the West for its tough hide and resilient flesh. Such minor electric currents posed no threat to her whatsoever. I found it. At that moment, the formation suddenly extinguished. There was no mistaking it. This object was the core of the teleportation array. Could it be a spring? Youyou eagerly opened the box, only to find herself momentarily stunned. Inside lay a smooth, translucent orb radiating a blue glow. It certainly did not resemble the core of a formation at all. Upon seeing this object, Feng trembled all over. His expression was one of profound grief, more intense than when he had seen the corpses of the Jiaozu. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and endeavored to regain his composure. This is a Jiaozu, extracted while the Jiaoren were still alive. Youyou was momentarily speechless. Alive? Feng's eyes nearly brimmed with tears of blood as he nodded. I had my suspicions earlier, but I had hoped to be mistaken. The Jiaozu disappears after the Jiaoren's death. The only way to preserve it is to extract it while they are still alive. Youyou struggled to comprehend the weight of his words, her hands clutching the box, growing unbearably hot. So this is Youyou gazed down at the crystal-clear orb, momentarily at a loss for words. Fengza quickly grasped the situation. He closed his eyes, seemingly reluctant to look any further. We should leave. This matter requires careful consideration. It is likely that the events surrounding the teleportation array have already drawn attention, and someone will soon come to investigate. Although Fengza was mentally prepared, their actions were swift. Yet they still underestimated the Xianmen's vigilance regarding the teleportation array. Not only that, but they found themselves completely surrounded. Feng's face turned pale with fright. They cannot see us. Can they? Just as in the ruined temple before, these individuals should be unable to perceive their presence. The talismans serve that purpose, yet Fengza hesitated to affirm. After surrounding the teleportation array, the leader glanced quizzically at it. Odd. There is clearly nothing amiss. Thanks to the talismans, the teleportation array appeared intact to their eyes. Youyou let out a quiet sigh of relief. If they cannot see us, it is best to wait until their guard is lowered before we make our exit. However, that sense of relief was not fully realized. A group of inept fools. It is merely an illusion. Open your eyes and see clearly. Perhaps due to the broken restrictions. The cultivators regained their powers, and a furious shout echoed from the sky as someone rode in on their sword. Youyou nervously glanced upward, and before she could discern the newcomer, Fengze shielded her, rolling to the side to evade a strike aimed at them. However, as a result of that attack, their disguise was utterly compromised, and they were now fully exposed to the crowd. "You, who are you?" The surrounding cultivators gasped in astonishment, gripping their weapons tightly, while several merchants from the South China Sea watched from a distance, hesitant to approach. Only then did Youyou find the opportunity to look up. A middle-aged man with a black beard glared at them, wielding a Qingfeng sword, presumably the source of the previous wind attack. The state of the teleportation array was fully revealed. The man first glanced at the array before turning his gaze toward Youyou. Upon noticing the box in her hands, his expression changed drastically. "Bold ruffians, how dare you vandalize the Xianmen's formation?" As he spoke, he prepared to strike at her with his sword, but this time, Fengze was ready. He conjured a black longsword, and the two sword winds clashed, sending a chill through the air. Given the circumstances, Youyou's mind raced. She realized that relying solely on brute force to escape would not suffice. If they fled, would it not imply her guilt? Therefore, Youyou steadied herself. Seizing the moment, Fengze created an opening and called out loudly, "Wait. Sir, could you please explain what this is?" Youyou raised the box high above her head. The middle-aged cultivator glanced at it and immediately redirected his sword wind toward her. However, Fengze was not one to be easily trifled with. He pivoted and intercepted the attack once more. Youyou's raised hands drew the attention of not only him, but also everyone surrounding them. As everyone's gaze was drawn in, Youyou steadied herself and exclaimed, "Isn't this a jiaozhu?" Moreover, it glimmers brilliantly, suggesting it was unearthed while the Jiaoren were still alive. But why is it here within this formation? Her words sent shockwaves through the assembly. The South Sea has been known for its Jiaoren since ancient times, and many have dealt with the jiaozhu. When the jiaozhu perished, many lamented in secret. Yet this girl claims that the box contains a jiaozhu. After a moment of silence, the crowd erupted into discussions. How could a jiaozhu be located within a teleportation array? Indeed, does it not seem rather coincidental that this formation was constructed at such a time? Could it be that the demise of the jiaozhu was shrouded in mystery? The murmurs grew louder, and as the situation spiraled out of control, Youyou let out a sigh of relief. After enduring so much over the past few days, she had matured. This time, she employed the teachings of her master, using the words of others to elevate her moral standing. "Master, I have succeeded." While Youyou rejoiced, not everyone shared her sentiment. The discussions reached the ears of a middle-aged cultivator, whose expression darkened with rage, blending seamlessly with his beard. He glared, "Nonsense. I have no idea what a jiaozhu looks like. How did you come to know?" With that, Youyou's truth transformed into a falsehood, leaving her momentarily speechless. The chatter subsided, and the tone shifted. Indeed, even those who had encountered the Jiaoren only knew of the existence of a jiaozhu. How could she possibly know? Could she be a fraud? Perhaps attempting to sabotage the teleportation array? How perilous, nearly falling for deception. A barely perceptible smile crept across the middle-aged man's lips. Those who came to trade here were primarily merchants, and merchants are often easier to deceive than cultivators. Youyou, taken aback, stammered, I know. You wicked person. You are the one who placed the jiaozhu here to operate the formation, aren't you?" Without evidence, her accusation appeared feeble. The middle-aged man clearly felt he had the upper hand and, dismissive of further dialogue, narrowed his eyes, ready to strike. Fengze also sensed the murderous intent, adjusting his dragon breath discreetly to counter this lethal blow. Since merging with the Black Flame, his abilities had surged daily, and he was not at a disadvantage against this cultivator. However, before either could act, Chengfeng stepped forward first. "This jiaozhu, I'm the one who recognized it." The middle-aged cultivator, clearly displeased by another voice, retorted, "And who are you, little girl?" "Little girl?" Youyou was taken aback by this address, suddenly recalling that the big fraud seemed to be dressed as a woman. Chengfeng also stumbled momentarily at this remark, nearly losing his imposing aura. He quickly composed himself and inhaled deeply. To be frank, I was one of the devotees of the Jiren back in the day. The Jiren princess saved my life then. For the purpose of vindicating the Jiren today, his declaration caused another stir. A devotee of the Jiren? Anyone who had dealings with the South Sea had likely heard this name. Observing the crowd waver, Changfeng boldly tore open his shirt, directing everyone's attention to his back. There, a patch of scales shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. Chapter 97. We must protect Youyou, Yuyu gasped, instinctively wanting to drape his outer garment over Changfeng. In such a public setting, how improper for a girl. Yet before he could unfasten his collar, he sensed something amiss. This fierce-looking woman does seem a bit too flat in the chest area, doesn't she? Yuyu was momentarily stunned, and, as his gaze traveled upward, he beheld something that should not appear on a girl's neck, a prominent Adam's apple. Yuyu was utterly flabbergasted, realizing his understanding of the cultivation world was still quite limited. Changfeng, unaware of the psychological shock he had imparted on this time traveler in such a brief moment, observed the crowd. Once he confirmed that everyone had clearly seen his scales, he turned around and removed the malevolent seashell from his neck, his voice returning to its masculine tone. Thus, am I authorized to affirm that this is indeed a Jiaozhu? At the sight of the scales, the murderous intent in the middle-aged cultivator's eyes could no longer be concealed. Impossible. I distinctly exterminated the Jiren back then, leaving not a single one of their so-called devotees alive. Where did this remnant come from? This question was shared by others. Yet the middle-aged cultivator understood that he must not allow him to reveal the truth here. Otherwise, all his painstaking efforts over the years would be in jeopardy. As he contemplated, his expression shifted, and he descended from the air to stand before Youyou and the others, donning an amiable demeanor. Not at all. Youyou stepped protectively in front of Changfeng. Do not think to deceive me. I can sense it. Although this middle-aged uncle appears jovial, he harbors a heavy, murderous intent. The crowd gasped. Even the defenders of the formation exchanged glances, becoming uncertain. Their words and actions were all aligned with righteousness. If what this little girl claimed were true, they would become the greatest joke in the world. Nonsense. The middle-aged cultivator's face darkened, reaching out to seize Youyou. I know not who has instigated you, but this matter remains unverified. How dare you speak so recklessly? Youyou swiftly dodged his grasp, and Changfeng interposed himself in front of her. If this is indeed nonsense, why are you so anxious to act? The middle-aged cultivator was momentarily at a loss for words. The surrounding discussions persisted, and skeptical gazes fell upon him. Taking a deep breath, the cultivator forced himself to regain composure. The whispers of the populace are fearsome, and this was not the moment for resolution. Yet, it seemed his century-long efforts were at risk of being preserved. Indeed, Changfeng continued, the remains of the Jiren are located by the South Sea, each of which has lost its Jiaozhu, and here lies one that I suspect. Every teleportation array is constructed from the blood of the Jiren. Changfeng's hands clenched tightly, with droplets of blood even beginning to fall. Youyou looked on with concern, yet she understood that it was best for her to remain silent at this moment. Her elder brother, the fraud, had long sought to clarify this matter. It was his place to step forward. Furthermore, the existence of Quanming Gij remained a secret. Should you say too much, it might expose a flaw. The middle-aged cultivator, infuriated yet smiling, retorted, I know not what led you to this conclusion, but I have always acted righteously. If you doubt me, you may report to the Xian men and have them investigate. I shall certainly provide you with justice. At this juncture, he could only temporarily distance himself from the situation. Changfeng nodded. Rest assured, I will certainly investigate this matter. Moreover, I have another question. Where have you hidden the spring? His direct inquiry caused the cultivator to raise an eyebrow. What are you speaking of? I completely failed to comprehend. It seemed he intended to feign ignorance until the end. However, this was within expectations. Fengzi nodded. This matter can be put on hold for now. Youyou grew anxious, but Fengzi had yet to finish speaking. Therefore, I must request this elder to protect us. Now that the secret of the Jiaozhu has been exposed, we may attract lethal peril. The middle-aged cultivator's gaze turned cold. This youth, though young, possessed considerable cunning. To ask for his protection meant that if anything were to happen to them, suspicion would fall upon him, or he would be blamed for inadequate protection. He could not escape culpability. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile, of course. Fengzi seemed satisfied. He continued, You are aware that this matter is of great importance. Surely you can contact other teleportation arrays to prevent any changes. Why not have everyone unveil the array, and check if there is a Jiaozhu beneath? The middle-aged cultivator's fingers twitched. At that moment, however, Youyou raised her small hand. Certainly, the elder appears to be quite exhausted, and the so-called Xianmen must be rather busy as well. There is no need for you to intervene. I shall summon others to assist. All you need to do, dear uncle, is grant permission. This girl, the smile on the cultivator's face twisted for a moment before he forcibly suppressed it. Does the little girl not realize? Each teleportation array is separated by thousands of miles. And by the time you find someone, they may have already been tampered with. Youyou scoffed internally. Does she think she is foolish? Does she believe she is unaware of his ulterior motives? If things were truly as he suggested, then it is likely he would be the one responsible for the tampering. Such thoughts crossed Youyou's mind, yet a sweet smile appeared on her face. Do not worry, uncle, we have our ways. However, there will be many spectators, and if anyone attempts to create mischief, you must be sure to capture them immediately. Youyou's expression was remarkably sincere, leaving the middle-aged cultivator momentarily speechless, unable to find a rebuttal. Thus, the matter was settled. After the cultivator departed, Youyou could hardly contain his curiosity and inquired, "What method do you have? Do you possess a golden finger?" A multifunctional system he had yet to encounter. Youyou cast him a perplexed glance. How peculiar was this person? Always thinking of a system first? Youyou certainly did not rely on a system. The identities of the group had already been revealed, and there was no longer any need for pretense. However, once the disguise was removed, Youyou observed the nuanced expression on Chengfeng's face. He had not anticipated that such peculiar preferences existed in this era. Chengfeng was baffled by his words and regarded him with mild incredulity, attributing it to eccentricity. Before long, Youyou had changed her attire and waved her small hand, leading the group to a shop. Above the shop, the word evening was prominently displayed. Youyou strutted inside, then quietly probed, "Is the owner here?" Chapter 98. Washing the Jiao Pearl. This was, of course, the method Youyou had devised. She had long since realized that during her descent from the mountain, her elder sister Wanwan had informed her that arrangements had been made with merchants in various locations to facilitate her needs. Since they could communicate so swiftly, there must be a method for rapid communication. Surely, asking for their assistance would pose no problem. Indeed, upon mentioning it to the owner, he immediately expressed his willingness to help, asking them to wait a moment. He had witnessed the commotion at the teleportation array and had not anticipated becoming involved. Although he lacked profound cultivation and had not experienced the flourishing era of the Jiao people, his ancestors had engaged in commerce at this location, and he held some sentiment for the South Sea. If what Miss Youyou claimed was true, that the Jiao people harbored grievances, he felt compelled to contribute in any way he could. Before long, a butterfly appeared in his hand, which transformed into a letter. He dared not scrutinize it closely and respectfully handed it to Youyou. Youyou received it with an air of seriousness and unfurled the paper. She was no longer the naive Youyou of yore. She could now read. The letter contained phrases that left her momentarily bewildered. The world has an abundance of characters. Despite her diligent studies, how could there still be so many she had never encountered? Frustrated, Youyou passed the letter to Fengzi. "Never mind, I am tired, little black. Read it." Fengzi stifled a laugh and refrained from revealing the truth. He took the letter, and his smile faded. Reports from all over indicate that beneath the teleportation array, there are indeed Jiao pearls. Youyou inhaled sharply. Chengfeng stood up, exclaiming, "What more is there to discuss?" These hypocritical members of Xianmen, in their endeavor to construct this ridiculous teleportation array, are responsible for the slaughter of the entire Jiao clan. His eyes began to redden, filled with hatred. "Calm yourself." It was Youyou who managed to restrain him. "Without evidence, what can you do?" Chengfeng also harbored concerns, but was it true that nothing could be accomplished without proof? Fengzi shook his head. "Our immediate priority is to locate the spring. Once we find the spring and cleanse the Jiao pearls, restoring their voice, he can present himself as the best evidence. But where is the spring?" Youyou began to fret. The system only mentioned that there would be opportunities within the teleportation array. Yet apart from the Jiao pearls, there was nothing. Wait, nothing? Youyou paused. Indeed, after obtaining the Jiao pearls, the system had not indicated that her task was complete. Her eyes gradually lit up. She understood. There is still something within the teleportation array. The opportunity the system spoke of is not the Jiao pearls. With that, Youyou dashed out first. Fengzi followed closely behind without questioning, while the other two exchanged glances and decided to calm their emotions and follow. Earlier, there were those who wished to stop Youyou. However, following the previous incident, when Youyou emerged once more, she strode confidently, and those cultivators averted their gazes, feeling somewhat guilty. Youyou paid them no mind and headed straight for the teleportation array. When someone attempted to obstruct her, she shot them a glare. "I am seeking evidence." The cultivator was pulled away by another, becoming embarrassed. Youyou successfully entered the array and knelt down to meticulously examine the formation. Upon closer inspection, she discerned its secrets. Initially, she had only perceived the array as dynamic but did not delve deeper. Now, as her fingers traced the patterns, she discovered they were indeed composed of water. Youyou was astonished and tentatively retrieved her longevity lock, placing it upon the patterns of the array. A wondrous scene unfolded. The longevity lock, previously dull, began to regain its luster as it was cleansed by the flowing water of the formation. Elated, Youyou called out to Fengzi, "Little Black, come quickly and see." Fengzi, just a few steps behind, hurried forward and was momentarily taken aback by the sight. Could it be that while there is no spring, there is spring water? Precisely. The flowing water of the formation is indeed the water emerging from the spring. This Xianmen truly exploits the Jiao clan to the fullest extent. While Fengzi felt joy, he could not suppress a wave of sorrow. The plight of the Jiao clan is not so different from that of his dragon clan. Though his kin remain alive, they are trapped beneath that dark water, living a fate worse than death, with no knowledge of when they might see the light of day again. Time swiftly passes in this era, and Fengzi understood he had no time for melancholic musings. Due to the circumstances outside, he did not mention the name of the spring. Youyou understood this and nodded in agreement, glancing at the array with a hint of hesitation. Fengzi pointed toward the shop behind them. "Uncle Owner, could you summon Sister Wanwan to come retrieve us?" However, due to Fengzi's sensitive identity, no one could take that risk. Though he was not yet of an age to be a father, he inexplicably felt a sense of paternal responsibility. He smiled reassuringly. "Miss Youyou, rest assured, I have already contacted them, and a flying vessel should arrive to fetch you by tomorrow." Wow! Youyou's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle." Now, all that was left was to wait. This matter had overshadowed the previous commotion caused by Chengfeng, allowing him to walk the streets with confidence without fear of being surrounded. He proposed, "Why not stay at my home for the time being?" "That sounds great." Youyou readily agreed. Subsequently, their gazes fell upon Xianyaoyu. He was taken aback, incredulously pointing at himself. "You are not planning to tie me up at the door, are you?" Youyou smiled sheepishly. "Of course not. I'm not that sort of mischievous child. It's just that I still need your help with something." Xianyaoyu shivered. This little girl, while cute, when she speaks in such a polite and endearing manner, it invariably portends misfortune for him. As expected, Youyou promptly pulled him to the less populated seaside, gazing at him with her innocent eyes, filled with hopeful anticipation. Xianyaoyu's lips twitched. Several hours later, Youyou let out a satisfied burp, her complexion noticeably radiant. She waved her hand, declaring that she could eat no more, stating emphatically that this time she truly couldn't. Xianyaoyu also burped, clutching a handful of recovery pills. "I cannot eat any more. I genuinely cannot." 3 hours, a full 3 hours. He had summoned thunder for 3 hours. Fearing he couldn't produce it, this little imp had commanded him to consume medicine while he worked. Never before had Xianyaoyu regretted his decision as profoundly as he did at this moment. If only he hadn't attempted to seize the system simply because she was a young girl. No. If only he had never traversed into this world at all. This child of destiny, he truly could not bear the weight. Amidst his dismal thoughts, Youyou was basking in bliss. "All right, let us depart." With a flourish of her little hand, she led several companions forward, striding towards home. Meanwhile, Chengfeng, seizing the opportunity of Xianyaoyu's despondence, stealthily approached Youyou. Chapter 99. Brother Quanming. Youyou has returned. Youyou cast a glance at him, covering her mouth and shaking her head vehemently. She could not speak of it. The matter concerning Brother Quanming must remain secret. Chengfeng, growing anxious, exclaimed, "You girl, we are all in this together. What is there to hide from me? I am now the last disciple of the Jiao people, longing to meet their soul descendant. Cannot this small desire be fulfilled?" Youyou turned away, refusing to engage. It was not that she did not wish to, but the group was currently quite conspicuous. The matter was temporarily borne by the trickster Qingfeng. Yet should anyone discover the connection to the Jiao people, Brother Quanming might face dire consequences. Brother Quanming was far too naive. He would undoubtedly be unable to escape. Youyou felt the weight of her responsibility to protect Brother Quanming. Observing Youyou's obstinacy, Qingfeng grew agitated. At that moment, Fengzi patted him on the shoulder. Fate is predetermined. Why must you rush? Qingfeng paused, realizing the underlying implications of the advice. He composed himself. It was indeed his impatience. The night swiftly passed, and soon, the flying vessel dispatched by Xiang Wanwan arrived. Youyou, seated on the vessel, bid farewell to Qingfeng. Trickster brother, take care and do not deceive anyone again. Youyou earnestly cautioned him, fearing he might inadvertently stray from the right path. Qingfeng, caught between laughter and exasperation, could only repeatedly assure her, all right, I understand. You all must go now. Stay safe. Youyou nodded. The same goes for you, trickster brother. Do not let anyone catch you. Qingfeng, momentarily taken aback by her concern, felt his smile grow more sincere. Indeed, that middle-aged cultivator from the Immortal Sect did not seem the type to relent easily. However, after years of navigating the realm of cultivation and traversing the South Sea, he had certainly acquired some means of self-preservation. As the flying vessel gradually receded into the distance, Qingfeng lowered his hand, a sense of worry creeping in. Although their parting was not entirely pleasant, he genuinely regarded the two as his own. He could only hope for their future to be smooth sailing. Despite being a trickster, he was not a villain. Youyou felt a pang of reluctance. While she mourned, someone in the corner was less than pleased. The person, tightly bound, could no longer contain himself and let out a curse. Do not be so angry. What if the thunder produced is inedible? After all, Youyou had painstakingly found such a source of sustenance. She would not let him escape easily. The bound individual, Sun Yaoyu, was at a loss for words. An overwhelming lump formed in his throat. Were it not for the belief that a man must not shed tears easily, he might have cried out loud. Youyou was not the petty dragon she appeared to be. More importantly, this was what the system had dictated. Since the system had said so, what could Youyou do but comply? Youyou did not wish for this predicament. It was a source of great distress. While Youyou helplessly chuckled and wiped her drool, she had already envisioned a delightful meal of heavenly thunder paired with chicken legs. Lingji and Xiang Wanwan had awaited her arrival, and, upon seeing Youyou, stepped forward in unison. How did it go? Were you hurt? They inquired together. Youyou sighed with an air of maturity. The grown Youyou would not grow impatient with their repeated concern. With a bright smile, she spun around, exclaiming, Senior sister, Sister Wanwan, I am perfectly fine, not a scratch on me. The two examined her from head to toe, relieved to confirm she bore no injuries. Their gazes soon shifted to the bound individual. Who is this? This person can summon thunder. Youyou has had her fill. Everyone present was aware of Youyou's ability to consume thunder, and upon hearing this, Xiang Wanwan covered her mouth and laughed. Very well. I will arrange a room for him and have someone watch over him. If Youyou is ever hungry, she can summon him for thunder at any time. Lingji nodded in agreement. Sun Yaoyu felt utterly despondent. Among so many people, not one found the act of forcibly taking a young man to be utterly reprehensible, even when the perpetrator was a mere 3-year-old child. No, she was no child. She was a demon. Sun Yaoyu scanned his surroundings, formulating a plan. If he could not contend with these protagonists, could he not outwit the cannon fodder? Once his spiritual power was restored, he would slip away. Who among these servants could stop him? All right. At that moment, Xiang Wanwan seemed to recall something. He needed to place some spells around his room to prevent his escape. Sun Yaoyu's fate was temporarily settled, and Youyou was eager to see Brother Quanming. Where is Brother Quanming? Is he in his room? Lingji nodded, indeed, but he suddenly developed a high fever yesterday, and is quite ill, though his lips are smiling. One wonders if he has truly lost his wits. Lingji spoke with an expressionless face regarding Xuanming's foolishness. At that moment, with only them present, Youyou felt no need to hide anything. Hearing this, she chuckled, pulling out the longevity lock with pride. I believe Brother Xuanming's illness is due to this. Upon seeing the immaculate longevity lock, Xiang Wanwan's eyes lit up. Youyou, you truly accomplished it. Did you find the spring? The latter question caused Youyou's smile to falter. No. She then recounted everything that had transpired to Lingji and Xiang Wanwan. As Youyou narrated, Wan's expressions shifted continuously, while Lingji gradually furrowed her brow. They had not anticipated that so much could happen in merely 2 days. However, if this matter was indeed orchestrated by the Immortal Sect, it would pose a significant challenge. Wan muttered to herself, then shook her head. Now is not the time for such discussions. Let us first give the Jiao Pearl to Quanming. Yes. Youyou nodded vigorously. Once Brother Quanming has the Jiao Pearl, will he regain his health? Will he be able to speak? Youyou eagerly inquired. Having already met the Jiao Princess, she wondered what Brother Quanming's voice sounded like. Her anticipation grew. Lingji ruffled Youyou's hair. It should be close. It ultimately depends on his own recovery ability. Different Jiao people exhibit varying strengths. Look at that fool. He does not seem particularly strong. However, the ability to merge the reverse scale with the Jiao Pearl suggests he is not entirely dull. Brother Quanming, appearing somewhat frail, lay on the bed. Yet, as Lingji had mentioned, despite his serious illness, his eyes shone brightly, and his lips curved into a smile at the sight of Youyou. Youyou beamed. Bouncing over to his bedside, Quanming nodded with a smile. Although the Jiao Pearl was not physically present, he naturally felt a connection to it and could roughly guess what had transpired. Youyou giggled, producing the longevity lock and placing it on his collarbone, just as he had done earlier. Sure enough, the moment the longevity lock made contact with Quanming's skin, it seamlessly melded into him, leaving no trace behind. Quanming inhaled sharply. Afterward, his body underwent a transformation. The position of his feet, which had been firmly planted, began to flicker incessantly, gradually revealing the shape of a fishtail. Delicate, light blue scales emerged on his cheeks, and an ethereal blue glow enveloped him. Youyou took a couple of steps back, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Lingji placed her hand reassuringly on Youyou's shoulder, saying, "Do not worry. He is healing by reverting to his original form. It requires less effort." Upon hearing Lingji's words, Youyou felt somewhat reassured but continued to fix her gaze on Quanming. After a considerable time, the blue radiance finally subsided, and Quanming regained his human appearance. He turned to Youyou, his exquisitely shaped lips parting slightly. "Thank you." Youyou froze, her body tense. Chapter 100. Youyou's Business Venture. Youyou's mouth opened and closed repeatedly, finally managing to stammer a response. No need for thanks. Lingji was equally astonished. She had long heard tales of the enchanting voice of the merfolk, and hearing it firsthand was indeed extraordinary. Youyou stared at Quanming, who with great effort propped himself up and surveyed his surroundings, breaking into a smile. "I'm all right. I'm completely fine." Indeed, he is still the Quanming brother who learned to ride alongside me. Lingji could not help but facepalm. She had set her expectations too high. How could an ordinary person become wise simply by acquiring the ability to speak? Sighing, she served Quanming a cup of tea. "You have just recovered. Drink some water to soothe your throat." Feeling the dryness in his throat, Quanming eagerly accepted the tea and gulped down a large cup, wiping his mouth afterward and offering Lingji a silly grin. "Thank you." Lingji averted her gaze. It was undeniable that one's voice held significant importance. With his newfound ability to speak, Quanming seemed almost unfamiliar to her. Returning to the matter at hand, now that Quanming could articulate words, it was time to address the injustice faced by Lingji. Youyou recounted the events that transpired in Nanhai to Quanming. When she mentioned the princess of the merfolk, Quanming paused in surprise. Youyou tilted her head and asked, "Quanming brother, do you know the princess?" Quanming nodded silently, his gaze dropping as he tightly gripped the bedsheet, seemingly suppressing his thoughts. After a moment, he took a deep breath. "She is my elder sister." "Oh, sister." "Sister?" Youyou exclaimed in astonishment. If a sister is a princess, does that not mean that Quanming brother is also a prince? Lingji clearly realized this as well, exchanging a knowing glance with Youyou. However, at that moment, Quanming was engulfed in sorrow. The two girls felt a peculiar unease but refrained from speaking further. Quanming sniffled, his voice choked with emotion. "My elder sister was a genius among the merfolk, yet she deemed me foolish and never shared anything with me. If only she had survived instead. Had she lived, perhaps their kin would not have suffered so much, and they would have already apprehended their enemies." Upon hearing this, Lingji frowned and delivered a sharp slap to the back of Quanming's head. Youyou gasped in shock, retreating a couple of steps with her hands covering her mouth. The senior sister is angry. Having just recovered from a fever, Quanming was still somewhat weak, and the sudden slap sent him sprawling back onto the bed. He clutched the back of his head, his eyes red and filled with indignation. What are you doing? You shrew. Lingji disregarded his insult, looking down at him. I am punishing you on behalf of your sister. Since you claim she is a genius, she must have carefully considered everything before deciding to face death. Your life was part of her plan, and now you wish to die in her stead? Lingji reflected on her own feelings. If such a tragedy befell her own sect, and only one of them could survive, she would undoubtedly choose for Youyou to live. Empathizing with Xuanming's self-destructive thoughts, she could not help but feel a surge of emotion. Xuanming was rendered speechless by Lingji's words and nodded slowly after taking a deep breath. Fine, I was not thinking clearly just now. Youyou looked around, stealthily tugging at Fengzi's sleeve. Little Black, Xuanming brother, is quite obedient. Fengzi discreetly glanced at the two, responding with a meaningful hum. At this moment, Xiang Wanwan spoke up. Do not worry. Regardless of what happens, the Xiang family has your back. If there is anyone in the realm of cultivation who could rival the Immortal sects, it would undoubtedly be the Xiang family. Though cultivators often pride themselves on being above worldly matters, once wealth accumulates to a certain extent, respect follows wherever one goes. Additionally, Xiang Wanwan smiled, brimming with confidence. I believe the heavens are assisting us. Youyou, do you remember when I mentioned that you could help someone pass through the tribulation? Youyou nodded. I remember. Xiang Wanwan continued. I have found the most suitable buyer. Who is it? Youyou tilted her head, eagerly awaiting further explanation. Facing their curiosity, Xiang Wanwan cleared her throat and slowly revealed a name. The current leader of the Immortal sects, Taoist Lingxiu. Youyou was momentarily taken aback, and upon realization, her mouth fell open in astonishment. Isn't this a sign that the heavens are indeed aiding us? If I help this Taoist through his tribulation, he will owe Youyou a favor, making matters regarding senior sister Lingji and even Xuanming brother much easier to resolve. Moreover, since I have a deal with Sister Wanwan, Youyou's safety will be secured as well. Though Youyou was unafraid of them, the occasional pestering insects could still be bothersome. However, if he is the leader of the Immortal sects, shouldn't he be quite formidable? Why would he seek Youyou's assistance? After the initial excitement, Youyou felt a twinge of confusion. Regarding this matter, Lingji had already inquired thoroughly. Although he was a righteous figure, he had a heavy history of bloodshed in his early years. It was only later that he cultivated the path of compassion. Those past slaughters weighed heavily upon him, and thus, his tribulation would likely be challenging. Youyou nodded, somewhat understanding. Though unclear, she felt that a difficult tribulation would be beneficial for her. A difficult tribulation meant more opportunities for sustenance. When will he undergo the tribulation? 3 days hence. At Xuantian Peak, in the sky, dark clouds churned, as if a monstrous creature might emerge from within. On the ground stood an elderly man with gray hair, who appeared diminutive against the backdrop of the roiling thunderclouds. Beneath his feet lay an array composed of talismans. This was Taoist Lingxiu. Though his expression remained stoic, he silently sighed within. Earlier, the girl from the Xiang family insisted that she had a method to help others pass through the thunder tribulation. After careful consideration, he could not deny Xiang Tsung's face and reluctantly agreed. However, he held little hope. The heavenly tribulation was the will of the heavens. If it were so easy to help someone through it, countless cultivators would not have perished beneath its wrath. Lingxiu's gaze fell downward. He was aware that his past was marred with bloodshed, and even if he was now praised for his benevolence, it could not erase the sins of his past. Should he perish in this heavenly tribulation, it would simply be his fate. With that thought, the approaching thunderclouds loomed ever closer. Lingxiu raised his head, staring defiantly at the impending lightning. Very well, let me fight for my life. In an instant, the thunder roared forth. This lightning was unlike any ordinary strike. It shimmered with a golden hue, and before it even touched the ground, its tremendous force was apparent. Then, with a deafening crash, the lightning struck the earth. Lingxiu braced himself for the impact, but as the dust settled, he stood there, in confusion. Where was the lightning? Chapter 101. Youyou's round, plump belly. The lightning certainly did not vanish. It merely transferred. 1,000 miles away, on an array identical to the one beneath Lingxiu's feet, Youyou suddenly burped. Burp! Youyou nearly choked, prompting Lingji to step forward anxiously. Are you all right? If it's too much, just come down. Youyou waved her hand, calming herself before expressing her satisfaction. I can handle it. This lightning is truly delightful. No wonder its top-tier heavenly lightning is indeed different from what I have tasted before. Moreover, the spiritual energy contained within is of an entirely different caliber compared to other forms of lightning. By this reckoning, the thunder conjured by Youyou becomes rather mundane. Youyou pouted, eagerly gazing at the formation, anticipating the next wave of heavenly thunder. Indeed, the purpose of this formation is to redirect celestial lightning. It may sound fantastical, but if it is the handiwork of the fourth senior brother, everything falls into place. While waiting, Youyou gave Xiang a thumbs up. Sister Wanwan, it's all thanks to you for preserving these talismans so well. Xiang Wanwan smiled, her eyes reflecting a nostalgia that contrasted sharply with her usual demeanor, along with a hint of shyness. That person only knows how to semi-talismans. In a fleeting moment, the array shimmered, and the second bolt of thunder arrived as promised. Following, there were the second, third, and up to the 18th bolt. Youyou had completely reclined upon the formation. Burp. Isn't this about enough? Burp. Why are there so many thunders, uncle? I'm so full. Youyou is truly stuffed. I feel like after this meal, I want to need to consume lightning for at least a month. Xiang Wanwan glanced into the distance. As the 18 bolts of heavenly thunder passed, the dark clouds gradually dispersed, revealing signs of clear skies. She sighed with relief and quickly cradled Youyou in her arms. It's all over now. Thank you for your hard work, Youyou. Youyou, unable to move a step due to being so stuffed, lay obediently in Xiang Wanwan's embrace, and resolutely shook her head at the words, not hard work. This is what Youyou should do. Xiang Wanwan chuckled and cautiously passed Youyou to Lingji. Youyou felt like a soft dough ball, allowing them to hand her over without resistance, collapsing back down into Lingji's arms. Youyou was so full that she couldn't move at all. Lingji held the soft little bundle, her heart softening. It had been a long time since Youyou had been so compliant in her arms. If this is the case, perhaps she should have Youyou consume more lightning. This thought flashed through her mind, but before she could consider how to implement it, Xiang Wanwan's voice interrupted her train of thought. All right, be cautious in all matters, Lingji advised. After all, relying on external forces to transcend tribulations is rather undignified. If Ling Su harbored intentions of silencing witnesses, Xiang Wanwan could be in danger as well. Xiang Wanwan smiled, her confidence evident in her demeanor. Sister, do not worry. As long as I bear the surname Xiang, no one in the cultivation world would dare to harm me. Youyou, nestled in Ling Ji's arms, obediently bid her farewell. Ling Ji gently stroked her back, feeling a pang of concern. This child, don't overexert yourself. Contemplating this, Ling Ji softly asked, Youyou, would you like to take a pill to aid digestion? Upon hearing this, Youyou let out a soft grunt, nuzzling her small head into Ling Ji's neck, and then became still. Ling Ji was taken aback, and then realized that Youyou had actually fallen asleep. She shook her head. When Youyou awoke, she found herself aboard a flying vessel. Opening her eyes, she was startled to see clouds so close at hand. Youyou jolted upright, and then noticed the familiar faces surrounding her. Everyone is here. Youyou looked down at herself, confirming that her hands remained fair and delicate, not the short, scaly arms of an evil dragon. Sister, where are we? The others, who had been admiring the scenery outside the clouds, turned upon hearing the commotion and realized that Youyou had awakened. Ling Ji approached Youyou, checking her pulse and finding no sign of illness, which assuaged her worries. To the Xianmen. All right. Youyou recalled that before she fell asleep, Sister Wanwan had indeed mentioned going to discuss matters of the Xuantian Sect with Taoist Ling Su. Youyou seemed to sense something and glanced aside. As expected, the bearded Taoist was seated nearby, smiling at Youyou, with Quan Meng before him. Ling Su chuckled, Little one, you're awake? As the saying goes, one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. Although Youyou was entrusted with a task, after consuming their thunder, she felt a sense of familiarity. Hearing this, she obediently settled down and flashed him a cheerful smile. Youyou is awake, uncle. It was evident that Ling Su did not connect the final destination of his thunder with the little girl before him. Merely assuming she was a child who had overslept, and after showing concern, he said no more. Feng Shi leaned in, whispering, awake. Youyou glanced at Ling Su, noticing he was not looking their way, and nodded. MHM, Youyou is stuffed, digesting for half a day. Youyou rubbed her belly, unable to resist licking her lips. Although she felt a bit full, if given another chance, she would gladly consume more. Feng Zhe, perceiving the determination in Youyou's eyes, couldn't help but chuckle. What about your spiritual energy or abilities? Have they improved? He had long suspected that Youyou's spiritual energy system seemed different from others. It was neither from the cultivation world nor their dragon clan. It appeared to be consumptive, requiring replenishment after each use. Upon hearing this, Youyou clenched her little fist and affirmed, "It has improved. I'm already very close to my original capabilities." Youyou felt that if she were to unleash a bolt of lightning or fire now, the entire vessel would be set ablaze. Fengze, upon hearing this, temporarily set his worries aside. Gather that energy well. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, it will serve to protect you. After Quan Ming confirmed that Taoist Ling Su was not the nemesis of the Jiao clan, it was evident that the power dynamics within the Xianmen were intricate, and should it be discovered that they were intertwined with malevolent forces, a fierce battle could ensue. Although Youyou was unaware of Fengze's concerns, she listened attentively and then patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, little black. No matter what happens, Youyou will protect you." Fengze paused, awkwardly turning his head away. After Youyou spoke, she inquired, "How long until we arrive?" Xiang Wanwan had been paying attention to this side, and upon hearing her question, also smiled. "Soon. Can you not wait, Youyou?" Youyou chuckled and dashed over to Xiang Wanwan's side. "I can wait." With Youyou around, the once heavy journey became lighthearted, and amidst this ease, Ling Su suddenly rose, pointing to a distant area below. "We have arrived." Beneath them, majestic mountains stretched endlessly, and at the peak, cultivators clad in pristine white garments stood in neat formation, bowing reverently upwards. "Welcome, honored one." Chapter 102. Youyou gets drunk. Such a grand spectacle caused Youyou to gasp in awe. So many people. As the flying vessel halted, Taoist Ling Su, accompanied by several others, soared down, and the crowd once again knelt in unison. "Congratulations, honored one, on successfully transcending the tribulation." Youyou trembled at the overwhelming sound. Their essay saying, "ISNT there? How ostentatious." Youyou silently scoffed at the scene before her, while Ling Su seemed accustomed to it, cheerfully waving his hand to them. No need for such formality. After exchanging pleasantries with the Xianmen members, he turned back to them with a beaming smile. "Follow me." Youyou obediently trailed behind him into the mountain gate, and it was clear that Taoist Ling Su commanded great authority. Although everyone was curious about Youyou and the others, no one dared to openly gaze at them. Quan Ming and Ling Ji followed closely behind, still under the effects of the transformation pills, with Quan Ming discreetly observing those around them. Once they reached a secluded area, Ling Ji cast a questioning glance at Quan Ming, who shook his head. There was no one he recognized. Upon entering a room, Taoist Ling Su finally assumed a serious demeanor and began discussing the matter with them. Xiang Wanwan, of course, would not blindly trust him. However, as he had connections with her father, who had spoken of him with trust, she felt it prudent to engage with him. Thus, prior to his shielding them from the thunder tribulations, she proposed an exchange condition. Ling Su served them tea and prepared a cup of floral nectar for Youyou before addressing the main issue. "This must be the Jiao person, right?" He pointed directly at Quan Ming. Quan Ming was not surprised. If Ling Su could not deduce this, he would not have attained his current position. Quan Ming had grown accustomed to the familiar cadence of his voice, and upon hearing it, he rose and bowed respectfully. Indeed, while Youyou was curious about the content of their conversation, her greater fascination lay with the floral nectar in her hands. She glanced around, unable to resist taking a delicate sip, and her eyes instantly sparkled with delight. "Delicious. A taste of heaven. Forgive me, Brother Quan Ming, but I truly need this delightful drink." Youyou downed all the floral nectar in one go, not wanting to interrupt the serious discussion among the others. She peered over and spotted the jar filled with nectar. She hurriedly brought it over and poured herself a generous cup. If it tastes good, one must indulge. Driven by this thought, Youyou continued to pour cup after cup. By the time the others turned their attention back to her, she had already consumed an entire jar. Unable to suppress a burp, she flashed a silly grin. "This drink is simply exquisite." Ling Su's expression shifted slightly upon witnessing this. Xiang Wan, ever observant, noticed his changing demeanor and quickly interjected, "Youyou is still quite young and has a penchant for indulgence. I hope the esteemed one will not take offense." Ling Su's expression did not improve. He hesitated, wanted to voice his concerns, but was interrupted as he saw Youyou lazily slumped in her chair, raising her cup high and letting out a loud burp before exclaiming, "Delicious! Another cup!" Youyou, so joyful, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and her smile took on a whimsical quality. The others immediately recognized that something was amiss with her state. Ling Su, caught between amusement and exasperation, remarked this floral nectar, if consumed excessively, can lead to intoxication. Thus, he had only dared to pour her a single cup. Yet, to his dismay, she had downed it all in one breath. Ling Su shook his head in resignation. Well then, the night is drawing near. Let us rest for now. There is no danger here, after all. This was somewhat reassuring. Ling Ji felt a twinge of annoyance that he had not clarified the matter sooner, yet she also recognized her own oversight. Fortunately, her usually stoic demeanor kept anyone from noticing her discontent. Only Quan Ming appeared blissfully ignorant, his expression remaining as foolish as ever. Please don't be upset. You did not mean to, Ling Ji said, gazing at the now sleeping Youyou. I'm not upset, Quan Ming insisted, growing anxious. You clearly are. Silence. You're being bothersome, Ling Ji retorted, turning away. In her slumber, Youyou seemed to dream of something, suddenly springing awake with a start, exclaiming, bothersome. Quan Ming, following close behind, was about to say something when Ling Ji, having tucked Youyou in, shot him a glare. Go outside to talk. Oh, they replied quietly, tiptoeing away. Youyou, smacking her lips, turned over and burrowed deeper into her blankets. Several hours later, in the midst of her dreams, Youyou murmured softly, sliding off the bed in a sleepy haze and wandering aimlessly. Bathroom, she mumbled, her path unsteady. She had just dreamt of many delectable treats, having indulged in copious amounts of floral nectar, and even her favorite volcano. The night had fully enveloped the world as she opened the door, momentarily taken aback by the unfamiliar scenery. Tilting her head, she struggled to recall bits of her muddled memory. Oh yes, this is the Xianmen. Where's the bathroom? After glancing around in confusion, she chose a direction and began to wander, thinking to herself that she would simply ask someone for directions. Rubbing her eyes, she unwittingly found herself in the front courtyard, where, as expected, a figure loomed. Youyou smiled. Indeed, she was a clever little dragon, having found someone immediately. Just as she was about to inquire for directions, a small burp escaped her lips. With that burp, Youyou giggled foolishly, completely oblivious to the fact that the person in the courtyard had stiffened at the sound. Covering her mouth to regain her composure, she asked softly, "Excuse me, big brother or uncle, could you tell me where the bathroom is?" Youyou felt as though her tongue had become uncooperative, her words tumbling out in a jumbled mess. Fortunately, the stranger seemed to understand, slowly turning to face her. You could not help but rub her eyes. Though he had turned, she still could not see him clearly. Standing unsteadily, her feet felt as if they were resting on cotton, and she frowned at the figure before her. After a moment, she realized the reason for her lack of clarity. The person wore a mask. Pouting, she remarked, "My master says only bad people cover their faces at night. Are you a bad person?" Only then did she notice that he held a sword in his hand. As he drew closer in her bewildered gaze, the sound of rushing wind accompanied the swift descent of his sword, aimed directly at her. Chapter 103. Youyou captures the villain. Youyou was startled into another burp. But this time, she could not contain herself. As the burp escaped her, a surge of flames erupted from her mouth, hurtling straight toward the man's face. The flames that emerged were no longer the feeble flickers of before. They were now the result of Youyou having assimilated several bolts of heavenly thunder, a formidable force that would overwhelm an ordinary opponent. Clearly, while the man before her possessed some cultivation, he was no match for a fireball empowered by heavenly thunder. He was struck squarely, and as he attempted to extinguish the flames with his spiritual energy, he was horrified to find that they could not be quelled. With a fierce glare directed at Youyou, he attempted to flee, but Youyou, covering her mouth, extended her small hand in an apologetic gesture. "Oh dear, you've been seen, so I can't let you go now." Before he could comprehend her meaning, the sky darkened, thick clouds gathering ominously overhead. In a matter of moments, thunder rumbled as bolts of lightning coalesced, crashing down. Yet this was merely the beginning. The first, second, and third strikes fell without fail, ensnaring the man completely. Dazed and confused, Youyou merely understood that she could not allow him to escape, and with a flick of her finger, another bolt of lightning descended. However, perhaps due to her muddled state, this bolt struck the man directly instead of where it was intended. He was left charred and singed. A sorry sight indeed. The tremendous noise roused Youyou slightly from her stupor, and she covered her mouth in astonishment at the chaos before her. She hadn't intended for any of this. It was he who had made the first move. Those who cultivate are often quite resilient, and despite being half-burned and smoldering, the man remained sprightly, glancing between Youyou and the sky, fearful of another lightning strike that might bring him further misfortune. The commotion soon attracted the attention of others, and Ling Ji and Xiangwan hurried over, while Fengzhe appeared almost instantly. They assessed the situation, and their gazes collectively settled on the unfortunate figure in the courtyard. To describe his state as pitiful would be an understatement. Xiangwan twitched her lips, suppressing a smile, maintaining her serious demeanor. "Who are you? What brings you here at such an hour?" The man, seeing the number of onlookers increase, attempted to leave, but having been ensnared by Youyou, he found escape impossible. Fengzhe stepped forward, circling behind him, and with a gentle wave of his hands, the man's mask was removed, revealing his face to all. "It's you. Guanming et Golim, poiting in shop." Youyou's mind began to clear, realizing what had transpired, and she quickly turned to Quanming. "Brother Quanming, do you recognize this person?" For once, Quanming's expression was serious as he nodded gravely. "He is the one who slaughtered my kin." The revelation sent shockwaves through the group. The individual in the courtyard cast a glance at Quanming, a cold smile gracing his lips. Yet, perhaps due to the pain coursing through his body, that smile appeared somewhat out of place. "You have indeed survived," he remarked. Quanming, perplexed, queried, "What enmity exists between our clans?" Fengzhe furrowed his brow and promptly delivered a swift strike, causing the man to roll his eyes back and lose consciousness. The onlookers redirected their attention to Fengzhe, who, feeling somewhat uneasy under their scrutiny, averted his gaze. "Since he is a member of the Immortal Sect, let us summon Ling Su to inquire further." This proposition held merit. Ling Su, whose cultivation did not require rest, was currently meditating in the courtyard. Upon sensing the arrival of others, he promptly opened his eyes, only to be taken aback by the scene before him. Among those present was an individual he had previously encountered, yet there was an additional figure tethered like a butchered pig. Who might that be? It was only natural for Quanming to drag along his adversary, and his act of not allowing the man to be face down on the ground was a testament to Quanming's mercy. Youyou recounted the events of the night to Ling Su in full detail. Ling Su frowned, scrutinizing the man closely. His face was so battered that it was unrecognizable, save for the rough contours. After a prolonged silence, having pieced together his identity, Ling Su nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed, he is one of our sect." Youyou exhaled in relief. "That is good to hear." She could not restrain herself from exclaiming, "This is the person who harmed Brother Quanming, perhaps even senior sister." However, lacking evidence to implicate this individual in any wrongdoing concerning senior sister, Youyou refrained from voicing her suspicions, lest she expose senior sister's identity. Ling Su replied, "Allow me to handle this matter. Tomorrow morning, I kindly request everyone to gather in the conference hall. I do not wish to burden you, but the affairs of the Immortal Sect require the presence of several elders. It is not something I can decide alone." The thought of having to wait another day left Youyou feeling somewhat disappointed, and she could not suppress her doubts. She scrutinized Ling Su. Under the gaze of the little girl, felt an urge to chuckle. Lowering his head, he spoke gently, "What troubles you?" By this time, Youyou had completely sobered up, her expression as serious as could be. "This person is someone I worked hard to capture. He won't perish by morning, will he?" Youyou had read many tales in the mortal realm, which often spoke of villains silencing witnesses. Ling Su found her earnestness both amusing and exasperating. He raised his hand in a solemn oath. "Rest assured, he will be as lively as ever by dawn." Is that agreeable? Having undergone tribulations, his oath carried the weight of celestial oversight. Seeing this, Youyou could only nod reluctantly. "Very well, see you tomorrow morning." Quanming and the others harbored similar concerns, though their statuses prevented them from voicing such worries. Observing Youyou's direct inquiry and Ling Su's oath, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. The following morning, Youyou unexpectedly woke up on her own, not having been called. She dashed outside, knocking on the doors of Xiang Wanwan and Ling Ji. "Senior sister, Sister Wanwan, I am awake." Ling Ji was surprised to see her up so early, but understood Youyou's investment in the matter, so she said nothing as they all hurried to the conference hall. As anticipated, Ling Su occupied the main seat, with 4 individuals, the elders, seated below. In the center, kneeling, was the very rogue who had intruded upon the courtyard the previous night. Youyou glared at him, nearly tempted to kick him. However, before she could act, one elder took the initiative to voice his displeasure. He slammed his hand on the table, casting a fleeting glance at the newcomers. This is utterly absurd. Startled by the noise, Youyou shivered and shot him an admonishing look. Senior sister said that anger is harmful to one's health and can shorten one's life. The elder, having only glanced at the newcomers, directed his words toward Ling Su. Are you truly prepared to condemn my disciple based solely on a few outsiders' words? Youth? Youyou mused, casting a look at the kneeling figure and then back at the elder, her understanding dawning. No wonder he was so protective here. Ling Su had yet to inform them of Quan Ming's survival. Now that everyone was present, he waved his hand, firmly shutting the doors and windows. Let us allow the party involved to speak for themselves. The man hesitated, about to mock the proceedings, but upon turning his gaze, he froze in surprise. Quan Ming stepped forward, slowly closing his eyes. Gradually, his raven hair darkened to a deep blue-black, and shimmering scales began to emerge across his visage, glimmering under the sunlight. When he opened his eyes, they sparkled in a way that unmistakably signified his extraordinary identity. The true form of the Jiren was now laid bare before everyone. After a brief moment of astonishment, the elder who had first raised his voice gasped in disbelief. A Jiren? No, it cannot be. The Jiren were thought to be extinct. Quan Ming regarded him coldly. With his true form revealed, an aura of oppression enveloped him. He spoke icily. What? Are you all disheartened to learn that remnants of the Jiren still exist? His demeanor was devoid of pretense, eliciting varied expressions from the crowd, each lost in their own thoughts. Youyou felt a chill emanating from him, causing her to shiver and discreetly tug at Ling Zi's sleeve. Brother Quan Ming is quite terrifying. Ling Zi, captivated by the unfolding drama, bent down to whisper, "It's all an act. I just taught him." A question mark slowly appeared above Youyou's head. Upon realizing this, she observed Quan Ming more closely and discerned the traces of performance. So that was it. She suddenly found it reasonable. Upon closer inspection, it seemed Quan Ming's hands trembled slightly with tension. Youyou discreetly averted her gaze. How can this be? If what he says is true, it pertains to a grave matter involving two clans. Quan Ming smiled faintly, his voice ethereal, yet it carried an unnerving weight. Once a clan was annihilated, and the Immortal Sect chose to turn a blind eye. Now, I stand before you. Do you intend to do nothing? This was an act of accountability. The elder who had earlier defended his disciple now appeared flustered. He approached the kneeling figure, seizing his collar. Speak the truth. Was there someone compelling you? This was his most trusted assistant, and despite everything, he still held onto a shred of hope. Moreover, if his disciple was indeed guilty, the elder would be hard-pressed to escape repercussions. The disciple lifted his gaze, fixing the elder with a steady stare before curling his lips into a cold smile. Open your eyes and see. Do I resemble your disciple? With that, his face morphed before the assembled crowd, transforming into a completely unfamiliar visage. The elder gasped in shock. Who are you? The man shifted his gaze. Do you still not understand? Your disciple has long been slain by my hand. I merely take his place now. Turning to Quan Ming, he added, in truth, the Jiren could have survived, but you happened to witness that which you should not have. Quan Ming's expression shifted to one of confusion for a moment. He had been half acting and half sincere, yet the man's words had exceeded his comprehension. Ling Zi, too, had not instructed him on what to say in such circumstances. Desperately, he sought Ling Zi's help, and she stepped forward. When you mention witnessing that which should not be seen, do you refer to the scene of the Jiren bewitching the Yao Xian? The moment her words escaped, the room fell into stunned silence. Ling Su had not anticipated that, while seeking to exonerate the Jiren, it would dredge up old tales of the Yao Xian. The disciple seemed momentarily taken aback, intrigued by her inquiry. Who are you? Quan Ming cast an admiring glance at Ling Zi. Indeed, this was the response he sought. The disciple lay on the ground, emitting a sound reminiscent of an old windbag as he laughed heartily. Ling Su slammed the table, unable to contain his excitement. You scoundrel! Me? A scoundrel? The disciple seemed to have heard something amusing. I merely stirred the pot a little, and you abandoned Yao Xian. Thankfully for your suspicion. Who knows how long it would have taken for my demon clan to achieve victory otherwise. With the situation at hand, many had speculated about his identity. Yet hearing him declare himself a member of the demon clan left the expressions of those present far from pleasant. Quan Ming, emulating Ling Zi's demeanor, composed his expression. There are not just one or two who came to slay the Jiao clan that day. Where are your accomplices? The disciple chuckled. Clearly having been quite forthcoming moments ago, yet now unwilling to utter another word. Accomplices? There are far too many. But are you not afraid I might fabricate a tale? With a flick of his finger, Ling Su unleashed a blade of wind that pinned the man firmly to the ground. Speak the truth, and I shall spare your life. The man appeared indifferent to the pain, seemingly unconcerned despite being pinned. Isn't it customary for you immortals to be distrustful of one another? Then let the guessing begin. With that, his gaze fixed, he gradually became still. Not good. Ling Ji was the first to react, immediately clutching Youyou and leaping away, with the others swiftly scattering. In an instant, a tremendous force swept through the once solemn conference hall, shattering it into pieces. This demon had self-destructed. Youyou, cradled in Ling Ji's arms, stared blankly at the chaotic ruins. What is happening? She turned to Feng Zhe. Little He, do you recognize this person? You also hail from the demon realm. Could he be an acquaintance? Feng Zhe shook his head, remaining silent. Having been imprisoned in the demon realm for centuries, he had no personal freedom and thus was unaware of its intrigues. Taking a deep breath, he turned to the others. Miss, who exactly are you? Ling Ji paused, meeting his gaze. Then, the facade on her face fell away, revealing her true appearance. Ling Su was taken aback. Xuantian Ling Ji, Chapter 105. The senior sister regains her spiritual power. Ling Ji naturally restored her innocence, having her seal lifted by Ling Su himself. She moved her arms, while Youyou looked at her expectantly. Senior sister, how do you feel? Ling Ji's eyes sparkled with amusement as she flipped her hands. In her long-dormant life, sword appeared in an instant. Without hesitation, she leaped into the air, extending a hand to Youyou. Gulme. Woohoo. Youyou cheered. Senior sister is taking me flying. This is our first time. Youyou scrambled up, securely nestled in Ling Ji's embrace. Hold on tight. Youyou clenched her small hands, her expression serious. Then, with a swift motion, Ling Ji commanded the spirit sword to soar into the sky. Wow! Ling Ji relished this freedom, her mastery of sword control surpassing even Feng Zhe's, as she and Youyou flew through the air, gazing at the mountains and lakes below, feeling utterly exhilarated. This scene was one she had not witnessed in a long while. Youyou clung tightly to her hair blowing wildly in the wind. She wished to ask her senior sister why she did not cast a protective barrier, but upon reflection, she began to understand. Perhaps her senior sister had not felt such a sensation in ages, making even the wind feel precious. Youyou was momentarily stunned, until her feet touched the ground. She remained dazed. Noticing this, Ling Ji felt a pang of guilt and gently patted Youyou's head. What's wrong? Did I scare you? It was indeed her fault for becoming overly excited. Youyou gazed at Ling Ji, her eyes wide. Senior sister, did you just smile? Ling Ji tilted her head, expressionless. What? The one who reacted most to Youyou's words was Quan Ming, who hurried over, glancing between Youyou and Ling Ji, scrutinizing her intently. You smiled? Really smiled? Where? Youyou was nearly pushed aside, unable to contain her annoyance, as she pushed him away. Brother Quan Ming, you are so annoying. However, Quan Ming paid no heed to her words, continuing to inspect Ling Ji from every angle. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Ling Ji's brow twitched, and in a flash, a pill shot from her hand, landing directly in Quan Ming's throat. In your dreams, she said coldly. Instantly, the previously lively Quan Ming's eyes closed, and he collapsed softly to the ground. You couldn't help but leap away, allowing Quan Ming to fall. Brother Quan Ming is so embarrassing. I don't want to stand with him. Ling Ji ignored the now sleeping Quan Ming, engaging in conversation with Xiang Wanwan, while Feng Zhe observed the scene, his mind calculating. He had seen through Ling Ji's earlier move, which others had missed. Ling Ji had not simply thrown a pre-prepared pill. Rather, the herbs had been chaotic before leaving her hand, and she had seemingly conjured them from nowhere, refining them in the blink of an eye before launching them. Such astonishing skill was indeed that of Xuantian Ling Ji. Ling Ji was discussing Xiang Tsung's condition with Xiang Wanwan. Since I promised you, I shall see it through. I should be thanking you. Xiang Wanwan, immersed in joy over Ling Ji's recovery, was momentarily taken aback when Ling Ji brought it up. Then, I shall trouble you. Senior sister Ling Ji. Ling Ji nodded. Just as they were about to speak further, a commotion erupted in the front courtyard. I have long said that Xuantian is surely innocent. Please, grant us medicine. Xuantian, save us. Ling Ji could not help but rub her forehead in exasperation. Here we go again. When she was still in the cultivation world, she was frequently disturbed, until her master found a remote place far from the sect and set up barriers, allowing her a few days of peace. Xiang Wanwan, sensing her distress, gently patted her hand, and instantly, the Xiang family's flying vessel appeared before them. My father's illness weighs heavily on my heart, so I have people waiting early. I hope senior sister will not mind. Ling Ji's aura softened. Xiang Wanwan truly was perceptive. They lifted Quan Ming onto the flying vessel and departed before the seekers arrived. As they distanced themselves, you could still faintly hear their sighs. However, some recognized the emblem of the Xiang family and immediately fell silent. The Xiang family was not a place they could easily provoke. At this moment, Ling Ji was looking at Feng Zhe. Your injuries will heal within these few days. And then you and Youyou shall venture to the Mortal Palace together. The Mortal Palace? Youyou was taken aback, noticing Ling Ji's serious expression. Though I have regained my strength, it is not formidable. If we wish to rescue Master, it must be through the efforts of our fourth junior brother. Mentioning the fourth senior brother caused Xiang Wanwan's hand to tremble involuntarily. This person had truly been absent from her life for far too long. Youyou nodded promptly, then, with a serious expression, asked, "But why is the fourth senior brother at the palace?" Xiang Wanwan also looked at Ling Ji with concern. Given the Xiang family's influence, discovering his whereabouts would not be difficult. Yet, Xiang Wanwan was heartbroken and unwilling to investigate, only learning today that he had long departed from the cultivation world. Ling Ji glanced dispassionately out the window. That useless fellow has gone to the Mortal Palace to become a painter. Painter? Both Xiang Wanwan and Youyou were momentarily stunned. The fourth senior brother used to draw talismans. Now he paints, which seems reasonable. Once they regained their composure, Xiang Wanwan's expression turned bitter. He no longer draws talismans? At that moment, Ling Ji shifted her gaze and patted Xiang Wanwan's hand. Do not be deceived by my fourth junior brother's appearance. He is, in truth, a timid soul. His transgressions are his own. Yet, as your senior sister, I must shamelessly make one request. She gazed at Xiang Wanwan, seemingly steeling herself before uttering the words. Could you assist him in regaining his talisman? Xiang Wanwan was taken aback. Youyou looked around, sensing the heavy atmosphere. She raised her head to meet Feng Zhe's gaze, who shook his head in response. How could he know of matters concerning the sect that even Youyou was unaware of? Youyou turned back. Very well. If Xiaohe is unaware, then it falls to Youyou. With a deep breath, she clenched her small fists tightly and boldly interrupted the somber mood. Rest assured, senior sister. Youyou will help too. Fourth senior brother will surely become powerful again. With Youyou's unexpected interjection, Ling Ji could no longer maintain her solemnity. She could not help but pinch Youyou's cheek. Do you know why your fourth senior brother can no longer draw talismans? Youyou, caught off guard, stammered. No. He is not a coward. Chapter 106. How to reach the Imperial Palace of the Mortal Realm. Ling Ji released her grip on Youyou's face and ruffled her hair. Your fourth senior brother appears stern, yet he is quite timid. Back in the day, witnessing the demon clan's destruction of our sect, he felt his studies were futile and discarded the talisman paper, disappearing thereafter. Upon hearing this, Youyou was left speechless. So it was for such a reason. Truly a coward. Xiang Wanwan scoffed in agreement. After that, he believed he was unworthy of me and severed all ties. Xiang Wanwan clicked her tongue, somewhat indignant. He fails to consider that I, from the Xiang family, lack for nothing. If we speak of compatibility, who in this world could truly match me? Youyou cautiously leaned back, sensing that remaining silent was prudent. Sister Wanwan truly seemed angry. Youyou nodded vigorously. Yes, that is too much. Ling Ji, upon hearing Xiang Wanwan's words, felt a sense of kinship and joined in the scolding, with Youyou nodding along while whispering to Feng Zhe. Xiaohe, is your fourth senior brother that scoundrel mentioned in the novels? Such matters should not be for him to judge. Amidst their banter, Quan Ming stirred, slowly waking up, his hearing returning first to the phrase, men are untrustworthy. Ignoring his muddled mind, he sat up abruptly, exclaiming, I am trustworthy. I am very trustworthy. A sudden silence enveloped the flying vessel as all eyes turned to Quan Ming. As he gradually regained consciousness and noticed their gazes, he scratched his head and cautiously inquired, What is the matter? Did I say something wrong? Xiang Wanwan couldn't contain herself and approached to pat his shoulder. You are the most trustworthy, and your trustworthiness lies in the fact that you are a good person who lacks the wit to lie. Though Quan Ming did not comprehend their conversation, he chuckled in response, eagerly proclaiming, Of course, we Jiaran are the most loyal. Once we commit to someone, we remain steadfast, even in death. Ling Ji cast him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. Fool! Upon returning to the Xiang residence, Ling Ji's foremost task was to heal Feng Zhe. She had already regained her spiritual power, and the challenges of the past were no longer formidable. However, as she looked at Feng Zhe, her expression bore a hint of gravity. What kind of life did you lead in the demon realm? Though he bore fresh wounds, his long-standing ailments were the most severe, not something accumulated in a day. Upon hearing this, Youyou hurriedly tugged at Ling Ji's hand. What's wrong? Is Xiaohei's injury very serious? Youyou was extremely worried. Xiaohei usually appeared fine. How could he sustain such severe injuries? Feng Zhe exchanged glances with Ling Ji, who sighed inwardly, assuring Youyou, it's not that serious. He will recover. With Ling Ji's reassurance, Youyou felt relieved. Since senior sister said it's not serious, there must be a way. Once Feng Zhe regained his strength, Ling Ji prepared to send them off. At present, I cannot leave, so you should go find fourth junior brother and urge him to quickly retrieve the talisman and draw a guiding talisman to locate Master. For I wonder how Master and our junior brothers and sisters are faring. Yes, Youyou, with several Qiankuan bags hanging from her waist, confidently vowed. Senior sister, rest assured, Youyou will complete the task. Ling Ji was well aware that Youyou had grown significantly, and she felt assured in entrusting these matters to her. Yet Ling Ji sighed. After all, Youyou was still a child. As the saying goes, a mother worries when her child travels 1,000 miles, and surely that is the sentiment she felt. Regardless of Ling Ji's reluctance, Youyou had to depart. There were naturally multiple points of connection between the mortal realm and the realm of cultivation, and this time, Youyou and Feng Zhe arrived at the closest one to the capital. Upon entering, Youyou immediately sensed the differences here. She took a small breath. Xiaohei, don't you think there are so many people here? Indeed, there are indeed a few more people than usual. Typically, the locations of connection doors are chosen in inconspicuous places to avoid drawing attention. Yet this place seemed filled with people, as if validating their assumptions. Snippets of conversation reached their ears. What are you selling in the mortal realm today? Freshly baked jade, and you? Selling a gourd. Youyou and Feng Zhe exchanged glances, both falling silent. So, the bustling crowd went unnoticed because all who passed were cultivators. Recognizing the situation, the two began to walk toward the capital. But one question troubled Youyou. Senior sister said that fourth senior brother is in the palace, but how do we get to the palace? Youyou was no longer the ignorant child she once was. Having read many novels, she was well aware. The palace is the most solemn place in the mortal realm, and it is difficult to enter. However, Feng Zhe did not perceive this as a serious issue. I can take you there tonight. No matter how powerful a mortal may be, they are still mortal. If one wishes it, they will not be discovered. Yet this time Youyou did not agree. Youyou shook her head, looking at Feng Zhe with a very steady gaze. Xiaohei, you are too young and do not understand. The palace is vast, with countless rooms. Even if we manage to sneak in, it will take a long time to find him. Feng Zhe was taken aback. Vast. How vast could it be? Seeing that Feng Zhe appeared to be at a loss, Youyou generously pulled out a book from her Qiankuan bag. Here, it's written in here. Xiaohei, you really need to read more. Feng Zhe accepted the book in silence, not saying much, merely flipping through it casually. He soon found himself astounded. This book was exquisitely illustrated. The buildings were arranged in a way that conveyed the grandiosity of the palace with just a few strokes. It did not seem to be of common origin. Feng Zhe flipped through the pages and inquired, "Where did you buy this?" Youyou, engrossed in the scenery of the capital, waved her hand dismissively. "I didn't buy it. Brother Youyou saw that I liked it and gave it to me." Brother Youyou? Feng Zhe mentally repeated the name several times before finally recalling someone from memory. Yes, the one who married the daughter of the Hua family. I believe he is called Zheng Youyou. He remembered that this person's status seemed. Before Feng Zhe could complete his thoughts, a gentle female voice sounded from behind them. Youyou? What are you doing here? She immediately let go of Feng Zhe's hand and rushed into the newcomer's embrace. Sister, Xiao Xiao, what are you doing here? The visitor was none other than Hua Xiao Xiao. Chapter 107. Youyou, there are people in the palace. Naturally, Hua Xiao Xiao was delighted to see Youyou. She lifted her up, and when a maid behind her tried to take her, she waved her hand in refusal. First, I must ask you, how did Youyou end up here? Youyou nestled in her embrace, giggling. I came to look for senior brother. Hua Xiao was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. You little rascal, first looking for senior sister, then for senior brother? What a coincidence that you ran into me. Don't you think that's fate? Of course. Youyou nodded vigorously. Youyou and Xiaoxi share a fateful connection. Hua Xiaoxi greeted Fing Zi and then inquired, "Where's your senior brother? Perhaps I can lend a hand." She owed much of her current situation to Youyou and was inclined to assist whenever possible. "My senior brother is..." Youyou began but suddenly paused, as if recalling something she had forgotten. She stared blankly at Hua Xiaoxi. "Oh, Sister Xiaoxi, is YZH older brother the Crown Prince?" "Sure." Hua Xiaoxi quickly covered her mouth and glanced around, ensuring no one was paying attention before nodding. "Yes, but we must be cautious when discussing this outside. Although the world is currently peaceful, if it were to fall into the hands of those with ill intentions, it could lead to disputes." Seeing Youyou obediently nod, Hua Xiaoxi asked, "Why do you ask?" Youyou explained earnestly, "Because my senior brother is in the Imperial Palace, and I am worried about how to get there with Xioi." "The Imperial Palace?" Hua Xiaoxi was momentarily taken aback. "Who is your senior brother?" "My fourth senior brother is S.Ing Lu." "Youyou, Fing Giz. What are you both doing here?" Youyou and Fing Zi had unique identities, and he thought he would never see these two young friends again in his lifetime. "Husband, Youyou is here for a reason," Hua Xiaoxi replied softly. Upon hearing Hua Xiaoxi's address, Youyou could not help but exchange mischievous glances with Fing Zi. "Did you hear what Sister Xiaoxi called him? Husband?" Fing Zi could not suppress his laughter. He was amused by her unexpected interest in romantic tales. While Youyou was secretly making faces at Fing Zi, YZH unexpectedly patted her head. "So that's how it is. However, young Master S.Ing is indeed peculiar. He has spent so much time in the palace, lost in his paintings, seldom stepping outside. By the way, the bird's-eye view of the palace I gave to Youyou was painted by him." At this point, YZH paused, then chuckled softly. "I thought, young Master S.Ing is indeed knowledgeable, as his paintings seemed to capture a genuine perspective of the capital. Little did I know he had actually seen it himself." Youyou's identity was extraordinary, and her fourth senior brother must certainly be a remarkable figure. However, considering S.Ing Lu's usual demeanor, he was uncertain. Although his paintings exuded an ethereal quality, his everyday behavior seemed far from that of a celestial being. While YZH pondered this, Youyou sighed heavily. "Ah, Brother YZH, you do not know, my fourth senior brother is also quite troubled." YZH was taken aback by her tone, feeling a mix of amusement and bewilderment. After being apart for several days, this girl seemed to have changed quite a bit. Youyou shook her head, dismissing unnecessary thoughts. "In any case, I must find my fourth senior brother. That can be easily arranged," YZH replied without hesitation. "I will take you into the palace tomorrow." "Great." The next day, the Hua family was already considered a prominent clan in the mortal realm. Yet it could not compare to the Crown Prince's residence. Early in the morning, Youyou arrived at the dining table, her eyes fixated on the spread before her. Nearly losing control of her appetite, she pointed at the 2 layers of dishes on the table, struggling to articulate her words. "Are these all for me?" YZH and Hua Xiaoxi exchanged a knowing glance and burst into laughter. "I heard from Xiaoxi that you love food, so I prepared a bit more for you. Do try it and see if it suits your taste." "It does, it's perfect." YZH had a good understanding of Youyou's palate and had prepared breakfast specifically for them. The dishes on the table were all for her. Youyou took a bite of the roasted, suckling pig, nearly brought to tears by its exquisite flavor. "It's so delicious. Brother YZH, can I come here often?" With such delightful food every day, she felt she would be utterly blissful. Hua Xiaoxi looked at Youyou with affection. "Of course, if you can stay here often, it would bring me immense joy." "Indeed," YZH added, "Xiaoxi's parents are reluctant to leave home, and in this vast capital, she has no one to converse with. I feel guilty. If you could frequently visit her, it would be a comfort." Observing this, Fing Zi silently touched the pouch of coins he carried. However, it was not feasible to sustain them indefinitely. He pondered the challenges of supporting Youyou. "Eat slowly, Youyou." Meanwhile, Hua Xiaoxi had already taken a seat beside Youyou, wiping her mouth while suppressing her laughter. Just as Youyou responded, large tears unexpectedly streamed down her face. Huashiaxio was taken aback and grew frantic. What is wrong? Why you? Is a fishbone stuck? The other two at the table also became flustered, but why you shook her head, unable to stop sobbing. The roasted suckling pig. Huashiaxio sighed in relief. Do you like it? I can have someone prepare more. Why you set down the fish. Tears still flowing. My senior brother makes the best roasted suckling pig. Even though our sect is so poor, he always makes a whole one, just for me. Upon hearing this, Fengzi instantly understood. Why you was homesick. Huashiaxio, unaware of the specifics, could only exchange a confused glance with Yzich. Why you sniffled and vigorously wiped her face. I can't eat anymore. I must hurry to find my fourth senior brother. If I delay, he will suffer longer. Why you took a deep breath and declared seriously, all right, brother Wise, let's leave quickly. As she spoke, she jumped off her chair and rushed toward the exit, only to be pulled back by Huashiaxio. With a sigh, she said, first, change your clothes. We cannot enter the palace looking all greasy. Chapter 108. The wealthy emperor Uncle Huashiaxio had already prepared an outfit for Bai Youyou to wear to the palace. After helping her wash up, she dressed her in the attire. Bai Youyou touched her shimmering little dress and could not help but exclaim in admiration. Who says there's nothing in the mortal realm? This little dress is just as fine as the one sister WNWN gave me. Bai Youyou twirled around. Is it pretty? Huashiaxio nodded with a smile. Of course, it looks beautiful. Once they were ready, the group prepared to enter the palace. Yz glanced at Enangzi. It is inevitable that I must greet father when we enter. I will inform him that you need not perform the customary bowing. I understand that your identities are unique, and even as the crown prince, it would be disrespectful for you to bow to a mere mortal. Fengzi was somewhat surprised by Yzh's thoughtfulness and nodded in agreement. Indeed, noble beings should not bow their heads lightly. As they rocked back and forth in the carriage, they soon arrived at the palace gates. With Yzh present, they were spared the need to walk to the audience. Bai Youyou found sitting in the sedan chair uncomfortable, no matter how she adjusted herself. She quietly asked, Brother Yzh, does it always take this long to see your father? It feels like such a long way. My feet are numb from sitting. Bai Youyou's face reflected her discontent. Had she known, she would have preferred to sneak in with Xioi. The imperial household was certainly unlike ordinary families. Yzh had long since grown accustomed to it, and nodded with a smile, while the attending eunuch could not help but glance at Bai Youyou with curiosity. What was this little girl's background, speaking so boldly? And even the crown prince did not admonish her. However, the eunuch quickly reasoned that since the crown prince had just married, it was likely that this girl and the youth were relatives of the crown princess, and his leniency towards them was understandable. The sedan chair came to a halt outside the imperial study. After the eunuch withdrew, the crown prince led them in for the audience. Father, I have matters to report. Bai Youyou stood behind Yzh with her head bowed, her heart filled with reluctance. No wonder the tales depict emperors as devoid of emotion. Upon closer inspection, it is indeed quite intricate. Please, come in, a steady male voice emanated from the imperial study, suggesting a middle-aged man. Yuan, recalling Xiao's advice, dared not glance around recklessly and lowered her head, following Zheng Yuji into the room. Zheng Yuji clasped his hands and addressed, Father, these two are the extraordinary individuals I previously mentioned. The matter of soul exchange was exceedingly peculiar. Zheng Yuji had no intention of divulging every detail to others, fearing that it might become a reason for them to prevent his union with Xiao, which would be a great loss. Initially, the emperor had only heard that these gifted individuals were young, and he assumed they were around the age of 20. Thus, when Zheng Yuji stepped aside to reveal Fengzi and Yuan, he was momentarily taken aback. You two are the extraordinary individuals? Fengzi performed a respectful gesture, while Yuan imitated him, bending slightly. Fengzi remarked, it is merely a means to earn a living. Yuan wrinkled her nose. Yet, that living seems rather substantial. Fortunately, the emperor did not pursue the matter further and remained amiable. After a brief exchange, he feigned realization. So, Master Sang is actually your senior? By the time the emperor spoke, Yuan had already forgotten her earlier restraint. Upon hearing the emperor's inquiry, she raised her head, her eyes sparkling. Yes, my senior is called Sang Luo. I heard he is here, right? The emperor was momentarily taken aback by her address. He chuckled and nodded. Emperor Uncle is indeed a delightful title. Can you ask your senior where he is? Yes, yes. Yuan nodded vigorously. The emperor, pleased, stroked his beard. Perhaps due to his status, his offspring were not particularly affectionate, and the cold palace rarely welcomed such a lively little girl. Seeing her brought him joy, and he felt no inclination to dwell on other matters. Your senior was invited to paint. He should be in the Imperial Garden. Upon mentioning Sang Luo, he sighed. Master Sang possesses remarkable talent, yet his demeanor is rather melancholic. It is hard to believe he has such a charming junior sister. This was a compliment directed at Yuan, and she understood. However, she shook her head. Senior isn't melancholic. He has an injury. She pointed to her left chest, her expression earnest. I heard this from Sister Wangwan. Although I don't know the nature of the injury, it is indeed an injury. What was originally a heavy topic was lightened by Yuan's words, causing the emperor to wave his hand and burst into laughter. Oh, an injury here? Where is this injury, Yuan? He could not resist teasing her. Yuan pondered seriously for a moment and then solemnly pressed her hands on her belly. Yuan has an injury. It's empty. Here? The emperor raised an eyebrow and glanced at Zheng Yuji. What, are you the crown prince? Not feeding this little girl. Zheng Yuji chuckled, about to respond. But Yuan shook her head. No, it's not about food. Yuan fidgeted slightly, appearing somewhat bashful. I heard that being an emperor means being rich. Is that true? As she spoke, her gaze flitted between her toes and the emperor, the implication clear. Such bluntness made Feng Zhe unable to suppress a facepalm. He had underestimated Yuan. Given her fondness for wealth, how could she let the imperial palace slip by? The emperor chuckled heartily. Indeed, there's wealth. Little Detsi, go fetch the large jade coral I collected a few years ago. Done. Yuan's eyes ignited with excitement, fixated on the eunuch named Little Detsi. When he returned with a coral as large as Yuan herself, her mouth formed a perfect circle of astonishment. Hooray! A large coral! The emperor waved his hand. Will this injury be healed? Yuan clutched her belly, nodding repeatedly. Much better. Yuan's bag of wonders is full. The emperor laughed, instructing to have the items moved to the crown prince's residence. Yuan watched the coral being taken away, feeling a twinge of reluctance. The emperor teased, What, are you not looking for your senior? I am. Yuan will go find my senior. Goodbye, wealthy emperor uncle. The emperor watched helplessly as Yuan departed, contemplating the peculiar name she had just given him, yet finding it rather endearing. Chapter 109. The fragile fourth senior brother Yuan followed Little Detsi into the Imperial Garden. However, Little Detsi did not enter, merely pointing from a distance and smiling. Master Sang prefers solitude while painting, so I shall remain outside. Yuan peered inside, hesitating to speak. Do those in the imperial family all enjoy such grand flowers and plants? They were too tall. Yuan could see nothing. With a sorrowful expression, she caught Hua Xiao's eye, who couldn't help but laugh and lifted Yuan up. Look, your fourth senior is right over there. In the center of the Imperial Garden stood a small pavilion, where a young man clad in green sat with his back to them, exuding an air of desolation. Yuan felt a sense of familiarity, but was uncertain. When did fourth senior become so dispirited? Uncertainty aside, she still needed to take a look. Hua Xiao carried Yuan closer, and Sang Luo seemed to have heard them. He sighed. Which princess wishes to paint? Hua Xiao smiled and replied, This time, it is not a princess painting. Yuan nodded and interjected, Not a princess, it's Yuan. Upon hearing this, Sang Luo's posture stiffened, and he turned around, his face displaying disbelief. Sang Luo's appearance was not particularly robust. Rather, it conveyed a certain fragility, accentuated by the tear mole at the corner of his eye, which lent him an air of unspoken melancholy. If one were unaware, they might mistake him for a sickly young master, never suspecting he was a bold genius in the art of talismans. He appeared ethereal, as if he might float away at any moment, staring blankly at Yuan, seemingly hesitant. Yuan? Yuan immediately reached out her hand. Yuan must hold fourth senior tightly. Otherwise, he will fly away. When he finally held the warm little Yuan in his arms, Sang Luo's expression remained dazed. He had been away for so long, believing he would spend the rest of his days in this world, never expecting to see Yuan again. Yuan kissed Sang Luo nosely. Fourth senior, it's me, Yuan. You remember me, right? Woo, YISNT fourth senior speaking. It's like he doesn't recognize Yuan. Yuan, how did you come here? Yuan sighed like an adult. Zheng Yuji and Hua Xiao exchanged glances, understanding that the siblings' conversation was beyond the comprehension of mere mortals, and thus tactfully decided to take their leave. Yuan obediently waved goodbye to them, and once they were out of sight, she turned to recount the entire story. Sang Luo's expression remained dazed. How could Master be like this? Yuan shook her head. I don't know, but Senior Sister cured Xiao Hei and sent us to find you. Fourth Senior, you must calculate where Master and the others are. Yuan appeared anxious. Sang Luo stared at his hands in trance. Yuan suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh, there's this. She pulled out a talisman from her bosom. This is something Sister Wanwan asked me to bring to you. Before departing, she had handed Yuan a talisman, instructing her to give it to Sang Luo upon their meeting. Although Yuan did not understand its significance, she simply followed orders. Sang Luo's hand trembled slightly as he accepted the talisman. You say this is from Wanwan? This was a talisman he had once drawn for Xiang Wanwan, a unique talisman devoid of any power. Though powerless, it bore Sang Luo's distinct mark, indicating that if he were not by her side, this talisman would accompany her. She had actually kept it. Sang Luo stared at it in a daze, and Yuan could not help but exchange a glance with Feng Zhe, who appeared visibly puzzled. Previously, I had long heard that Ing Lu's talismans were exceedingly rare and unpredictable, leading me to believe he was a prodigious talent. However, upon our first meeting today, he was entirely different from my expectations. Ing Z's expression was subtly perplexed. Bai Youyou sighed heavily and patted Ing Lu's shoulder with resolve. Senior brother, the fate of our sect relies on you. Her seriousness was palpable. The burden on the shoulders of the fourth senior brother was indeed weighty. Naturally, he wished to save his master, but he lamented, my cultivation has been sealed by your fifth senior brother. Bai Youyou appeared momentarily stunned. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Ing Lu scratched his head. In my past turmoil, I recklessly drew numerous talismans without considering the consequences. Releasing them would undoubtedly cause chaos. So your fifth senior brother sealed my cultivation to prevent further disturbances. Bai Youyou blinked in confusion. But both senior sister and WNW said it was because of your emotional turmoil that you stopped drawing talismans? Ing Lu shook his head. That is indeed part of it, but the primary reason is that I lost my cultivation. Your fifth senior brother, being kind-hearted, feared I would embarrass myself. So he concocted a tale of sorrow. Oh, fearing embarrassment. Yet, that reasoning is rather embarrassing as well, Bai Youyou mused, feeling a surge of words within her, but faltering at the sight of Ing Lu's face. Ing Lu, however, remained optimistic. It's fine, Bai Youyou. No need to rush. Back then, I was a genuine genius. To protect our sect, I placed talismans in everyone's fate charts. Should any misfortune arise, I can sense it here. Fortunately, the chart belonging to my master is still intact. He is not in immediate danger. Bai Youyou's anxious heart relaxed slightly. But why have I never heard of this? Ing Lu felt embarrassed again. At that time, I merely sought a way to ensure WNWN's safety. These talismans were essentially experiments, so I dared not speak of it to my master. He would surely scold me if he knew. Bai Youyou looked at Ing Lu with a hint of disdain. It was no wonder that senior sister was often displeased with the fourth senior brother. It seemed she had every right to be. Then let us hurry to find the fifth senior brother. We need everyone to save our master. This was indeed a pressing matter, and Ing Lu nodded in agreement. Indeed, but your fifth senior brother is not so easily accessible. What makes him so difficult to reach? Bai Youyou was puzzled. Whether in the realm of cultivation or the mortal world, I have navigated both. If there were any difficulties, Bai Youyou glanced at Ing Z. He caught her gaze and inquired, is the fifth senior brother in the ghost realm? If so, that would indeed warrant careful consideration. Being discovered would not be a trivial matter. Ing Lu had already learned of Ing Z's identity, but could not fathom why he felt an aversion toward this youth. He shot Ing Z a sidelong glance and slowly shook his head. It is not the ghost realm. Ing Z sighed in relief. As long as it is not the ghost realm. Ing Lu continued, it is the spirit realm. Ing Giz froze. Chapter 110. The spirit realm. Bai Youyou looked around, somewhat bewildered. The spirit realm? Where's that? Ing Lu cast a weary glance at Ing Z and nodded toward him. You should ask him. He will certainly know. Bai Youyou turned her gaze to Ing Z, who was also frowning at Ing Lu. How do you know? Ing Z inquired. Ing Lu chuckled softly Given that your injury is severe enough that only senior sister can restore your spiritual energy, it must be quite serious. If I am not mistaken, you must have traversed the entrance to the spirit realm. F-Ing-Z looked surprised. S-Ing-Lu appeared somewhat listless, even a bit sickly. Yet he had discerned the details so keenly. He was the first to recognize F-Ing-Z's origins. F-Ing-Z did not deny it. You are correct. I came from the spirit realm. Noting Youyou's confusion, F-Ing-Z paused to offer an explanation. Youyou nodded, though only partially comprehending. But why did you go there? F-Ing-Z's gaze dropped, his long eyelashes casting shadows that obscured his expression. The demon realm has long since sealed its gates to other realms, and my unique identity necessitated discretion. If I wished to enter the realm of cultivation, this was my only option. Youyou contemplated this for a moment, then clambered off S-Ing-Lu's leg and tugged at F-Ing-Z's sleeve. F-Ing-Z, puzzled, bent down to inquire, only to be met with Youyou patting his head. He was taken aback. You have endured, little one. May your pain fly away. F-Ing-Z hesitated, his expression flickering. S-Ing-Lu glanced at the two and let out a sound of derision. Enough of this. We must not delay. I shall take my leave from the Emperor. Youyou turned her head, suddenly remembering something. Oh, fourth senior brother. Why were you in the palace? This question had been on her mind for quite some time, and now she finally had the opportunity to ask. She appeared momentarily bewildered. Silly child. Did you think the money your second senior brother uses to buy you treats comes from nowhere? Your senior sister works hard, yet she earns little. It is all from the paintings I sell. So that is how it is. Youyou exclaimed in realization, gazing at S-Ing-Lu with newfound admiration. She licked her lips, reluctant to part with the roasted piglet. S-Ing-Lu chuckled. Youyou, it has been a while. You have grown distant. Do you not feel the slightest pity for your fourth senior brother? Of course not. Youyou waved her hand mysteriously. I do feel sorry for you, but I prefer the roasted piglet more. S-Ing-Lu huffed, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward the half-grown youth. Well, being outdone by a roasted piglet is certainly better than being outdone by some wretched boy. S-N-Y was quite a decent person, though his father was an emperor. He was also a rare, benevolent figure. He did not hinder S-Ing-Lu's departure and even provided him with ample funds. How can one leave with money? Youyou tilted her head, swallowing hard as she stared at the shiny silver coins. Little did she know, the emperor had nearly wept tears of joy. Although S-Ing-Lu appeared somewhat disheveled, he possessed an admirable appearance and talent, which drew the attention of many princesses and noble ladies. Fortunately, S-Ing-Lu was engrossed in his art, seemingly oblivious to matters of love, which relieved everyone and spared them the jealousy that would arise from rivalry. Now that he was leaving, the emperor naturally thought it better to avoid unnecessary troubles. Since his arrival, S-Ing-Lu had diligently painted but had always lacked vitality. This was the first time the emperor had seen life in him. I thank your majesty. Youyou gazed longingly at the gold and silver, then glanced at the emperor. But there are 3 of us and only 1 share of funds. Oh, how troubled I am. Her face scrunched up, and she stole several glances at the emperor. The emperor chuckled, waving his hand. Of course, each person shall have their share. I would never slight you. Youyou beamed, finally satisfied. After their departure, the group retreated to a secluded area. S-Ing-Lu felt somewhat exasperated, but had no choice but to ask F-Ing-Z. Is there any method for flying? In my current state, I cannot manage, and Youyou is unable as well. We must rely on you. Upon mentioning this, F-Ing-Z's demeanor brightened. You do not know. Little Black's true form is a long, flying loach. Little Black can carry us through the skies. Loach. S-Ing-Lu pondered for a moment before realizing, unable to suppress a laugh. Ha ha ha. A loach indeed. What the elusive black dragon in the 3 realms. To us, Youyou is merely a black loach. S-Ing-Lu delighted in this notion, pondering that if F-Ing-Z's impression here was so dismal, it must mean he had misjudged him. Surely, this person had no significant entanglements with his precious junior sister. Yes, I must have misjudged. Upon hearing the words, in Chi, Fengze's countenance visibly darkened for a moment. Subsequently, he sighed helplessly, resigning himself to the situation. It was high time he grew accustomed to this. Let us depart swiftly, said Youyou, holding Fengze's right hand while grasping Seng Luo's with her left, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Fengze hesitated, pondering whether his 5th senior brother truly resided in the ghost realm. A glance at Youyou filled him with concern. After all, he had barely escaped with his skin intact. And Youyou, with her petite arms and legs, seemed ill-prepared for survival in such a perilous place. Sang Luo, discerning his apprehension, inwardly clicked his tongue. He had initially thought this lad to be careless and indifferent to such matters, intending to resolve the issue discreetly for himself and Youyou, allowing Fengze to face the repercussions alone. Now that he voiced his concern, it was no longer possible to feign ignorance. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Youyou furrowed her little brow, worriedly asking, "But fourth senior brother, how can we traverse such a dangerous place?" Reluctantly, Sang Luo's eyes, overshadowed by his tear mole, gazed at Fengze with a lackluster expression. He slowly produced a small, pitch-black wooden talisman. It exuded an ominous aura. Yet Sang Luo showed no sign of hesitation as he begrudgingly handed it to Fengze. "Here, take this. It will protect you from the 100 ghosts." Fengze was taken aback. Chapter 111. The fourth and fifth senior brothers are siblings. Although Fengze had not encountered much of the world, his parents had once commanded great authority across the three realms. What had he not seen? He vividly recalled his mother expressing her deep concern before his departure, warning him that nothing could prevent the dangers of the ghost realm and urging him to exercise extreme caution lest he lose his life there. Yet, what did Sang Luo propose? This mere wooden talisman? To ward off myriad spirits? A peculiar expression crossed Fengze's face, caught between belief and skepticism. "No, that won't he do. Youyou, we will carry it ourselves." Youyou gazed at Fengze with wide eyes, cautiously securing her own wooden talisman. Fengze swallowed hard. "I did not say I did not want it." Sang Luo scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "If you don't want it, then do not force it." I sang, "Never compel anyone." Even Youyou, despite her usual naivety, could discern that fourth senior brother was not fond of the small talisman, especially since she was inherently clever. Casting a glance at Sang Luo, she hesitated. "Fourth senior brother, why don't you give it to the little talisman?" Sang Luo stiffened, hastily covering his tracks. "It's not that I want to give it. It's that he doesn't want it." But Youyou expressed her confusion. The little talisman never said he didn't want it. Her sincerity was evident, and Fengze silently nodded in agreement. It seemed Sang Luo was confronted with a sound he had never anticipated. Youyou was now defending an outsider. She had never behaved this way before. As the foremost practitioner of talismans, Sang Luo was not merely relying on superficial charm. He possessed genuine skills. Besides diligence, he was exceptionally attuned to the fate lines of others. From the moment the black dragon, Fengze, appeared, Sang Luo recognized that this boy's fate was intertwined with that of the little apprentice sister. This could not stand. Youyou was still a child. Sang Luo's irritation towards Fengze grew. Nevertheless, Youyou's assertion had unveiled his actions, prompting Sang Luo to divert the conversation and, feigning generosity, he extended the talisman once more. "Here, if you wish for it, take it." "Thank you," Youyou replied, her gratitude genuine. Sang Luo had intended to find fault again, but was momentarily at a loss for words. Youyou looked down at the small talisman, dismissing any notions of malevolence. "Fourth senior brother, what is this?" she inquired, having never seen such an object. Sang Luo shifted his gaze to Youyou, his demeanor softening. "It is no wonder you are unaware. When Master found you, your fifth senior brother had already ventured into the ghost realm. This is a protective talisman he crafted. It is useless in the mortal realm, yet in the ghost realm, it signifies his identity. In bearing this, all spirits will give way." Youyou's mouth fell open in astonishment. "So powerful? It appears that my fifth senior brother possesses some remarkable abilities." However, Fengze found this explanation troubling. If that were the case, did it not imply that he was akin to the sovereign of the spirits? Yet the denizens of the ghost realm were mere puppets devoid of thought. How could they be commanded? Sang Luo's expression reverted to its usual aloofness. After sufficient encounters, they will learn to behave. At this, Youyou's imagination began to conjure images. Fifth senior brother is so formidable, resolving matters with sheer strength. How exciting. Sang Luo's demeanor transformed like a magician's trick, revealing a smile once more. Your fifth senior brother, you see, was frail from birth. Many believed he would not survive beyond a year. But guess what? Youyou exclaimed. Fifth senior brother successfully lived on. Sans lui smirked enigmatically. In truth, he did perish in infancy. Youyou's smile faltered, a question mark slowly materializing above her head. Fifth senior brother, do you not hear the absurdity of your own words? Yet this tale was far from over. If fifth senior brother had truly died in infancy, there would not have been subsequent events. While it could be said he had ceased to breathe, he managed to engage in ordinary activities like breathing, walking, and speaking. His parents, unable to abandon him, chose to raise him despite the strangeness of the circumstance. The ensuing events unfolded as you might expect. We encountered Master, who guided us in our cultivation, leading me to become a talisman practitioner, while he, under Master's tutelage, ventured into the path of malevolent spirits. Perhaps due to their shared origins, those wicked spirits held him in great fear. How extraordinary is my fifth senior brother? You grew up alongside him? Youyou queried. Sang Luo's expression shifted faster than turning a page, lazily affirming, he is my biological brother. Biological brother? Youyou's eyes widened in surprise. This revelation had not been previously disclosed. Sang Luo, unable to contain himself, playfully pinched Youyou's cheek. Practicing the path of malevolent spirits is considered an unorthodox practice within the realm of cultivation. I suspect Master refrained from sharing too much about him for that very reason. Youyou pondered for a moment, seemingly finding truth in his reasoning. She could not help but voice her grievance. Who established so many rules in the cultivation world? It is utterly vexing. The notions of righteous and unorthodox paths, there weren't so many distinctions before. The ability to win is what makes a path good. Sang Luo chuckled at Youyou's candid remarks. Yet, after laughing, he found himself gazing into the distance, his expression contemplative. Indeed, those who create such rules are undoubtedly antiquated. As their conversation unfolded, dusk began to settle. Sang Luo glanced at the sky, reluctant yet resigned to the reality before him. Even if this lad has not attained adulthood as a member of the Dragon Clan, he is quite substantial. What is so commendable about that? Sang Luo scrutinized Feng Zhe, his expression impassive. A large black dragon, one that cannot be seen during the day, must only appear at night. Had it been anyone else, they would have long departed without a trace. Moreover, the bias against the Dragon Clan in the realm of cultivation had yet to dissipate. What merits could the Dragon Clan possess, regardless of their virtues or lack thereof? After Sang Luo concluded his musings, Feng Zhe showed no signs of hesitation. As a gentle breeze swept across, the grand black dragon emerged into view. Sang Luo quietly urged Youyou, look at this black dragon, this black mudfish. I have met his parents. They are imposing and majestic, yet he appears rather underdeveloped. Who knows if he will amount to anything in the future? As Youyou prepared to climb onto Feng Zhe's back, she was pulled back by Sang Luo, her face a mask of confusion. Hearing his lengthy commentary, she still found herself somewhat baffled. Ah, fourth senior brother, why are you behaving so oddly today? Feng Zhe had merely grown in size. His hearing remained intact. However, due to Sang Luo's status, even as veins throbbed at his temples, he could only obediently remain silent. Observing Youyou's suspicion, Sang Luo quickly cleared his throat. All right, let us proceed to the ghost realm. By the way, lad, do you know where the entrance to the ghost realm lies? Feng Zhe took a deep breath and finally spoke calmly, at foot of mountain. That was the place he had emerged from the ghost realm, also known as Xuantian Sect. Chapter 112. Let Youyou protect fourth senior brother on this night. The earthly realm was adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars, creating an atmosphere that, while not noisy, was imbued with warmth. High above, an enormous black shadow swooped past, unnoticed by all. It was peculiar that despite the warmth of the day, a sudden chill enveloped the night, particularly in the heights. Sang Luo felt this keenly. His hair danced wildly in the wind, and he was drenched by layers of moisture, causing his wet clothes to chill him to the bone. He opened his mouth to speak, but a gust of wind rushed in, forcing the words down his throat. Sang Luo was infuriated, ready to slay a dragon. It was utterly unreasonable. Yet, before he could express his anger, Youyou, seated in front, cheerfully turned to him, exclaiming, Senior brother, we'll be home soon. Sang Luo nodded in response, but then felt something was amiss, scrutinizing Youyou closely. To his astonishment, she bore no trace of moisture, not even a strand of hair disturbed by the wind. He had thought the foolish dragon had neglected to activate its protective barrier. Instead, it seemed to have only shielded the little junior sister. Furious, Sang Luo opened his mouth again, only to be filled with wind once more. His dragon mount, Feng Zhe, remained oblivious to his inner turmoil, focused solely on the journey ahead. Upon landing on Futu Mountain, Sang Luo stumbled, almost losing his balance, and was steadied by Youyou. Concerned, she asked, "Fourth senior brother, are you all right?" It seemed that without his cultivation, he had become quite fragile. However, he recalled that the eldest sister had once lacked cultivation too and had not been this way. This thought flickered through Youyou's mind, but before she could ponder further, it vanished. Sang Luo managed a smile. Mifine. It would be petty to quibble with a young boy. Although he chose not to dwell on it, he noted it in his mind. He examined Feng Zhe's fate chart carefully, a cold smile creeping onto his face. No matter. They would have ample time to coexist in the future. Feng Zhe, oblivious to the sibling interaction behind him, pointed toward the nearby hill. That is the path I took when I arrived. He knew it had transformed into a desolate ruin, devoid of their master, senior brothers and sisters. Perhaps even any remnants of their past presence. Yet, he felt a compelling urge to see it. Sang Luo, momentarily despondent, lost interest in provoking Feng Zhe. Youyou, observing Feng Zhe's expression, instinctively reached out her small hand to grasp Sang Luo's, feeling the warmth in his hand. Sang Luo looked down to see Youyou offering him a small smile. "Senior brother, it's okay. Youyou is here?" Sang Luo was momentarily taken aback, then smiled in relief. Indeed, Youyou was there, and, as long as she was with him, their sect still existed. With this realization, he cast aside his melancholic thoughts and reoriented himself. "All right, let us proceed." He scanned their surroundings. "Where's the door?" Feng Zhe glanced at him silently, then drew forth his black longsword. Sang Luo tensed, initially thinking the boy had finally dropped the pretense and intended to strike at his unarmed senior brother. But in the next moment, he understood his misinterpretation. Feng Zhe turned away, slicing the air with his sword, and in an instant, the previously empty space seemed to part, revealing a rift. Feng Zhe had directly torn open an entrance to the ghost realm. Sang Luo raised an eyebrow, surprised. The entrance to the ghost realm was notoriously elusive. Although he had suspected Feng Zhe was unconventional, this reckless act surpassed his expectations. Wait, could it be that there was no door at all, and he merely cleaved open a fissure? Sang Luo found himself momentarily dazed. Youyou, however, did not ponder such matters. Upon seeing the rift, her eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Wow," she exclaimed, tilting her head and stepping closer. "Little Black is amazing." Upon realizing what it was, Youyou's excitement grew, and she turned to Feng Zhe, applauding him. "Little Black has split the air." Feng Zhe, who had previously displayed little emotion, felt a hint of embarrassment at her praise, clearing his throat and averting his gaze. "This is the entrance." Youyou leaned forward to peer inside, her nose crinkling with curiosity. Although the fissure had opened, the interior remained obscured, revealing only vague colors, red and black, that did not resemble a paradise. However, Youyou scratched her head, feeling no fear. "This color somewhat resembles the lava I used to bathe in." Unfortunately, she hadn't seen any since arriving here. A wave of nostalgia washed over her as she gazed at the fissure, unable to resist swallowing hard. Feng Zhe noticed Youyou staring at the crack for a while and intended to offer some reassurance. But upon seeing her expression, he hesitated and shifted his gaze away. Although he was unsure of Youyou's thoughts, her demeanor suggested she was not frightened. Sang Luo stood behind her, unable to see her expression. Yet he revealed no unusual reaction, placing a hand on her small head and solemnly saying, "Let us depart." As the eldest among them, Sang Luo felt it was his duty to lead by example. After a brief pause, he intended to step forward, but to his surprise, the small head beneath his hand bobbed vigorously. Let us go." Without waiting for the others, Youyou dashed towards a fissure, ready to step inside. Sang Luo's heart raced, and he quickly grabbed her. Startled by the sudden pull, Youyou was spun around by Sang Luo's grip, her vision swirling, and she struggled to articulate her words. "What are you doing, fourth senior brother?" Sang Luo, both amused and exasperated, steadied her. "Although we possess the 100 ghost token, the dangers within are severe. You should hold onto your senior brother tightly." Youyou shook her head, then nodded, regaining a measure of clarity. "All right. Fourth senior brother currently lacks spiritual power and requires protection." She had been so careless to forget such an important fact. With a renewed sense of determination, Youyou grasped Sang Luo's hand, her eyes shining with resolve. "Youyou will protect fourth senior brother. After Yuyu took hold of his hand, Sang Luo casually glanced at Feng Zhe, emitting a short, derisive huff through his nose. See? The little junior sister relies on her fourth senior brother the most. Feng Zhe happened to be looking at him as well, but upon meeting his gaze, he appeared utterly bewildered, completely unaware of what had transpired. Was being protected by Yuyu truly such a proud matter? The three of them, each harboring their own thoughts, finally stepped into the entrance of the ghost realm. The Great Fissure, Chapter 113. So many wandering souls the moment they entered, Yuyu felt a chill sweep from her feet to the back of her head. She couldn't help but shiver. Noticing this, Sang Luo immediately picked her up. Cold, Yuyu obediently nestled against Sang Luo's chest, nodding slightly. It's so strange. It looks similar to lava, yet it feels cold here. Feng Zhe glanced at them, cautioning, be careful. The ghost realm is not just difficult to enter. The real trials lie ahead. True to his words, as soon as he finished speaking, something tugged at Sang Luo's pant leg. Taken aback, Sang Luo was puzzled. At this height, the only one who would typically pull on him was Yuyu, but she was in his arms now. So what was it that gripped his leg? Sang Luo lowered his gaze and found himself face to face with a soul glowing green. He quickly covered Yuyu's eyes and kicked out fiercely. The wandering soul, likely not formidable, was sent rolling away, disappearing into the shadows. Sang Luo let out a sigh of relief. Years have passed since I last visited this place, and it seems far less terrifying than before. However, as this thought crossed my mind, Feng Zhe's expression suddenly grew serious. Be cautious. Sang Luo furrowed his brow and followed Feng Zhe's gaze. In the darkness, several green lights flickered to life. Initially, there was one, then 3, followed by 10, and eventually, hundreds, thousands. A chilling sensation crept up Sang Luo's toes, leaving him feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. The area was densely populated with wandering souls. Feng Zhe tightened his grip on his sword, his voice strained. Did you not claim to be able to resist countless ghosts? Sang Luo's demeanor was far from relaxed. He held on to Yuyu tightly, his eyes fixed on the souls without blinking. Who knows? Maybe my brother has perished. Otherwise, how would these souls dare to show themselves? Feng Zhe choked momentarily, casting him a perplexed glance. Despite the urgency of the situation, Sang Luo's remark about his brother's demise was rather peculiar. Feng Zhe did not dwell on his thoughts, unable to divert his gaze from the approaching souls. Suddenly, he shouted, "Run!" Sang Luo bellowed and turned to flee, prompting Feng Zhe to quickly follow suit. The souls, caught off guard, fell silent for 2 seconds before they finally reacted, howling as they surged toward them. At that moment, they revealed their formation. Yuyu, perched on Sang Luo's shoulder, faced the swarm of souls directly and instinctively gagged. How grotesque! Eyes dangling, intestines exposed. The sight was countless. Yuyu's innocence had been tainted. She glanced twice, her mouth slightly pursed. Before she could utter a word, Feng Zhe seemed to read her thoughts and swiftly interrupted her. It's futile. The ghost realm transcends the 3 realms. Magic has no effect on them. Thus, Yuyu's flames would likely be of little use. Hearing this, Yuyu could only let out a disappointed sigh. If her flames were effective, she would have incinerated them all. She realized that Sang Luo was already struggling to carry her, so she dared not move, fearing that any movement might cause him to stumble. Yet, despite her caution, Sang Luo, in his current state, was as vulnerable as any mortal, making it challenging to flee while carrying a child. As Sang Luo momentarily lost focus, he stumbled, propelling himself forward. Oh no! Alarmed, he swiftly changed direction, allowing Yuyu to land safely on him. He breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that she had not fallen. However, despite avoiding that mishap, a more daunting problem emerged. The souls, having tripped over his feet, surged forward, aiming to bite him. This is bad. Without time to ponder, Sang Luo swiftly threw Yuyu high into the air. Though they shared no words, an inexplicable understanding formed between him and Feng Zhe. As Yuyu soared, Feng Zhe deftly caught her in his arms. Yuyu, caught in this toss and catch, barely had time to register what occurred before she found herself cradled by another. Fourth senior brother, she exclaimed in surprise. The souls appeared almost sentient, realizing that Feng Zhe was a difficult target, and they all charged towards the fallen Sang Luo instead. Amidst Yuyu's cries, Sang Luo was engulfed by a sea of souls. Obscured from view. This cannot be. Yuyu grew anxious, entirely forgetting Feng Zhe's earlier warning, puffing her cheeks as she prepared to unleash her flames. Feng Shi, quick-witted, covered her mouth. Wait. Youyou struggled against his hand, flames caught in her throat, nearly choking herself. Yet in that fleeting moment, the situation shifted dramatically. The souls surrounding Sang Luo retreated like a receding tide. The withdrawing souls did not flee, but remained, glaring ominously at the mound of spirits. As the number of souls atop Sang Luo diminished, he revealed his true form. Though somewhat disheveled, he remained unharmed, not resembling a victim of the soul's gnawing. Youyou exhaled in relief, taking a moment to observe. In Sang Luo's hand was the small wooden plaque. Indeed, it was the life-saving talisman. Sang Luo, with a grave expression, stood slowly, raising the plaque. Even in the darkness, the plaque's ominous aura was hard to ignore. He held it aloft, vigilantly watching the souls to prevent any sudden moves. As they gradually retreated, Sang Luo wiped the cold sweat from his brow. That insufferable brat is truly unreliable. Yet thankfully, his life was not in jeopardy. The souls remained watchful and menacing, but showed no inclination to attack. Youyou glanced at them, then patted Feng Zhe. Feng Zhe stepped forward, and indeed, the souls turned their heads accordingly. When he took a step back, their heads followed suit. Youyou immediately understood. These souls seemed to fear the wooden plaque, hesitant to advance. Yet, they showed no intention of leaving. As Sang Luo took another 2 steps forward, the souls followed, maintaining their distance. Sang Luo's forehead twitched. Feng Zhe wore a bemused expression. Is this what you call being able to resist countless ghosts? You spoke so highly of it. I thought Sang Luo gritted his teeth, his previously tear-streaked face now brimming with spirit. This is my first time using it. That brat said it would work. I was naive enough to believe him. Taking a deep breath, Sang Luo pointed ahead. Let us continue onward. When I find him, I shall show him what it truly means to instill fear in countless ghosts. Chapter 114. Fifth senior brother is just like fourth senior brother. You couldn't help but glance at Sang Luo repeatedly. She knew little else, but fourth senior brother's current expression was far more terrifying than any malevolent spirit. Although the souls could not harm them, they remained relentless, fixating on them and shadowing their every movement, causing Youyou to shiver involuntarily. Aware that she wouldn't be harmed, the unsettling reality still left her feeling uneasy. Youyou quietly averted her gaze, burying her face in Sang Luo's embrace. Never mind, out of sight, out of mind. Closing her eyes, she lost track of time, nearly dozing off when Sang Luo awakened her, still in a daze. Youyou yawned and rubbed her eyes. Have we arrived? Sang Luo's face bore an unusual greenish hue, perhaps reflecting the presence of the souls. He snorted coldly, raising his chin to indicate the structure before them. Only your fifth senior brother could create such ostentatious displays in this desolate realm. Following Sang Luo's gaze, Youyou couldn't help but gasp. Their journey through the ghost realm had been fraught with peril, yet had been largely barren, devoid of any buildings. Thus, the palace before them appeared utterly out of place. Indeed, a grand palace stood before Youyou. Though shrouded in darkness, upon closer inspection, it was lavishly adorned, surpassing many affluent households in the city. The entrance towered over 3 meters, flanked by 2 red lanterns that rendered the palace even more eerie. Youyou inhaled sharply. Fourth senior brother, are you certain fifth senior brother is here? Who could possibly reside in such a place? Sang Luo did not respond, merely snorting in acknowledgement, letting his actions speak for him. He raised his arm as if to strike out, but then hesitated in realization. He currently possessed no spiritual power. You do it. Feng Zhe was taken aback to discover that he was involved in this matter, his face reflecting a deep confusion. He sighed, as if conceding to the inevitable. It was already apparent to him that his junior brother, Youyou, seemed to harbor a certain animosity towards him. Perhaps it would be best to acquiesce to his wishes. It might even alter his perception slightly. With that thought in mind, Feng Zhe expressionlessly raised his palm, and a chilling gust of wind surged forth, reverberating against the palace doors. Bang, bang, bang. 3 thunderous knocks echoed through the stillness of the palace, which appeared devoid of life. Youyou could not help but feel a twinge of doubt. Could it be that the fourth senior brother had misjudged the situation? Sang Luo's brow furrowed tightly, his glare directed at Feng Zhe, who seemed to lack any significant strength. Had he not eaten? Why not simply force the door open? Feng Zhe was momentarily taken aback. Was that what was required? Yet, would such an action not provoke the fifth senior brother's ire as well? With only 5 senior brothers and sisters in total, 2 of them already looked unfavorably upon him. It was hardly a favorable situation. However, with Sang Luo's furious gaze fixed on him and Youyou's head tilted in curiosity, Fengze could only sigh in resignation. Once again, a tempest arose, this time with enough force to shatter the doors wide open. With a resounding crash, the enigmatic palace welcomed them into its embrace. Youyou hesitated, contemplating whether to proceed with caution, while Sang Luo strode in without a second thought. Youyou refrained from speaking, wisely recognizing that this was not the opportune moment for discouragement. The 4th senior brother appeared quite irate. Upon entering, Youyou was startled to discover a multitude of souls inhabiting the palace. They were not living beings, but rather wandering spirits, yet they displayed a remarkable sense of order. Their limbs and heads intact, unlike those outside. The spirits that had followed them seemed to sense the ominous atmosphere and dispersed after a brief moment of hesitation. Xuantian, still seething with rage, wore a smile that appeared somewhat distorted. Youyou, keep your distance. Do not let yourself be harmed. Youyou nodded, somewhat bewildered. Harmed? Who could harm Youyou? These spirits posed no threat. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Youyou learned the answer to her question. Sang Luo inhaled deeply, channeling his energy, and approached the door, delivering a powerful kick. The door collapsed with a crash, sending dust flying. Youyou understood the implication and discreetly took 2 steps back. Sang Luo repeated the process, kicking open 3 or 4 more doors with an air of nonchalance, as though such behavior were commonplace. Fengze stood beside Youyou, unable to restrain his curiosity. Your 4th senior brother is quite different from our initial encounter. Youyou hesitated. He usually does not behave like this, but today is peculiar. Another loud crash resounded as yet another door was kicked open, causing Fengze to close his eyes momentarily. Perhaps this was simply the unique greeting ritual between the 2 brothers. He had heard that some siblings only revealed their true selves in each other's presence. Yet Sang Luo's demeanor was exceptionally striking. Youyou wholeheartedly agreed with this observation. Whether Sang Luo and the 5th senior brother shared an unspoken understanding or not, they had opened dozens of empty rooms, leaving only one left. Standing at the threshold, Sang Luo's expression darkened, his fury more palpable than before. Youyou attempted to console him. 4th senior brother, perhaps the 5th senior brother is not here? Cautiously suggesting this, she was ignored as Sang Luo delivered another earth-shattering kick. The door crashed open, revealing an ancient and elegant interior adorned with red drapes, at the center of which sat a low couch with several open jars of fine wine atop a small table. Curled upon the couch was an indistinct figure, seemingly neither alive nor dead. Sang Luo, with a furrowed brow, stormed in and yanked the individual upright. Sang Jin, what mischief have you been up to? Despite being yanked awake, the figure remained lethargic, offering little reaction. Just as Youyou began to question the individual's state, he finally stirred, lifting his head to scrutinize Sang Luo before slurring drunkenly, "Ah, my dear brother." In that moment, Youyou was struck with astonishment. Though the room was dimly lit, she could clearly see that this person bore an uncanny resemblance to the 4th senior brother, even sharing the same small mole beneath his eye. Chapter 115. 4th senior brother, 5th senior brother, please cease your quarrel. You could not help but rub her eyes in disbelief. Had she consumed too much wine? 2 4th senior brothers? Fengze was momentarily stunned before enlightenment dawned upon him. So it was a matter of fraternal twins. He had heard of identical twins before, yet this was his first encounter. Meanwhile, Sang Luo continued to shake Sang Jin, ultimately left panting, while Sang Jin remained utterly bewildered. Sang Luo's frustration was palpable. This irresponsible brother, gripping Sang Jin's collar, their identical faces drew close as he threatened. Now, immediately expel the alcohol from your system, or I shall show no mercy as your younger brother. Expel it. Sang Jin gasped, breaking free from Sang Luo's grip and wrapping his arms around himself defensively. I worked hard to drink it. You want me to expel it? That's unreasonable. Sang Luo was in no mood for jest. With a serious expression, he warned, if you do not comply, I will shatter every jar of your precious wine. Sang Jin adored wine, yet in this dark underworld, where could one find fine spirits? Each jar was a treasure he had painstakingly transported from the human realm. Upon hearing Sang Luo's ultimatum, Sang Jin's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. and with a flick of his fingers, a stream of water emerged, cleansing the intoxication from his system. After a moment, his expression transformed, and when he looked up again, clarity had returned to his eyes. He raised an eyebrow, and though the faces remained identical, his demeanor contrasted sharply with Sang Luo's. A playful grin graced his lips, exuding a carefree charm. "So, what brings my dear brother here?" Sang Luo scoffed and gestured towards the door. "Not only your brother, but your precious little junior sister is here as well." Sang Jin paused in surprise. Having just regained his clarity, he had not noticed her presence. Turning his head, he indeed found a figure standing at the entrance, though backlit, making it difficult to discern. Xuantian Sect, Astonished. "Little junior sister, you have grown so tall in just a few days." Sang Luo, sensing the opportunity, slapped the back of Sang Jin's head. "Open your eyes and see clearly. Which one is the little junior sister?" Startled by the slap, Sang Jin exclaimed, and upon closer inspection, he finally realized. Little junior sister is so tiny, I nearly overlooked you." Youyou stood frozen at the threshold, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the urge to cry. It was understandable. The fifth senior brother had not seen her before, so it was natural he did not recognize her. Yet, how could he call her so small? The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, her lips pouting as she stared silently at Sang Jin. Sang Luo, unable to tolerate her distress, immediately seized Sang Jin's head. Apologized to the little junior sister. It was curious that among the two, it was Sang Jin who lacked any cultivation, yet in this moment, he offered no resistance to Sang Luo's grip. As he inhaled deeply, he managed to apologize. "Little junior sister, I am sorry. Your brother truly cares for you. I send you gifts every year. Do you not remember?" This statement successfully quelled Youyou's tears. A look of utter bewilderment crossed her face. Gifts every year? She had no recollection of receiving any gifts from the fifth senior brother. S' bewildered expression was keenly observed by Xinjin, who let out a hiss and continued. "It is inconvenient for me to leave the ghost realm, but each year I will have your fourth senior brother bring you here." Somewhat perplexed, remarked, "Fourth senior brother always brings me gifts, but where is the tangible benefit?" Would never lie. Just as Xinjin was about to respond, he paused. Realization dawning upon him. He slowly turned his head, and unbeknownst to him, Essing Lu had already released him, discreetly averting his gaze. Xinjin squinted. "Brother, so you have taken the things I gifted you and used them for yourself, have you?" Essing Lu remained silent. Xinjin could not suppress a cold laugh. "Well, you truly are my dear brother. Today we shall part ways." At this point, Essing Lu grew angry as well, turning to meet his gaze defiantly. "What about you? What good are you? That broken wooden token you gave me. What use is it? What use? Could you have arrived here safely without it? I may appear unharmed, but my spirit has endured great trauma." The two began to argue, their identical faces filled with fury. And Xing exchanged a knowing glance and quietly withdrew. Let the brothers resolve their matters privately, although in truth, there was no door to close. After an indeterminate time, the commotion within finally subsided. Xinjin and Essing Lu emerged, gazing down at the diminutive, who blinked back at them. From a distance, they appeared identical, but now that they were closer, it was clear she could recognize them at a glance. Xing, having been deprived of sunlight for so long, appeared exceptionally pale, almost resembling a specter with deeper set eyes. Xinjin also regarded, then extended his hand. "Shall we embrace, junior sister?" This was their first meeting. He had always known that one day they would meet, and in anticipation of this day, he had sent gifts, hoping that when the moment arrived, his precious junior sister would not regard him as a stranger. However, this anticipation was abruptly shattered by an unashamed revelation. Xinjin thought, casting a fierce glare at Essing Lu, obediently extended her hand toward Xinjin, fifth senior brother. Xinjin's heart softened, and he quickly bent down. At the moment fell into his embrace, he felt as if this soft, warm little being had not only entered his arms, but also his heart. S' reaction, however, was entirely different. The instant Xinjin held her, she felt as though she had been enveloped by a refrigerator, unable to suppress a shiver. Fifth senior brother is so cold. Observing this, Xinjin, though reluctant, understood he should not linger, and quickly handed her over to Essing Lu. "Perhaps you should hold her." Just as Essing Lu reached out to take her, shivered and refused. No, it's fine. Fifth senior brother is too cold. Will warm you up. Was indeed a little fire dragon. Although Xinjian could not provide warmth, it did warm his heart momentarily. He complied, holding for a while, and she cautiously looked up. Fifth senior brother, are you warmer now? If not, can breathe fire. Xinjian smiled, fabricating a lie. I am quite warm now. Satisfied, consented when he handed her to Xinglu. Setting aside further discussion, Xinjian composed himself. I am aware of everything. The sealing of this fellow's spiritual power was a reluctant measure. Since master requires it, I shall return it. Chapter 116. Little Hay is truly clever. Fifth senior brother is indeed family. Could not help but pat Xinjian on the shoulder, giving him a thumbs up. Ah, true brothers. Look at fifth senior brother's magnanimity. Xinglu glanced at, unable to suppress his laughter. What strange things has the little junior sister learned during her months wandering between the mortal realm and the realm of cultivation? Yet, Xingjian appeared unfazed, displaying a charming smile too. He produced a glass vial from his pocket, which shimmered with colors, seemingly containing a glowing orb. Unable to contain her curiosity, leaned closer. What is this? Xingjian raised an eyebrow with a smile. Do you not know what this is? Furrowed her brow. This fifth senior brother was indeed delightful in many ways, yet his speech often meandered, both good and bad. Xingjian initially teased her, but upon seeing her disappointment, he immediately altered his demeanor. This is Xinglu's spiritual power. Spiritual power contained in a small vial, as curiosity piqued, and she couldn't help but reach out to touch it. The orb within the vial seemed to sense her presence, and though contained, it tentatively swam toward her, brushing against the vial surface. Gasped in delight. It's fourth senior brother. This feeling is unmistakable. Xinglu, holding, could no longer contain a sigh. It is indeed fourth senior brother's spiritual power, but your fourth senior brother is right here. Oh, Xingjian yawned, appearing somewhat lethargic. Initially, it had merely been a temporary safeguard, and naturally, there would be no rigorous sealing. Here, take it back. I shall return to my slumber. He carelessly tossed the vial containing the spiritual power, and Xinglu scrambled to catch it, his frustration evident. Sleep? You still have the leisure to sleep? Upon hearing this, Xingjian slightly turned, revealing only a glimpse of his profile. He seemed a bit tense. What else can I do? Here in the ghost realm, I can barely survive. Outside, I am a mere husk. He was originally a child destined for early demise, and despite his countless hopes, he could not step beyond this realm. It is said that ghosts fear sunlight, and there is truth to that. Xinglu, however, dismissed his lamentations. Do you not worry about master? Xingjian clicked his tongue at this remark. How could he not worry? But what could be done? He had been unable to participate in the great battle of Ur, and he lacked the qualifications to intervene in the current rescue. He remained silent, and Xinglu too fell into silence, looked this way and that, not understanding why her two senior brothers had suddenly turned somber. She glanced at Fengzi, only to find him frowning, lost in thought. Xinglu spoke, his voice cold and firm. Xingjian, you truly have a heart of stone, devoid of warmth. Inhaled sharply. Such words were overly harsh. Xingjian stiffened, letting out a short, humorless laugh. Is this your first day knowing me? With that, he turned to re-enter the room. Wait. The interruption came unexpectedly from Fengzi. He regarded Xingjian, appearing somewhat hesitant. Fifth senior brother, I know you are merely speaking out of anger, and I believe you do care about the Xuantian and Immortal. Otherwise, you would not have so readily restored fourth senior brother's spiritual power. Xinglu shot him a glance. Fengzi's gaze remained fixed on Xingjian. It was evident that the relationship between Xingjian and Xinglu was akin to that of playful adversaries, their banter a common occurrence. However, the matter of restoring spiritual power was one Xingjian had agreed to without any additional conditions, which proved that he did hold this matter close to his heart. Thus, it was not that he was unconcerned, but rather powerless. Fengzi hesitated. In such times, let us refrain from uttering insincere words. I possess a method that could allow fifth senior brother to move freely. Would you both be willing to give it a try? The moment the words left his lips, the attention of the three siblings converged upon him. Fengzi felt a shiver run down his spine, nearly retreating. It must be said that in this dark environment, The eyes of these three siblings shone with a distinctive brightness. Effing Z cleared his throat. I presume fifth senior brother is aware that I am a wind dragon, so raise his hand to halt him. Feng Long, you are the dragon clan? Yes, indeed. Did fourth senior brother not inform you? He thought that since they had been in the room for quite some time, must have already been aware of the situation. Unable to restrain his anger, shot another glare at, who once again averted his gaze. Naturally, would not disclose the little thoughts he harbored. Watching the young, his irritation only intensified, and he refrained from divulging any further details about himself. Although could not fathom his reasoning, he understood his brother well enough to discern that it was intentional and could not help but roll his eyes at him. Nonetheless, since the Dragon Clan had made it this far, there must be some misunderstanding at play. Taking a deep breath, gestured for to continue. Continued, as you know, our Feng Long clan possesses exquisite sensitivity and control over the wind. When I arrived, I sensed that the wind here is somewhat different from that outside. I presume this is why you cannot leave. Lowered his eyes in tacit acknowledgement. Indeed, in addition to the sunlight, the air outside was extremely uncomfortable for him. With this affirmation, S' confidence grew. He cleared his throat. I have a thought. Perhaps I could manipulate the air here to encircle you. And then fourth senior brother could cast some charms to create a small world around you, isolating you from sunlight. Would that enable you to go outside? Merely had a rough idea and was uncertain of its feasibility. Thus he cautiously inquired while tentatively observing. Upon hearing this, S' eyes gradually brightened. He glanced at, who was deep in thought. After a considerable pause, finally lifted his head and reluctantly cast a glance at. Is indeed feasible. You, young man, are not wearing that thing around your neck for nothing. Smiled faintly, relieved that it was indeed a viable solution. Now that he had proposed such a useful method, surely fourth senior brother's impression of him would improve, right? Just as this thought crossed his mind, naturally turned to and stated, of course, for this to succeed, my exceptional talisman drawing skills are essential. Stop dawdling and protect me so I can restore my spiritual energy more quickly. Shot him an exasperated glance, but, acknowledging his subordinate position, complied obediently. Chapter 117. Continuing the spacesuit in the tranquil realm of the ghost world, it seemed as if all light had been devoured. The sounds of the living had long since faded. Until today, a cacophony of noise, louder than any ghost, erupted from deep within the ghostly courtyard. Stop! Stop! The wind is too strong. I can hardly breathe. I can't feel any wind at all. Are you slacking off? Don't think I don't know you are retaliating. Could not help but rub her ears. Although she had only seen fifth senior brother a few hours ago, she already found herself reminiscing about their first meeting. At that time, fifth senior brother had been quite charming, exhibiting a certain restraint, unlike now. S' gaze drifted and, unsurprisingly, had reached his limit. The veins on his forehead throbbing incessantly. He hurled his talismans at. You have so many tasks. Draw them yourself. Could not help but cast an admiring glance at him. Although he too wished to hurl the wind at fourth senior brother's face, he did not dare. Noticing the tension between the two, felt a twinge of awkwardness. Why are you angry? This is a matter concerning my life and safety. Should I not be cautious to avoid errors? While his words had merit, found his attitude intolerable and rolled his eyes repeatedly. As had mentioned, S' magical powers were indeed recovering smoothly. Aware of the significance of the matter, suppressed his temper and diligently drew one talisman after another. Yet each time something was amiss. Even a clay figure possesses some semblance of spirit, let alone someone of his lineage who is not known for his patience. Though remained silent, he discreetly rotated his wrist. Manipulating the wind with his hands had proven to be quite exhausting after several attempts. Noticing this, scampered over to the group. She had a clear understanding of her role. Since there was nothing she could assist with at the moment, she would avoid causing chaos. In fact, if she could soothe her seniors, that would be even better, and now was moment to shine. She first approached, looking up at him expectantly. Fourth senior brother, please don't be angry. Fifth senior brother is also anxious to rescue our master, and he has not seen the sunlight for many years, which is why he is so eager. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, the fiery anger within began to dissipate. How could he not understand? Fine. He realized he was even outdone by. Smiled. Was indeed correct. The senior brothers should not be angry. The fact that could not see the sunlight was a knot in his heart, and now that there was a solution, he needed to exercise patience. Observing that it calmed down, nodded satisfyingly and trotted over too. Smiled, seemingly predicting next words. Little one, are you here to tell me not to worry? He anticipated its response, but was taken aback when she shook her head and said, "That's not it. Fifth senior brother's anxiety is understandable. Comprehends," S smile faltered. Continued, moreover, understands that fifth senior brother is not just anxious for himself, but also for master, and feels trouble for fourth senior brother and Xiaohei, but is just too shy to voice it, right? Could not help but touch his nose. This little girl, though young, was perceptive. He indeed felt a bit embarrassed, but he would never let it show, especially not in front of the figure standing nearby, who bore his likeness and was eavesdropping on their conversation. Clicked his tongue. If this fellow learned of his embarrassment, it would be utterly humiliating. Seeing his expression, realized she had struck a chord and could not help but tiptoe and gently stroke his hand. There was no way to pat him on the head, as simply could not reach fifth senior brother's head. Said, "Fifth senior brother is a good child, knows. Whenever she did something commendable, master praised her in such a manner. Therefore, praising fifth senior brother was certainly not misplaced." As expected, S expression softened, was very pleased with her achievements. Only one task remained. However, it seemed Xiaohei did not require her comfort. His expression clearly indicated he was more than willing, yet thought it only fair not to neglect him. Approached Xiaohei, tilting her head to observe him, and then glancing at his hands resting by his side. Pounding her chest, she declared, "Don't worry, Xiaohei knows your hands are tired, so after we finish, we'll give you a massage." Though not particularly skilled, was willing to learn. S expression softened even further. The two eavesdropping figures, however, reacted as if they had heard something astonishing, collectively inhaling sharply. They exchanged glances, both reflecting a sense of horror. Squinted. It seemed he understood why his brother harbored such disdain for this mysterious black dragon. Could it be that the strange connection between twins is at play? This thought briefly flickered in Sang Jin's mind, and when he looked up to confirm with Sang Luo, he was astonished to see Sang Luo nodding in affirmation. Sang Jin inhaled sharply, realizing the truth of the matter. At that moment, all barriers faded away, and he and Sang Luo truly achieved a bond of hand in hand and heart to heart. The two exchanged glances, without the need for excessive words, as they approached Feng Zhe and, each taking an arm, lifted him up. Feng Zhe, suddenly off the ground, wore a bewildered expression, unable to comprehend what was happening. Youyou's eyes widened in surprise as she observed Sang Jin squinting and smiling. "Oh dear, this matter is indeed urgent. Younger brother, perhaps it's best you don't rest after all." Sang Luo chimed in, "Exactly. And you feel tired after using such a meager amount of spiritual energy? Is this the future heir of the Dragon Clan? So ineffectual?" This struck a chord with Feng Zhe. Bearing the future of the Dragon Clan, how could he claim to be weary here? His expression grew resolute as he firmly addressed Youyou. "You need not worry. I am not tired at all. I can still conjure wind balls all night." The heir of the Dragon Clan must not concede defeat. Youyou glanced around, scratching her head in confusion. Although she did not grasp the situation, it was a good thing that everyone was regaining their energy. Clever Youyou. Chapter 118. Mischievousness of a younger brother. It was unclear what mysterious force had invigorated them. But after regaining their spirits, the efficiency of the group noticeably increased. Before long, Sang Jin's eyes widened as he surveyed his own condition with a serious expression. Youyou, noticing this, hurried over. "Did it work?" Feng Zhe smiled, but before he could respond, a figure interjected. Sang Jin naturally positioned himself between the two, lifting Youyou into his arms with a smile. Of course it worked. Look at how worried Youyou was. Youyou shivered at his warmth before breaking into a sweet smile. "Really? So, the fifth senior brother can come with us." Sang Jin playfully pinched Youyou's nose. "All right, now let us find master." "Yes." Youyou, somewhat excited, turned her hopeful gaze towards Sang Luo. Despite having been busy drawing talismans, Sang Luo appeared unperturbed. Noticing the attention focused on him, he pondered for a moment. "Not yet." "Huh?" Youyou looked perplexed and somewhat disappointed. "Why not? Is something wrong with master?" Youyou began to fret. Sang Jin's expression changed. Mount Futu Sang Jin's last memory of Qian Yuan was when he had been taken to the entrance of the ghost realm. At that time, he was still young, displaying a fearless facade, yet inside, he was filled with trepidation. He clutched the corner of Qian Yuan's robe tightly as he gazed at the endless fog ahead. Young Sang Jin bit his lip, stubbornly maintaining a resolute expression. "Master, what if I truly become a monster?" He had been called a monster since childhood, yet his parents and younger brother had never regarded him as inhuman, and master had always cared for him meticulously. However, He understood that he was ultimately different from ordinary people. Thus, if he stepped into the ghost realm, would he truly become unlike regular humans? It was said that the ghost realm was perilous and could confuse one's mind. What if one day, he truly transformed into a cold-hearted monster? Perhaps sensing Sang Jin's anxiety, Qian Yuan placed a hand on his head and gently ruffled his hair. You will not. Qian Yuan's voice remained calm and reassuring, instilling a sense of inexplicable comfort within him. He continued, my disciple could never become a monster. Moreover, Sang Jin was taken aback, his lips tightly pressed together. Qian Yuan's gaze drifted toward the distance, where a tree, large enough for several people to encircle, stood, with a corner of clothing faintly visible behind it. Qian Yuan patted Sang Jin's head. Aren't you going to say goodbye? Sang Jin looked at the corner of the clothing, lowering his head. I'll trouble master with my younger brother. Sang Luo was very resistant to his journey into the ghost realm. Even now, he refused to show his face, even if reluctantly coming to send him off. Qian Yuan sighed inwardly at the sight of these two awkward children. Then, with a flick of his finger, an invisible thread seemed to manifest in the air, drawing the youth from behind the tree into view. The boy stumbled forward, his face, identical to Sang Jin's, filled with grievance. He shot an irritated glance at Qian Yuan before promptly turning his head away. I was just passing by. I'm not here to see him off. The two youths froze at Qian Yuan's words, and he, sensing the moment, took a step back, allowing them space to converse. Sang Jin sighed. Although he had been born only a moment earlier than Sang Luo, as the elder brother, he should be more magnanimous. He took the initiative to break the ice. Brother, I am leaving. Sang Luo stiffened, and when he turned back, his eyes were indeed red-rimmed. Can't you not go? They had never been apart since birth, and this farewell fell to the young boy like the sky was collapsing. A smile flickered on Sang Jin's lips, yet failed to reach his eyes. I truly do not belong in the mortal realm. If I were to remain here, I would perish. Hearing the word perish, Sang Luo's tears flowed even more fiercely. He was not ignorant. He understood this truth, yet he finally burst into tears. Brother, I cannot bear to part with you. Sang Jin, observing his tearful younger brother, felt both helpless and pained. He, too, did not wish to leave, but these circumstances were unavoidable. When the two finally managed to stifle their sobs, Qian Yuan glanced at the sky. The time has come. Go now. Under Sang Luo's reluctant gaze, Qian Yuan waved his hand, and the entrance to the ghost realm became clearer. In no time, the small figure of the youth was swallowed by the swirling fog. Sang Luo continued to sob, while Qian Yuan remained composed, showing little sign of sorrow. Do not worry. Sang Jin is destined for freedom. That farewell left an indelible impression on both youths. They believed it to be a final separation. With this thought, Sang Luo's lips twitched slightly. It was precisely because of this that he hesitated to rescue that old man. Perhaps it would be better to let him fend for himself. Noticing Sang Luo's unusual expression, Youyou tilted her head. Fourth senior brother, what's wrong? Sang Luo snorted. It's nothing. I was just recalling how that old man deliberately misled them, speaking of a last meeting, causing them to cry profusely. And what happened? After their cultivation reached significant heights, along with the synergy of the twins, if they wished to meet, there were countless methods. It was just at the last time, he had angered Sang Jin and took away his spiritual power, resulting in their separation for several centuries. Sang Luo candidly stated that all of this was the doing of that old man. When they first became disciples, he had thought Qian Yuan to be a transcendent figure, but in reality, he was just a whimsical old fellow. Although they were twins, Sang Jin was not emotionally connected to Sang Luo, and he had no inkling of his thoughts. He was merely immersed in the excitement of soon returning to the mortal realm. He snapped his fingers, and the wandering souls that Youyou had encountered previously appeared once more. This time, Youyou observed closely. These souls not only had clean faces but appeared more vibrant than those outside, as if they could understand speech. Indeed, Sang Jin commanded them. I have matters to attend to outside. Please tidy this place up before I go. He gestured toward the crooked doors, casting a pointed look at Sang Luo. After centuries apart, he had come to dismantle the home. The mischievousness of a younger brother. Chapter 119. Heading home, Sang Luo looked at the sky and the ground, deliberately avoiding his gaze. Youyou glanced between them, suddenly recalling something. Wait a minute. Fifth senior brother is clearly the elder brother, but why is he ranked fifth? Bai Youyou was somewhat perplexed, naturally posing her question. Upon hearing it, Sing Jin became irate. He pointed at Essing Lu, exclaiming that was it not childish of him? After all, having arrived in this world first and assumed the role of an elder brother, it was only fair that he be the one to take on the role of a disciple first, one turn for each, to ensure fairness. Sin's nostrils flared in indignation. It had merely been a moment's delay during the kneeling ceremony to become a disciple, and just like that, her perfectly good elder brother had inexplicably been relegated to the status of a junior. Was fairness even applicable in this instance? Bai Youyou's mouth opened slightly as she glanced at Essing Lu, ultimately unable to resist the urge to retort. Fourth senior brother, you are truly quite childish. You are nothing like the fourth senior brother in my imagination. Essing Lu, noticing this, remained silent, while Fengzi interjected, explaining that people change. Fourth senior brother had matured and was no longer childish. He encouraged himself inwardly, believing that by speaking up for fourth senior brother, perhaps he would also gain a favorable impression of himself. However, to his surprise, Essing Lu cast a frosty glance in his direction. Oh, are you implying that I'm older? Fengzi, sensing the situation, wisely fell silent. In any case, anything he said would only be misconstrued, best left unsaid. His silence, however, did not equate to Bai Youyou's agreement. To her ears, everything sounded amiss. Fourth senior brother truly harbored a strong dislike for Little Hay. With hands on her hips, she challenged fourth senior brother, why do you always target Little Hay? Essing Lu averted his gaze and denied it, asserting, I do not. I treat him quite well. Oomph. The impudent little brat. Bai Youyou was not blind and could hardly be deceived. Yet, she was still too small, and even on tiptoe, she could not meet Essing Lu's eyes, only frowning at him. How about this? If you hold Little Hay's hand, I will believe you are good friends. Both Essing Lu and Fengzi froze. Bai Youyou suspiciously glanced between them. Are you truly? Before she could say anything further, Essing Lu, bearing a face of reluctant acceptance, silently grasped Fengzi's hand. Fengzi stood there like a stiff marionette, too afraid to move. Essing then burst into laughter, stepping beside Fengzi to take hold of his other hand. Since you are friends, it is only right that you hold hands. Now it was Essing Lu who wore a look of utter confusion, exchanging glances with Essing, both perplexed. What are you doing? Essing gestured toward Bai Youyou. Fool. If we hold him, he won't be able to reach Bai Youyou. Realization dawned upon Essing Lu, and he regarded Essing with an approving expression. It was no wonder they were brothers born mere seconds apart. Essing was indeed clever. Essing Lu beckoned Bai Youyou over. Bai Youyou, come to your elder brother. Bai Youyou scratched her head, feeling that something was amiss. However, it was likely just her imagination, for after all, her elder brother had declared that they were friends. She shook her head, dismissing her inexplicable thoughts, and swiftly took hold of Essing Lu's hand. In the eerie and uncanny realm of ghosts, the four figures cast a strangely warm shadow. Having resided in the ghost realm for so many years and ruling over countless spirits, he had long since considered it his domain. Gazing at the rift, he inhaled deeply, instructing himself not to succumb to anger. Slowly, he managed to force a smile. Is this the main gate? Who opened it? A chill ran down Fengzi's spine. Essing merely inquired, aware of the culprit. He shot a knowing glance at Fengzi, mentally marking this transgression. How audacious, kicking down his own door and creating a breach in the ghost realm. Truly impressive. Bai Youyou, oblivious to their conversation, nimbly leaped through the rift. The three exchanged glances, with Fengzi silently stepping through first. Essing Lu followed suit without hesitation. When it came to Essing, it was not just him, but the remaining companions who felt a twinge of anxiety. Clenching his fists, he reassured himself. With Essing Lu and that troublesome black dragon vouching for him, everything should be fine. Taking a deep breath, he slowly took a step forward. Today seemed to herald fair weather, with the sun shining brightly in the sky, its rays almost blinding. The sunlight fell upon Essing's legs, causing him to stiffen momentarily. Is everything all right? Essing blinked and leaned forward. His vision cleared, revealing the unique beauty of the cultivation realm, adorned with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Strangely, he felt no burns upon his skin. Success, at the moment of true achievement. Essing Lu surprisingly displayed no particular expression. He too felt a surge of excitement, but was no longer the weepy child of yore. He merely approached Sing and playfully thumped his chest. I told you there was no problem. Sing chuckled. Indeed, you are my brilliant younger brother. Fing, standing aside, refrained from seeking recognition. It was already a stroke of luck that fourth and fifth senior brothers were not finding fault with him. To expect praise would be somewhat foolish. However, unexpectedly, the two brothers' gazes fell upon Fing. Sing's demeanor turned slightly colder, and he let out a breathy sound from his throat. You're not so bad either. With that, he turned to leave. Fing was taken aback upon realizing it. He could not help but let a smile creep upon his lips. Bai Youyou had been quietly observing from the side, and upon hearing this, she could not resist winking at Fing. Fifth senior brother is just like that. That is already quite the compliment. Efnagazetis smilevident. The two brothers walked a few steps, only to discover no one was following, prompting them to turn back. They were met with the sight of a large and small figure exchanging smiles, which caused their expressions to darken. Are you not leaving yet? Bai Youyou hurriedly ran over. Coming. Upon arriving in the cultivation realm, they naturally lost track of their surroundings. The four of them rode the wind and, in no time, arrived at the mountain where they usually resided. This was Sing and Sing Lu's first encounter with this desolate ruin, leaving them momentarily stunned. Sing had been sent to the ghost realm before the great battle, and this was his first visit here. Although it had turned into a wasteland, it was not difficult to surmise that it had once been far from prosperous. His throat felt dry. You all lived here before? What had he missed? His master, the foremost figure in the cultivation realm, had endured such indignity. Bai Youyou saw nothing wrong with it. As she spoke, her voice grew softer, but now all of that is gone. Chapter 120. The Master in the Demon Realm. Bai Youyou felt a moment of melancholy, and her two elder brothers appeared equally disheartened. Ultimately, Sing slapped his face, shaking off the gloom. He deliberately let out a huff, eliciting a laugh from Bai Youyou. That's right. Fifth senior brother has yet to taste roasted suckling pig. The group engaged in playful banter, lightening the somber atmosphere. Only then did Sing Lu assume a serious demeanor, finding a spot amidst the ruins to sit down. Upon witnessing his seriousness, Bai Youyou immediately focused intently on him. Sing had not seen Sing Lu so earnest in a long time, and he could not help but observe closely. Sing Lu slightly closed his eyes, and the talisman in his hand spontaneously ignited. His expression turned grave, and the previously gentle aura dissipated, replaced with an air of ethereal mystery. Evnagaz moved closer to Ypsilon. Your senior brother is quite impressive. He whispered. Iuyou proudly lifted her chin. Of course. Beneath Sing Lu, an array was drawn. Bai Youyou could not decipher it, but speculated it must pertain to a location. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. The ashes from the burning talisman did not disperse with the wind. Instead, they seemed to gather as if summoned, obediently clustering together and settling in a corner of the array. Bai Youyou's mouth formed an O shape. Moments latte. Sing Lu opened his eyes and confirmed Bai Youyou's conjecture. We have discerned the location of our master. Bai Youyou pointed to the ashes. Is this where our master is? Sing Lu was about to nod in agreement, but hesitated, caught in a moment of indecision. After a prolonged pause, he cautiously rephrased. This represents the location of our master. It is indeed not the true master. How could the master possibly turn into a pile of ash? With a demeanor shaped by countless lessons from Qian Yuan, Sang Luo spoke with a sense of gravity. Youyou cast a curious glance at him, trying to discern the subtle differences in their circumstances. Perhaps it was the issue with the fourth senior brother. However, after a brief moment, Sang Luo's expression grew serious. Although he had pinpointed the master's location, his optimism was lacking. What is it? Youyou immediately inquired, her gaze fixed on Sang Luo as she sought to uncover the truth from his countenance. Why the pessimism? Could it be that something has happened to the master? Noticing her misunderstanding, Sang Luo quickly clarified. Rest assured, the master is unharmed. He is simply not in the realm of cultivation, nor is he on earth. Not in the realm of cultivation, nor on earth? Youyou fell silent, glancing toward Sang Jin, her eyes reflecting a question. Sang Jin waved his hand hastily. He is not in the ghost realm either. That leaves only the demon realm. Sans Luno dead. Youyou inhaled sharply. Although she had never ventured into the demon realm, she had heard whispers about it from their conversations. The demon realm is no favorable place, and it harbors enmity against the master. Yet, tilting her head, Youyou still found herself puzzled. Did the master get taken to the demon realm just as Xiaohei emerged from it? Fengze lowered his gaze. The timing seemed a bit too coincidental. He was uncertain whether it was mere chance or the result of premeditated schemes. Mentioning the demon realm, Sang Luo's expression darkened. Their entire sect had faced dire consequences due to the battle with the demon realm, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they bore a grudge against the demon clan. In contrast, Sang Jin appeared quite enthusiastic. What are we waiting for? Let us venture into the demon realm. His spirit was high, but Sang Luo could not restrain himself from delivering a swift blow to ground him. While that may be the case, how do we even reach the demon realm? Once there, how shall we disguise ourselves? The conditions in the demon realm are likely no better than those in the realm of cultivation. Should our identities be discovered, we might meet a gruesome end. Speaking of this, images of his former comrades' tragic fates flashed through Sang Luo's mind, as countless vibrant lives faded before his eyes. Enough with the pointless chatter. You know deep down whether your caution stems from prudence or fear. Sang Luo's pupils shifted. How could he not be afraid? He had lost too much and was unwilling to face further loss. Sang Jin scoffed. Coward. Youyou, hiding behind Fengze, remained silent. The eldest sister had also called the fourth senior brother a coward, but in Youyou's eyes, he was already quite formidable. Sang Luo lowered his gaze in silence, while Sang Jin took a deep breath. Very well, if you do not wish to go, I can manage on my own. The only way to enter the demon realm now is to use the ghost realm as an intermediary. At worst, Sang Jin's gaze drifted toward Fengze. We could just create a hole in our own home. Youyou gritted her teeth and stepped forward, gently grasping Sang Luo's hand. Sang Luo flushed, looking down to meet Youyou's gaze. Her eyes were clear, showing no signs of being troubled by their quarrel. Fourth senior brother, it's all right. If you don't want to go, then don't. You are already very brave. Youyou's sincerity was evident, devoid of any pretense. Sang Luo sighed. Don't worry, I've already come to terms with it. Although some shadows linger, one must possess the courage to confront them. Seeing that he was not forcing himself, Youyou felt relieved. While she wanted the fourth senior brother to act according to his own will, deep down, she hoped he would join them. After all, with such a powerful fourth senior brother by her side, Youyou believed they could easily find the master. Suddenly, she recalled something. Should we call the eldest sister? If the demon realm is indeed so perilous, wouldn't it be better for everyone to go together? However, Sang Luo shook his head, expressing disagreement. The more people there are, the more attention we attract. We'll be fine with just the elixirs. There's no need to put the eldest sister at risk. Since she had previously worried about him encountering dangers due to his lack of spiritual power, she had given him plenty of spiritual medicine, which was now quite useful. Youyou pondered this and seemed to agree, nodding her head. All right, then let us proceed to the demon realm. Youyou, brimming with determination, turned ahead toward the ghost realm's gate, ready to traverse into the demon realm, only to be halted by Sang Luo, who lifted her by the collar, bemused. Going like this would surely attract attention. He then turned to Fengze. Please describe the current state of the demon realm. 3 days later. Demon realm, Moon City. Vendors along the streets were actively hawking their wares. Come take a look. The limited edition sword from the realm of cultivation is on sale. A vendor with horns boisterously called out. He seemed to possess some cultivation, as many peculiar demons roamed the street, yet his face remained remarkably clean. If it weren't for the horns atop his head, one might mistake him for an ordinary person. As he pondered whether to pack up, a lively voice suddenly broke through. Is that truly a sword from the realm of cultivation? The vendor was taken aback, glancing down. A little one, not much taller than his stall, gazed up at him with curiosity, sporting 2 small triangular horns and a tail that swished back and forth. This appearance, those horns, that tail, the vendor hesitated. Never seen one like this? Seeing him silent, the little one reiterated the question. Is it really a sword from the realm of cultivation? Yes, it must be. Although the aura upon it has faded, if you sense closely, you can still feel it. Just as the little one was about to say more, a shout echoed from afar. Youyou, let's go. The little one quickly turned her head. Coming. She pivoted to leave, but the vendor's eyes sparkled as he grasped her tail. The sensation was soft, imbued with a warmth unique to living beings. The caught little one jolted, swiftly turning to protect her tail while glaring at him warily. What are you doing? The vendor promptly relaxed. It is indeed a real tale. After confirming this, he felt somewhat foolish for his initial suspicions. Noticing the growing wariness on the little one's face, the vendor quickly said, "Which clan do you belong to? Has no one told you to keep your tail hidden in public? A tail is a weakness. If caught, it spells disaster." This little one, of course, was Youyou. Upon hearing that tail shouldn't be caught, she clutched her tail even tighter and nodded to him. "All right, I understand." With that, she hurriedly scampered away. After all, it was a rare occasion to display her horns and tail. Youyou merely wished to enjoy herself. What wrong was there in that? Furthermore, the fourth and fifth senior brothers had also said that by showing her tail, she would resemble a true demon clan child. Fengze, needless to say, while he could not sport dragon horns, he could alter his appearance slightly to resemble a demon serpent. As for Sang Luo and Sang Jin, the twins always attracted attention wherever they went, so they decided to paint their faces and alter their appearances, one becoming a bull-headed figure and the other a horse-faced one, transforming into brothers unrecognizable from their true selves. Although they had been in this guise for several days, when Youyou approached them again, she still felt a jolt of surprise. Fourth brother, fifth brother, black brother, the bull over there is selling sword from the realm of cultivation. The fourth and fifth brothers appeared relatively unfazed, but upon hearing this designation, black brother firmly shut his eyes, reminding himself not to take offense. It's just a name. The two elder brothers glanced over toward the vendor. Although the bull-headed and horse-faced figures were crafted meticulously, their expressions remained inscrutable, with only their tone betraying their displeasure. Youyou, with her innocent understanding, nodded. Sang Luo looked at Youyou, then at Fengze, unable to suppress a sigh. "You are fortunate. You do not have to endure the stifling atmosphere we are trapped in." The outcome of their discussion was to disguise themselves. They had indeed contemplated a simpler approach, akin to Bai Youyou and FNGZ, merely donning horns to achieve their camouflage. However, the fact that the demon race craved human forms indicated a heightened magical potency, making their entire group of four, all possessing considerable magical strength, rather conspicuous. Moreover, should the horns be mere fakes, the likelihood of revealing flaws would surpass that of masks. Thus, after much deliberation, they resolved that the two young ones, endowed with innate advantages, would assume the roles of high magic individuals, while the two older siblings would play the part of the ineffectual brothers. With a determined expression, Sing-J-In cleared his throat. "All right, little sister, we must proceed with our business, lest we allow these competitors to steal our focus." Turning, Sing Lu promptly echoed, "Indeed, little sister, we are here to earn, not to spend." Following this, their gazes converged upon the silent FNGZ. After a moment of restraint, he managed to utter a single phrase. "Eldest brother and second brother are correct." Both Sing Lu and Sing-J-In let out a disdainful huff in unison. Having entered the demon realm, they understood that not only their appearance required disguise, but their identities must also undergo transformation. After much contemplation, they concluded that the role of merchants would serve their purposes well. Uncertain if the demon realm possessed some form of barrier, Sing Lu's tracking abilities faltered, leaving them unable to ascertain the precise location where Qi Nyu was held. They could only devise their plans upon arrival. After a thorough discussion, they surmised that the most likely individuals to be privy to Qi Nyu's whereabouts would be the nobility of the demon realm. Thus, they sought a profession that would grant them access to these elite circles. Ordinary merchants would lack the means, yet they were confident in their own capabilities. Nearby, the murmurs of the demon race reached their ears. "The eldest prince has fallen into hysteria again. What shall we do?" "Indeed, but I believe the third prince is far more capable. Perhaps we shall witness a change in leadership in UCHing. Dare you speak such words? Do you wish to forfeit your life?" The voices of the group dwindled, and Youyou exchanged knowing glances with her companions, revealing a shared smile. A solution had indeed presented itself. They approached the city wall and tore down a notice that proclaimed a search for a magical anomaly. The notice promised a reward of 10,000 magic stones for anyone who could cure the eldest prince's hysteria. Sing-J-In shook the notice enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Oh dear siblings, this is our opportunity for fortune. Such a trivial hysteria has them in a tizzy." Sing Lu quickly grasped the implication, replying, "Indeed. What a significant matter. I have long heard that the demons here are quite formidable. Upon reflection, they are not so impressive after all. Their banter soon attracted the attention of the demon soldiers, and a squadron approached, inquiring in a deep voice, "Are you boasting, or do you possess a solution?" The bull-headed Sjn proudly raised his head, declaring, "Of course we have a solution. For us residents of Snhi, it is but a trifling matter." As they continued, the soldiers exchanged glances, and the leader, easing his demeanor, remarked, "I see you are quite confident. You must have a plan." The horse-headed figure emitted a dismissive snort. In the realm of cultivation, such behavior would have led to expulsion. Yet here, in the demon realm, whether due to local customs or peculiarities of the individuals, they did not seem offended. "This way, please." Bai Youyou and her companions shared knowing glances, following along with hands clasped behind their backs. This was, of course, part of their strategy. I held a unique position within the demon realm. Its inhabitants fell into two extremes, those exalted to great heights and those ridiculed as simpletons. The determining factor was the ability to capture a CSHN. As anticipated, upon reaching a secluded area, the leader of the demons halted and quietly inquired, "Since you are so confident, I assume you have brought a CSHN?" Naturally, the leader, having ascended to his position, was not easily swayed by Sjn's words and continued to interrogate. "To my knowledge, no CSHN has been captured in over a century. How could you possibly possess one?" Sjn considered this, recognizing that the very absence of captures in recent history allowed them to approach with boldness. Otherwise, encountering a demon vendor with a genuine CSHN would lead to an awkward situation where neither party would recognize the other. Contemplating this, Sjn cleared his throat. "You are quite well informed. Indeed, it has been quite some time since a CSHN was captured. However, this one is not a recent catch. It has been passed down through my family, a treasured heirloom from my grandfather's grandfather. But as you can see, I have dependents and my family is in dire straits, which prompted me to bring it for sale. Upon seeing the notice, I thought it must be fate." The leader of the demons appeared convinced. Given that the eldest prince had been restless, he had certainly tasked others with searching for a CSHN. However, the isolation of Snhi meant that news was scarce, and if these individuals claimed to have recently captured one, they would likely be met with skepticism. An ancestral heirloom provided a more plausible explanation. Noticing the leader's expression soften, Sjn breathed a sigh of relief and exchanged glances with Lu. Then couldn't he help but glance at Fngz. This fellow, even in a life-threatening situation, had not neglected to observe his surroundings and had indeed gleaned information about the eldest prince's condition. The prince's ailment surfaced conveniently, as several years prior, Xuantian Sect had acquired a CSHN and entrusted it to Lu for care, making it fortuitously useful now. After a brief whispering amongst the demon soldiers, the leader finally spoke. "Ahem, let me see this CSHN. What if you're lying?" Sjn internally scoffed at the bluntness of the demons. However, now that he was among them, he felt no fear of offending them. Upon hearing this, Sjn stepped back, clutching his pouch. "What are you looking at? Do you wish to steal my CSHN for glory? I assure you, it is of no use. This one has grown quite attached to me. It listens only to my words, and you shan't take it." The leader's expression soured slightly, yet he remained reasonable, merely responding with an "oh," and then gestured for others to come over. "Take them to the eldest prince." Just as Bai Youyou prepared to follow the group, the leader called out once more. "Wait." Her heart raced as she slowly turned her head. With innocent eyes, she blinked at the demon, who stroked his chin thoughtfully. What manner of creature is this little one? The horns and tail appear unfamiliar. He had intended to ask earlier, but had not found the opportunity until now. And now that business was concluded, it was the perfect moment to inquire. Bai Youyou's tail twitched uncontrollably, a wave of humiliation washing over her. Had they truly reached this juncture? Though she had anticipated this moment, she had hoped it would not come to pass. Sjn and Lu offered encouraging glances from behind, while Fngz averted his gaze in silence. Bai Youyou remained silent for an increasingly long time, and the demon's expression grew ever more suspicious, until finally, she reluctantly spoke. "I am a gecko. The demon appeared taken aback, clearly not expecting such an answer. His gaze roamed over her horns for a moment, and the question escaped his lips. "A gecko? Which gecko possesses horns?" Clenching her small fist, Bai Youyou found the demon exceedingly annoying. Why inquire so deeply? Inhaling deeply, she replied. My mother is a gecko, and my father is a G-O, which is why I have a tail and horns. This was the answer they had long prepared. After all, Bai Youyou could not confess to being an evil dragon. However, declaring herself a gecko was a vow she would only make once in her lifetime. Moreover, after venturing outside, one must ensure that the fourth and fifth senior brothers, along with Xiaohe, are rendered unconscious, allowing them to forget all that transpired today. Although Feng Zhe maintained an impassive demeanor, his shoulders trembled slightly. Upon first hearing the suggestion, he instinctively felt a sense of refusal. After all, Youyou had already endured enough as a pitifully twisted dragon. To further label her as a gecko would be quite unflattering. Yet, observing the hesitant expression on Youyou's face, he inexplicably chose not to voice his opposition. Meanwhile, Sang Jin and Sang Luo exchanged satisfied glances, as Youyou had indeed learned to lie. She was growing up. How pleased their master would have been to witness this moment. As anticipated, the demon guards, upon hearing this, ceased their inquiries, their eyes betraying a hint of sympathy. Regardless of their faction, the demons revered pure bloodlines above all else. This little girl bore traits of both her father and mother, a veritable amalgamation. Likely having suffered many grievances in her youth, he finally waved his hand, declaring, "It is of no consequence, you may go." Youyou, in a fit of indignation, stamped her foot before finally departing with the others. As they walked, Sang Jin could not help but give her a thumbs up. After all, she was his little junior sister. How effortlessly she wove her tale. Yet, Youyou shot him a glare, attributing the idea to the fifth senior brother's poor judgment. Were it not for him, how could she have been transformed into a little lizard? And Xiaohe, did he think Youyou had not noticed? His laughter had nearly split his sides. All were villains, just villains. With Youyou's frustrated footsteps echoing, the group finally arrived at the legendary Grand Prince's palace. The soldiers, unable to enter, merely gestured towards the interior. You may go in and seek Mr. Liu. He will make the necessary arrangements for you. Chapter 123, Mr. Liu is a cold-blooded serpent. There was no need for the group to search for Mr. Liu. As soon as they entered, another party approached them. Leading the way was a scholarly figure, his antlers revealing his lineage. With a beaming smile, he inquired, "Are you here to address the Grand Prince's hysteria as well?" The use of the word also was quite clever. Youyou was about to ask how many others had come, but before she could utter a word, a commotion erupted behind him. "Spare me, Mr. Liu, spare me. I have truly done my utmost." With that anguished cry, silence enveloped the room. Youyou widened her eyes, peering inside, but the antlered scholar shifted his stance, blocking their view. He waved his hand dismissively. "Ah, Mr. Liu is quite burdened by the Grand Prince's hysteria. Unfortunately, some blind charlatans have come forth claiming they can cure him. Look, their deceit has been unveiled." Youyou swallowed hard, asking, "What happens after the deceit is unveiled?" The scholar continued to smile, replying matter-of-factly, "Of course, it is exposed. You are quite the amusing little one." With that, he covered his mouth and began to chuckle. Youyou gasped in shock. To expose, what did that mean? Through the scholar's figure, she could not help but glance deeper into the room. A group of maidens hurriedly entered, emerging moments later with basins of water, which, if she was not mistaken, were filled with a crimson hue. Blood, blood, blood. What on earth had transpired in there? Well, it seems the previous visitor has taken their leave. Please follow me. Youyou felt a shiver run from the tip of her tail to the tips of her ears. Nothing about this sounded auspicious. Feng Zhe, already familiar with the nature of the demons, was not particularly surprised. Sang Luo and Sang Jin, one having slain countless demons and the other having fought for centuries in the realm of spirits, remained unfazed by such scenes. In contrast, only Youyou appeared truly unsettled. She glanced around, inhaled deeply, and straightened her back. Brave Youyou would never concede defeat. Youyou held her breath. Sang Jin and Sang Luo, initially worried, could not help but smile at her newfound courage. Thankfully, Youyou seemed braver than they had anticipated. One by one, they entered the room, but before they could act, Youyou was struck by a chill. Why was it so much colder inside than outside? She began to survey her surroundings, and her gaze landed on a figure seated behind a writing desk. The individual possessed vertical pupils. Perhaps it was the dim light, but Youyou felt as though a cold glimmer emanated from those eyes, and upon locking gazes, She felt as though she was being observed by some cold-blooded creature, sending chills down her spine. He spoke. From whence do you hail? What skills do you possess? Can you truly heal the Grand Prince? Likely weary of the many seekers before him, he wasted no time and directly addressed the matter at hand. Upon hearing this, Xuantian recognized that this individual would be difficult to contend with. He promptly adopted a fearful demeanor, trembling as he spoke. After all, although the residents of the Shanhai were noble, they were still regarded as lesser demons, and facing someone like Mr. Liu, fear was the expected response. With a quavering voice, he stammered, We come from Shanhai, seeking to exchange for some riches. We have a high shun." His words were jumbled, yet Mr. Liu merely chuckled, showing no suspicion. He shifted his position, finally revealing his entire face to the sunlight. Under the illumination, his vertical pupils became even more pronounced. High shun, to my knowledge, none have been captured in nearly a century. The high shun is a pure demon, its form ever-changing and devoid of intelligence, merely capable of conjuring unparalleled illusions. It is curious, however, that in recent years, they have become increasingly rare. Xuantian hastily retrieved his earlier claims, and indeed, Mr. Liu posed the same questions. "Oh, where's the high shin?" Mr. Liu opened his pouch for a glance. This pouch contained secrets of its own, just as the realm of cultivation possessed spatial bags. The demon race had their own storage pouches. Mr. Liu raised an eyebrow. Within the pouch lay a swirling mass of black mist, shapeless and ethereal. His vertical pupils gleamed, and to Youyou's astonishment, he extended his tongue. Youyou's eyes widened in disbelief. His tongue, it resembled Xiao Hei's horns. It could split. Mr. Liu was undoubtedly of the serpent lineage. His forked tongue quivered with excitement, seemingly confirming the contents of the pouch, which only heightened his enthusiasm. Indeed, it is a Haishin, but why does this one appear so docile? He had encountered other Haishin before. Upon exposure to light, they would charge wildly. Unlike this one, which seemed so lethargic. Sang Luo quickly reiterated his previous explanation. "I have raised this one since it was young. It is a family member, quite different from a wild one. If I weren't truly in need, I would not consider parting with it." With that, he cast a hopeful glance at the pouch. Mr. Liu tilted his head. "So, only you can utilize this high shun?" Sang Luo pursed his lips, hesitating. "That is not to say so. With time, it can be tamed." Mr. Liu snorted softly. While that may be true, he had no time to nurture it. If he did not hurry, the Moon City might soon change hands. His expression darkened as he picked up the pouch and tossed it to Sang Luo. Sang Luo clutched it protectively, checking the high shun to ensure it remained unharmed. Then sighed in relief. Mr. Liu, maintaining his impassive expression, approached them and flicked his tongue. "Follow me." As he spoke, he shifted his gaze to Feng Zhe and Youyou. Upon noticing the horns atop Feng Zhe's head, his eyes narrowed, and he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Despite his profound cultivation, the essence of bloodlines remained unchanged. Serpents were inherently considered inferior to Jiaos, and this nod served as a subtle concession. His gaze then fell upon Youyou, who instinctively recoiled behind Feng Zhe. How terrifying! Mr. Liu, upon seeing Youyou, appeared somewhat exhilarated. "Little lizard?" Youyou, feeling humiliated, nodded ever so slightly. Mr. Liu's excitement grew, yet he refrained from elaborating, merely gesturing for them to follow. As Youyou exhaled in relief, she sensed that something was amiss. Wait a moment, did Youyou forget something earlier? This cold, unfeeling individual is a snake. Youyou, do not get eaten. Xuantian speculated that this snake intended to lead them to the eldest prince. Yet before they could take more than a few steps, they were intercepted by a grand procession of individuals. "Oh, for where has Mr. Liu summoned this peculiar person to treat my royal brother?" Chapter 124. The annoying third Prince Youyou turned to see the speaker, a rather handsome young man with golden patterns adorning his face. Logically, Youyou should have felt a sense of fondness for such an attractive figure, but for reasons unknown, she felt discomfort upon seeing him. Pouting slightly, she nestled behind Feng Zhe. The man, noticing her evasive action, tilted his head and said with a smile, "Oh, why is this little girl hiding? Am I that frightening?" Although Xuantian was unaware of the reason for Youyou's retreat, he instinctively shielded her, adopting a sycophantic demeanor. "Third Prince, my little sister has not seen much of the world. Encountering a figure of your stature naturally frightens her." Since this man referred to the eldest prince as his royal brother, his identity was unmistakable. The Moon City boasted 3 princes, with the second prince having perished in the recent war between the celestial and demonic realms, leaving only the eldest Prince Qi Si and the third Prince Qi Zheng. The demonic clan has always revered strength, and previously, no one contested the eldest prince's claim to succession. However, with the eldest prince now ailing, the influence of the third prince has grown considerably. In such circumstances, it is understandable for the third prince to be disinclined towards the eldest prince's recovery. The third prince surveyed the group, raising an eyebrow. After being interrogated numerous times along the way, Sang Jin was now quite adept at handling the situation. However, the third prince's impatience was evident as he pointed towards Youyou. Youyou appeared momentarily dazed. Observing this, the third prince's eyes gleamed with disdain. Children are notoriously honest. Your nervousness suggests something is amiss. Upon hearing this, even Mr. Liu glanced at them. Nevertheless, since these individuals had been brought by him, he hoped they could restore the eldest prince to health. So he stepped forward, stating, "Third prince, you jest. This girl is merely young and likely struggles to articulate her thoughts, wasting your time unnecessarily." The third prince's expression darkened. Liu Ning, the most capable subordinate of the eldest prince. In his past life, he had perished due to this man's schemes. Indeed, he had died once. He had been reborn. Such an opportunity is not one afforded to the common man. Clearly, the heavens could not overlook his plight, granting him a second chance. The eldest prince's hysterics were also orchestrated by him, aimed at eliminating threats early on. However, he had not encountered any visitors from the Xinhai previously. It seemed his recent actions had altered the course of the future. Regardless of how these individuals arrived, he would not permit them to disrupt his plans. The smile on the third prince's face grew increasingly sincere. He slowly reiterated his statement, his tone considerably more emphatic than before. Upon hearing this, Mr. Liu understood that his efforts to intervene were futile and discreetly stepped aside. Youyou peeked out from behind Feng Zhe. What was he saying? She had no desire to converse with this person. At that moment, the long silent system suddenly began to alert her. System notification. Fortune has emerged. Hosts strive to seize it. The abrupt voice jolted Youyou, causing her to blink. When she looked back at the third prince, her eyes held a hint of subtlety. Youyou was quite clever. She had already discerned the system's notification patterns. By this logic, the individual before her was likely the key to this fortune. She wondered from which realm he had emerged. The third prince lowered his gaze. Naturally, I am referring to your identities and your purpose in coming here. We hail from Xinhai, seeking to sell a Xinhai creature to support our family. Sang Jin and Sang Luo collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, under their astute guidance, Youyou had mastered the art of deception. The third prince, however, pressed on, "How many are in your family?" Youyou quickly responded, "1 father, 2 elder sisters, and 4 elder brothers." Her senior brother had taught her that a lie must contain elements of truth. Thus, her father was indeed her father, alongside her elder sister, second elder sister, and 4 elder brothers, including Xiaohei, forming a complete family. Were these mere ordinary residents of Xinhai? He could not allow them a pass. Otherwise, should he inadvertently cure his beloved elder brother, what would become of him? The third prince smirked coldly. "I wish to see the Xinhai creature you brought." Sang Luo felt a sinking sensation in his heart, realizing the prince's intentions were dubious. Yet he could not reveal such feelings and feigned humility as he prepared to comply. At that moment, Mr. Liu could no longer remain passive. The third prince's ulterior motives were transparent to all. His interest in the Xinhai creature was clearly sinister. This could be an opportunity to heal the eldest prince, and he could not simply stand by while the third prince plotted. He stepped forward with a semblance of a smile. "The third prince is overthinking. I have already inspected it, and there are no issues. The eldest prince is in urgent need, so I shall escort them to him." "You." The third prince's eyes widened, a hint of red flashing within them. This Liu Ning, the eldest prince's chief strategist, what of it? Was he not still a lowly servant? How dare he speak to him in such a manner? Just as he was about to exploit this situation, Mr. Liu raised his gaze, casting a calm look upon him. If the third prince is particularly concerned, summoning the city lord for an inspection is also a possibility. The third prince shot him a cold glance, ultimately letting out a huff, saying nothing further. The old city lord was notoriously biased. If he were summoned, the third prince feared he would not emerge unscathed. He was not afraid of the old city lord. He could kill him once, and he could do so again. However, the timing was not right, and provoking trouble would only work against him. The third prince ultimately departed in anger. Once he left, Youyou finally released a long breath. How terrifying! She still found him rather strange. Noticing her demeanor, Mr. Liu regarded her with indifference. Let's go. At that moment, he did not wish to comment further. However, if these individuals genuinely possessed the ability to assist the eldest prince, they would become his allies. There is no need for them to exhibit such fear of the third prince. Youyou did not comprehend the meaning behind his gaze, but nodded eagerly, beckoning the others to follow. Nevertheless, she remained somewhat anxious. If the third prince was already so intimidating, how peculiar would the eldest prince be? Would he reveal the whereabouts of her master? After worrying for quite some time, Youyou ultimately shook her head. Never mind, fretting would be of no use. If he refused to speak, she would simply set the place ablaze. Yes, that shall be my course of action. Chapter 125. Little Shinhai, keep going. Having regained her confidence, Youyou walked with renewed vigor. Though those nearby noticed the change in her demeanor, they could not fathom what this little girl had contemplated in such a brief span. Soon, Mr. Liu led them to the residence of the eldest prince. A demonic servant approached to conduct an inspection, and Mr. Liu greeted them with a smile. For safety's sake, please do not take offense. Youyou pouted. Is this how those of high status behave? So cautiously? Previously, the crown prince and the emperor appeared to exhibit similar wariness while in the mortal realm. However, her brother Quan Ming, as a prince, was not particularly cautious. Perhaps excessively so. As Youyou's thoughts wandered, the demonic servant completed the inspection and silently withdrew. Mr. Liu ushered them into the inner chamber. If Mr. Liu's room was uncomfortably chilly, the eldest prince's quarters were unbearably warm. Even Youyou, being a little fire dragon, found herself perspiring slightly from her forehead. Indeed, the room was filled with numerous charcoal braziers, and upon entering, one was immediately greeted by a wave of oppressive heat, as if one could be thoroughly baked if they lingered too long. Upon crossing the threshold, before even catching a glimpse of the eldest prince's visage, one could hear his voice. Cough, cough, is it Mr. Liu? The voice was frail, accompanied by several coughs, indicating that its owner was in poor health. Eldest prince, it is I. Through the dimly lit curtains, a figure could be discerned, though he seemed disinclined to rise. Upon hearing Mr. Liu's words, he merely offered a faint, bitter smile. Are you here to treat me again? If it proves unfruitful, please do not exert yourself further. Youyou felt a flicker of curiosity. This voice was strikingly different from that of the loathsome third prince. It exuded an aura of kindness, albeit with a tinge of despondency. Unable to resist, Youyou cast a glance at Sang Luo, pondering who appeared more dejected, him or the normally composed fourth senior brother. Noticing Youyou's gaze, Sang Luo assumed she was prompting him to speak, and thus he shook his head in response. With Mr. Liu present, it would be improper for him to introduce himself beyond that. What nonsense, is the eldest prince speaking? Your ailment shall surely be cured. These individuals are denizens of Shanghai. They undoubtedly possess a remedy. Shanghai? The occupant stirred slightly, seemingly mustering the strength to sit up. Mr. Liu furrowed his brow and leaned closer to assist him. As the curtains parted, Youyou finally beheld the fabled eldest prince. He appeared as refined as his voice suggested, exuding an air of rationality. However, Youyou blinked in surprise. Two yellow, fuzzy ears adorned his head. Her senior brother had previously mentioned that the more advanced demonic beings resembled humans closely. Thus, the eldest prince should not exhibit any beastly traits. Yet the fact that he could not conceal his ears suggested he was quite weak. Youyou's impression of him shifted to one of sympathy. The eldest prince was indeed gravely ill. Merely the act of sitting up seemed to exhaust him significantly. He gazed towards Youyou and her companions. Are you visitors from Shanghai? At this moment, it was finally Sang Jin's turn to step forward. He cautiously approached, his tone a mixture of trepidation and excitement. The eldest prince paused momentarily. Mr. Liu promptly produced a pouch, and upon inspection, the eldest prince confirmed it contained a shunhui. Mr. Liu exchanged a glance with Sang Luo. You claim this shunhui will heed your command. Then let it come forth to heal. Should succeed, you shall be rewarded with riches and glory. If it fails, he narrowed his eyes, leaving the threat unspoken, yet loomed heavily in the air. Sang Luo feigned fear. Yes, With a deferential demeanor, he approached the eldest prince, signaling, "Shall I begin?" Having chosen this path to approach, he was, of course, confident in his strategy. As his master had taught him, half-truths often appeared more credible. Thus, aside from his identity, everything he claimed was genuine, including this small Shenhui, which was indeed authentic. The eldest prince's golden ears twitched before he nodded in agreement. Mr. Lu's vertical pupils remained fixed on Sang Luo, ready to eliminate him at the slightest sign of treachery. Sang Luo poured the small Shenhui from the pouch into his palm. The tiny creature, enveloped in swirling black mist, seemed momentarily bewildered by its surroundings. Perhaps due to the differing energies between the cultivation realm and the demonic realm, this Shenhui was unlike others. It had begun to awaken its intelligence. It looked up at Sang Luo, momentarily confused by its master's altered appearance. Sang Luo, however, said little, merely poking it gently with his fingertip. "Little one, business awaits." He extended his hand toward the eldest prince. The black mist recoiled slightly, evidently startled. This was the first time the eldest prince had encountered such an intelligent Shenhui. He couldn't help but smile subtly as he reached out with his fingertip. The small Shenhui, sensing no threat from the prince, grew bolder. It released a wisp of mist that brushed against the eldest prince's fingertip. The mist swirled again, as if it had made up its mind, and slowly flowed into the prince's palm. Mr. Lu watched intently, his serpent-like tongue flickering involuntarily. The eldest prince felt a chill as the Shenhui settled completely in his grasp. He dared not breathe, his gaze fixed on the unfolding scene. "Sans lieu softly instructed." Eldest prince, first you must lower your defenses. Only then can it enter your innermost being. The eldest prince pressed his lips together and nodded slightly. While the words were simple enough, the execution proved challenging. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm himself. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. The Shenhui's mist began to ascend along the eldest prince's arm. In a brief moment, the palm-sized creature enveloped his entire arm. And it did not stop there. The mist continued to swirl and expand, gradually covering his body and limbs entirely. The eldest prince felt a flicker of anxiety, but Mr. Lu, having witnessed Shenhui before, understood this was a normal occurrence and offered quiet reassurance. The eldest prince swallowed hard, ultimately choosing to trust Mr. Lu, and gradually closed his eyes. As he did, the Shenhui seemed to seize its opportunity, fully unfurling and enveloping the prince's head. At that moment, the eldest prince vanished, replaced entirely by the encroaching black mist. Chapter 126. Yao Yao will strive as well. Yao Yao took a step back, her speech faltering. Did it consume him? Sang Jin couldn't help but chuckle, reassuringly patting Yao Yao's head. No, Shenhui are meant to envelop a person entirely, thus invading their innermost thoughts. Did you see that cold, aloof Mr. Lu? He is watching intently. Nothing will go amiss. Oh, I see. Yao Yao nodded, albeit still skeptical, and couldn't help but glance again. Meanwhile, the encased eldest prince experienced a sensation starkly different from the outside world. The Shenhui could draw individuals into illusions, effectively trapping them, a rare weapon. Conversely, it also had the power to dispel inner demons, consuming negative emotions for sustenance. It all depended on how the user wielded it. Now enveloped by a cool, soothing essence, the eldest prince's thoughts gradually quieted. What he had not shared with anyone was that for months, he had been plagued by vivid dreams. In these dreams, his father perished, the third prince succumbed, Mr. Lu also died, and the city of Yu fell into chaos, leaving its citizens displaced, all the while a voice echoed in his mind, attributing the blame to him. Haunted by these dreams, which felt hauntingly real, he had begun to lose his grip on reality, his body deteriorating as a result. Yet, in that instant of being enveloped by the Shenhui, he found a long-lost tranquility. All distractions faded into oblivion, and he vaguely perceived the faces of those who had once wept for him slowly transforming into smiles before vanishing from his consciousness. Time passed unmeasured until he gradually opened his eyes. The black mist had dissipated, and he found himself gazing into Mr. Lu's cold yet concerned vertical pupils. How do you fare? The eldest prince could not suppress a flicker of emotion. The city lord was often preoccupied, and he had been raised by Mr. Lu, despite being a strategist, treated him as his own. In his dreams, Mr. Lu had sacrificed himself to save him. Though others might fear Mr. Lu, he had always been respectful towards the eldest prince, and now, unable to restrain himself, The prince spoke first, sensing Mr. Lu's profound concern. A smile broke upon the eldest prince's face as he noticed Mr. Lu's pallor. Rest assured, Mr. Lu, I seem to be feeling considerably better. After a pause, he added, You dislike the heat. Next time, instruct them to remove the braziers. My constitution is not so delicate. Mr. Lu neither affirmed nor denied. Yet observing the eldest prince's improved spirit, the tension in his vertical pupils eased somewhat, returning to his usual cool demeanor. He cast a glance at Essing Lu. Quick-witted as ever, immediately grasped his intent. Hesitatingly, he lifted the sh-ing-m. This sh-ing-m had transformed significantly from before, now languidly resting in S-ing Lu's hand, its entire cloud-like form considerably swollen, seemingly unable to move at all. S-ing Lu felt somewhat embarrassed, remarking, This sh-ing-m is truly disappointing. It seems it will take some time to recover. In simple terms, it has overeaten. Although it had been nurtured for a century, this sh-ing-m was still akin to a juvenile, much like a little one. Essing Lu's thoughts inevitably veered off course. Mr. Li, not expecting him to cure the crown prince in one go, exhibited no surprise upon hearing this, merely responding with a nonchalant You may reside here. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. Once the crown prince recovers, your rewards shall be plentiful. Essing Lu was instantly elated. Yet a hint of hesitation crept in as he glanced between the crown prince and Mr. Li, his words caught in his throat. Mr. Li frowned slightly, urging, Speak. Essing Lu opened his mouth. This matter should not fall upon me. But might there be something peculiar about the crown prince's ailment? Essing Lu treaded carefully. The crown prince was in good health. How could he suddenly develop hysteria? Moreover, what kind of hysteria could cause a sh-ing-m to overindulge? Mr. Li had long harbored suspicions. However, hearing Essing Lu articulate them rendered his expression rather grim. There are certain matters you should not inquire about. Essing Lu immediately grew anxious, nodding in agreement. Mr. Li instructed someone to arrange accommodations, and the group followed quietly. Once the attendants departed and ensured no outsiders lingered, Essing Lu cast an additional layer of talismans around to prevent eavesdropping. Only then did they exhale in relief, collapsing into their seats, utterly drained. Bai Youyou and Fing Z were relatively fine, while Sing Jn and Sing Lu hastily removed their disguises, revealing their true appearances. Already drenched in sweat, although they had endeavored to maintain comfort, the application of such a substance on their faces was stifling. Sing Jn fanned himself furiously. We must find our master and leave this wretched place. Sing Lu, equally exhausted, nodded vigorously. The brothers had suffered greatly. The crown prince seems not to be a bad person. If we were to ask him directly, do you think he would tell us where our master is? Being young and naive, Bai Youyou had yet to participate in the recent war between the celestial and demonic realms. Unaware of the harsh realities of conflict and the intense animosity between the two factions, Snuggle gently touched Y's horn, causing her to squirm away in ticklishness. The crown prince may indeed be a kind individual, yet concerning this matter, it may not be so simple. After all, he is of the demon clan. Bai Youyou nodded innocently. Sing Lu rallied his spirits. In any case, we have completed the first step by securing our stay here. The next task is to earn their trust and successfully uncover our master's whereabouts. Yes, Bai Youyou nodded vigorously, clenching her small fists. I will strive hard. Sing Jn chuckled. And how will you endeavor, Bai Youyou? This question caught Bai Youyou off guard, as she appeared to genuinely struggle with identifying any areas in which she could improve. This simply won't do. The great and mighty dragon cannot be a burden. Sing Jn had initially jested, but seeing Bai Youyou's genuine distress, he felt a twinge of regret. He scolded himself for his thoughtless words. Do not fret. Junior brother is merely jesting. I understand. Bai Youyou interjected, her eyes gleaming with excitement. I have things I can do. She proudly puffed out her chest. Oof. Bai Youyou knows a secret that none of you do. The others leaned in, eager to listen. In a conspiratorial tone, Bai Youyou declared, that third prince has a secret. Otherwise, my system would not have indicated that he possesses fortune. Chapter 127. Is the third prince insane? Sing Jn stifled a laugh, but maintained a fa-ade of astonishment. What? He actually has a secret? In truth, the ambitions of the third prince were almost inscribed upon his countenance. it was evident to all. However, they were determined not to disappoint their adorable junior sister. Playing along with her, Youyou, oblivious to their misinterpretation, nodded sagely. Yes, but I have yet to discover what his secret is. Once I do, I will share it with everyone. Previously encountered individuals included one who had traversed realms and another who possessed a system. They certainly could not be considered ordinary. The system would not guide her toward any normal individuals. The more Youyou contemplated, the more feasible her idea appeared. If we assist the Crown Prince in dealing with the third prince, wouldn't he trust us even more? Essing Liu had intended this all along, which is why he had purposefully hinted at the peculiarity of the Crown Prince's ailment. Yet, Youyou's independent realization took him by surprise. Essing Liu could not help but exclaim, Youyou has truly matured. In his century of wandering the mortal realm, he had missed so much. Youyou recognized this as praise and swelled with pride. Of course, the senior sister also commends Youyou for being remarkable. The resolution of the matter with the Hua family was entirely thanks to me. Speaking of senior sister, Essing Jin felt a twinge of concern. Those self-righteous cultivators, have they truly restored senior sister's honor? He held no fondness for cultivators and spoke bluntly. Upon seeing Youyou nod, he fell into contemplation. This incident was instigated by the demon clan. I wonder if it is related to our Master-S capture. He harbored a nagging suspicion that these events were interconnected, far from being mere happenstance. There might be a much larger conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. Youyou, unaware of these intrigues, glanced at Fengzi, who had lowered his gaze. This matter must wait until we locate the Qi Nyu and Shi Nzh. Only they know the truth behind the events of that year. His kin have been imprisoned and placed under restrictions. Only the Qi Nyu and Shi Nzh can save them. When the truth is finally revealed, both Youyou's sect and the Dragon Clan shall reclaim their former glory. Noticing Fengzi's troubled expression, Essing Jin recalled that he was, after all, half a denizen of the demon realm. He had momentarily forgotten that he belonged to the Dragon Clan. Essing Jin inquired, You mentioned your kin are imprisoned. Do you not wish to rescue them? Fengzi nodded, then shook his head. He understood a crucial principle. Acting blindly without the means to do so would only create further complications. He was not yet strong enough. Essing Jin found himself reassessing the young boy. Despite his tender age, he exhibited a remarkable composure. The group continued their conversation until dusk descended, at which point they retired for the night. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon receiving news that the Crown Prince had recovered significantly, the third prince shattered the L lamp in his hand. What? His expression was one of genuine fury. How is this possible? He sank into a seat, clenching his fists tightly, his nails digging painfully into his palms. The concept of planting a heart demon was something he had learned in his past life. It had been unfailingly effective, and the SHM had long vanished from existence. No one could unravel such a method. Thus, when he encountered those beggar-like individuals, he had dismissed them, assuming they were mere frauds attempting to swindle him. But how could this be? He understood that his premature actions would lead to deviations from his previous life, yet he never anticipated the re-emergence of a long-extinct SHM. Where had he gone wrong? Puzzled, he could not fathom the answer, when suddenly a beautiful woman stepped forward behind him, her enchanting demeanor and willow-like waist captivating. She gently covered the third prince's hand, her voice like flowing water. Your Highness, what troubles you? Upon seeing her, the third prince's expression softened slightly. Gving Yi, in her previous life, chose to perish alongside him. Hence, in this life, he trusts no one but her. Yet, he refrains from disclosing the matter of his rebirth to her, while ensuring that his actions remain transparent. The third prince sighed, pondering how fortunate his elder brother is to have encountered the SHM. Qing Ji's enchanting eyes flickered, her breath as fragrant as orchids. May I alleviate your highness's worries? The third prince chuckled softly, a hint of affection evident as he tapped her nose. Such trivial matters do not require your assistance. In truth, Qing Ji is an extraordinary assassin in their past life. He had exploited her greatly. Nevertheless, in this life, out of gratitude for their bond spanning 2 lifetimes, he finds himself more inclined to protect her and refrains from involving her in such tumultuous affairs. Hearing this, Qing Ji's demeanor softened further as she gazed at the third prince with longing. With such kindness from your highness, how might I repay you? The third prince smiled. choosing silence. He may not require Qing Ji's intervention, yet it does not imply he would refrain from other endeavors. That night, as everyone slept soundly, none noticed the presence of several ethereal figures hidden within the beams of the guest house designated for esteemed visitors. A few translucent magical creatures exchanged silent messages, flicking their tongues in communication. Has the third prince lost his mind? Tasking us with this lowly creature is a waste of our talents. The magical beings exchanged glances, their disdain palpable. Meanwhile, within, Sang Luo abruptly opened his eyes from slumber. He quietly roused Sang Jin, who, feeling somewhat irritable, was about to protest when Sang Luo placed a finger to his lips and gestured towards the upper room. Sang Jin listened intently, comprehension dawning upon him. They were contemplating how to deal with the third prince, only to discover he was more impatient than they had anticipated. Sang Luo nodded as Sang Jin, and the two stealthily made their way to the chambers of Youyou and Feng Zhe. After waking the pair, they huddled together, discussing strategies in hushed tones. Youyou appeared perplexed, gesturing animatedly, trying to convey her thoughts. What is the matter? Can't we just chase them away? Sang Luo shook his head. At present, we must maintain our guise as ordinary merchants. If we act too boldly, it may arouse suspicion. This was why he had summoned everyone. Should anything transpire, they would be prepared. Otherwise, if someone acted recklessly and caused significant damage to the royal residence, the consequences could be dire. Youyou grew anxious. We can't make a move? The group exchanged glances until suddenly, Youyou's expression brightened. They might not act, but they could incite others to do so. Youyou excitedly pointed outside, and Sang Luo quickly grasped her intentions. She meant to create a disturbance to draw others in. Youyou nodded affirmatively. As for how to instigate chaos, that was up to her. In the dead of night, the previously tranquil estate of the first prince erupted into uproar. Oh no, there's a flood. A flood? How could there be a flood? The night watchman, startled, turned to investigate, only to find flames roaring at the guest quarters. In a frenzy, he called for others to extinguish the fire, only to discover the esteemed guest standing outside, startled but unharmed. What happened? Mr. Liu hurried over. Sang Jin exaggeratedly gasped, "Oh, Mr. Liu, I awoke in the middle of the night for water and spotted a massive shadow. In my excitement, I knocked over the candlestick, and look at this." He pointed to the raging inferno, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Youyou hid behind him, discreetly wiping her mouth. "Oh dear, I hope I don't smell like smoke. I mustn't be discovered as the source of the fire." Youyou was small enough to go unnoticed, and indeed, no one suspected her involvement. As anticipated, Mr. Liu's expression darkened slightly. A shadow? Sang Jin hurriedly patted his chest, feigning a look of residual fright. Indeed, alas, it was my fault for being careless in the dark, leading to such an unexpected incident. Surely, we won't be charged for damages? He inquired tentatively. His avaricious demeanor elicited laughter from others, while Mr. Liu remained impassive, merely narrowing his eyes, his crimson serpent tongue flickering in the dim light. It was likely more than mere carelessness. He refrained from elaborating, merely exchanging a glance with a nearby attendant, who promptly joined the firefighting efforts. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a droplet of water from his mouth. He was indeed a water element magical being. Sang Jin raised an eyebrow, concealing his surprise, and when he turned back, his expression had morphed into one of awe, akin to a rustic simpleton witnessing marvels for the first time. My goodness, this magical lord is truly formidable. No one paid him any mind, and he remained undeterred, continuing to praise the magical being's prowess. It was only when Mr. Liu, exasperated by the noise, commanded silence that Sang Jin fell quiet. You could hardly bear to watch. Her senior brother had said that when disguising oneself, one should remain grounded. Yet, his approach seemed overly grounded, bordering on bothersome. Once the flames were extinguished, the once luxurious abode lay in disarray, yet Mr. Liu displayed no disdain, stepping further inside. A cold smirk crept onto his lips. A mere parlor trick. Subsequently, his serpent tail appeared as if from thin air, striking a corner of the ruins. Youyou had never witnessed such a scene, her eyes widening in astonishment as Mr. Liu's tail ensnared something, carelessly tossing it aside with a thud. Youyou scratched her face, feeling as though something had indeed fallen, even though she had seen nothing. Ouch! A cry of pain echoed, revealing the identity of the object tossed aside. Youyou instinctively stepped back in distaste. What is this? It's hideous. Even uglier than Xiaohei's loach form. Feng Zhe, unaware of the comparison being drawn, noticed her reaction and quickly explained in a hushed tone. It's Bai Youyou tilted her head. What is that? She had never heard of it. Feng Shi pondered, continuing. It's commonly known as a Bai in Sling. Upon hearing this, Youyou understood. However, she still felt repulsed by the magical beings before her. Are all the dragons here so ugly? Understanding her sentiment, Sang Luo quickly interjected, they are not true dragons. If anything, they are merely distant relatives. Enlightened, Youyou found this explanation reasonable. A lizard, then? That makes sense. I thought, how could something so ugly possibly be a dragon? He looked down upon them. Who sent you? The three Bai Youyou huddled together, trembling in fear, realizing their fate was sealed. Whether they spoke or remained silent, death awaited them. A glimmer of silver flashed in the eyes of the Bai Youyou, prompting Mr. Liu to emit a cold laugh. Like a bolt of lightning, his serpent tail struck, forcing the poison from their mouths. Mr. Liu, unhurried, remarked, You wish to die? I have yet to give my consent. With that, he gestured to the guards. Take them away. Mr. Liu was well aware of who was behind this. He believed in the adage, the one who knows you best is your enemy. The third prince commanded a team of Bai, utilizing their unpredictable nature to accomplish numerous tasks. Moreover, their target was not the first prince, but these outsiders. It was likely no one would pursue investigations after a few fabricated stories. After all, they had survived multiple attempts, and Mr. Liu regarded the esteemed guests with a knowing glance. They were fortunate indeed, as this was the elite assassin organization of the Moon City. Is this what is deemed elite? Youyou scoffed. So weak. If these are the pinnacle of assassins, then I must be the very best. His words were merely a test. Upon hearing him, Sing paused momentarily, then instinctively recoiled in trepidation. He murmured, Isn't this a stroke of luck? If I hadn't accidentally knocked over the candlestick, we would have been done for. But why would they want to kill us? Sing and Sing Liu, being brothers, exchanged glances that conveyed an entire conversation through mere expressions. Mr. Li's gaze meticulously traversed their faces, yet he discerned little. For one bore the visage of a bull-headed figure, and the other, a horse-faced one. Ultimately, he turned his attention to Feng Zhe and Youyou. Feng Zhe, caught off guard, displayed a perfectly timed confusion. He slowly began, Those earlier individuals intended to kill us? His elongated utterance caused a vein on Mr. Li's forehead to pulse. He then glanced at Youyou, who clenched her tiny fists. Oh, Youyou should have given them a couple of punches. Mr. Li sighed, very well. He shifted his gaze away. Regardless of whether you are genuinely foolish or merely pretending, as long as you do not harm the Crown Prince, I shall remain indifferent. In fact, should you manage to cure the Crown Prince, I might even offer you additional assistance. His words were laden with meaning, leaving Youyou momentarily bewildered. Additional assistance? Is that for real? Sing pondered this and felt a surge of excitement. Is it additional money? That would be wonderful. Mr. Li cast a knowing glance at him, half smiling. The next day, Youyou lounged in a chair, contemplating before sitting up again, observing Sing Liu, who was struggling to stay awake. Fourth senior brother, are you still ineffective? Sing Liu, his forehead beaded with sweat, looked even paler. He lay back, gasping for breath, and shook his head despondently. No, my tracking talisman still isn't effective. Although he had discovered this on the very first day, his determination lingered, compelling him to try once more. Youyou had already anticipated the outcome and felt no disappointment. She merely inquired after their master's well-being. Once assured by Sing Liu that their master was well, she exhaled a sigh of maturity. Though she knew her master, senior sister, and senior brother were all fine, the inability to locate them was troubling. Just then, Sing Liu's expression shifted, and he quickly donned a disguise. The previous day's accommodations were no longer suitable, so Mr. Li had arranged alternative lodgings. Sing Liu had set up an inconspicuous barrier around him, alerting him if anyone approached. Indeed, shortly thereafter, a beautiful demoness arrived. Gracefully bowing to Sing Liu, the Crown Prince requests your presence. The Crown Prince? Sing Liu lowered his gaze. Sing had taken Feng Zhe elsewhere, leaving only him and Youyou in the room. Without the deceitful Sing to mask his shortcomings, he felt exposed. As Sing Liu contemplated how to decline, Youyou, upon hearing this, suddenly perked up, her tail wagging with excitement. Now, the maid nodded. What a predicament, Ying-Lu thought. Reluctantly, he nodded in agreement. Ying-Lu cast a disapproving glance at Bai Youyou. He had intended to say that his younger sister was unwell and would visit later. Surely the crown prince wouldn't hold a grudge against a mere child? Yet this girl sprang up, her feigned illness stifled in her throat. Though uncertain, Ying-Lu maintained his composure and followed the maid. Bai Youyou bounced along, completely unburdened. Oh, Bai Youyou has figured it out. If discovered, she could just breathe fire. What is there to fear? Moreover, Bai Youyou felt convinced that this crown prince was not a villain. It was the third prince who posed a threat. Perhaps she could even persuade the crown prince to help her defeat the third prince and seize the fortune. The more she pondered, the more she found it plausible, smiling to herself, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Upon arriving at the crown prince's residence, Bai Youyou immediately noticed a difference. When they had come the previous day, the place had been stifling, filled with the heat of charcoal, as if fearful of burning anyone. Today, however, it was considerably cooler. Not only had the charcoal been removed, but several buckets of chilled ice were present. I knew it. On such a hot day, this is much more comfortable. Ying-Lu, more observant than Bai Youyou, immediately acknowledged the improvement and bowed to the crown prince. It seems you are feeling much better. The crown prince chuckled, his fluffy ears now absent, appearing much like an ordinary person. He had regained some color, appearing even more refined than the day before. Bai Youyou observed him and began to understand why she felt he was a good person. Was it a trait of royalty? The brother she knew, CNY, bore a similar demeanor. The crown prince said, "Thanks to you all, I feel considerably better today. The physician adjusted my medicine, and I am now as ordinary as anyone else." Ying-Lu smiled. That is good. A moment of silence followed, creating a somewhat tense atmosphere. Ying-Lu felt uneasy. Typically, Ying-Jin would handle such small talk, leaving him to merely support. Without Ying-Jin, he found himself at a loss for words. Bai Youyou recognized her fourth senior brother's discomfort and calmly sipped her tea, only to grimace at the bitterness. She stuck out her tongue, her face scrunching up. So bitter. The crown prince and Ying-Jin couldn't help but laugh, dissipating the earlier tension. Do not be anxious. I summoned you merely to inquire about a few matters. He deliberated. Do you know who attacked you yesterday? Ying-Lu could answer this. He appeared bewildered. We do not know. It was our first time in UCHing, and we haven't offended anyone. The crown prince took a sip of tea, recalling Youyou's earlier expression, and stifled a laugh. However, this was not the time for levity, so he suppressed his amusement. It was the third prince's people. What? Ying-Lu exclaimed in surprise. Is it the same third prince we encountered upon our arrival yesterday? Youyou finally caught her breath, covering her mouth in astonishment. No wonder that villain was so fierce when he saw us. It turns out he intended to kill us. The crown prince observed the duo, setting down his teacup. Indeed, it was he. However, his intentions were not directed at you, but at me. Youyou, puzzled, asked, Then why would he want to kill us? The crown prince continued, Since we are on this topic, Mr. Lu, you mentioned yesterday that my hysteria seemed peculiar. Have you discovered anything? It was amusing that he could address someone with such a horse-like appearance as Mr. Lu. Youyou stifled a laugh. Ying-Lu understood he was referring to the previous day when the SHNM had dispelled his distractions. He had casually mentioned it, and it had evidently drawn attention. Ying-Lu hesitated, but Mr. Li said not to speak nonsense. He was still probing, try to ascertain whether this was Mr. Li's intention or the crown prince's. The crown prince shook his head, reassuring, Rest assured, Mr. Li will not hold it against you. Speak freely. It appeared they had conspired together. Ying-Lu finally felt at ease. You see, I have raised this SHNM since childhood. Though it is said to lack intelligence, to me, it is akin to family. Yesterday, its demeanor led me to speculate that your hysteria might be artificially induced. Upon finishing his words, he observed that the eldest prince's expression remained unchanged and continued. Moreover, we had heard of you long before during the SHNHI, yet at that time, there was no mention of any ailment afflicting you. How could it be that in just a few months, you had become so feeble? As Ying-Lu spoke with increasing sincerity, he seemed eager to unearth the individual responsible behind this misfortune. Youyou watched in astonishment. Was this truly the same fourth SH11ing who had not dared to utter a word moments ago? In Chapter 130, the entire sect appeared to be consumed by avarice. Perhaps it was S. Lu's earnestness or some other factor, but after consuming 2 cups of tea, the eldest prince had already developed a deep camaraderie with S. Lu. He sighed as he set down his cup, exclaiming, "Brother Lu, you speak the truth. My indecisiveness has emboldened that brother of mine even further." Meanwhile, Bai Youyou nibbled on snacks, struggling to keep pace with their conversation. Although she heard every word, she remained utterly perplexed as to how matters had escalated to this point. She glanced up at the 4th Sh11ing, her admiration deepening. It seemed that he was the most formidable figure within the sect. Noticing S. Lu and the eldest prince engaged in lively conversation, S. Did not feel like an outsider and cheerfully approached, saying, "I apologize for my tardiness, esteemed prince. I shall self-punish with 3 cups." Bai Youyou watched in disbelief as he drank 3 large bowls of tea. She scratched her fingers, remembering that self-punishment typically involved wine, and he appeared somewhat reluctant, clearly parched from his prolonged absence. Bai Youyou grimaced. 5th Sh11ing was not sincere. The eldest prince bore no offense, openly stating that they were all straightforward individuals. He no longer concealed his intentions, declaring, "I have come today to be forthright with you all. To be candid, Mr. Li has long been aware that you are no ordinary individuals." Bai Youyou tightened her grip on her cup, while S. and S. Lu maintained their composure. Firstly, Mr. Li had inadvertently revealed some inconsistencies, and secondly, no one understood the sensitivity of the SHZ better than F. Although they had anticipated this revelation, S. chose not to speak directly. He raised an eyebrow, saying, "Oh, I fail to comprehend your words, esteemed prince." The eldest prince hinted, but did not elaborate further. "If you do not understand, then so be it. However, my ineffectual brother truly requires guidance. As his elder brother, I cannot afford to be overly instructive without inviting criticism. Thus, I must rely on your assistance. As for compensation, whatever you request, I shall fulfill." Even within the demon realm, fratricide was a grave taboo, and it was only natural for him to wish to avoid harming his own brother. S. pondered internally. The eldest prince, although appearing frail, was undeniably a member of the demon clan, treating them as blades offered to him. This mutual exchange suited S. well, but considering their sensitive identities, it was unclear whether Mr. Li merely suspected they were not demons or had already discerned their origins from the world of cultivation. S. maintained a facade of calm while exuding genuine warmth, stating, "Your Highness, you are being overly formal. It is our privilege to serve you." This was tantamount to agreeing. After departing, Bai Youyou felt a lingering unease, glancing back repeatedly. S. noticed and gently turned her head towards him, inquiring, "What troubles you?" Bai Youyou expressed her worry. "Is it really that simple? This eldest prince? Earlier, 4th Sh11ing and 5th Sh11ing warned me not to judge by appearances, saying he is not someone to be underestimated. Why have we agreed so readily now?" S. Lu chuckled, tousling Bai Youyou's hair. "Silly Bai Youyou. A straightforward transaction is undoubtedly simpler than earning his trust." Upon hearing this, Bai Youyou pondered thoughtfully. It did seem to make sense. What were they waiting for? They should swiftly seek out the 3rd prince, defeat him, and hurry to find their master. S. couldn't help but smile, reflecting on her youthful naivety. They needed to uproot the 3rd prince's influence entirely. While he contemplated strategies, Bai Youyou grew bored and tilted her head to ask F. "Little Black, where did you go just now? You were gone for so long. You didn't take me with you." Bai Youyou's face fell. F. sighed. Producing his chinquin bag, Bai Youyou accepted it, curious, and shook it. With a clatter, countless rare treasures from the demon realm spilled out. Bai Youyou was taken aback. Truly, her Sh11ing was impressive. F. internally scorned, pondering whether their entire sect had a rule that prioritized avarice. Indeed, upon seeing these items, Bai Youyou was momentarily speechless. She eagerly examined them, asking, "What about the shiny ones? Are there any shiny ones?" F. anticipated her question and quickly retrieved another chinquin bag. After shaking it, a few orbs indeed emerged. These were the demon realm's specialty. The Osh, resembling black pearls but significantly larger, radiating a dazzling array of colors despite their dark hue. Upon seeing them, Bai Youyou was instantly enamored. Black shiny treasures, She had never seen such before. Iwi without them. She hastily collected them and carefully placed them into her own chinquin bag. Iwi pesist numerous kyankumbaks, filled with herbs gifted by her SHG and protective items prepared by her SH11 NGS. Yet, her most treasured possession remained the bag containing her shiny treasures. She intended to use these for decoration once she acquired her own cave dwelling. She dreamed of lying atop them and sleeping soundly. Imagining such a delightful scene nearly made her drool. Seeing Youyou so delighted by a single Osh caused Xinjin to feel a pang of sadness. Had they been too harsh on her? How could this child be so naive? Xinjin's words elicited no response from Lu. But Fingzi couldn't help but glance at him repeatedly. Naive? Just moments ago, who had insisted on purchasing several streets of goods. It was no wonder Xinjin felt justified in his excitement. Having spent so long in the ghost realm, it was rare to witness such lively scenes. And losing composure was only human. However, Youyou was different. She had been born and raised in the world of cultivation. How could she be so enamored by a mere orb? Xinjin silently resolved to have a serious discussion with her master when they met again. He had completely misunderstood the situation. But while Youyou busied herself polishing her beautiful orbs, Lu shot him a look, uninterested in clarifying, and Fingzi remained silent. Thus, they all fell into a momentary silence, allowing Xinjin to persist in his misconceptions. After stowing away the orbs, Youyou felt somewhat unfulfilled. 5th SH11ing, I also wish to visit the marketplace. Perhaps there are even more shiny treasures. In Chapter 131, Youyou's request was readily granted by Fingzi and Xinjin. The reason Xinjin had not initially included Youyou was due to the uncertain situation. He had hesitated to put her in danger. Now that he had surveyed the area and confirmed it posed no threats, he was more than happy to take her shopping. This marked his first time leading Youyou on an outing. He wondered if any of the other SH11 NGS or SHGS had ever taken her out. But Xinjin mused that given the sect's financial situation, her experiences had likely been quite grim. However, now that he was here, her days of hardship would come to an end. Xinjin led Youyou to the street, grandly waving his hand. Buy whatever you wish. Feel free. The eldest prince, likely aware of their significance, had sent many treasures on the day his injuries improved. Since the currency of the demon realm was of no use to him outside, he decided to indulge in all of it here. Upon hearing this, yes, buy whatever we want. Let us buy a whole street. Saying a street meant they would indeed buy an entire street. Xinjin felt a pang of sorrow watching her. While Youyou busied herself selecting items, she and T quite grasped what he had said, initially nodding in agreement, only for the words to resonate in her mind later. Youyou tilted her head slightly, appearing somewhat perplexed. She had already acquired street. Upon hearing this, Xinjin felt a surge of affection for the obedient and sensible child. Such a fulfilling moment. Xinjin's adoration deepened as she clarified. It was not just any street. It was a street she had purchased. Youyou seemed a bit disdainful. Did fifth senior brother think Youyou was foolish? Of course she understood. With an air of generosity, she declared, Youyou knows, I already have a street. After a moment's contemplation, she added, it was given to me by Sister WNWN. A street? Sister WNWN? Si na they vidup na vidup and na. Youyou nodded obediently while enjoying her Tonghulu. It was uncertain whether the realms of the demon world and the human cultivation realm had ever been interconnected. But many delicacies were remarkably similar. This Tonghulu tasted just like the ones Youyou savored in the human world. Sweet and sour, she could devour 3 in one go. Xinjin, however, was taken aback. Sister Xing WNWN gifted you a street? Why? Although he had never ventured out in the ghost realm, he was somewhat aware of matters concerning his sect. For instance, he knew that Xing WNWN had once been betrothed to his unfortunate younger brother, only to have the engagement called off. He knew this because afterward, Lu had sought his company for 3 months of drinking, lamenting all the while. The memory of Lu's woeful state sent a shiver down Xinjin's spine. Indeed, love was not a kind affair. It was too tragic. He would not be so foolish. Yet, what could this Xing WNWN mean by gifting Youyou a street after breaking off the engagement. Was she attempting to rekindle old flames through Youyou? Unaware of the myriad of thoughts swirling in Xinjian's mind concerning the monetary worth of his brother, Youyou naturally replied, "Because Sister WN likes Youyou." Xinjian remained unconvinced. "Has she ever mentioned anything about your fourth senior brother?" Youyou pondered before nodding and shaking her head. She had mentioned it, but not extensively. However, she did recall that the senior sister scolded fourth senior brother as a coward. Is that so? Xinjian felt reassured. The senior sister's reprimands are well-founded. He had never met Xing WN, but he had heard Lu mention that she was an extraordinary woman. While he did not fully believe it, given the high regard both the senior sister and Youyou had for Xing WN, she must possess admirable qualities. For some reason, an inexplicable sense of paternal melancholy arose within Xinjian, akin to a father marrying off his daughter. Yet, he resolved to let his brother navigate his own romantic destiny. Why should he fret? While Xinjian lamented behind her, Youyou was carefree. And as she reached for a beautiful butterfly hairpin, a hand beside her swiftly snatched it away first. Youyou was taken aback, gazing up, her little mouth agape. The woman, with captivating eyes and tender features, smiled back at her. "Little girl, do you like this hairpin?" Youyou stared at her in awe, swallowed hard, and candidly exclaimed, "Sister, you are truly beautiful." Indeed, before Youyou stood a stunning beauty. Of course, her senior sisters were also lovely, but this sister was unlike any of them. Unable to articulate her thoughts, Youyou simply knew she was beautiful. Being a child, she struggled to express herself accurately. But Xinjian was different. Upon seeing this woman, his heart skipped a beat. She possessed an innate allure. The woman chuckled at Youyou's innocence, gently covering her mouth, then softly offered the hairpin. "If you like it, then I shall gift it to you." With that, she turned and genuinely proceeded to pay. "No, you needn't. You're beautiful. Youyou will give it to you." Youyou anxiously rummaged through her pockets, only to realize she had no money. All her coins were with fifth senior brother. Xinjian found the situation amusing yet exasperating. This little girl certainly knew how to charm. With a resigned scratch of his head, Xinjian addressed the vendor. "I will cover the cost." The vendor, glancing around, ultimately accepted Xinjian's payment. "Thank you for your patronage." Youyou chuckled and tentatively grasped the beautiful sister's hand, placing the hairpin into her palm. The woman looked down, her smile widening. "You truly wish to give this to me?" "Yes." Youyou beamed, her eyes squinting with delight. A lovely hairpin for a lovely sister. There was no blame to be placed on Youyou for her affection for beautiful objects. It was the nature of a dragon. The woman no longer declined, accepting the butterfly hairpin and examining it. The craftsmanship was exquisite, a rare find at the market, at first glance. It appeared as if the butterfly were preparing to take flight. She smiled, lifting her hairpin to adorn her hair. "Is it beautiful?" she asked Youyou, who was utterly mesmerized. On the beautiful sister's head, the hairpin seemed to transform. It was no longer merely a hairpin, but a real butterfly, resting momentarily. Youyou gazed at her, wide-eyed, affirming beautiful. The woman smiled again and turned to Xinjian. "I cannot accept your kindness without offering something in return. If you do not mind, allow me to treat you to a meal." Upon hearing this, Youyou's eyes sparkled. She eagerly nodded and then glanced hopefully at Xinjian. Unable to deny Youyou's enthusiasm, Xinjian reluctantly agreed. The woman smiled lightly. "By the way, my name is QNGJ. May I ask how you two are called?"